Consciousness grew increasingly blurred as the world was swallowed by darkness. All things fell silent, all matters came to an end. Was death truly the final destination? It now seemed that it was not. The anticipated stillness of death did not last. Instead, heaven and earth began to spin wildly, as though 10,000 years had passed, as if he were traveling from the birth of the cosmos toward the extinction of all things. His soul seemed to find a resting place, and the world brightened. No holy heavenly palace appeared. Instead, a streak of ghastly green tore through the darkness. Screams, furious roars, and the oppressive breath of death surged over him once more. Then a warm current descended like a divine weapon from the heavens, fierce, yet gentle, driving the terror away with irresistible force. His soul was soothed. Once again, heaven and earth spun wildly, his whole being feeling tugged and needed. When the world finally steadied, a chill slowly crept in from all directions. How can I still feel cold after dying? He tried to slowly open his eyes, wanting to take a proper look at this world. His eyes felt somewhat immature. Things in the distance were hard to see clearly, but from the surrounding darkness, he could at least tell that it was night. Could this be the underworld? Am I unworthy of going to heaven? His body seemed to be lying on the ground, sharp stones pressing painfully into him, so he struggled, trying first to stand up. He tried to brace his upper body with his hands, but failed. He did not know whether his body was unbearably heavy or his arms simply too weak. All he managed was a slight shaky movement. As for getting up, he realized with a kind of bitter apology that it was impossible. Unable to perform even this simplest motion, a sudden panic surged within his heart. Instinctively, he lifted his hand before his eyes, and the sight that greeted him struck his heart like rolling thunder. I've been reborn. He stared at the small, tender hand, unsure what to feel. Should he first feel excitement at being reborn or regret that his attempt at self-destruction had failed? To be honest, ever since he had firmly shut his eyes, he had not prepared himself to be human again. The reincarnation services in the underworld are quite efficient. This seamless handover is surprisingly well done. Yet regardless of how it had happened, this new life had already begun. It might feel abrupt, but for now he could only continue onward and see where it led. At least for the moment, he possessed one tremendous advantage: he retained all the memories and consciousness of his previous life. In other words, he now controlled this frail body with the soul of someone nearly 20 years old. This was the very definition of a prodigy. He could easily imagine how he would crush his peers with intellect far beyond his physical age, and he could not help but silently offer a moment of mourning for his future playmates. He was destined to become that legendary child from someone else's family. At the height of his amusement, he actually laughed aloud, releasing an adorably soft, milky sound. After calming down a little, he began to look around, trying to see what kind of family he had been reborn into this time. His eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, and scattered details of the scenery emerged. With just one glance, his heart sank heavily. Bare branches and cold moonlight made it unmistakably clear he was outdoors in the wild. Where was the house? Where were the family members? The chill around him continued to invade his thin little body, and shivering spread from limb to limb. What did it mean for an infant not yet a year old to be abandoned in the wilderness? Freezing to death, starving to death, being bitten to death by animals that happened to wander by. Any of these could be his fate. At such a moment, what use was wisdom? Put simply, in this body he could do nothing at all. He could only wait and see which form of death would arrive first. Is this heaven's punishment for my attempt at self-destruction? His blood seemed to grow cold. His eyes, devoid of focus, gazed at the sky, at the moon whose light reflected in his clear green pupils. Suddenly a fierce, stabbing pain erupted in his brain, as though some foreign object were being forced into it. The pain was so intense, he nearly blacked out. He wanted to scream, but with all his strength spent, his mouth only opened soundlessly, the cry choking in his throat. The agony continued to ravage him. He felt as if his soul were being savaged by a mad dog. Each brutal bite weakened his consciousness and deepened the torment. He tried to resist, his flailing legs seeming to kick at the mad dog, gnawing his soul. The struggle appeared to have some effect. The pain lessened, if only a little. Grasping at this fragile hope, he fought back wildly, like someone being beaten by a crowd who could only clutch at vital spots to protect them. Yet pure defense could never be a real solution. His soul grew ever more feeble, his awareness gradually losing its grip on the body. The spasms of his limbs became weaker and weaker. It seemed he had reached the very end. Once the soul is erased, everything should truly be over. People say that in the instant before death, memories of one's life flash past like a revolving lantern. He was experiencing precisely that. Scenes from the past slipped away before his eyes one by one. He saw himself as a child, splashing and laughing with playmates in a stream. He saw his student self nodding off over books. Yi Jr., my best friend. The cutoff score is, you just missed it. Yi Jr., useless. I'm very disappointed. Yi Jun. Yi Jun. Xiao Jr. going to take the high school entrance exam. I'll stop working odd jobs and come back just to keep you company. It's fine, you only fell short by a little. As long as you study properly, anywhere will be the same. Xiaojun, why did you bring your key today? Mom's favorite thing was hearing you call out, Mom, Mom, downstairs after school, so she could come and open the door. Xiaojun, it doesn't matter that you didn't get into a top university. We'll send you to a second-tier school, just the same. As long as you're willing, your mom will sell everything if she has to so you can attend. As long as you stay healthy, build a family, and find your place in life, I'll be happy. A single clear tear traced its way down, the past drifted away like clouds. In a blink, his consciousness seemed to enter a peculiar space. It felt like a station, pure white everywhere with no sign of where he had come from or where he might go. He looked around in confusion and saw a baby lying to one side. He slowly picked the infant up. The child's body emanated tiny points of light, as though it were dissolving. The infant simply gazed quietly at him, clear green eyes like water reflecting his own black hair and yellows. You must be the original owner of this body. He looked at the baby with a trace of guilt. It's my incompetence. Having taken over your body, I still failed to protect it. He gently stroked the child's cheek with his fingertip. Feeling the touch, the infant giggled, placing his tiny hand over the larger one on his face. Suddenly the child turned into a sky full of golden light, leaving him standing there stunned and at a loss. The golden lights gathered with intent and poured into his body. At once his thin soul felt fully replenished. In a daze, his consciousness shifted into another space, a vast, empty void. The baby had vanished, rather had merged with him. In his mind, the child's heart voice seemed to echo once more. He listened carefully and understood its meaning. Live. He looked at his soul restored to wholeness and felt the power surging within. Clenching his fist, he murmured, Live. Then let me carry you along and survive in this world together. Whether out of hope or out of guilt, he turned to survey his surroundings, and the thing beside him nearly scared his soul out of his body. A humanoid shape hunched with not a single patch of skin, only raw flesh slick with blood standing there. Its head looked like a bald ball, and where a nose should have been there were only two thin slits. A monster. From its scarlet eyes devoid of a trace of humanity, he instantly understood this was what had been gnawing at his soul. Before he could react, the monster lunged, jaws gaping hungrily. He failed to dodge and was bitten on the shoulder. That familiar agony surged over him again. His scream torn from him was raw, yet the pain ignited a ferocity within. Without any flourish, he simply opened his mouth and hurled himself at the monster, biting back with savage intent. The monster seemed momentarily stunned by this strangely familiar style of fighting, but the pain from his attack quickly snapped it back. Man and monster tangled into a single knot of violence. He bit, it tore, and each assault wounded their souls. Just as the two were about to drag each other into mutual destruction, a burst of light flared. That familiar warmth flooded his being once more. The monster flinched back from the light, but its bloodthirsty nature quickly overrode its fear, driving it to lunge again. Yi Jun blocked hurriedly. The pain did not return. Instead, the monster began to wither and crumble the instant it touched him. In a matter of moments, the monster turned to ash, and from its remains a great many gray lights rose. Just like the baby's golden radiance, every one of them sank into his soul. He felt his soul being rapidly strengthened, the pace of reinforcement only increasing. The fusion of the two souls was not a simple sum of one and one becoming two. A formidable spiritual power now saturated the entire space. At the same time, a vast ocean of memories poured into Yi Jun's mind without restraint. Overwhelmed, he fainted. Outside, his tiny body gradually filled with strange power, driving away all the surrounding cold. Night still shrouded the earth as he fell into deep sleep. When he awoke, Yi Jun would be a thing of the past. He would go on living as Eli Hall. In London, the Hall couple were both highly reputed lawyers, their exceptional defense skills having earned them a cherished legend within the legal community. They were an accomplished husband and wife team of attorneys, complementing one another perfectly in their work and sharing an unspoken understanding in daily life. Their comfortable, privileged home environment had laid a foundation for their future child that few ordinary people could ever hope to match. Yet they had no child. Heaven, it seemed, opens a window for you while quietly closing a door, and if one is unlucky, someone might even get their head caught in between. The Halls had been married for many years, yet had never managed to have a child. This was perhaps their only regret, and certainly their greatest one. However, fate seemed still to favor them in its own way. On the first day of November 1981, they found the child who would become their son. Though it does not sound pleasant, that was the truth. They found him. It happened on the outskirts of a forest in London's western suburbs. That day, while they were walking to clear their minds, they discovered the child lying beside a clump of shrubs. He had emerald green eyes and pale, tender skin like a porcelain doll. Though his clothes were stained with dirt, one could still tell he was not the child of a poor family. The Halls were immediately fond of this child. After searching the area and finding no trace of his family, they brought him to the police station. Such was their instinctive reaction as lawyers. After several days of investigation, the police still failed to locate the child's relatives, and so the Halls adopted him. They named him Eli Hall. Eli, have you changed your clothes yet? You should hurry down, we're about to leave. It was Mrs. Hall, a woman who looked sharp and capable, calling up toward the upper floor of their home. I know, Mom. You really shouldn't rush me. Clothes like these just aren't my style. A boy of around 10 came down the stairs dressed in an exquisitely tailored little suit. In such attire, he looked very much like a young gentleman from an old aristocratic family. Hearing her son's slightly willful complaint, Mrs. Hall could only smile helplessly. She patted Eli. Your father's old schoolmate has invited our family to visit today. When you are a guest in someone's home, you must not forget your manners, must you? I've taught you that before. Eli shrugged. I was only saying. The two of them headed out the door. Mr. Hall was already waiting in the car. Mrs. Hall looked him over with satisfaction, taking in his neat attire. With heartfelt relief, she said, seeing you like this, I can almost picture you already studying at Eton College. You really haven't let us down at all. The Halls doted on their son, and Eli had never disappointed them. From a very young age, thanks to an intelligence far beyond that of ordinary children, he had been hailed as a little prodigy. While he was still in primary school, he received an early invitation from Eton College. Countless people longed to attend Eton and never succeeded, yet Eli was directly invited. This gave the Halls tremendous faith, and they brimmed with hope for their son's future. Eli, hearing all this, merely pursed his lips with indifference. At another time, he might have rejoiced at the prospect of studying at such an excellent school, but now it seemed he would likely never set foot in Eton at all, for he was destined to attend Hogwarts. Yes, Hogwarts, a great school of magic with over 1,000 years of history, famed alongside Beauxbatons in France and Durmstrang in Germany as one of Europe's 3 foremost magical academies. Eli was a wizard. He had known this since he was still an infant. Back then he had devoured 2 souls, one belonging to the original owner of this body and the other to a monstrous being. Once he had consumed those souls, he inherited all of their memories. The infant's recollections were scant and blurred owing to his tender age. The monster's memories, however, were anything but simple. When Eli finished absorbing them, he was stunned for a long time. The world into which he had transmigrated was the world of Harry Potter. In his previous life, the Harry Potter novels had taken the world by storm and had even been adapted into films. It was through the movies that he had come to know the story, though he had not watched them in full, and the distance of time had blurred his memory. Even so, he could recall the broad strokes of the plot, and that was his advantage as a transmigrator. From those memories, he also learned that their owner was none other than the great villain of the Harry Potter world, Voldemort. That man, hailed as the most dangerous dark wizard in history, had cast a lifelong shadow over Britain's wizarding world with his overwhelming power and terrifying ideology. There was no denying he had shaped an era, and the monster Eli had devoured had been one fragment of Voldemort. Why had a fragment of Voldemort's soul appeared within Eli's body that touched upon Eli's origins, or more precisely the origins of this body? At the height of Voldemort's power, a prophecy spread through the wizarding world: the Dark Lord would be killed by someone born at the end of July. Voldemort would never allow anyone to thwart his grand design, even if it was only a prophecy. After investigating, he learned that the Potter's son Harry Potter had indeed been born at the end of July. In truth, there were 2 young wizards born at the end of July, but because both of Harry's parents had strongly opposed Voldemort, he became convinced that Harry Potter was the child of prophecy. Thus, in late October of 1981, Voldemort prepared to personally slaughter the Potter family. Whether stirred by the butterfly wings of Eli the Transmigrator or not, the story diverged from its original path. In the original tale, Harry Potter was the Potter's only child, but in this world, he had a younger brother. That little Potter was Eli. He had actually transmigrated into the body of Harry Potter's biological younger brother. After absorbing Voldemort's memories, he understood what had happened that night. When Voldemort moved to kill Harry and Eli, his curse was rebounded by an ancient magic. His physical body was destroyed, and many believed he had died. That spell was a blood protection curse unleashed at the cost of her life by Harry and Eli's mother, Lily Potter. Voldemort's soul was forced to split. In the original world, it had fractured only once to attach itself to Harry. Here it split twice, and one of the shards was the very fragment Eli consumed. It was a treasure trove containing all of Voldemort's memories up to that night, including an enormous wealth of magical knowledge. When Eli finished absorbing it, he was overjoyed. In such a world of magic, what could be more valuable than the memories of a wizard whose power rivaled legend itself? From childhood, Eli began to study the spells and lore contained in those memories. Wizard's blood flowed in his veins, and in Britain every young wizard would in the end attend Hogwarts. Thus he could only regretfully decline Eton College. Eton College is nothing special, Eli said, striking a pose and acting cool without thinking. Mrs. Hall could not help rolling her eyes. Eli, one must learn humility. I've taught you that. She did not bother arguing further, but took Eli by the hand and led him out. Come on, we should be on our way. After driving for 8 hours, Mr. Hall brought the car into a community lined with similar 2-story houses. Eli felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Dad, where are we? Eli finally couldn't help but ask. Mrs. Hall tilted her head, but Mr. Hall spoke up first. My old classmate lives here named Xiao Huijin District. If I remember correctly, it should be at No. 4 Yuzhen Road. Yes, No. 4 Yuzhen Road. What's wrong, Eli? No. 4 Yuzhen Road. If there was just a hint of familiarity before hearing this made Eli suddenly. This was precisely where the Dursleys lived. Harry Potter was Mrs. Dursley's nephew, and he lived in the cupboard under the stairs at the Dursley residence. Eli truly did not expect that his father's old classmate was actually the Dursleys. He had originally planned how to meet his brother, Harry Potter, and it seemed this was a stroke of luck. As Eli got closer as a time traveler, he initially felt no brotherly bond toward Harry. Perhaps it was because of the blood flowing in this body, or perhaps it was due to the soul of little Potter merging with his own. Eli couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy in his heart. He and Harry had faced Voldemort's killing curse together, yet he bore no lightning scar, the symbol of dark magic. I suppose my life was saved by my brother to some extent. Eli lost his focus for a moment, his hand unconsciously brushing over his forehead where there were no marks. Noticing something was off with Eli, Mrs. Hall worriedly placed her hand on his shoulder. Eli, are you feeling a bit carsick? Her words pulled Eli back from his thoughts. He regained his composure and smiled reassuringly at the worried Mrs. Hall, shaking his head. I'm fine, Mom. I just zoned out for a moment. Mrs. Hall then felt relieved. The car soon came to a stop, and Eli looked out the window with some anticipation. At the entrance of No. 4 Yuzhen Road, the Dursleys were neatly waiting to greet them. Mr. Dursley, who was as fat as if he had inflated, had his already sparse hair meticulously combed, dressed in what looked like an oversized suit. Mrs. Dursley, on the other hand, was extremely thin, her long and slender neck seemingly perfect for spying on the neighbors. She had also dressed up wearing a long dress that matched Mr. Dursley's suit color. Standing next to Mrs. Dursley was their son, Dudley Dursley, who looked like a small gas can. He wore a small round hat and a uniform that looked like it belonged to a particular school, looking very neat and presentable. Seeing the Hall family's car stop, Mr. Dursley quickly composed himself and beamed with a smile, his eyes nearly closing with glee. Mrs. Dursley was the same, although she was more restrained compared to her husband. Her gaunt face appeared somewhat stiff with the smile. The Hall family got out of the car. Mr. Dursley approached, saying, "Oh, Ernest, it's so good to see you. We must catch up properly today." Mr. Hall stepped out of the car, tall and well-built. He looked no less than a model in a perfectly tailored dark blue suit, exuding a calm and reserved demeanor. He extended his hand to shake Mr. Dursley, saying, "Hello, Vernon, you still look as spirited as ever." Mrs. Hall approached with Eli, and Mrs. Dursley greeted her. "Hello, Doris, welcome to our home." Mrs. Hall, shedding her usual serious work demeanor, wore a dark, "Hello, Petunia, thank you so much for the invitation." Mrs. Hall appeared gracious while Mrs. Dursley seemed a bit reserved. The strong-willed aura of Mrs. Hall made Mrs. Dursley somewhat uncomfortable. Eli observed closely but did not see the figure. He remembered feeling a bit disappointed. While the two families exchanged pleasantries, an elderly lady across the street seemed to be watching them. As soon as Eli got out of the car, she noticed Ellis' deep red hair was long enough to cover his ears. Perhaps due to genetic factors, Eli was tall but slightly slender, and as a child many had mistaken him for a girl. "Lily," the old lady murmured, her cloudy eyes trembling continuously, appearing somewhat excited. After a round of pleasantries, they seemed quite familiar, while Dudley stood by bored. Mrs. Dursley noticed Eli nearby, as if she had seen something incredible. A long-buried memory was suddenly unearthed. Eli immediately sensed Mrs. Dursley's unusual reaction and thought it was not good. He quickly focused his mind, sending out waves of energy from his body. Mrs. Dursley was momentarily stunned, but quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. After their pleasantries, Mr. Dursley led them inside. Eli let out a sigh of relief. He had indeed been somewhat careless just now. He had previously worried whether Dumbledore would notice him because of his appearance. Of course, it was not due to any strange intentions, but simply because he bore an uncanny resemblance to his birth mother, Lily Potter. If Harry resembled his father's face combined with his mother's eyes, then Eli was the spitting image of his mother, both in face and eyes. For some unknown reason, his father's genes seemed to be lacking, while Eli had perfectly inherited Lily Potter's traits. His deep red hair and handsome features were inherited from her. Dumbledore was known as the greatest white wizard of the century, and his power was undeniable. Even Voldemort had greatly feared him at the peak of his powers. For Eli, what was most frightening about Dumbledore was not his power, but his uncanny ability to read minds. Dumbledore excelled at, and enjoyed reading others' thoughts without them knowing. To him, only by controlling everything could he better protect the magical world as a white wizard. If Dumbledore were to find out about Eli being a time traveler, he wondered how that old man would scheme against him. Just now it was because Petunia saw Eli and was reminded of Lily that Eli used a confusion spell to prevent any uncontrollable events. He made everyone overlook his appearance. Once everyone entered the house, the living room had been carefully arranged. Mr. Dursley poured wine for the Hall couple. It must be said that Mr. Dudley truly lived up to being a successful corporate executive showing exceptional hospitality, how at least Eli couldn't find any fault. Except for being a bit ugly. Mrs. Dudley was also very attentive, but she looked somewhat strained. The fleeting moment of memory had reminded her of past experiences she wished to forget. She could no longer recall exactly what had just happened, but the emotions still lingered. She tried her best to suppress her feelings, yet unconsciously stole glances at Eli beside her. The familiar feeling surged in her heart, and when she tried to ponder it carefully, it slipped away. Eli, however, did not notice Mrs. Dudley's unusual behavior. He was merely looking around, his gaze lingering for a long time on the cupboard under the stairs. If nothing unexpected happened, Harry should be inside, right? The Dursleys never allowed Harry to meet guests. This is Eli, right? I heard he is about to attend Eton College, a bright future ahead. Eli smiled politely at Mr. Dudley. Mr. Hall's laughter was hearty, and he also complimented Dudley politely. Dudley is quite impressive too. This is the St. Merton School uniform, right? A fine young man. A proud look inevitably appeared on Mr. Dudley's chubby face. His son always made him proud. Eli, however, was not interested in this kind of mutual flattery, and found it difficult to excuse himself, so he could only look around bored. Suddenly a thud came from the cupboard behind them, and the Hall couple both turned to look. Mr. Dudley's expression darkened, but he quickly recovered, saying, "It's the cat. Our cat always moves around, and is quite annoying." The Hall couple thought no more of it. However, Eli knew that Harry was inside his brother. Seeing Mr. Dudley smiling so broadly, Eli felt somewhat displeased. Noticing that the cupboard door had been locked from the outside, he had a sudden idea, and used his magic to unlock it. With a creak freed from the lock's restraint, the door opened slightly. Harry, seeing the door open, thought it was his aunt and uncle looking for him. He stepped out and softly said, The room immediately fell silent, and the smiles on Mr. and Mrs. Dudley's faces froze. Just moments ago they had said it was a cat, and now a child had walked out. The lie was exposed on the spot. Awkwardness was one aspect, but they absolutely could not let the guests today misunderstand. Mr. Dudley quickly regained his composure, saying, "Oh, this is my nephew. His family isn't home, so we took him in, but he is quite mischievous and loves to cause trouble. To avoid causing any trouble, we let him stay there for now." Eli did not listen to Mr. Dudley's words. His attention was fully focused on the small boy. The Harry who had just emerged from the cupboard was instantly captivated by the boy with red hair and green eyes, the familiar feeling leaving him in a daze. Eli looked at Harry's green pupils, and his mind also fell into a trance. This was their first meeting, one in the cupboard, the other in the living room. The adults appeared to be engaged in lively conversation, but Eli knew it was all mere polite chatter. After finishing their meal, the Hall family took their leave. Eli, eager to escape the adults' awkward small talk, suggested going out for a stroll early on. He also brought Harry along. "Oh, my foolish brother, let me save you from your miserable life." Mr. Dudley looked somewhat uneasy and sent Dudley to follow them. Although Dudley was not particularly interested in this unfamiliar companion, he was still willing to escape the adults' dull conversation. "Listen here, kid, from now on Harry is under my protection. You are not allowed to bully him, got it?" Eli looked fierce as he threatened Dudley, yet his small expression appeared rather cute. Dudley was not impressed. Who did he think he was? He was a significant figure on this street. Oh, every child called him Mr. Dudley, didn't they? What? Are you some skinny mantis gone mad? Indeed, in front of Dudley, Eli seemed completely without intent. Eli was very dissatisfied with Dudley's attitude. "Damn brat, have kids today really become so foul-mouthed? You little gaskin, you're quite arrogant, aren't you?" Seeing the tension between the two, Harry wanted to intervene. Although he did not understand why this noble boy named Eli was speaking up for him, Harry, who had never felt friendship, did not want Eli to come to harm. Although Dudley's words were harsh, Harry did think that Eli was indeed a bit skinnier compared to Dudley. "Eli, don't do this, don't provoke Dudley." Eli was not intimidated at all. What a joke. How could a genius little wizard like him be afraid of this gaskin? He was determined to give Dudley a memorable lesson today. A wave of energy emanated from Eli, and a stone the size of half his face began to float slowly. Harry stepped back. "I'm about to show off." "Huh? Show off what?" Eli did not answer, controlling the stone to hover between them. Dudley was momentarily stunned by Eli's display. A glint of excitement flashed in Harry's eyes. Seeing Dudley frightened, Ellis' mouth curled into a satisfied smirk. "Remember this, chubby boy? Oh, I can crush you like a bug." Boom. The stone cracked under the strain, instantly covered in fissures. Eli withdrew his magic, and the stone shattered into countless pieces. Up. Dudley's plump face turned pale, trembling as he let out a gasp. His parents had always told him to stay away from these strange folks. Now he had a deep-seated impression it was terrifying. Seeing Dudley so scared, Eli relaxed his expression a little. "So still dare to bully Harry?" "No. I won't dare. I won't dare." Eli nodded in satisfaction. "Good, the child can be taught. By the way, did I bully you today?" He wore a benevolent smile, his eyes radiating kindness. At least that's how he felt. But to Dudley Dudley being clever replied, no, nothing happened. Eli was even more pleased. Could now go play somewhere else. Dudley ran off relieved without looking back. Harry watched Eli display his prowess, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This was so cool. He had always wanted to punch Dudley squarely on his fat face, but as a weakling he was always the one getting trampled. Though being bullied was embarrassing, he also wanted to be as imposing as Dudley. Eli noticed Harry's starry-eyed admiration and felt inexplicably pleased. He patted Harry on the shoulder. See, don't get too carried away. It's of no use. At that moment Harry had no objections. He finally had an older brother to protect him. Eli smiled and turned away, his face suddenly pale. The energy consumption from crushing that stone with magic was quite significant for him. Although his magical power surpassed that of many adult wizards, a wizard's strength was not solely determined by the amount of magic they had. Having magic without knowing how to use it was a waste. That earlier display was a crude application of magic, consuming even more energy than casting a destructive spell. Moreover, being young, his body could not withstand excessively powerful magic output. I need to get stronger. Eli looked forward to his upcoming life at Hogwarts even more. He wanted to witness true magic alongside the greatest white wizard. The lesson for Dudley was just a small episode, and by the time the Hall family returned home, it was completely dark. Eli, here's a letter for you. Mrs. Hall held a letter with a puzzled expression, it had no stamp and looked somewhat thick. It was clearly addressed to Eli Hall with the details specified down to his room. Ellis' eyes lit up upon seeing the letter in Mrs. Hall's hands, but he still pretended not to know anything. Oh, who sent me a letter? Eli appeared genuinely confused, as if he knew nothing. Mrs. Hall handed the letter to Eli. She didn't open the envelope for him, as the Hall couple always respected Ellis' right to independence. Taking the letter, he felt the rough texture of the parchment. The familiar emblem composed of a lion, snake, eagle, and badger made Eli feel an overwhelming sense of unreality. The three of them sat in the living room, and Eli read the letter's content aloud to Mr. and Mrs. Hall. As expected, after hearing the letter's contents, the couple displayed their doubts openly. They each read through the letter carefully, and Mr. Hall placed it solemnly on the table. Seeing his parents' serious expressions, Eli felt a bit nervous. How do I explain this? My parents always hoped I would study law and become a lawyer, but I've turned out to be a wizard. Mr. Hall pondered for a moment. I believe we should keep the original letter and seek help from the police department. Eli nodded. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. Surprise. Magic. He was ready to show off, and now they were talking about calling the police. Mrs. Hall nodded in agreement. This person knows so much about Eli, they must have had a plan all along. Ernest, I think we should apply for protection. Exactly, Doris. Let's stay calm for now. I will contact friends in the justice and law enforcement departments to expedite the protection application. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Mr. Hall's face. Anyone who dared to harm his son would think twice. Mrs. Hall's expression softened a bit. For safety's sake, we should hire some bodyguards first. Mr. Hall nodded heavily. Eli was thunderstruck. What is this development? What's with this protection app? What are bodyguards? Why is Dad looking so ruthless? Don't lose your mind. Eli realized things were spiraling out of control. He even saw his dad preparing to seal up the acceptance letter. If he didn't explain now, Dumbledore might end up being labeled a fraud. Eli stammered, interrupting Mr. and Mrs. Hall's arrangements. Mom and Dad, please calm down. I think I might know something. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Hall turned their sharp eyes towards Eli. Wait, I'll get my recorder. This is all evidence. Before Mr. Hall could finish speaking, he was already preparing to stand up. Hey, Dad, wait. Don't rush. I'm talking about magic. The two parents looked puzzled. Magic? Mrs. Hall asked with confusion. Seeing that his parents had finally calmed down, Eli quickly explained to them. Yes, magic. The magic mentioned in that letter might be real. I can demonstrate for you. Before his parents could ask further, Eli activated his magic and directed it towards a vase on the table. The vase slowly rose in the midst of his parents' horrified expressions, even flying around the three of them before landing steadily back on the table. The air suddenly became quiet. Time seemed to stretch as Mr. and Mrs. Hall were lost in their After a long silence, Mr. Hall finally spoke slowly, but he no longer appeared as commanding as he did in his professional life. So what you're saying is, Eli, you are a wizard, and you are going to a magic school called Hogwarts. Eli nodded repeatedly. It seems so. Mr. Hall took a deep breath. His worldview seemed to shatter. Finally, it was Mrs. Hall who spoke up. Ernest, at least Eli's magical talent is real. As for that school of magic, why don't we talk to them first? Mr. Hall's expression shifted several times. He had no other solution. His education and knowledge were completely helpless against the current problem. It seems we can only do that. Relieved that his parents had finally accepted the reality of magic, Eli let out a long sigh. The couple had thoroughly studied the letter and learned that a school professor would come personally to answer their questions, which eased their minds somewhat. The family awaited the arrival of tomorrow with completely different feelings. On the second day, the Halls canceled all their work appointments just to wait for the so-called professor from the magic school. Don't they schedule appointments in advance? Mrs. Hall began to complain about waiting aimlessly. I don't think it was written in the letter. Just as Ellis' words fell, the doorbell rang. Oh, speak of the devil. Eli shrugged. Mrs. Hall got up to open the door. Although they were at home today, her loungewear had been carefully chosen. Simple, yet dignified, comfortable, yet elegant. Upon opening the door, a tall witch stood outside. Her hair was tied up tightly, giving her a very serious appearance. Dressed in a long green robe, it must be said that while it was very elegant, it was indeed something only a witch would wear. Of course, Eli and the others might not know that Professor McGonagall had specially dressed up for visiting a Muggle family. She hadn't yet put on her pointed witch hat. Hello, is this the Hall residence? Indeed, a standard noble demeanor, it is undeniable that as a genius and accomplished witch, Professor McGonagall had a remarkable presence. Mrs. Hall, not wanting to fall behind, said, Yes, you must be the professor from Hogwarts, please come in. She led Professor McGonagall into the house. Professor McGonagall had a very good first impression of this family. She had visited quite a few Muggle families, and they always seemed quite chaotic. The decor of this Muggle home also impressed her, simple, elegant, and meticulous. Mr. Hall stood up to greet her, and Professor McGonagall returned the gesture gladly. Hello, Professor. I am Eli Hall's father, Ernest Hall, and this is his mother, Doris Hall. Professor McGonagall introduced herself as well. I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall. Mr. Hall smiled and nodded. Eli was used to his parents' sudden seriousness. Professor McGonagall, since this is our first encounter with your magic school, could you please introduce it to us? For example, what about the faculty? Professor McGonagall smiled. In terms of faculty strength, who could possibly rival Hogwarts? The headmaster is the greatest white wizard of this century, and among the professors are the contemporary masters of dueling, potion-making, transfiguration, and herbology. With such a lineup, who could possibly compete? After Professor McGonagall's introduction, the Hall couple gained a certain understanding of the magic school. At least from the titles of so many professors, it should not be lacking. Mr. Hall stated seriously, Professor McGonagall, forgive my rudeness, but could you demonstrate some magic for us? Professor McGonagall gladly accepted. In fact, this request was basically standard for Muggle families. She took out a slender wand and pointed it at the vase on the table. Eli could clearly sense a delicate magical aura emanating from Professor McGonagall's wand, enveloping the vase like mercury. The vase transformed, ultimately becoming a white cat proudly arching its back with a lively demeanor. Although they had seen Ellis magic yesterday, witnessing such intricacy today left them somewhat incredulous. However, their excellent upbringing kept them composed. It must be said that compared to the other chaotic Muggle families, the Hall family was a breath of fresh air. Once a Muggle even fainted in shock, and after being saved by one of her spells insisted she was a devil. Of course, how could a professor be rough with the parents of students? Just a forgetting charm. I think you two should prepare Ellis school supplies as soon as possible. The list is... Professor McGonagall reminded them. Of course, it's just that we really don't know how to get to Diagon Alley. Could you perhaps... Professor McGonagall gladly accepted. They agreed on a time for the next day. Soon the agreed time and place arrived. Eli, have you seen that leaky cauldron? Mrs. Hall looked around but couldn't find it. Mrs. Hall naturally couldn't find it because the leaky cauldron was under a Muggler-repelling charm, causing all passing Muggles to subconsciously overlook it. Eli led his parents to the door of the pub and pushed it open. Oh, why didn't I notice this pub earlier? Mrs. Hall exclaimed in surprise. The leaky cauldron was filled with wizards who unconsciously turned to look at the few who had suddenly entered. By their attire, it was evident that these were likely young wizards from Muggle backgrounds attending Hogwarts. The group met up with Professor McGonagall in the pub. The professor tapped her wand on the wall a few times, causing the bricks to retract and open. A world resembling a hidden paradise appeared before them. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The Hall family was clearly captivated by Diagon Alley's unique style. The alley seemed a bit cramped, bustling with people dressed in various wizarding outfits. The shops on either side were distinct in style. I suggest we first go to Madame Malkin's to order school robes, but before that we need to exchange some Muggle money for galleons at Gringotts, as Muggle money is not valid here. Gringotts was a crooked-looking white building, and all the staff inside were short goblins. The Hall couple exchanged a considerable amount of galleons for Eli. As they exited, Mr. Hall was still marveling at the bizarre exchange rate of wizarding currency. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, or 29 nuts. After ordering a set of school robes for Eli, Professor McGonagall suggested they split up. She and the Halls would buy cauldrons and other supplies, while Eli would go to Ollivander's to buy his wand. This idea was exactly what Eli wanted. He arrived at the wand shop alone. The sign read, Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 B.C. Oh, a new student from Hogwarts. A silver-haired old man suddenly appeared. This old man is so mysterious, he walks without making a sound, Eli thought to himself. Ollivander looked at Ella's face and fell into deep thought. In fact, if I remember correctly, you remind me of an old customer. I remember every customer who comes to my shop. May I ask who your ancestor is? Ollivander looked at Eli with a curious expression. Ella's heart skipped a beat. He almost forgot about this bug-like old man. His memory was astonishingly good. No matter how far back a customer was, he could accurately recall the details of the wands sold to them. To be precise, he remembered the wands that were sold. With Eli's face resembling Lily's to a considerable extent, it was bound to remind him of someone. He quickly explained, "Sir, I come from a Muggle family." Ollivander paused, then said somewhat apologetically, "Oh, sorry, it seems I was mistaken." He then turned to fetch a soft tape measure, but the doubt on his face did not dissipate. The tape measure seemed to have a life of its own, measuring Ella's body. Eli couldn't help but wonder why measuring his dimensions was necessary for buying a wand. "As I grow, the measurements will change, right?" "I don't quite understand, sir. Why do you need to take measurements?" Ollivander replied without looking up, "It's for good luck." "So impressive." "Huh? What did you say?" "It's for—" Ollivander turned and retrieved a wand. Eli was quite sure he saw a glint of cunning in his eyes. "I didn't expect to be shown up by this guy." Eli didn't want to ask any more questions lest he be further outsmarted by this peculiar old man. Applewood dragon heartstring, 13 inches, very powerful, but unsuitable for dark magic. "Give it a try." Eli took the wand and waved it gently. Boom. A powerful shockwave suddenly struck the nearby counter, shattering it to pieces. "Oh!" Eli looked at the wand with shining eyes. Ollivander appeared somewhat dazed. "Oh, unsuitable, unsuitable. We should try another one." However, Eli had a different thought. Goodness, with such power from just a wave, wouldn't that make him invincible, and then he wouldn't have to fear Voldemort at all. He gazed at Ollivander with bright eyes as if saying, "Boss, I want this one." Ollivander looked at Eli with a rather displeased expression. His meaning was quite clear. "No, you don't want that." Realizing Ollivander's intention, Eli could only return the wand with an awkward smile. Ollivander brought out another wand, willow unicorn hair, 12 inches, very suitable for transfiguration. Eli took it and pointed it at a lamp flickering with fire. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the tiny flame that was the size of a peanut flared up as if gasoline had been added, burning wildly. "Oh no, definitely not this one." Ollivander took the wand back, not caring about Eli's disappointed expression. The boxes on the side continued to pile higher, and the sweat on Ollivander's forehead increased. He had never encountered such a rude customer. Each wand in his hands seemed extraordinarily agitated, displaying immense power. "Perhaps we can try that one." He seemed to recall something and sprinted to the back of the shop. After a while, Ollivander mysteriously opened a box. Elder with thestral tail hair, 13 and a half. An odd combination, extremely peculiar and very ominous. Eli was baffled by the old man's sudden cryptic words. Oh, was he trying to harm him? Ollivander did not take out the wand, but handed the whole box to Eli. Eli took the wand with an odd expression, feeling nothing particularly special. A wave of ethereal light emanated from him, and both the magic and the wand trembled, gradually forming a resonance. A wave pulsed from the wand, causing Ollivander to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Eli felt as if this wand was connected to his very soul, like an extension of his arm. "I think this is it." Ollivander hesitated before making a call. "Thank you for your trouble today." Eli felt a bit apologetic as he had practically redecorated Ollivander's shop. "It's no trouble, child. It happens often." 7 galleons, thank you for your patronage." Ollivander said it was no trouble, but as he caught sight of the mess, his eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Eli paid the galleons cheerfully and took his leave. "Child, remember, the wand chooses the wizard." Eli smiled and did not object. After all, that was how it was portrayed in the films. He left the shop. Ollivander murmured, "Master the power of death." "Oh, Merlin's pants." Eli encountered the Holts, who arrived empty-handed. Professor McGonagall suddenly received urgent news and departed hastily. The Holts did not consider her departure impolite. She had gifted them a small bag. Undetectable extension charm. Eli stared in astonishment at the compact pouch resting in his palm. Upon opening it, he discovered an interior space far vaster than its exterior suggested. Though no larger than a human hand, the bag contained an interior volume rivaling several full-sized wardrobes. "We've never encountered this charm before, but it's utterly extraordinary, like spatial technology." Watching his father's barely concealed excitement, Eli inwardly sighed. Truly, men remain boys at heart until their final breath. Who could resist a pouch that seemingly defied dimensional logic? Indeed, Professor McGonagall's generosity was remarkable. Drawing upon Voldemort's memories embedded in his mind, Eli knew such enchanted items, especially those bearing the undetectable extension charm, commanded exorbitant prices. And to extend a palm-sized pouch to the capacity of multiple wardrobes, that demanded exceptional mastery. Eli quietly resolved to remember McGonagall's kindness. What else do we need? An owl for sending letters, and perhaps a pet. Mrs. Holt consulted their list, and the 3 of them headed toward the Owl Emporium. Elop's Owl Emporium bustled with cages of every shape and size. Even from afar, the cacophony of hoots, screeches, and flapping wings filled the air. Young witches and wizards thronged the shop, most accompanied by their parents. Owls were a quintessential feature of British wizarding culture, traditionally employed as messengers across the magical community. Magical owls differed fundamentally from their mundane kin. Imbued with arcane bloodlines, they possessed innate name-seeking magic, enabling them to locate recipients solely by name. Thus an owl was as indispensable to every British witch or wizard as a mobile phone is to muggles. With little deliberation, they selected a particularly alert young specimen, a sleek black owl. They named him Chevrolet. "Eli, would you like a pet of your own?" Mrs. Holt asked. At the mention of pets, Eli recalled Ron's rat Scabbers and Hermione's majestic cat Crookshanks. A companion would indeed bring joy. They next made their way to the Magical Menagerie, a specialty shop devoted exclusively to magical creatures. The moment they stepped inside, a pungent melange of animal droppings assaulted their senses. "Oh, they really ought to clean this place." Mrs. Holt pinched her nose shut. Eli observed the menagerie with quiet fascination. Near the entrance, a diminutive pug sat dazed in its cage, gazing blankly at newcomers. Eli regarded it with undisguised disdain. Its vacant expression reminded him of a certain dim-witted dog belonging to a Hogwarts keykeeper. Deeper inside, increasingly bizarre creatures captured visitors' attention. Girls clustered around the pygmy puff counter, fluffy, docile, and irresistibly endearing. Soon they reached the reptile section, a domain of lizards and serpents one many patrons avoided entirely. "Hungry, hungry, hungry." A repetitive sibilant voice echoed into Eli's ears. He glanced. It bore no resemblance to any known tongue, more akin to the hissing of snakes. Yet its meaning resonated with perfect clarity in his mind. He said nothing, merely scanning the area unobtrusively for its source. After all, hearing voices no one else could perceive was seldom considered auspicious, even in the wizarding world. He halted before a small black serpent. The voice emanated unmistakably from it. "Are you speaking?" Eli attempted to address it, only to emit a low serpentine hiss. He fell silent at once. This was no gift to boast of. Those capable of conversing with snakes were known as parselmouths, a rare and often feared ability. The earliest recorded parselmouth was the infamous Herpo the Foul, an ancient and profoundly dangerous. Later came another renowned parselmouth, Salazar Slytherin, one of Hogwarts' 4 founders and first head of Slytherin House. Like Herpo, Slytherin was a formidable dark wizard, ranked among the 4 most powerful sorcerers of his age alongside his fellow founders. The most recent parselmouth was universally known, yet rarely named aloud. His name was Voldemort. As Slytherin's last known heir, Voldemort inherited the parselmouth trait through bloodline. Eli too had become a parselmouth. For a simple reason, he had absorbed a fragment of Voldemort's soul, inheriting not only his memories, but also this singular gift. Harry Potter likewise carried a soul fragment, and thus shared the same ability. Eli had no intention of revealing this truth. Doing so would invite perilous complications. The little black snake understood Eli's question and nodded once, then resumed its plaintive chant, "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Eli instantly resolved to take it home. Though the Holts found the idea of a serpent as a pet somewhat unsettling, they respected Eli's autonomy and hoped this small companion would ease his solitude at Hogwarts. The shopkeeper retrieved the serpent's cage and offered an enthusiastic introduction. "It's been here some time, far livelier than the other hatchlings." "Have you fed it?" Eli asked. The shopkeeper declared confidently, "Oh, absolutely. We treat every creature with utmost care." Eli turned to the serpent. "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Eli fell silent. He saw no point in debating the matter, and instead asked, "What is its name?" "Ress, we call it Ress." Eli blinked. "Dog egg." "Right then, dog egg it is." The shopkeeper hesitated, attempting to correct him. "No, actually it's Ress, dog egg." "I know. Come on, little dog egg, let's go home with brother." 10 galleons, please, and thank you for your patronage." The shop included a small supply of dried treats, rodent jerky among them. On their way home, Eli murmured softly to his new pet, "Little one, your name is Dog Egg. Do you hear me? Now tell me, what is your name?" "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Eli paused. He offered a strip of jerky, and immediately heard, "Dog egg, dog egg, dog egg." Just as a few people were preparing to leave, Eli suddenly made a request. "What? No, I will not agree." Mrs. Hall appeared somewhat agitated, clearly disapproving of Ella's request. Mr. Hall, who was beside her, furrowed his brow seriously, looking quite conflicted. "Eli, can you tell us why you want to stay here?" Mr. Hall thought for a moment and finally organized his thoughts into a calm-sounding statement. Eli awkwardly averted his gaze, fully aware that the 2 elders would likely not agree. He just didn't expect such a strong reaction from his mother. Earlier, Eli had proposed that he wished to stay at the Leaky Cauldron before school started. This proposal nearly made Mrs. Hall grab his ear in excitement. Of course, Eli was not making this request on a whim. As a transmigrator, he was aware of the general direction of the plot. At the same time, he also understood the terrifying dangers he would soon face. In the original story, Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the century, even perished during the turmoil instigated by Voldemort. Hogwarts students suffered heavy casualties. Even the Muggle world would be affected. One could say that as long as he was a wizard and remained in England, he would never be safe. Moreover, he had a particularly special background. He was Harry Potter's younger brother. This was a character that had never existed in the original work. Perhaps the butterfly effect caused by his presence had altered some of the plot. Because of this, he was unsure just how much the subsequent events would change. If the changes were too significant, he would lose the only advantage he had as a transmigrator. Voldemort would not let him go, for he was a member of the Potter family, the brother of the Chosen One. Eventually, Dumbledore would learn of his background. Before a wizard of such legendary stature, any lies would be futile. He would undoubtedly be drawn into this turmoil. For the sake of the Halls who raised him for his rebirth, for his brother Harry Potter, and for the little Potter who helped him survive, he had to stay alive. He must kill Voldemort before he could harm those people. Killing one of the most dangerous dark wizards in history was no easy task, even if he was among them. There was far too much he needed to prepare. He had to possess strong magical power before Voldemort regained his strength. In addition, he needed sufficient magical resources which would help him become powerful. This would also grant him a certain degree of influence in the magical world. This, to some extent, would also weaken Voldemort's power. After all, many of his Death Eater subordinates belonged to traditional wizarding families. He possessed a unique talent, and he could guarantee that even the Voldemort of old couldn't compare to him. Therefore, what he lacked was time. Even the month before school started, he wanted to make good use of it. However, according to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, young wizards were not allowed to cast spells in the Muggle world. This effectively restricted wizards from Muggle backgrounds. He was one of them. If he stayed at home, he would waste an entire month. The loss of time made him feel uneasy. So even knowing that this would meet with opposition from the Halls, he had to give it a shot. Dad, Mom, please listen to me. I know this request may seem absurd, but I hope you can support me. I want to make use of this month, but I can't practice magic in the world of ordinary people. You know, I don't want to fall behind. I don't want to be left too far behind by those young wizards from wizarding families, so I beg you. Mrs. Hall turned her head away, unable to bear it after hearing this. Mr. Hall's frown deepened. Eli rarely made such serious requests to them, but this one made it difficult for them to feel at ease. Of course they understood Ellis' ambition. He had always been like this since childhood. This child had always behaved like a little adult, and they never underestimated him. After what seemed like a tough decision, Mr. Hall finally made up his mind. He looked seriously into Ellis' green eyes. Eli, I agree to your request, but I hope you can promise to ensure your safety. Mrs. Hall glanced at her husband, ultimately not stopping him, but she continued to urge Eli to be careful. Eli saw the elders off from the pub and promised to report his safety daily. Watching them get into the car, he then entered the pub. He asked the owner Tom for a room and followed him upstairs. The upstairs was completely different from downstairs. It was surprisingly clean and tidy. Each door had a brass plate hanging on it. Mr. Tom brought Eli to room 12, which would be Ellis' residence for the next month. The room was very clean and bright, with oak furniture neatly arranged. Eli was quite satisfied with this room. He let Dog Egg out to roam around. This little fellow was somewhat of a sycophant. Ever since Eli fed him, he had been obedient to Eli. He pulled out the textbooks he would need for school and picked out standard spellbook beginner level. In his memories of Voldemort, there was a wealth of spell knowledge. However, almost 99% of it consisted of powerful dark magic. If he didn't want to destroy the room and incur a hefty fine or be harmed by spell backlash, it was better not to try recklessly. Finding one or two simple spells from his vast memories was no easy task, so he chose to read the textbook. The simplest and most basic one was the light spell. The spell was Lumos, producing a flickering glow. Its function was to emit light from the tip of the wand by channeling magical power. It was quite straightforward. Such a minor spell, isn't it a piece of cake? He cleared his throat and seriously waved his wand according to the gestures in the book. Lumos. Buzz. A blinding light suddenly erupted from the crack of the door. The intense glare nearly blinded him. Dog Egg, who had been leisurely strolling around, scampered to a corner and trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Shepherd, who was trapped in a cage with nowhere to escape, was now barking angrily at Eli. Suddenly, there was a series of urgent knocks at the door. Eli rubbed his eyes and opened the door, and it was none other than Mr. Tom. At that moment, Mr. Tom appeared somewhat anxious, sporting a receding hairline. He nervously peered into the room, relieved to find no signs of damage. Merlin's beard, was there a battle in your room just now? Eli awkwardly smiled at Tom, but his eyes were still somewhat blurry. No, I was just practicing spells. Consider it a pre-class review. Mr. Tom's expression improved slightly. What were you practicing? The light spell. Mr. Tom suddenly looked at Eli with a strange expression, as if to say, are you joking with me? Whose light spell makes such a racket? If you hadn't told me, I would have thought Muggles were attacking. Seeing Tom's obviously doubtful gaze, Eli helplessly shrugged. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it for you. Of course, if necessary, I can also provide some pointers. This time Eli closed his eyes in advance, and even covered one hand. Tom sneered, thinking how much commotion can a little kid make. He allowed Eli to perform with great interest. Still the same spell, still the same effect. Lumos. Off. My eyes. Eli opened one hand, slightly peeking through. Mister. Tom covered his eyes in pain and bent down. Looking at Tom's shiny bald head, Eli couldn't help but think the effect this time should be particularly good. A few waiters came up from below and used healing spells to restore Mr. Tom's eyes. Eli awkwardly smiled from the side. Fortunately, Mr. Tom was generous enough not to pursue the matter, only reminding him a few more times. Eli obediently saw Mr. Tom off. Until he went downstairs, Eli could still see Tom muttering to himself. Despite encountering some difficulties at the beginning, the undaunted Eli firmly believed that he could master a few spells. For several days he confined himself to his room. Besides the timely delivery of meals by the waiter, Eli hardly ventured outside. Glow flicker. The wand finally emitted a stable and gentle glow. Ellis' heart rejoiced as he attempted to increase his magical output, causing the glow to gradually intensify. He restrained his urge to cheer and waved his wand to extinguish the light. He succeeded. Of course, his exhilaration was not merely due to mastering this single spell, but because he could finally control his magic quite well. The illumination spell itself was quite simple, and for Eli there was no need for deliberate practice. His magical energy was sufficient to support the casting of many spells. In other words, while many young wizards were still learning how to release their magical energy to cast spells, he could probably succeed by simply reciting the incantation. However, both his success and failure stemmed from his magical energy. The greatest challenge he currently faced was the overwhelming power of his magic. Magic is essentially a scientific endeavor. Although it may sound peculiar, that is the truth. To successfully cast a spell rather than merely triggering it, one must truly understand the composition of that spell. In other words, magical energy is just the foundation for casting spells. To control his spells, he also needs to rely on his intellect. Magic is quite idealistic. This was confirmed during Ellis' exploration over the past few days. Initially, he simply wanted to release the illumination spell. Subconsciously, he thought about reciting an incantation, and then there would be light. As expected, his magical energy surged uncontrollably, resulting in a loss of control over the spell, almost blinding both him and Mr. Tom. While practicing, he constantly focused on releasing the illumination spell steadily. It proved that the stronger his intention, the more his spell aligned with his desires. In the end, he was even able to freely control the magnitude of his magical output. This was indeed a cause for celebration. This was also his greatest achievement over the past few days. With such a foundation, he would find it easier to learn other spells in the future. Returning to the topic of magical energy, its quantity and strength can significantly indicate a wizard's talent. To cast a large-scale spell, an abundance of magical energy is required. The same spell, when powered by different amounts of magical energy, will yield different effects. However, to this day, wizards have yet to discover a method to accelerate the growth of their magical energy. A wizard's magical energy can only increase with age. Eli found this somewhat hard to accept. Haven't wizards invented any methods to enhance their abilities? Looking at the Huan nation from his past life, every cultivator in novels could enhance their abilities through cultivation methods. Was there no meditation technique? Eli indeed tried many so-called meditations. They proved to be utterly useless. It was reasonable wizards weren't foolish, and whatever Eli could think of they might have already experimented with. Eli had no choice but to abandon his search for methods to increase his magical energy. However, it was certain that releasing a large amount of magical energy during growth could indeed stimulate its growth. Though crude, it was the only method. However, the issue he faced now was not a lack of magical energy, but an excess that was difficult to control. Young wizards often experience magical surges which occur because children are too immature to constrain the magical energy within them. According to Voldemort's memories, the soul is the key to controlling magical energy. The more powerful a wizard is, the stronger their soul must be. Thanks to the fragments of Harry Potter and Voldemort's soul, Ellis' soul far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. However, correspondingly, his magical energy also far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. His current magical energy might not be much less than that of the professors at the academy. This posed a burden on his soul. Thus, even though a magical explosion had not occurred, there would still be instances of uncontrollable spells. If his soul's growth could not keep up with the growth of his magical energy in the future, he might face danger. A magical explosion can easily destroy one's physical body. This could be considered a hidden danger. Fortunately, Voldemort's memories contain some methods for cultivating the soul, which he planned to try in the future. It must be said that Voldemort's research in the area of souls is unparalleled. Even Dumbledore cannot compare. This is a good thing for Eli. Therefore, Eli now had several tasks: to study Voldemort's memories and find ways to enhance his soul, to diligently train his control over magical energy, and improve his spellcasting abilities. Additionally, there was another foundational task for Ella's future development. That is to earn money. Not pounds, but wizarding galleons. The Hua Nation summarized the 4 essential elements of cultivation: wealth, partner, method, and environment. This applies equally in the magical realm. Without wealth, he would lack the funds to support his more resource-intensive magical experiments. If he wanted to brew some potions, that would also require money, wouldn't it? Speaking of potions, this was precisely how Eli thought of making money. He had visited the potion shop these days. It could also be regarded as a market survey. He discovered that the biggest problem in the wizarding potion market is that all existing potions are manually prepared by potion masters. This has led to a severe shortage in the potion market, with prices being exorbitantly high. It is often said that potion masters are wealthy individuals, and this is certainly not without merit. For Eli, this is a business opportunity. Coming from the Muggle world, he has quite a knack for solving production issues. What if there is insufficient supply of potions? When it comes to large-scale production, one must mention assembly lines. This is the magic weapon for product manufacturing in the Muggle world. An assembly line can not only greatly increase production speed, but also solve technical difficulty issues. Complete potion making requires the expertise of a potion master. He certainly cannot afford to hire potion masters. But if he divides the potion-making process into several procedures, then a single workstation might only need to chop the ingredients or add them in proportion. This perfectly resolves the technical issue. Moreover, running a potion assembly line factory in the magical realm might not even require him to recruit assembly line workers. When faced with indecision, use magic. Why not create a few automatons with magic to handle simple repetitive tasks? This is what is called fully automated mechanical production in the Muggle world. Imagine when his potion factory is established, a large volume of potions will continuously flood the market. He could dominate the potion industry in a short time. When someone is ill, they need potions, right? When injured, they need potions, right? Even magical experiments might consume potions, right? As long as he controls the potion market, he wields immense power. Of course, all of this is still just speculation. Magical automatons might involve alchemy and transfiguration, and he still needs to enhance his strength to protect his enterprise. Thus, a heavy burden lies ahead. Knowledge is power. Yujia Dil Weiyao saw as Eli gently lifted his magic wand. The textbooks on the table began to float slowly, as if being lifted by an invisible hand. With a wave of his wand, he pointed at the doorway, and the books immediately floated over. With another wave, they floated back again. The wand fell, and the textbooks settled steadily back on the table. "Hello, guest of room 12, your breakfast." A knock came from the door. "Arahokado." Eli sat at the table, tapping his wand lightly, causing the door to open automatically. The waiter stood at the door with a tray. Upon seeing him, Eli subtly pursed his lips. This guy always asked for tips when delivering meals, and he had no idea how much he had been extorted. Eli still didn't move. With another tap of his wand, the food on the tray floated in. The waiter wore a flattering expression. "Oh, what a spectacular spell. You see." Bang. Before the waiter could utter the word tip, Eli waved his wand, and the door closed. The waiter outside narrowly avoided a hit to the nose, his mustache bristling with anger, storming off with the tray in a huff. Eli had no mind to concern himself with the waiter's psychological state. His funds were quite tight. Where would he find money for tips? Noble demeanor. "Sorry, none here. If you want to know where the money has gone." Eli glanced at the pile of potion waste in the corner, and a blown-up cauldron twitching the corner of his mouth. Recently, aside from diligently practicing magic, he had also been quietly studying potion knowledge. This was crucial for his future wealth, and he couldn't afford to take it lightly. Learning potion making required hands-on experimentation, which would invariably result in losses. In the beginning, it was especially severe. He had made numerous mistakes, even blowing up a cauldron once. However, after days of experimentation, Eli had also made some progress. Most potions were akin to performing chemical experiments. As long as one pays attention to the dosage and heating levels, even a Muggle could succeed. Only a few potions required magical assistance. However, in the wizarding world, there were potion masters, while in the human realm, there had never been a master of potion making. This was entirely because potions, unlike ordinary medicines, possessed magical properties. Existing potion recipes were the safest and most reliable preparation methods summarized by wizards over thousands of years. Simply memorizing the recipes would only make one an ordinary potion maker. Only by deeply understanding the principles of each potion and the magical properties of each herb could one be called a master of potions. An excellent potion maker can keenly sense the magical fluctuations of potions during preparation and can master these fluctuations through refining techniques. Every potion master has their own views on potions. Of course, this is a tangent. Even the simplest compound tincture does not require overly complicated techniques, nor does it require magical power. The main factor affecting the efficacy of ordinary potions is the ratio of the ingredients. Eli had complained about the potion textbooks in the wizarding world more than once. What is a little, a lot, a few drops? How imprecise can it be? As a time traveler educated in full high school chemistry in his past life, Eli insisted on precision. For this reason, he even requested a set of chemistry apparatus in his letter home. Although the Hall couple didn't understand the relationship between magic and chemistry, they supported Eli's studies and sent over a set of high-end chemistry apparatus without a second thought. Thus, in a wizarding bar, a young wizard was using scientific measuring cups, beakers, and glass rods to brew. This was simply at odds with how his mother had opened the door, completely out of place. However, this method proved to be highly effective. Through repeated experiments to determine the optimal ingredient ratios, Eli discovered many precise potion formulas. This could be considered a unique secret recipe. Potions brewed with precise methods indeed exceeded the effects described in textbooks. This demonstrated that Ellis' ideas were entirely correct. Currently, the potion Eli was brewing was called the Necromancer's Elixir. Doesn't that name sound like poison? Indeed, it was poison, and a very toxic and peculiar kind at that. What was Eli brewing poison for? To poison Tom, take over the bar, and then abscond with the funds? Of course not. He was brewing this poison to sell. Recent potion experiments had caused his funds to become quite strained. Wizards from the Muggle world could only exchange a limited amount of money each year. The Hall couple had already given him the amount he could exchange for the year. Yet within less than a month it had run dry. One must say that engaging in research truly burned money. If Eli had no income soon, he would end up sleeping on the streets before school started. Then he would have to return home to face a good beating. Reluctantly, Eli decided to brew potions to make money. But why choose poison? Because he intended to sell it in Nocturne Alley where dark wizards prowled. It wasn't that he sought thrills by going to that cursed place, but rather because the potion shops in Diagon Alley simply wouldn't accept his potions. Even if he presented finely brewed high-quality potions, the response was merely cold. We have our own potion. Eli swore angrily, once I establish a potion factory, I will make sure competitors understand what cruelty truly is. The Necromancer's Elixir was something he found in Voldemort's memories. It specifically affected the soul. Its effects were potent, and the formula was not widely known. Currently, very few people were aware of the recipe. More importantly, this poison was relatively easy to brew and low cost, though the materials were quite obscure. The formula was known to more than just Voldemort, and there was no fear of it being discovered. Perfect. However, in pursuit of quality, Eli spent a significant amount of time figuring out whether the dosage of poachy grass juice was 0.2 milliliters or 0.25 milliliters. But it was all worth it because he had successfully brewed a pot of high-quality Necromancer's Elixir. A gentle mist continuously rose, and Eli felt a bit dazed just from the smell. Good stuff. One must know that this was still due to Ellis' strong soul. If it were any other young wizard, they would drop dead just from a whiff. After properly bottling it, he had filled a total of 20 small vials. He hid them in a stealthy, expandable bag. Night soon fell, and no one noticed the little figure cloaked in black face hidden from view. People in the bar were drinking, paying him no mind. However, in Nocturne Alley, there were plenty of shady characters lurking. He walked into the largest shop with a sign that read, Borgin and Burke's Magical Shop. This was a store specializing in various bizarre and even evil magical items. Both the shop and its owner were rather extraordinary. Even Voldemort had worked here as a clerk when he was younger. Although overly mysterious, the reputation of this old establishment should be credible. Eli stepped inside. The interior was very dark, exuding a scent of decay. Numerous terrifying items were displayed on the shelves on both sides. Cursed protein stone necklaces, bloodstained playing cards, and a glass eye that seemed to stare at him. There was also a dried human hand resting on a cushion. The hand of glory kept in a glass case. Light a candle on it, and it will only illuminate for the holder, a great help for thieves. The masked little figure. A hunched man appeared at the counter, repeatedly combing his greasy hair back from his face. His voice was as greasy as his hair. A good item, but I probably won't have use for it. Eli replied nonchalantly. The eerie atmosphere made him very uncomfortable on his first visit. The man turned around. Oh, it seems you're not a thief, but a customer. Eli walked to the counter and placed a vial of Necromancer's Elixir on it. What do you think this is worth? His voice was somewhat hoarse, having consumed a specific potion to conceal his identity. The man's expression immediately fell. So you're not a customer, but a robber. He took out a strange wand and examined the vial on the table before picking it up to inspect. After opening the vial and taking a gentle whiff, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, quickly masked again. However, Eli noticed it. He quickly replaced the cork, but kept the vial firmly in his hand. 100 galleons. Eli frowned. That damned profiteer. He had learned the prices from Voldemort's memories. Eli deliberately scoffed. Sir must be joking. If you really can't produce enough galleons, how about buying a compound? The man's face turned ugly at once. 150 galleons. Eli chuckled. The man's expression darkened further, but he couldn't do anything to this damned robber, especially since he could produce the Necromancer's Elixir. Then how much do you want? Eli replied casually, 500. The man's mouth twitched sharply. This guy was even greedier than him. 200. For 100, I have only a few vials left. The man gritted his teeth, wishing he could cast a curse on this damned little figure. 300. He'll take all you have. Eli couldn't help but smile slightly. Deal. He then began pulling vials out of his pocket by the handful. With each handful, the man's face darkened further. A total of 20 vials, you can count them. The man shot Eli a few angry glances before turning to fetch a bag. Reluctantly, he placed it on the counter. You certainly have good means. Eli smiled lightly, treating it as a compliment. He also took out his wand and checked the bag before opening it to count. Finally, the man snapped, no need to count. 6,000 galleons, not a single canute less. I Borgin have this much credibility. Eli chuckled lightly. Indeed, not a single canute less, thank you, Mr. Borgin. Let's collaborate again next time. Then he turned and left. Once Eli had left, the man quickly concealed his expression, revealing a cold smile. Whose little wizard is selling the necromancer's elixir? He chuckled darkly. The laughter sounded somewhat terrifying in the dim environment. He turned around and vanished into the darkness. Eli walked anxiously through the dimly lit upside-down alley. He was currently clutching 6,000 galleons, which made him a prime target. As the saying goes, what one fears most often comes to pass. Suddenly a shadow sprang from the corner, pinning the unsuspecting Eli against the wall. This person looked like they had done this kind of thing many times before, expertly controlling Ila's hand as he reached for. He was a middle-aged man with thinning hair, a mouth full of rotten teeth, and an inexplicable odor that mixed with salt. He growled at Eli, rich little squirt, I can hear your purse jingling, hand it over. The stench from his mouth nearly suffocated Eli. Eli desperately thought of a way to escape. But with the body of a child, how could he possibly match up to an adult? His mind was in a frenzy, completely failing to conjure a useful spell. The man produced a wand and pressed it against Ila's neck. Come, let me cast a curse on you. Once you're dead, your money will naturally become mine. He seemed somewhat dazed, acting wildly. Eli instantly felt a surge of terror. The man began to chant a spell, and Eli could even feel the magical energy gathering at the tip of the wand. Avada, the killing curse. Upon hearing the first few syllables, Eli began to struggle wildly. The killing curse meant certain death. The shadow of death immediately enveloped him, the lethal aura emanating from the wand, making it hard for him to breathe. He even hazily recalled the ghastly green light that illuminated the night and heard a woman scream. No. All he wanted was to return to the leaky cauldron where someone could save him. Suddenly a series of crackling sounds erupted, followed by a strong pulling sensation. He felt as if his body was being stretched infinitely. The strange sensation vanished, replaced by the sounds of a crowd drinking and shouting along with a scream. The patrons at the leaky cauldron fell silent, all staring at the two who had suddenly appeared. Oh, that's Oculos. The Ministry of Magic is after him. He's killed quite a few people. Eli looked around in confusion, wondering how he had suddenly returned here. He then noticed the black wizard on the ground groaning in pain, and the threat of death flooded back into his mind. Grabbing his wand, a furious Eli unleashed a spell at him. Petrificus Totalis. A thick gray beam struck the black wizard on the ground. He instantly froze his body, taking on stone-like characteristics. Eli immediately turned and ran upstairs. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The wizards only saw the black-robed figure casting a petrification spell on the man on the ground before fleeing. The patrons stood dumbfounded for a moment before erupting into loud discussions. Who do you think that was? Who else could it be but an aura? Why would an aura run away? Well, Mr. Tom quickly gathered the staff around him. After inspecting the black wizard on the ground, he exclaimed, oh, he was hit by such a powerful petrification spell. Oh, I've never heard of a spell that can actually turn someone to stone, and he even disintegrated while operating. The staff immediately felt sorry for the guy. Mr. Tom gave him a shove. Stop dawdling. Quickly notify the auras. Then they went upstairs as that black-robed fellow had just run up. Eli hurried back to his room and immediately locked. He removed all traces of himself, including that black robe. Then he lay on the bed pretending to sleep. After a while, there was indeed a knock at the door. Eli, dressed in his pajamas, feigned sleepiness as he opened the door to find Mr. Tom and a group of staff blocking the corridor. How's the child? Did anything happen? Eli rubbed his eyes. I've been sleeping and nothing should have happened. Mr. Tom nodded, and after giving a few instructions left. Of course, he had no doubts that the black-robed figure was Eli, who had yet to start school. The knock was just to confirm his safety. Back on his bed, Eli's eyes were wide open, and his rapidly rising chest indicated he was not at ease. The events that had just transpired replayed in his mind. He had almost met his end under the killing curse. But why in the end? He couldn't understand why he had ended up at the leaky cauldron. Suddenly, he recalled that the night of his crossing, he should have been in the potter's room with Harry, but had ended up in the wild. Eli pondered the mystery, but no answers came. He simply closed his eyes, feeling the pouch of gold in his hands. Everything else is just fluff. Oh, only the galleons are real. The Daily Prophet immediately reported on the events of that night. An unidentified black-robed figure suddenly appeared at the leaky cauldron with the Ministry of Magic's wanted criminal Oculos cast a petrification curse on him and then fled. In no time this bizarre news became a topic of conversation among wizards. After a while the Ministry of Magic suddenly released a statement saying that the black-robed figure was an Auror and that Oculos was apprehended by the Ministry as per the law. As for why the Auror fled, it was because there were other urgent matters to attend to. Eli scoffed when he read this. The Ministry of Magic is inept at handling affairs, but excels at taking credit. Of course he can't tell anyone he is the black-robed figure. Whether anyone believes him is one thing, it would also bring trouble. Naturally people didn't believe the Ministry's explanation, and the newspapers published doubts demanding that the Ministry bring out Oculos for a face-to-face confrontation. The Ministry was at a loss for words, dismissing it with the excuse that it was not suitable for him to appear during the interrogation. The Ministry began to quarrel with the media again, which became the reason for people to buy newspapers during this period. They just wanted to stay informed. As time flew by, the start of school approached. Eli also ended his rigorous training early and returned home for a few days. On September 1st, the Hall family arrived at the station. After bidding farewell to his parents, Eli vanished between the columns of Platform 9 and Platform 10. Arriving at Platform 9 and 3/4, which was crowded with people, young wizards were saying goodbye to their parents. Eli's luggage was all in a magically concealed bag, leaving his hands free and leisurely. Once aboard the train, he began searching for that familiar figure. Knock, knock, knock. Eli tapped on the compartment door, and the slender boy with black hair inside noticed him at the door. Eli. Harry's green eyes were filled with disbelief. This was undoubtedly an incredible encounter in an unexpected place. Eli entered the compartment, finding only Harry inside. It seemed the trio had not yet met. Harry, clearly still in shock, asked Eli, "You're also a wizard?" As soon as he finished speaking, Harry felt his question was somewhat redundant. Eli smiled. "I didn't expect to meet you either, but isn't fate wonderfully unpredictable?" The two sat together and chatted like long-lost friends. Looking at Harry's familiar face, Eli couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. Perhaps this was the power of bloodline. "Excuse me, can I come in? All the other places are taken," a shy red-headed boy at the door asked. Feeling as though he had interrupted their lively conversation, he became even more self-conscious when they looked at him. "Of course, come in." As soon as Eli saw that iconic red hair, he recognized one of the trio, Ron Weasley. Hello, I'm Ron Weasley." The two also introduced themselves. When Ron mentioned Harry, he looked very surprised. You're Harry Potter." Harry, having experienced his fame in the wizarding world, was no longer puzzled. He casually revealed the scar on his forehead. "Cool," Ron exclaimed. At this age, boys were eager to make friends, and the three quickly bonded. Harry and Eli both had a good impression of Ron. Perhaps it was the natural affinity inherited from the Weasley family. While they were happily chatting, a plump lady rolled a snack cart down the aisle. "Need anything?" "No thanks." Ron awkwardly pulled out a squished sandwich. Harry noticed Ron's embarrassment and generously said he'll take everything. Instantly, Eli and Ron shot him envious looks of a broke friend. Eli couldn't help but think, "If I had known, I would have revealed my identity sooner. After all, I am Harry Potter's little brother. It wouldn't be too much to share some of the family fortune, would it?" Eli quickly turned his frustration into motivation and began to feast. Ron suddenly wanted to demonstrate a spell that could turn his fat rat Scabbers yellow. Unfortunately, it failed. Eli patted the rat hidden in his pocket. Suddenly, he remembered that this rat seemed to be a sly villain. What was that spell called? Oh right, it was a highly advanced transformation spell that allows a person to turn into a specific animal. This rat was an animagus. Eli suddenly felt a mischievous idea. Since it was a villain, it shouldn't matter to give it a little twist. "Ron, how about I give it a try?" Ron eagerly agreed, as he was quite fed up with that rat. Eli took out his wand and pointed it gently. The gray fat rat instantly turned a shade of yellow. "Cool." Ron and Harry's eyes sparkled. Where? "Stay low-key." Eli appeared modest, but secretly delighted. A shocked voice interjected, "Silent casting." The group turned to see a disheveled little witch sitting down. Hermione Granger. They all began another round of introductions. When mentioning Harry, Hermione showed surprise. Ron had a very poor impression of this rude girl. Hermione's attention was clearly on Eli. "You were just using silent casting. The book says it's an advanced spell casting technique. Blah blah blah." She was almost identical to her film portrayal except for a pair of prominent front teeth. To put it mildly, she had "I memorized all the books at home, but I'm still worried about keeping up with others." Eli. Clearly, while he was lost and thought Hermione had delivered a lengthy speech. "You see, I was just listening." Eli appeared earnest. The little girl didn't think much of it. "I happen to have learned a few spells." "Sure." Eli readily agreed. It was a small matter. Hermione took out her wand and aimed it at Harry's somewhat battered glasses. "Reparo." A soft sound echoed. Harry instantly felt his vision clear up significantly. After removing his glasses, he found them as good as new. Eli nodded appreciatively. It was quite impressive for a young witch to achieve this level. Hermione looked at Eli with nervous anticipation. Eli immediately replied seriously, "Not bad. I think your spellcasting is quite standard." "Quite standard? Then it's not good enough." "I knew it." Blah blah blah. Seeing Hermione about to start her rambling again, Eli quickly interrupted her. "What were you here for again?" Hermione suddenly recalled something and rushed out. I almost forgot that I need to find Neville's toad. The others in the compartment sighed in relief. Remember to put on your uniforms. Hermione reappeared. Around evening, the train slowly pulled into a small train station that looked somewhat antiquated. Ili. With drowsy eyes, Harry and Ron appeared before him. Have we arrived? Ili rubbed his eyes and yawned, his hair a messy tangle from sleep. Harry and Ron exchanged strange glances at the just awoken Ili. This guy can really sleep too much. They had barely chatted when they saw Ili lying on the seat, already asleep. If it weren't for the sound of snoring, they might have thought he was carsick. Harry caught sight of a large patch on the seat, wet with drool, feeling a bit embarrassed. This guy looked like a noble young master, yet his sleeping posture was so poor, drool everywhere. However, Ili seemed completely unconcerned about it, fixing his hair before standing up. It wasn't that he hadn't slept well, or perhaps it was a talent from his previous life as a citizen of Hogwarts, wanting to sleep the moment he got on the train. Ili maintained this excellent tradition. Don't you guys ever sleep while traveling? Voices of upperclassmen urging them came from outside the train. Everyone hurry up and get off the train. There's a special little elf to help with the luggage. The three of them disembarked. First-year wizards this way. Upon hearing this deep voice, Harry's eyes lit up. Hagrid. Harry grabbed Ili and Ron and ran. Wow. Seeing this giant of a man, Ron swore he was genuinely frightened. Even in the magical world, such size was rare except among giants. Ili took a keen interest in this towering figure. If he had any fondness for characters from his past life's films, Hagrid the Gentle Giant would certainly hold a special place. He was dressed in an oversized, seemingly custom-made leather jacket with somewhat unkempt hair and a full beard, making him look fluffy. A pair of beetle-like eyes shone brightly in the darkness. Hagrid lifted a large lantern, casually greeting Harry and the little wizards, then immediately assumed a serious tone to address the young witches and wizards. It must be said, as an old staff member of Hogwarts, he was quite competent. Ili curiously looked around. It seemed to be a village, but he wondered how far it was from Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade was a village entirely composed of wizards, filled with many wonderful things. A group of first-year wizards dressed in black uniforms followed Hagrid like a bunch of little turnips. Hagrid led everyone to the lakeside, where there were no bridges, just numerous small boats docked. Soon we will row the boats to Hogwarts, just like the four founders did. This is a proud tradition. Hagrid spoke solemnly, passionately, recounting the greatness of the four founders. At the end, he even wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. The three of them listened earnestly, occasionally clapping in response to Hagrid. Around them, they ignited a sporadic. Ili had always been interested in these school legends. Ron, on the other hand, took the opportunity to share some trivia about the four houses. Let me tell you, the four houses at Hogwarts are named after the four founders. My favorite is Gryffindor, where brave people are always welcome. Even Dumbledore came from there. My whole family is Gryffindor. I must be too. Ron spoke proudly as he continued. Harry, upon hearing this, developed an interest in Gryffindor, yet he wore an expression of worry. But what if I can't make it? Having been bullied since childhood, he had always felt inferior. Hearing about how excellent Gryffindor was, he suddenly doubted if he could even get in. Don't worry, if Ron is confident he can get into Gryffindor, why can't you? Ron. Ili consoled him, knowing well that Harry indeed went to Gryffindor. Besides, with Dumbledore around, how could that cunning old man let his savior end up in another house? With that in mind, Ili decided to go to Gryffindor as well, to prevent this seemingly not-so-bright brother from being. Moreover, he himself had a fondness for Gryffindor. Who would refuse a bunch of brave little lions? Suddenly a haughty remark interrupted them. Only noble purebloods can enter the noble Slytherin. The three of them cast dissatisfied glances over. Upon seeing that ostentatious slick-back hairstyle, Ili immediately recognized who it was. Draco Malfoy, born into the ancient pureblood family of Malfoy, had been at odds with Harry ever since his invitation to befriend was ruthlessly rejected, earning him the nickname Arrogant Guy, a standard malicious second male lad. However, Ili always thought of him as just a spoiled brat and annoying little kid. Ron immediately wanted to retort, but Hagrid's urging made him swallow his words. Everyone pay attention. Only 4 people can fit in a boat. If you fall in, I'll have to fish you out, but I've heard there are water demons in the lake. This line left the little wizards stunned. So Hagrid can scare little kids too. Naturally, the three of them shared a boat, along with a little wizard they didn't know. They set off like this, with Hagrid's boat leading the way. As they passed through a tunnel, Hagrid shouted back to the little wizards, "Watch your heads." The little wizards all ducked down, but in reality only Hagrid would hit his head at such a height. Sure enough, someone pointed this out. Ron sat up straight. "No need to duck, you can't hit your head at all, just look. Oh, watch out." Bang. "Oh, my nose." Ron was knocked over by a stone that hung down. Ili stifled a laugh and said, "Yes, I saw it, ha ha ha." Hagrid glanced at the ruckus of the little wizards, pursed his lips. "I told you to duck." Everyone finally arrived. The great hall's doors were closed, and at the entrance stood a tall witch wearing a pointed hat. It was Professor McGonagall. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid handed the little wizards over to Professor McGonagall, exchanged greetings, and left. Professor McGonagall appeared very serious, and the little wizards dared not breathe loudly. Ron was still covering his nose. Professor McGonagall introduced the 4 houses to them before entering the hall to report to Dumbledore. So it's true. The savior Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Malfoy's words stirred a wave of whispers. The little wizards were all shocked that Harry Potter had come too. Malfoy was quite pleased with himself for grabbing the little wizard's attention. He stood before Harry in a pompous manner, extending his hand in a grandiose fashion. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron was amused by his pretentiousness. Hearing a snicker, Malfoy cast an annoyed glance at Ron. After sizing him up, he immediately showed disdain. Red hair, patched old robes, obviously a Weasley. Ron's face turned red with anger at his insulting words. He then looked at Eli, who had a displeased expression beside him. Oh, another redhead, are you a Weasley too? Your robes must have drained your family's savings. Eli, I haven't even spoken yet, and you're already provoking me. Eli had just been thinking about how to retort Malfoy, but unexpectedly he came to him. Insulting his friend, and then he wouldn't hold back. I'm your daddy. What? Malfoy looked astonished, even doubting if he had heard wrong. I said I'm your daddy. Eli generously repeated. The inexperienced Malfoy had never encountered such a response. His pale face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. Just as he was about to curse, Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared behind him with an unfriendly demeanor and patted him. He sulkily stood back. Harry instantly laughed like a one-dimensional dwarf. Eli, I truly didn't disappoint him. Ron was equally excited, thrilled by the retort. The little wizards were led into the great hall where hundreds of older students watched them curiously, making them a bit shy. Ron, did your family tell you how the sorting works? Harry asked quietly. Ron replied with a somewhat uncomfortable expression. I heard from Fred and them that we have to fight a troll. Harry's face turned pale instantly. In front of the teacher's table, a 4-legged stool held a tattered hat that looked like it hadn't been washed in hundreds of years. The wrinkles on the hat formed a mouth. You might think him ugly, but I swear you won't find a second hat as handsome and dashing as I am. The little wizards were instantly captivated by this hat. Professor McGonagall held a piece of parchment. Hannah Abbott, the girl called by name, walked nervously to the front. Sitting on the 4-legged stool, Professor McGonagall placed the hat on her head. Hufflepuff. In less than a minute, the hat announced loudly. A warm applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Harry poked Ron with a strange look. Is that the troll? Ron appeared embarrassed. Damn, Fred, he tricked me again. Hermione Granger. Hermione looked very nervous, taking deep breaths and muttering to herself. Ron quietly remarked to Harry and Eli, I knew she must have some issues. Gryffindor. The little witch ran towards the Gryffindor table looking relaxed. Ron also continued the family tradition by entering Gryffindor. Soon it was Harry's turn. Eli noticed that Dumbledore, seated at the head table, no longer had a leisurely demeanor and straightened up. Eli couldn't help but scoff. Even you old dunghead get nervous sometimes. Seeing Dumbledore's gaze sweep over, he immediately lowered his head, letting his hair cover his face. Can't see me, can't see me. He didn't want to be singled out by Dumbledore. Harry was also nervous, muttering to himself after putting on the hat. Gryffindor, Gryffindor. The hat hesitated. Then, Gryffindor. Harry's face instantly lit up with excitement, and applause erupted from the Gryffindor table. We have Potter. Harry and Ron waved to Eli at the Gryffindor table. Eli remained calm as this sorting hat seemed to... Eli Hall. Finally, it was his turn. He lifted his head, brushed his hair back, and walked forward. Severus Snape at the teacher's table suddenly froze. Professor McGonagall kindly smiled at Eli, having a good impression of this polite little wizard. He put on the hat, and didn't even wait for the sorting hat to speak. No need to think I'm going to Gryffindor. He'll cough if I go somewhere else. The sorting hat was taken aback. It had never seen such a direct little wizard. Although that guy, I haven't forgotten that one's instruction. Slytherin. You. Cough, cough. Eli, thinking he was going to Gryffindor, suddenly choked. Professor McGonagall looked somewhat surprised. Dumbledore's expression changed, and a certain long-haired head of house's eyes lit up. Harry and Ron were both astonished. Eli, with a pale face, walked towards the Slytherin table. Surprisingly, Malfoy was right beside him. You actually think you deserve Slytherin? If you keep talking, I'll give you 2 big slaps. Although he didn't know what that curse was about, Malfoy dared not speak. But his little lackey immediately became displeased, shouting at Eli. If you keep talking, I'll rip your heads off. The 2 fools turned pale. He was in a bad mood. How could I end up in Slytherin? Isn't the sorting hat supposed to be negotiable? Did I open it the wrong way? Damn sorting hat, you can't treat me differently just because I'm not the main character. The food at Hogwarts is excellent. Although it's located in England, they seem to have their own menu. At least Eli didn't see the infamous British dark cuisine, stargazing, on the long table. The little wizards were all devouring their meals, especially the first-year newcomers, who praised Hogwarts food to no end. Only Eli was angrily stabbing the chicken leg on his plate with his fork. Nearby, Malfoy and his lackey were nervously watching as if Ella's fork had stabbed them. They couldn't understand why this strange guy seemed to harbor such anger. But since entering the Great Hall, he had come to realize that this guy was a disaster absolutely not to be provoked. For a moment, the area around Eli sank into a low pressure. He still couldn't figure out why his biological parents, the Potters, and his brother Harry Potter were all in Gryffindor. Why did it turn into Slytherin when it came to him? Could it be? Shaking his head abruptly, he thought him thinking too much. He took a deep breath, even doubting if the Sorting Hat had made a mistake. Slytherin only accepted ambitious wizards, but apart from wanting to protect his brother and family, he just wanted to be a salted fish. What? You say there's a potion business? Oh, just a small venture. Forget it, since I'm here, I might as well accept. Looking far away at Harry and Ron from Gryffindor, they seemed to be watching him too, appearing disinterested in the food. Eli smiled reassuringly at them. Looking at the food on the table, it shouldn't go to waste, right? He immediately began to wolf it down. Malfoy, sitting next to him, looked even more terrified. Is this guy having a breakdown? How can he go from disinterested to suddenly gorging himself? He won't bite me, right? While Malfoy kept muttering in his heart, he could only pray that he wouldn't have to share a dormitory with this disaster. If I share a dorm with him, I would have bad luck for 8 generations. Eli didn't care about Malfoy's color-changing face, which resembled a chameleon, and had no idea about his. At this moment, he recalled the words Dumbledore had warned him earlier. Do not go to the Forbidden Forest, do not walk in the corridor on the 4th floor. Eli was well aware of the dangers of the Forbidden Forest. There was an acromantula in there that could eat children. Running in there would be a death sentence. He swore that if he were to foolishly wander in, he would be a dog. But who would believe that such a man-eating creature was once raised by Hagrid? However, after discovering that the 3-headed dog was also Hagrid's pet, he might not be so surprised anymore. Speaking of the 3-headed dog, that was one of the reasons Dumbledore forbade students from entering the corridor on the 4th floor. Under a trapdoor on the 4th floor lay a treasure of the wizarding world, the Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Sorcerer's Stone. It could turn stone into gold, and contained tremendous magical power, even capable of creating the elixir of life. This was a huge temptation for Voldemort, who was desperate to resurrect himself, and craved immortality. In the story of his past life, Dumbledore exploited Voldemort's greed for the Philosopher's Stone. He set up several obstacles to protect the Philosopher's Stone. This was a trap specifically aimed at Voldemort. It was also a trial for Harry Potter and his friends. Those so-called obstacles were merely a game set up by old Dumbledore for Harry and them. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have emphasized so much that they weren't allowed to go to the 4th floor. This was a guide for Voldemort and Harry. Thinking of this, Eli couldn't help but shiver. He gasped. That scheming old head, terrifying indeed. Dining time was basically over, and Eli had cleaned his area. Poor Malfoy hardly ate anything. With a wronged and pitiful look, Malfoy quietly glared at Eli, who was patting his belly in satisfaction. Suddenly, Dumbledore waved his hand, and the table was instantly cleared. Ella's eyes widened. Indeed, he was the greatest white wizard. Even sitting below, one could feel the terrifying energy contained within Dumbledore. The prefects led their respective house students back to the common room. On the way, Prefect Gemma Farley continuously introduced Slytherin House to them. She looked just like a success coach Eli had seen in his past life. Listen for applause. Welcome to Slytherin House. Congratulations on joining the best house at Hogwarts. You may have heard some rumors about us saying we specifically train dark wizards or only accept pureblood wizards. I think I should clarify that other houses also have dark wizards, they just refuse to admit it. However, we do intend to recruit pureblood wizards, but many of our students have at least one muggle parent. We are aristocrats in ideology. Our symbol is the snake, the smartest creature just like us, shrewd and ambitious. You can find like-minded partners here, and you can achieve your ambitions. Eli couldn't help but pout. It was clear this guy was very proud of his house. The pureblood ideology of Slytherin was actually one reason he found distasteful. In his past life in Hogwarts, only cats and dogs cared about bloodlines. However, in recent years, the pureblood ideology has diminished significantly. He wondered if it had something to do with Voldemort's downfall. But since he was in Slytherin, Eli wouldn't have any bad thoughts. He always believed that there was no such thing as the best house, everyone was excellent and equal. So even though it deviated from his expectations, he would gladly accept the outcome. Slytherin's common room was different. It was underground. Right under the Black Lake, there was a whole wall made of glass from which one could see the lake within. The shimmering light reflected on the walls of the common room, creating a unique atmosphere. Eli smacked his lips. He had to admit that Slytherin's taste was quite good. But it was a bit frightening for rheumatism. He even thought if that glass wall broke, would Slytherin be wiped out? He laughed and shook his head, dismissing this absurd thought. But it was indeed possible. Malfoy moved a bit further away from Eli. This guy doesn't talk one moment, he pouts, the next he smiles. He won't suddenly attack me, will he? It was getting late, and the prefect had finished his passionate speech. The little wizards below looked excited, as if they had inherited the greatness of Slytherin. I have to admit, this kid has some talent for speeches. Time was getting late, and everyone gradually walked into their. Eli arrived at his room, still wondering who the man he would be sleeping with for 7 years was. As he opened the door, he exclaimed, "It's you." It's you. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Malfoy's pale face along with Goyle and Crabbe's terrified expressions. They were his two lackeys. Malfoy just wanted to run away. I've truly hit the worst luck to be placed in the same dormitory as this disaster. He's a madman. A violent man. He could already imagine the tragic times ahead over the next 7 years. No way, I have to tell my dad. I want to leave this dorm. No, leave Slytherin, leave Hogwarts. Eli looked at the three of them who had such wonderful expressions and couldn't. He generously approached and patted them on the shoulder. But it scared them so much that they fell back onto the bed. Eli couldn't help but chuckle. These unfortunate kids were too amusing. Hey, why are you all so nervous? Although we had a little friction before, we are roommates after all, we'll be sleeping together for 7 years. Let's just pretend nothing happened before. How could I be angry with a few little troublemakers? I extend my hand to Malfoy. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Eli Hall. Nice to meet you. Malfoy looked at the polite Eli in surprise, completely different from the fierce and terrifying image he had before. He felt a bit of his grudge dissipate. But who says I want to sleep with you for 7 years? Perhaps Ellis' initiative combined with his noble upbringing had an effect. Malfoy stood up and solemnly shook Ellis' hand. Nice to meet you. I am Draco Malfoy. Eli was amused again by his feigned seriousness. Draco had a dark expression. Oh, what was this guy laughing about again? Eli also shook hands with Goyle and Crabbe in turn. The two appeared even more nervous. I am Vincent Crabbe. I am Gregory Goyle. After a round of introductions, the atmosphere improved significantly, although it was still quiet, it was no longer tense. He placed Dog Egg in a special reptile box by his bedside. This seemed to attract Draco's attention. Is this? Eli looked at Draco in surprise. He didn't expect him to speak first. Yes, it's a little black snake. I don't know the breed. You can call him Dog Egg. Dog Egg. Draco seemed unaccustomed to this Eastern-style name. He appeared quite interested in having a little snake as a pet. Seeing that the conversation had opened up, Eli chatted with him casually. Goyle and Crabbe also joined in the conversation. The atmosphere suddenly improved. Eli added fuel to the fire, telling them about Wogwow's mythological stories. It turned out that children were all captivated by these tales. Watching Draco and the others' fascinated expressions, he said, what about the monkey? How did he get crushed? That Buddha was too awesome. Exactly. They even learned the Eastern phrases Eli taught them. Eli pretended to be profound to know what happens next. Please stay tuned for the next episode. The three little troublemakers looked indignant. Seeing that there would be no sleep if he didn't tell another story, Eli said, then let me tell you about Lousy's journey out of... Draco was completely enchanted by the Eastern tales and eagerly prepared himself to listen to the story. Thousands of years ago. Here several thousand words were omitted. Eli finished the story with some satisfaction, but when he looked at the others he found them all puzzled. Why did this Lousy go out to teach others? Wouldn't he encounter danger? Right, he didn't even bring a guard. Eli was stunned by this trio of death questions. What the heck? Why would an old man need to bring an army when he goes out? To expand territory. These annoying little brats, I hate little brats the most. But seeing their determination not to give up until they got an answer, Eli organized his thoughts and said again. Lousy was actually a very powerful wizard with extraordinary skills. On his way, he killed anyone who blocked him, gods and demons alike, slicing his way from Hangu Pass to the Thames. His knife, never pausing, his eyes never blinking, his knife was even blunt and his wand was smoking. Eli spoke rapidly, glancing at these unfortunate kids. Draco and the others showed looks of understanding. So that's it, that old man was a strong one. Suddenly Draco said again, but if he didn't blink, wouldn't his eyes dry out? Oh. Eli instantly went mad. I'm telling you Lousy's teachings. You ask why he doesn't bring an army, and you actually ask me if his eyes are dry. Oh, what are you doing? Go to sleep. Suddenly Ellis' outburst startled the others. Seeing Eli ignore them, Draco pitifully tucked himself in. I was just asking. From then on, the story of Lousy's journey out of Hangu Pass, cutting his way to the Thames, spread throughout Hogwarts. You two hurry up. If you don't speed up, we'll be late. Draco impatiently urged the still sleeping Crabbe. Due to yesterday's storytelling sessions, several young wizards had not slept well. Draco and his companions were still savoring the heroic figure of the Monkey King, unable to fall asleep again in their excitement. Eli was tossing and turning, thinking, is that old man's eyesight all right? Back and forth they almost overslept. Especially those two fools. No matter how much Eli and Draco called, they wouldn't wake up. Frustrated, Draco grabbed a cup of cold water and poured it over their faces, finally waking them up. The group hurriedly walked and ran until they finally reached the classroom. There were not many people in the classroom, indicating that they had arrived relatively early. Goyle and Crabbe almost collapsed at the doorway. Running all the way here was quite a challenge for their heavy bodies. As Eli and Draco entered the classroom, they saw a tabby cat perched on the podium, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have markings around its eyes resembling glasses. Even the professor hasn't arrived, so it seems we came quite early. Draco stood in the corridor, nonchalantly, looking quite pleased with himself. It must be because Harry Potter and Ron had not yet arrived. Eli stood beside them, looking serious, facing the tabby cat. He discreetly poked Draco, who was grinning like a fool beside him. What's wrong? Why so serious? It's just a class, the professor isn't even here yet. Draco began his mysterious sense of superiority again. At this moment, Eli was no longer interested in this idiot. Draco, seeing Eli respectfully facing the tabby cat on the desk, was filled with confusion. Why are you so respectful to a cat? It clearly belongs to Professor McGonagall, just like its owner, thin and old. Eli thought this kid is hopeless. Eli started to silently mourn for Draco, his gaze seemingly saying, indeed, youth is reckless and ignorant. Suddenly, Eli gave the cat a standard 90-degree bow and quietly found a seat to sit down. Draco was utterly perplexed. Could this guy be going crazy again? Not understanding the situation, Draco sat down next to Eli and nudged him with his elbow. Hey, what's going on? To his surprise, Eli suddenly shifted aside, saying, Draco, if you're going to die, don't drag me down with you. Just as Draco felt confused again, the tabby cat suddenly leaped up and transformed into a human form with a tight bun, a green robe, and a serious face behind a pair of glasses. Who else could it be but Professor McGonagall? She slowly walked up to Draco and gazed at him. At that moment, seeing the tabby cat transform into the professor, Draco's complexion visibly turned as Professor McGonagall stared at him, all color drained from his face. Mr. Malfoy, I hope you can show a bit more respect to an old and thin professor next time. Slytherin loses 20 points. Oh no. This was the wail of Eli and the other Slytherin students on the very first day of school. They had lost a full 20 points. This was a fatal blow for the little snakes, who had an inexplicable obsession with the house cup. Everyone glared at Draco with resentment. Meanwhile, Draco, the person directly involved, was blanking out. He had just spoken ill of the professor right in front of her, and in front of so many people too. Social death on the spot. Professor McGonagall turned around and transformed back into the tabby cat, squatting back in her original spot. Eli looked at Draco, who was starting to change colors again, with a look of pity, letting out a sigh. The effect of setting an example was immense. The students, having experienced that terrifying moment, obediently lowered their heads to look at their textbooks. Whether they understood what they were reading or not was irrelevant, especially for Draco, whose young heart had suffered a tremendous shock. The little wizards who arrived later saw that everyone in the classroom was diligently studying, so they sensibly found their seats in an orderly manner. Of course, there are exceptions. Misfortune does not strike alone. Oh, Merlin, if we had come a bit later, her face would surely have been terrifying. Eli glanced over with pity in his eyes. Another poor child was about to receive childhood trauma. Upon seeing that someone else was in trouble, Draco couldn't help but chuckle like a fool at the misfortunes of Potter and that Weasley. Eli looked at Draco, who was reveling in the misfortune of others, and could only sigh, this kid is really thick-skinned. Another familiar entrance method. The tabby cat suddenly transformed into Professor McGonagall. Ron stared blankly at the suddenly appearing professor and instinctively said, nice move. Professor McGonagall replied politely, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley. However, I think perhaps I should turn one of you into a pocket watch, that way at least the other won't be late. Professor, we got lost, Harry tried to argue. Then turn into a map. You shouldn't need a map to find your seat. The two reluctantly found their seats. Draco's face fell. Why didn't they lose points? With all the students gathered, Professor McGonagall ceased her chatter. She tapped her wand against the blackboard, and instantly a dense array of text appeared. Transfiguration will be the most rigorous and also the most dangerous course you will encounter. If I find anyone carelessly waving their wands, please go outside the classroom. With another wave of her wand, a matchstick appeared on each student's desk. The task for this class is to transform the matchstick before you into a needle. Remember to apply the knowledge you have been taught. Following the professor's instructions, the young wizards began to attempt the task, as per the blackboard. However, every matchstick remained utterly motionless, showing no signs of change. Eli, on the other hand, was calm and steady. Transfiguration was easy for him. Transfiguration primarily relies on the wizard's will to change inanimate or living objects into the forms they desire. To successfully complete transformation, the wizard must have a thorough understanding of the form they wish to achieve. If you want to turn a table into a pig, you might need to do a few dissections to understand the structure of a pig. Magic that forcibly changes the shape of matter, according to the wizards, will greatly test their soul's strength. Thus, for Eli, whose soul was beyond ordinary, transformation was an exceedingly simple task. Perhaps due to the fusion of souls, his memory had reached an almost photographic level. He could remember the shape of a needle down to the tiniest detail. With a gentle flick of his wand towards the matchstick, a stream of magic flowed over it. Under the influence of the magic, the matchstick rapidly transformed into a silver needle, complete with a thread. Although his current magical control was not enough to add some patterns to the needle, this level of achievement was already quite remarkable for a young wizard. Professor McGonagall quickly walked over to Eli, looking at the shiny silver needle with great delight. Oh, Mr. Hall has successfully transformed the matchstick into a silver needle. The other students looked at Eli in disbelief. Hermione cast a ghostly glance at the silver needle on his desk, then turned back to poke at her own matchstick with her wand. Draco looked at Eli with envy. Eli felt the gazes around him and was secretly pleased. Snap! A faint sound echoed. Eli stared in astonishment at the silver needle that had broken into several pieces on the desk. Professor McGonagall initially looked surprised, then regretful, saying, "It's a pity, Mr. Hall. You should control your magic. But achieving this level, I believe you have grasped the essence of transfiguration, so Slytherin gains 5 points." The little snakes beside him immediately beamed with joy. Only Eli looked serious. Draco patted Eli, saying, "Don't be like this, you've succeeded." Yet his worries remained. He had tried transfiguration before. After he successfully controlled his magic, he had not experienced a surge of magic again. But the broken silver needle on the desk indicated that his magic had once again exceeded his control. He could feel the growth of his magic during this period, but he hadn't anticipated it had reached such a level. At this rate, it seemed that losing control of his magic was inevitable, and he was facing a life-threatening situation. He didn't even know how that class ended, leaving the classroom with a troubled expression. Suddenly Harry and Ron ran over. Eli ended his reverie and looked at the two in front. However, they seemed a bit serious. Draco, who was about to call out to Eli, saw Harry talking to him, and his expression darkened as he walked away. "Eli, I think we should go find Professor Dumbledore together. The Sorting Hat must have made a mistake," Ron said seriously while Harry nodded beside him. The two even tried to pull Eli along, but he stopped them. "Wait, I think we should calm down first." Ron and Harry looked at Eli, shrugged, smiling at them, saying, "The Sorting Hat has been around for so many years, it's unlikely to make a mistake. Perhaps I really am suited for Slytherin." But Ron began to panic. How could such a friendly and kind person like Eli go to a school of dark? He didn't want Eli to end up in an academy renowned for producing dark wizards. Eli patted Ron on the shoulder, saying, "Ron, Harry, I think we have some misunderstandings about Slytherin. Maybe it's not so bad." Ron protested. "But even the rumors about the Dark Lord come from Slytherin." Eli shrugged, dismissively, smiling. "Every bad person has their reasons for being bad. We can't doubt everyone else just because of one person, can we? If Slytherin were truly so wretched, I don't think Dumbledore would let it continue to exist. Perhaps out of trust in Dumbledore, or perhaps due to his trust in Eli." Ron fell silent. "We just want to be in the same house as you," Harry quietly said. He wasn't sure how bad Slytherin was, he just wanted to be in the same place as Eli. Eli was the first to stand up for him, the first to be willing to be his friend. He considered Eli his best. Eli looked at Harry momentarily, not knowing what to say. He placed his hands on the shoulders of the two, asking, "Aren't we still friends?" "Of course." They both replied in unison. "Trust me, as long as we're still friends, it doesn't matter which house. We all belong to Hogwarts. Besides, we can attend classes together, hang out after class, and even during the holidays I want to invite you to my home." Hearing Ilias' words, Harry and Ron finally dispelled their lingering resentment towards Slytherin. They no longer clung to the idea of changing houses. It could be considered as resolving their inner turmoil. However, Eli still had his own concerns, one that threatened his very life. "Excuse me, please make way." Herbology class was in session, and Eli was weaving his way toward Draco. He had certainly noticed Draco's sullen expression right after transfiguration, his brow furrowed, lips tightly pursed. He knew precisely why. Last night, they'd finally mended their relationship, perhaps even crossed the threshold into friendship. After all, Draco had never shown such warmth to anyone before. Yet there he was, his new friend, laughing and chatting with Harry Potter, the very boy with whom Draco had long been at odds. No wonder this proud, stubborn child had flown into a silent huff. Eli exhaled deeply. Are children really like this nowadays? On one side stood his own elder brother and closest friend, on the other his dormitory roommate and newly minted confidant. And yet the two were utterly incompatible. Eli could already picture it, Draco and Harry, those eternal rivals, locked in another fierce quarrel, while he stood helplessly between them, torn and uncertain. Still, how could he possibly hold a grudge against the child? He resolved to seek Draco out and clarify matters face to face. Weaving past several students, he finally squeezed in beside him. But Draco merely flicked a glance his way, then deliberately looked away, feigning indifference. Eli leaned in. "Hey, why did you rush off so quickly just now?" "Humph." Draco turned his head aside with princely disdain. Oh, this was infuriating. Here Eli came earnestly seeking reconciliation, and Draco responded with childish pride. Fine. He'd withdraw. Let fate decide. Humph. Eli too turned his head away. Explain. Explain what exactly? Goyle, seated nearby, blinked in confusion and stole a furtive glance at Eli. Eli shot him a sharp warning glare. What are you staring at? Careful. I'll gobble you up whole. One bite, one child. Oh. Goyle yelped aloud, startled by Eli's sudden ferocious scowl. Professor Sprout, standing at the front of the greenhouse, glanced over in mild surprise. I'm conducting a perfectly ordinary lesson. Why on earth must you shriek so loudly? Mr. Goyle, this is a classroom, not a carnival. Please refrain from making odd noises, thank you. A ripple of laughter erupted across the greenhouse. Goyle's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. When class ended, young wizards scattered to the great hall for supper or off to games and mischief. Eli, however, waited until the corridors had nearly emptied before slipping up to the 8th floor of the castle. The tapestry. There it is. Along one corridor wall hung a vast tapestry depicting a troll beating Barnabas the Barmy with a club. Legend held that Barnabas, a foolish man, once attempted to train trolls to perform ballet. Unsurprisingly, he ended up thoroughly thrashed and permanently addled. Yet Eli hadn't come here for folklore. His true destination was the Room of Requirement, a place shrouded in mystery, said to have been crafted by Hogwarts founders themselves. Ordinarily invisible, it revealed itself only to those who truly needed it. Now, how does one enter? Time had blurred the precise incantation, and his memory faltered. After several attempts, the room finally manifested. Only when he paced the corridor 3 times, focused intently, and silently willed, "I require a magical laboratory." Opposite the tapestry, a smooth stone wall rippled, and a grand door emerged, its surface carved with intricate ancient motifs. The door swung open of its own accord. Eli stepped inside, and found himself in a vast, fully equipped laboratory filled with arcane instruments he had never seen before. Piles of pristine parchment lay stacked nearby. Eli surveyed the space with quiet satisfaction. They say this room provides whatever one needs. A mischievous spark lit in his eyes. He closed his eyes and thought firmly, "I need a lavatory." A soft flush echoed from the corner, and there indeed stood a fully formed bathroom. The Room of Requirement lived up to its legend. But Eli had no time for play. His purpose here was grave. He settled onto a stool, stilled his breath, and began delving deep into Voldemort's memories. In truth, ever since detecting the perilous imbalance between his surging magical power and his lagging soul, Eli had been searching Voldemort's recollections for a solution. When it came to the study of souls, Voldemort reigned supreme, second to none, not even Dumbledore. And within those memories, Eli had uncovered a certain curse. Voldemort had first encountered it during his travels through Egypt, deep within a pyramid. Or rather, he had discovered its original form, and then refined it into something far more potent. Egypt, though rich in magical heritage, bore a sinister reputation among wizarding circles, renowned as a cradle of dark sorcerers. Many internationally feared dark wizards hailed from Egypt, where black magic had flourished, especially soul-corrupting curses of unspeakable cruelty. Their such arts were known as necromancy, the art of raising the dead and reawakening slumbering souls. Its dread lay precisely in that power. Its practitioners excelled in commanding the departed. It was necromancy that enabled Voldemort's later Legion of Inferi. Long ago, only pharaohs were permitted to master these rites, and upon death their sacred texts were sealed forever within their tombs. Driven by an obsession with immortality and dominion over death, Voldemort breached those pyramids and claimed the necromantic legacy for himself. Among those forbidden arts was a spell capable of forcibly extracting a living being's soul. Voldemort seized upon it and reshaped it into a monstrous dark charm, one that not only tore souls free, but consumed them, absorbing their essence into the caster. Its incantation was Soul-Rend Devour. According to Eli's understanding, Voldemort had forged this curse solely to sustain his Horcruxes. To cheat death, Voldemort had cleaved his soul and hidden fragments within Horcruxes. So long as even one remained intact, he could not perish. Does that sound glorious? But is immortality truly so easily attained? The soul is meant to be whole. What happens when it is sundered beyond repair? Since antiquity, no wizard had dared split their soul more than once. Voldemort, however, was different. Consumed by terror of death, he fractured his soul 7 times. The result? A volatile mercurial temperament. Unpredictable rages, chilling instability. Even he recognized the danger of his weakened soul, and thus devised this curse, seeking to restore his spiritual integrity. And this was precisely what Eli required. Yet every remedy carries risk. This curse was no exception. Another soul, however absorbed, would leave behind subtle corruption. Still, he had no better alternative. His magical energy surged far faster than his soul could mature. If left unchecked, dissolution was inevitable. No choice remains. Eli withdrew a small vial containing a cockroach. Let me test whether this curse truly works. Casting his first dark spell, especially one targeting the soul, filled Eli with tense anticipation. He drew his pale, slender wand and aimed it steadily at the skittering insect. Soul-Rend Devour. An invisible force erupted from the wand's tip, a silent, grasping pull, as if an ethereal chain had latched onto the creature. The cockroach convulsed violently, then went utterly still, its soul wrenched free as though uprooted from it. Eli's pulse raced. That faint gray wisp, once the cockroach's soul, was about to enter his body. Though feeble, it carried immense weight. Soul matter, however minute, was never trivial. Yet as the moment arrived, instead of flowing into him, the gray wisp vanished into the wand itself. Intercepted by the wand. This unexpected turn left Eli flustered. Nowhere in Voldemort's memories had such an anomaly been recorded. Had the rules simply changed, or had he misread them entirely? Was this perhaps a catastrophic deviation from canon? As a novice in the arcane arts, Eli stood momentarily paralyzed, until moments later the wand's tip emitted a soft, pure white orb. Smaller even than the original gray wisp, its radiant, immaculate light evoked profound calm. Without hesitation it flowed into Eli's chest. He felt it instantly, a deep, resonant sense of fulfillment, as if his soul had thickened however slightly. So subtle was the change that only acute awareness could perceive it. It seems it worked. Success was undeniable. Eli had unlocked the key to strengthening his soul. He lifted his wand, turning it slowly in his palm. Truly this wand is extraordinary. Most likely it had purified the soul essence, stripping away all taint before absorption. Eli probed inward, and found no trace of the chaotic thoughts or alien impulses traditionally associated with soul absorption. His wand had transformed raw soul stuff into pure harmonious spiritual energy. Thus the sole drawback of this method had vanished. Indeed, being the younger brother of the Chosen One does carry certain advantages. Gathering his things, Eli returned to his dormitory. From now on his life would balance lessons and learning, with a quiet, urgent mission: soul refinement. Kill A. Begin with his roommate. First Draco the Proud and Prickly, then Crabbe and Goyle. Dispose of the bodies. Frame others. Ascend, straight to Azkaban. Eli instantly quashed the thought. Unless he fancied a one-way trip to Azkaban's icy towers, discretion, absorbing animal souls was safest. But where did animals gather in greatest number? His mind turned to the Forbidden Forest. Starting tonight, I shall become its sovereign. Rules. Never heard of them. Night fell, moonless wind hushed. Eli slipped silently from his bed. A low murmur nearly sent Eli lunging for the killing curse. It was only Goyle, dreaming of finding a toilet. Seeing Goyle stir, Eli raised his wand without hesitation. Sorry, little brother, stupefy. A flash of red light struck Goyle, plunging him back into slumber, where in his dreams he finally located the lavatory. Across the shadowed castle, a single furtive figure moved unseen. Next time, I must master the disillusionment charm first. Heart-pounding, Eli at last reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Phew, he exhaled in relief, having narrowly avoided the Weasley twins. Those two were nocturnal pranksters, undisputed princes of midnight mischief. Now unobserved, he stepped deeper into the forest. Beyond its oppressive gloom, it seemed deceptively tranquil, save for a few rabbits whose souls he absorbed along the way. Deeper and deeper he ventured, heedless as a calf confronting lions, until abruptly a sharp clicking sound echoed overhead. He looked up and cried out in shock. A colossal spider descended slowly from the canopy, mandibles, glistening legs poised to strike. Avada Kedavra. Terror ignited fury. Terrified, Eli burned with incandescent rage. Gazing upon the monstrous arachnid, he felt only cold, absolute intent to destroy. A searing flash of green light, and the beast collapsed lifeless. Ha! Eli gasped for breath, his body trembling from adrenaline, fear, fury, and the sheer exertion of channeling such raw power. Damn it, Acromantula. He hadn't realized he'd strayed so deep. One misstep, and he'd have met his end beneath those 8 gleaming eyes. This place was no longer safe. Eli pointed his wand at the fallen giant and prepared to extract its essence. Soul Rend Devour. Soul Rend Devour. He tried again, twice, thrice, yet nothing stirred. The creature was hollow, a soulless shell. Just as bewilderment crept in, distant sounds of struggle pierced the silence. Quick, fall back. Beware those damned spiders. Eli crept forward cautiously and hid behind a tree. Not far ahead, 2 forces were locked in combat. To be precise, one side consisted of centaurs from the Jinlin, and the other was the 8-eyed giant spiders Eli had just encountered. From the looks of it, the spiders held the advantage. The centaurs were retreating in disarray. It was not that the centaurs lacked skill, but the spiders came in overwhelming numbers and moved with terrifying speed. The centaurs seemed incapable of wielding magic and could only defend with primitive bows and arrows. For a time they slipped onto the back foot. Should he intervene? With the destructive force of his spells, killing those 8-eyed beasts would be child's play. In such close combat, the presence of even a single wizard would tip the scales decisively. But did he truly need to help the Centaur clan? Having seen many films in his past life, Eli knew that although centaurs resembled humans, they always insisted they were magical creatures rather than people. Moreover, this group of centaurs in the Jinlin seemed rather hostile toward wizards. Of course, not every centaur was. Eli watched from behind the tree as the centaurs steadily fell back. If he did nothing, their defeat was certain. If thanks to him the centaurs won this battle, they would hardly look upon him coldly afterward, would they? His aim was clear: to earn the centaur clan's friendship. As a wise race within the Jinlin, they bore the duty of patrolling the forest. If he gained their favor, his future explorations of the Jinlin would be immeasurably easier. With that in mind, Eli steeled himself to act. Smashed to powder. A dazzling blade of light pierced the battlefield, blasting a spider that had been about to strike into fragments. A young wizard, A silver-haired centaur stared in astonishment at the small figure rushing in. Even masked, it was clear a young wizard had arrived. The spider that had been blasted had been headed for that centaur, thanks to the timely spell. If you don't want to become spider food, look behind you. The young wizard spoke at once. The centaur whipped his head around. A hulking spider bearing a savage snarl charged toward him. He raised his bow and loosed a volley, driving the spider back. Thanks. Eli glanced at him. The silver hair was strikingly conspicuous. Fight properly. Stupefied. Crushed to dust. With flamboyant footwork, Eli darted among the centaurs, never once fearing a spider's close attack. One by one, blunt and ruthless spells reduced the spiders that threatened the centaur warriors into ruin. The centaurs who had been struggling to hold their ground were stunned by these excessively crude incantations. Weren't you supposed to be stupefied? Then why is that body in pieces? What happened to the disarm? Seeing a spider fallen and collapsed, the centaur fell abruptly silent. As for Eli, he claimed he had no better method. His magic was too potent and his studies not refined enough, so he wielded spells like artillery. The stupefy he had used on Gear had already been his most restrained spell, otherwise the lake, and the others might already be dead. This was Eli's first time in such a melee. In the heat of the moment, he stopped worrying about conserving power. Kill first, explain later. Every spell felt like a bombardment, so he stopped being picky. Disarm, swift binding, stupefy, all were employed. He spoke whatever came to mind for the outcome. Seemed to disarm. A red beam shot from behind the centaur ranks, passing over them into the spider swarm. Boom. A shockwave swept outward, and the centaurs squinted against it. Dust rose, spider flesh scattered. When the smoke cleared, a deep crater gaped in the earth. The spiders had vanished, or rather were everywhere in ruins. The centaur warriors were stunned. Their chieftain Loanon looked back at the small figure, as though seeing a specter. Our young wizard's so strong now. Another centaur approached. Are you sure that's a child sorcerer, and not Dingulijuel? If he didn't shrink, he'd be taller than that. Eli panted. That last burst had been indeed excessive, even for his reserves of magic. Luonan and a few centaurs advanced, and suddenly trained their bows on the gasping Eli. Masked runt, leave this place at once. Jinlin does not welcome wizards. Eli was stunned by the words. What did you say? After I risked my life to drive your enemies back, you would betray me like this? He instantly regretted intervening. He had not expected such cold ingratitude. Though winded, slaughtering this non-magical band would not have been difficult for him. He lifted his wand toward Luonan. The threat needed no words. The centaur warriors immediately tensed and closed ranks, the confrontation razor sharp. Wait. Calm yourselves, don't be hasty. The silver-haired centaur dashed forward and used his body to shield Eli. The others slightly lowered their bows, but Luonan kept his drawn and ready. No. Luonan, this wizard aided us. We should not treat him so. Luonan frowned, torn. It was true the wizard had helped them, yet wizards could not be trusted. Stand down, Phylons. You know our law, wizards are not our friends. Eli sneered, unsure whether to call the centaur ungrateful or stubbornly old-fashioned. Has a wizard stolen your wife, or what? Thank you, Phylons, but am no one who accepts cold courtesy. If he strikes at me, he will answer to my wand. Phylons felt the chill in Eli's tone and shuddered. He had seen this killing power before. No, it must be a misunderstanding. Let me speak with my comrades, please. As they faced one another, a tide of A-tide spiders suddenly poured forth from the depths of the Jinlin, several times the number they had just fought. The clattering of many legs filled the air. These spiders had come by their leader's command to avenge the harm done to their kin. Bad. The centaur warriors noticed the swelling swarm and frantically drew their bows, cold sweat beading on their brows. Those few spiders had nearly overwhelmed them before, and now facing such a deluge, death seemed inevitable. Eli watched the black flood of arachnids, his face grave. The spiders, undisputed sovereigns of the Jinlin, could seize the forest by sheer numbers. Retreat. We cannot resist. Luonan immediately ordered withdrawal, then hissed at Eli. This was caused by your explosions. Eli's eyes widened. What the? That's Rich blaming me. Phylons was about to carry Eli away, but Eli tore himself free. Phylons, stand aside. Since that ungrateful wretch pins all the blame on me, let me settle this. Rage surged through him. He had acted with goodwill and met only heartlessness. He could not endure. Don't be rash. Before Phylons could pull him back, Eli intoned a spell. Flames blazed. What would have been a simple fire charm warped under his abnormal power into something catastrophic. Endless conflagration poured from his wand like untamed steeds bearing his fury. The flames swelled and spread until they filled the sky. The terrifying heat curled the centaur's hair. They staggered back in panic. Luonan no longer cared about wizardly prejudices, staring dumbfounded at the blazing serpent of fire. Kill them. Leave none alive. The fire surged at the spiders like a monstrous wave. Black tide clashed violently with a golden deluge. The outcome was crushing. The flames spared nothing. The horde was incinerated before it could mount a response, reduced to ash. The infernal wave did not abate, cutting onward. The Jinlin glowed as if by daylight. Consumed by fury, Eli drained the last of his magic. The sea of black was burned away to nothing. Not a single spider remained. Eli let his arms fall, and his face went deathly pale. Summoning his last strength, he forced a mocking smile at the dazed Luonan. I have settled the trouble I caused. What can you possibly do now? Eli slumped backward. Phylons hurried to lift him. Luonan's expression was a tangled mix of shame, and he bowed his head as if surrendering, then slowly knelt before Eli with gravity. The Centaur clan offers its apologies to the most honored guest. The other Centaur warriors knelt as well. Quickly carry me. Before Eli could finish, he lost consciousness. Phylons had no choice but to sling Eli across his back. Suddenly the air snapped. A gaunt old man with a long silver beard approached. He held an oddly shaped wand set with knob-blade spheres. Luonan, what has happened here? Luonan recognized the newcomer and restrained his expression. Dengulijuo. He gestured toward the still smoldering blaze. We were in conflict with the spiders. Before he could finish, Dengulijuo interrupted. I think we should first put out this fire if you intend to continue living here. He slowly waved his slender wand. If Eli had been awake, he would have felt that fearsome surge of power. The arrogant flames seemed to be drawn in without resistance and were absorbed into Dengulijuo's wand. Before long, the Jinlin fell dark again. Were it not for the residual heat, no one would know a terrible inferno had raged here. Looking at the forest reduced to charcoal and ash, Luonan's heart sank. Dengulijuo was at a loss for words at the devastation. After a long silence, he stammered, since the magic was cast by my student, perhaps, I can offer some compensation. Surveying the ruined forest, Dengulijuo's lips twitched. This would eat his coffers. Maybe he should charge another tuition fee. Luonan, grief-struck, pointed at the wreckage. Compensate? How? You owe us. What can you give? I don't want your compensation. Dengulijuo exhaled in relief. No compensation would be necessary. After resolving the issue in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore turned to the figure of Eli on Ferenz's back. If you don't mind, I hope to take my student back with me. Eli was veiled, making it difficult to see who he was. Ferenz took a few steps back. Although he couldn't clearly hear what Eli had said before collapsing from his covered face, it was evident that Eli did not wish for his identity to be revealed. Ronan suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself between Dumbledore and Ferenz. I apologize, Professor Dumbledore, but I believe we have a duty to ensure the privacy of our most esteemed guests from the Centaur tribe. Although it sounded rather ordinary, Ronan's serious expression revealed the tension within him. It takes a certain courage to refuse a contemporary powerhouse. The Centaurs all leaned closer to Ferenz. Dumbledore was somewhat surprised by their reaction. He hadn't expected these beings who typically harbored animosity towards wizards to defend someone so fervently today. Fortunately, Dumbledore was present, and as a white wizard who upheld justice, he rarely resorted to force. If it had been Voldemort, the situation would have been far less peaceful. He helplessly pursed his lips. Such an action seemed quite out of place on the face of a man over 100 years. Well, since you are so insistent, I am proud of my student for gaining your friendship. After a brief acknowledgement, Dumbledore vanished with a flicker. Ronan and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure exerted by this legendary wizard was overwhelming. Though he was a righteous person, his intimidation stemmed from his power. No one could ignore Dumbledore's terrifying magical presence. Ronan turned to face Ferenz. Ferenz, you are responsible for escorting our esteemed guest out. Remember to bring back his name. He looked at Eli, who was unconscious on Ferenz's back, his expression complicated. He handed Ferenz a vial containing some restorative potion. Carrying the unconscious Eli, Ferenz arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the castle just ahead. This is... Ferenz, where are we? Ferenz put away the vial and replied with a smile. I have brought you to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, very close to the castle. How do you feel? Better? Eli stood up, a wave of soreness nearly causing him to collapse again. One must admit the Centaur tribe's medicine was quite effective, at least sparing him much suffering. Recalling the earlier scene, Eli couldn't help but break into a sweat. It had been far too impulsive to release magic so recklessly without holding back. Such overexertion could be quite damaging. Fortunately, Ronan no longer harbored any intent to kill him. Otherwise, he would have already been on the path to rebirth when he passed out. In any case, this incident taught him a significant lesson. One must absolutely not act impulsively. Thank you, Ferenz. I'm feeling much better. Ferenz recounted everything that had happened after Eli collapsed. After hearing it all, Eli broke into a cold sweat. Old Dumbledore actually came too. However, it was not surprising him after all he had caused such a commotion. If Dumbledore had remained unaware, then he would truly be the most overrated white wizard of this century. Fortunately, Ronan and the others did not expose his identity. Reflecting on this, Eli was quite surprised that Ronan, that thick-head fellow, ultimately chose to protect him. This could be considered the greatest gain from this journey, the friendship of the Centaurs. My name is Eli Hall. He pulled down his mask. Although he had somewhat prepared himself, seeing Eli's youthful appearance still left Ferenz exclaiming in disbelief. My name is Ferenz, the next chieftain of the Centaur tribe. He appeared quite proud. Eli smiled and suddenly asked, "By the way, Ferenz, how did you end up fighting that group of acromantulas?" Upon hearing the mention of acromantulas, a tinge of anger and resentment crossed Ferenz's face. As guardians of the Forbidden Forest, we centaurs naturally bear the responsibility of maintaining its stability. However, ever since their leader Aragog arrived in the Forbidden Forest 60 years ago, all the creatures within have faced their threats. Ferenz seemed to recall some painful memories as he turned away. They have exploited their rapid breeding, quickly developing their population to an enormous scale. Their living space has expanded, forcing other races to flee. We have sacrificed many of our kin in the fight against the acromantulas. Eli's expression grew serious as he patted Ferenz's back. He could not quite reach Ferenz's shoulder. "You all are doing wonderfully." Ferenz turned around with a solemn face. "Thanks to your help today, you will always be an esteemed guest of our centaur tribe." He deeply bowed to Eli. Now it was Eli's turn to feel embarrassed, quickly helping Ferenz up. "Oh, don't say that protecting the forest is everyone's responsibility." Perhaps he had forgotten who had set a great fire in the Forbidden Forest earlier. Seeing Eli's playful demeanor, Ferenz chuckled. "I must say that was indeed an exquisite display of magic." Eli felt even more embarrassed. "Please, no more flattering. I can be proud too." He was a bit bashful. Ferenz burst into hearty laughter. The two chatted warmly, and Eli found this friendly centaur quite likable. The night had grown late, and it was time for Eli to return to the castle if he didn't want to be late tomorrow. Ferenz glanced at the sky, his expression somewhat grave. "It's best to head back. Everything will soon become unsafe. The planet Mars shines brighter." Eli was taken aback by this sudden air of mysticism. Nevertheless, he trusted the centaur's astrological predictive abilities. This line was originally said by Ferenz to Harry in the movie. Eli also looked up at the sky. "Hey, it seems like it's cloudy today." The mysterious atmosphere was shattered, leaving Ferenz feeling a bit awkward. "Ahem. All right, it's getting late. You should hurry back to the castle." Eli no longer lingered, and suddenly thought of something, turning back to ask, "By the way, what was that potion you gave me earlier?" That potion was truly miraculous. Even after such overexertion, it restored him so quickly. If needed in the future, it would prove extremely useful. Ferenz suddenly spoke mysteriously. "Unicorn blood." "Oh, what? What did you say?" Eli's eyes nearly popped out in shock. "Buddy, that's not something you just drink. Whoever drinks that is cursed. It's a definite path to a bad end." To his surprise, Ferenz burst out laughing. "Haha, just kidding. It's a potion we brewed ourselves. Next time you come, we'll send you some." Looking at Ferenz, who had the expression of a mischievous child enjoying his prank, Eli felt a wave of dark humor wash over him. Since when do centaurs scare little kids? "All right, I'm leaving now." Eli turned and walked away while Ferenz laughed heartily as he returned to the Forbidden Forest. Back at the castle, Eli sneaked back to his dormitory like a thief, hoping to avoid any trouble. Once again, he reminded himself that he must master the disillusionment charm next time. Just as Eli was sneaking back, a sudden noise ahead nearly scared him to death. "Peeves, you can't do this." Eli listened closely and realized it sounded like the voices of the Weasley twins. Those two actually encountered Peeves. One must know that Peeves loves to prank students. Unlike other ghosts, he can physically interact with the living. The only ones he fears in the entire castle are Dumbledore and the Bloody Baron. These two unfortunate souls ran into Peeves while out at night. If that guy reports them, they're in for it. Since it was for those two, he'll lend a hand. Eli crept closer, pointing his wand at Peeves' throat, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Peeves, you're causing..." The previously arrogant Peeves immediately shrank back in fear upon hearing this voice and vanished in a puff of smoke. Eli stepped out, and the twins, still shaken, saw him. "Oh, I thought it was really Dumbledore. We were almost done for." Eli couldn't help but laugh at the way the twins were talking. "All right, let's head back." The twins looked at Eli with eager expressions. "That move you just pulled was so cool. Teach us that trick." Eli found himself at a loss for words with these two carefree guys. Thanks to Ron, they had all met. Eli had always had a soft spot for these interesting twins while watching the movies in his past life. Okay, I'll teach you tomorrow. It's time to get some sleep." Seeing Eli agree, the twins excitedly ran off, not sure if they were returning to their dormitory or doing something else. Finally back in his dormitory, Eli lay weakly on his bed. He was so exhausted that he didn't want to move. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. That night's adventure went unnoticed. He just seemed a bit out of sorts during the day. During this period, he had mostly kept to himself, focusing solely on magic. Eager to grow stronger, he poured all his thoughts into studying. He had never visited the library. With Voldemort's memories, why would he need to go to the library? Just Voldemort's insights on magic had already benefited him immensely. Thus, aside from attending classes, he spent all his time in the room of requirement, researching memories and practicing magic. At night, he secretly sneaked into the Forbidden Forest to absorb souls. It is worth mentioning that his main target for soul absorption now was the acromantulas. Ever since that night, they had become incredibly timid, often finding Eli hunting them. Not only did they provide him with plenty of souls, but they also offered a large number of acromantula corpses. One must know that these magical creatures starting at a danger level of 4 stars are truly treasure troves. Just the venom alone could be sold for 100 galleons per pint. Eli, who hunted acromantulas daily, was now an invisible millionaire just waiting to sell these materials. During this time, he hardly saw Draco, who was also his roommate except for classes. Of course, ever since that unpleasant incident, the two had not spoken much. Draco was still the proud young aristocrat. Their relationship seemed to have reverted to the initial awkwardness when they first met. Recently, he and Harry and Ron had also been at odds, just like in the original story. However, Eli did not expect Hermione to suddenly stop him. He was about to head to the 8th floor to the room of requirement. Hermione, is there something you need? Hermione, holding a pile of books, looked at him with a face full of disappointment. Eli, I mean, you have such great talent, why aren't you utilizing it properly? Eli was taken aback, not quite understanding Hermione's meaning. Seeing Eli silent, she thought he was feeling ashamed, so she continued. I haven't seen you in the library lately. Eli suddenly realized with the notes from the powerful figures, why would he still need to go to the library? But he didn't blame Hermione, as she meant well, didn't she? I've had some things going on, so I'll explain it. Knowing this little witch was smart and troublesome, fearing she might truly pry something out of him if the conversation continued, Eli quickly slipped away. Hey you. Hermione watched Eli vanish in a hurry, stamping her foot in frustration. Am I really that scary? Today is Friday and Eli is about to attend his first potions class. It's hard to say whether it's intentional, but despite Slytherin and Gryffindor's long-standing animosity, even to the point of fighting, the school often places these two rival houses together for many classes. Sure enough, potions class is no exception. Eli can guarantee that starting today, the first-year Gryffindor wizards will absolutely loathe potions class. Not for any other reason, but because the professor of potions is Snape. Eli knows a bit about Snape's tragic childhood. Not only was his beloved taken by Gryffindor, but he was also humiliated repeatedly by those people. It seems that once they even stripped Snape of his pants in public. With Snape's vengeful nature, as long as he remains a professor at this school, Gryffindor will not have a peaceful existence. To make matters worse, he is also the head of Slytherin. His infamous favoritism is well known throughout Hogwarts. Ironically, the very person who humiliated him back then was Harry's father. What a twist of fate. Harry has Lily's eyes, yet bears his father's face. One can imagine that today Harry might lose a few points for entering the classroom with his left foot. Eli is also quite nervous. With his face resembling Lily's so closely, he genuinely fears that Snape might do something unexpected. If there is one hopeless romantic in the entire Harry Potter series, it must be Snape. Therefore, to reduce Snape's attention on him, Eli decided not to bring his set of chemistry instruments. The environment of the potions classroom is as dark as Snape's face. It is a basement, damp and gloomy. No normal person would attend class here. Eli, where have you been these past few days? We've barely seen you. Snape hadn't arrived yet, and Harry had taken a seat next to Eli. Oh my God, could you please sit further away? Eli almost kicked Harry, who was getting too close. He was just afraid of being noticed by Snape. In Snape's eyes, Harry was like a target, and sitting next to me would only attract. Of course, Eli considers himself a very composed person and didn't make any inappropriate moves. Yet he still subtly shifted a bit to the side. I've been studying lately, but it's normal if you can't see me. Harry and Ron exchanged doubtful glances. Upon seeing this, Eli immediately grew anxious. What do you look down on me? Just wait until I master my skills, you'll be envious. Just as the few of them were chatting happily, a loud bang came from the door as Old Bat on Nose Snape made his grand entrance. From head to toe, it was all black. Dressed in a long black cloak that swept the ground, he walked with an air of authority paired with his hollow, dead fish-like eyes resembling an old bat. The classroom fell silent in an instant. Even the Slytherin students were too intimidated by Snape's ominous entrance to make a sound. I can guarantee this professor is definitely not to be trifled with, Ron whispered. Snape strode to the podium, his hollow eyes scanning the classroom as if searching for prey. He found his prey. Snape's gaze abruptly landed on Harry. More specifically, it was on his eyes. The moment he glanced at Harry's face, Snape immediately grimaced as if he had just eaten a fly. His peripheral vision caught Eli beside him, and his pupils immediately constricted, unable to tear away his gaze. Eli had lowered his head slightly the moment Snape entered, completely unable to meet his eyes. His gaze lingered on Eli for quite a while before he caught sight of the dazed Harry, his expression akin to discovering a blob of something unpleasant beside his rice bowl. Mr. Potter, Snape suddenly called out. Harry, who was just pointed out, raised his head in confusion, the poor boy still unaware of what awaited him. Eli had already begun a moment of silence. He hadn't expected Snape to fixate on Harry so quickly. That emotionless yet magnetic voice echoed in the dark underground classroom. Didn't Gryffindor leave you a seat? At this moment, Harry and Ron's seats along with Ellis were filled with little Snape. Although there wasn't a written rule, it was customary for wizards from the same house to sit together in class. Professor. Harry tried to protest, but Snape ruthlessly interrupted him. I won't say it again, Mr. Potter. Given Snape's frightening expression, Harry and Ron had no choice but to slink back to the Gryffindor seats. With Harry and Ron gone, looking at Eli sitting alone, Snape felt invigorated. The whole world suddenly seemed more beautiful. In a good mood, Snape began to deliver his potions class declaration. You are here to learn the precise science and strict techniques of potion brewing. His voice rose slightly. Because there are no foolish wand waving here, many of you might not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the beauty of a pot simmering, gently exuding fragrant aromas, nor comprehend the marvelous magic of a liquid flowing through people's veins, captivating the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there must be one condition: you are not to be the kind of fool I often encounter. Eli felt extremely uncomfortable sitting there alone, now completely exposed under Snape's watchful eyes. I must say Snape's speech was indeed very enticing, captivating the young wizards in the classroom. Especially Draco, whose eyes lit up at the mention of enhancing reputation, and when Snape spoke of immortality, his expression suggested he was ready to run up to Snape and pledge his loyalty. Meanwhile, Eli started to mourn for Harry once again, for this poor little guy was about to face Snape's first Mr. Potter. Harry, caught off guard again, lifted his head in confusion, already sensing a bad omen. Sure enough, Snape spoke coldly. Tell me what would happen if you add daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort. Harry had barely flipped through a few pages of the textbook. How could he possibly know the answer? I don't know, Professor. Snape showed no reaction as his gaze remained fixed on Eli throughout his questioning. Around them, snickers began to emerge, primarily from the little snakes, especially Draco and his lackeys. Hermione raised her hand high, signaling that she could answer, but Snape ignored her. Don't know. Good, where can you find Bezoar? I don't know, Professor. The same answer, and the laughter grew louder with Hermione still raising her hand, yet Snape remained indifferent. What's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? I don't know. By this point, Harry's voice had diminished significantly, as Snape's deadly trio of questions had truly caught him off guard. Snape slowly shifted his gaze away from Eli and glanced at Harry. Oh, it seems that fame doesn't equate to knowledge. Not even pre-class preparation can be managed. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Immediately, mocking laughter erupted from the Slytherins, and Draco smugly looked at the expressionless Harry. Snape scanned the room. So why don't you all write down the questions I just asked? It seems that only Mr. Hall knows that a quill is for taking notes. Slytherin gains 10 points. Looking at the quill that hadn't even touched ink, Eli slowly typed out a question mark. Hermione glared at Eli, clearly indignant, as she could have answered just now. Even the little snakes were bewildered by this sudden addition of points. Headmaster, such blatant favoritism is not quite appropriate. But a little more wouldn't hurt. Eli couldn't help but reflect that Snape truly has deep feelings. Those earlier questions, though seemingly meant to challenge, were actually expressing his sense of guilt towards Lily through words. However, this unique method was indeed quite challenging for our Harry. Next came the practical part of the potions class, where Snape assigned them to brew a potion for treating scabies in pairs. Eli, however, was assigned to work alone. He wasn't sure if this was by design. This introductory potion was absolutely a piece of cake for Eli. Even without the scientific instruments, he could produce a very excellent potion just based on the feel he had developed from previous practice. Chopping ingredients, squeezing juices, heating. It was a seamless flow of actions, exuding the aura of a master of the craft. All of this didn't escape the eyes of Snape, a true master himself, who watched with gleaming eyes. Slowly walking over to Eli. By this time, Eli had almost finished while the other pairs were still fumbling through their books and chopping ingredients. Snape scooped up a spoonful of Ellis potion, took a slight whiff, and his expression resembled that of someone who had discovered treasure. The juice of sneezewort should be added drop by drop, but I see you did something different just now. Snape's tone was unexpectedly gentle. Though Eli felt uneasy under Snape's sudden softness, he couldn't help but feel proud that his potion had caught the attention of the potion's master. Actually, I discovered that the dosage in the book is just the most common and stable. Oh, it's not precise enough. So I collected the juice and poured it down the stirring rod, which is more accurate. Eli explained casually, a result of much trial and error that cost him many galleons. The light in Snape's eyes was about to overflow. He seemed to have found a confidant. Yes, the book's dosage isn't precise. One should have their own ideas. He suddenly straightened up. Slytherin gains 20 points. He held up Ellis potion for everyone to see. I believe you should all take a look at what a real potion looks like. At this moment, Hermione had just completed heating her potion, yet Eli had already finished with such quality. She looked at Eli as if she had seen a ghost. Could it be that he is really studying? The class soon ended. Most had brewed potions, but none compared to El. Perhaps because of Eli, Snape was in an exceptionally good mood, even offering Harry a few pointers, nearly leaving Harry stunned. Even Neville, who spilled his potion, was only yelled at a few times. Write today's experiment on parchment and submit it next time. Also, Mr. Hall, stay behind. Are you looking for me, Professor? After all the little wizards had left, only Eli and Snape remained in the classroom. Damn, why is this old bat looking at me like that? I am Dumbledore after all. It was impossible for Eli to say he wasn't nervous. Of course Snape would never do anything to harm him. However, what he feared the most was revealing his identity too soon. Now that Snape was paying such close attention to him, could it be that he had already discovered his identity? Snape sat down and asked Mr. Hall, can you tell me your thoughts on potions? Huh, is that why you kept me here? Eli breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't because of his identity. When it came to this question, although Eli was certainly no match for the potion master in front of him, he was a New Age wizard who integrated scientific thinking with magical thought. Eli was confident that his answer would surely impress Snape. Potions are essentially about using specific methods to ignite and combine the magical properties of different ingredients to achieve particular effects. After speaking, Eli calmly looked at Snape. Surprised, huh? Incredible, right? Eli was nearly bursting with the urge to write "praise me" on his face. Snape remained silent for a moment. The anticipated gasp and the phrase "you are truly a genius" did not occur. You have some insights, but you haven't fully grasped the essence of potions. You're somewhat limited by the books you read, but for a first-year wizard it's good enough. However, for you it's still lacking. Ellis' expression froze. No, wait, where's the praise? This wasn't what he had imagined. Why was there a mix of compliments and criticism? What did he mean by still lacking for you? Old bat, could you be a bit more tactful? Isn't it customary for every top student to feign humility? Although Eli had known this guy had a mouth dirtier than a sewer, he was only now truly experiencing it. While praising his own students for their talent, he also took the opportunity to mock the son of his enemy. However, being praised by Snape felt pretty good, especially since this guy had rarely complimented anyone throughout the entire movie series. Just as Eli was smiling on the outside but cursing on the inside, Snape waved his hand. Some potion ingredients flew out from the cabinets around them. It must be said that Snape's control of magic truly left Eli in awe. Snape's strength was not to be underestimated. In the whole of Hogwarts, only Dumbledore could probably suppress him. But in reality, no matter who it was except for Voldemort, they would be firmly suppressed before Dumbledore. The power of a master is indeed terrifying. The potion ingredients hovered between the two of them. Eli recognized nearly all of them, as he had memorized the entire book long ago. Tell me, what are these ingredients used to concoct? Snape said flatly, his magnetic voice compelling one to listen. Eli looked closely. Bone water. He easily recognized it. It was the ingredient used to make bone water, a common poison with corrosive effects on biological tissues. This poison could only be considered ordinary because it was neither colorless nor tasteless. It even required a special container to hold it, as it would react not only with biological tissues, but also have corrosive effects on other substances. Snape was not surprised that Eli could answer. This was merely a casual test. He slightly moved his fingers, and some of the ingredients were reduced to liquid, while others turned into powder. If the earlier feat of summoning items from afar had left Eli in awe, this next display absolutely shocked him. No wonder he was called a master. The processed ingredients began to merge slowly in different ratios and sequences. Eli could clearly sense the magical fluctuations emanating from Snape. Gurgle, gurgle. The liquids began to boil in midair, and Eli felt like kneeling down and calling him master. This was something he had never seen before in the movies. He had not even seen it in his potion books. He had always thought that brewing potions meant mindlessly stirring in front of a cauldron. Is this the power of a master? If that's the case, can potions be brewed effortlessly without any tools? It seems that potion masters are not only wealthy, but also immensely powerful wizards. Soon the potion was completed, transparent in color and completely odorless. Snape extracted a drop and let it fall on the table. The corrosive bone water reacted like plain water, showing no signs at all. However, if you truly believe it to be plain water, you would be in for a big surprise. A piece of a dried mouse carcass was taken out, and another drop was added. As soon as it touched the carcass, it corroded it completely in the blink of an eye. This is the essential potion for destroying evidence. Eli was left dumbfounded by the sight. Snape maintained his usual expressionless face, as if everything that had just happened wasn't his doing. Truly an invisible display of power. Without acknowledging Ellis' astonishment, Snape waved his wand, and the potion vanished without a trace. True potions turn decay into wonder. Come to my office every Saturday afternoon. Huh. Eli, who had just been in a daze, didn't respond immediately. Could this be the legendary special tutoring? Is there anything else? Snape was dismissing him. Eli immediately composed himself and respectfully took his leave. As Eli walked down the corridor, he felt a strong sense of unreality. How should he put it? Did the old bat really start giving him special tutoring? His excitement was hard to contain. After all, this was the special tutoring of a potion master. No, this couldn't even be called special tutoring, it should be called a grand feast. He still had plans for a potion factory. Now that he had Snape's personal guidance, he didn't have to worry about good potion formulas anymore. Now the potion aspect of the factory was basically resolved. What remained to be improved was the assembly line. This was the key to dominating the potion market in the future. This might involve transfiguration and alchemy. Should he find some time to visit Professor McGonagall? Professor McGonagall was an authority on transfiguration, so seeking her out would be wise. However, alchemy was a bit troublesome. Voldemort's memories contained little knowledge about it. It seemed he would have to go to the library. The Hogwarts library was undoubtedly rich in resources, a true treasure trove. That being said, he still needed to find time to practice in the library. Thinking of this, Eli couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. At his young age, he bore responsibilities that weren't meant for someone his age. Just as he was lost in thought about the future, Harry and Ron found him. Oh, and Hermione too. Eli, can you teach us about potions? Harry and Ron looked at him with eager expression. What? You too? Eli even doubted whether these two had been hit by a soul-sucking curse. When did they start caring about studying? Ron ignored Ella's teasing, saying, Eli, please teach us. Whether we can survive under the old bat's tutelage depends on you. Eli suddenly realized that they were afraid of dying. When a brother is in trouble, how could Eli not lend a helping hand? I mean, how could he not help? He patted his chest. No problem, your potion classes are on me. Then he looked over at Hermione, who seemed hesitant. This little witch was always very smart. How could she also come to seek guidance? Hermione, your potion skills should be better than these two idiots, right? Hermione's face showed signs of struggle for quite a while before she finally made up her mind. Having seen your performance in class, I believe I have much to improve upon, so please let me join in the learning. It was indeed a challenge for the proud Hermione to say such things. Her diligence in studying was indeed too harsh on herself, and combined with her already considerable talent, she would undoubtedly be the best witch of this year. Because of the magical power Eli had shown on the train, Hermione had been keeping an eye on him and regarded him as her target. However, through her observations, she realized that he had not studied at all, which led to their earlier conversation about her frustration. But today's performance of Eli truly showed her what it meant to be too young. Eli looked at the stubborn little witch with surprise. All right, welcome to our study group. Great. How about this? Tomorrow is Saturday. If we have nothing else to do, let's study every Saturday morning. Everyone agreed. After reaching the agreement, Harry and Ron didn't know where to go to play, while Hermione, holding a book, surely headed to the library. In the evening, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. It was Eli, out for his routine night stroll. He pointed his wand at the top of his head, and a mercury-like liquid slowly enveloped his entire body. Eli only felt a bit chilly. Ella's figure gradually turned transparent and ultimately vanished. This was the disillusionment charm, a spell essential for an Auror, one that many adult wizards might not even know. Having mastered the disillusionment charm, Eli swaggered into the forbidden forest, heading straight for the depths. Soul-sucking. Another soul was devoured by Eli. After searching the corpse and taking what was valuable, he prepared to look for the next target. Firenze. The silver-haired centaur ahead was none other than Firenze. Eli stepped forward, but Firenze's expression was grave. Another unicorn has died. Ella's heart sank. Who else but Voldemort could kill a unicorn? To sustain his life, he had to hunt unicorns and absorb their blood. Recently, there have been several unicorn attacks. This is the second one in a short time. Eli tightened his grip on his wand. It seemed Voldemort had begun to stir. Saturday is truly a delightful day, and today the small class of Hall finally commenced. The morning always brings a sense of ease, and the empty classroom of Hogwarts was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. Harry, can you read? Eli pointed to the textbook, and Harry's face turned a bit pale. On this page, the third line asks you to add the essence of sneeze word. Did you do it? No. Then why didn't you? Do you think your method is better than what's in the book? Oh look, Ron, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought this pot contained the dung of a troll. For some reason, Eli, teaching for the first time, seemed to have awakened some extraordinary talent. From early morning, he talked, as if possessed by Snape, with a mouth worse than a toilet. Harry and Ron looked terrifyingly gloomy, having hoped that being away from the old bat would mean less foul language. Unexpectedly, Eli was just as fierce. However, as the person involved, Eli expressed that it felt really good. He truly understood the pleasure Snape felt when berating students in class. He didn't know from whom this talent was inherited. Could it be from his real father? No, that couldn't be right. James Potter in his youth primarily enjoyed pranks and was quite mischievous. His real mother. That was absolutely impossible. If Snape found out what Eli was thinking, he would cast an Avada Kedavra in an instant. Could it be? Ugh. He was thinking too much. Eli shook his head in horror at the image of Snape's greasy long hair that popped into his mind, realizing it looked nothing like him. Shaking off the bizarre thoughts that suddenly arose, Eli turned around and resumed his tirade against Harry, and only the little witch beside them was unaffected by Ella's venom. To be honest, Hermione really had no flaws to. She had memorized the entire textbook before school began, which was quite insane. Eli had observed Hermione brewing potions. Although she didn't have her own insights, at least her work matched the book perfectly. Such a level was likely unattainable for Harry and Ron. After all, even if they followed the book step by step, they were likely to make mistakes. Oh my goodness, you definitely didn't add the porcupine quills, did you? I'm not mistaken, am I? Ella's roar came. The little witch, diligently brewing potions, shook her head helplessly. Yes, Ron appeared timid. Harry Carefree was still chuckling beside them. Harry, you have the nerve to laugh. I bet you don't even know what porcupine quills are. After being scolded again, Harry lowered his head in embarrassment, pretentiously stirring the potion. Ron seemed utterly defeated, dropping to the ground with a gloomy face. Eli, I think I want to give up. Ooh, I just can't get along with potions. Yeah, I feel like no matter how hard I try, I can't compare to you talented ones. Harry's face fell as he echoed, having lost all hope for the potions class. He could almost see the old bat grinning and beckoning to him. Is it true that those with talent have such sharp tongues? I thought I was in Snape's class just now. Ron looked at Eli resentfully. He was the one who had been scolded the hardest. These two first-year wizards had learned almost all the foul language they had never heard in their lives during this short morning. I say, it seems you are completely uninterested in this class. Hermione, who had barely spoken, suddenly chimed. Ron glanced at her. He had long found Hermione displeasing, which might be the traditional feud between a struggling student and a top scholar. Yes, our problems are that Miss Perfect is interested in nearly every subject. This nickname was given by Snape in class because Hermione was eager to raise her hand to answer every question. Hermione naturally disliked this nickname. Blushing at Ron's sarcastic mention, she exclaimed, all right. Seeing them about to argue, Eli quickly intervened. Then he helplessly looked at the two of them. They seemed inherently incompatible. Noticing the somewhat exhausted Harry and Ron, Eli understood the principle of moderation. Let's call it a day for today and continue next week. Harry and Ron looked relieved upon hearing that. Watching their slacker expressions, Eli let out a long sigh. They probably didn't realize the dangers they would face in the future, lacking even a shred of desire to become stronger. Perhaps there was a desire, but it certainly couldn't compare to their slacker mentality. Learning should be taken gradually. It's not innate talent. The more you learn, the more you understand. Eli spoke. Well, we haven't seen you study much, but you're still better than us. Eli looked at Ron, sighing that he was still too young. You just haven't seen it. Before school started, I lived at the Leaky Cauldron for a month, studying hard every day. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron looked at Eli as if they had seen a ghost. Even Hermione couldn't help but glance over. This guy was even more ruthless than her. Seeing Hermione look surprised, Eli couldn't help but feel a bit proud. It was indeed not an easy task to show off in front of this academic powerhouse. Therefore, there's an old saying in the East, where there's a will, there's a way, and nothing is impossible in this world. Before Eli could finish his philosophical musing, a chilling voice suddenly rang from behind. Yes, that mysterious Eastern country indeed has its unique contributions to civilization. Professor Dumbledore. Harry and Ron quickly scrambled to their feet, and even the little witch Hermione straightened up a bit. Eli suddenly felt a bit stiff all over. Oh no, why did Dumbledore suddenly come here? He had been avoiding him for a while. With Dumbledore's wisdom, discovering his identity would be only a matter of time. With Dumbledore's cunning and deep scheming, he would undoubtedly involve him in the plans against Voldemort. At that time, he feared he would be led around by the nose. He was merely talented. Even as a reincarnated, nobody lived longer than him. 1,000-year-old turtle, a 10th of sand-year-old tortoise. This man only becomes more cunning with age. Eli turned around. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. He slightly bowed. Did you think he was bowing to a big shot? He was merely avoiding eye contact with Dumbledore. After all, Dumbledore was a master of legilimency, who just a glance could peer into one's thoughts. With a smile, Dumbledore waved his hand. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I just came out for a walk and didn't expect to find a little class here. I must say, Mr. Hall's potions class is indeed quite good. What? How long have you been listening? You didn't hear all my foul language, did you? Youth is wonderful friendship. Seeing you all learning from each other, I am truly happy for you. Gryffindor and Slytherin each earned 5 points. He then looked at Eli, his gaze inscrutable. For the sake of an excellent little teacher, Slytherin earns 5 more points. Huh, what's going on? Even if you're trying to bribe me with points, I won't yield. It seems I have disturbed you, so I will take my leave now. Before the few could react, Dumbledore was ready to turn and leave. Eli was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Dumbledore suddenly turned back. But Mr. Hall should avoid learning bad habits from others, even if that person is your professor. Dumbledore winked mischievously at Eli before leaving the classroom, leaving Eli feeling a chill all over. Eli had come to experience what it was like to be taught individually by Snape. Although Snape treated him somewhat differently from other students, he was certainly a strict teacher when it came to potions. Eli, have you gone blind with age? If you keep dripping, I think my office will need renovations. Have you caught Potter? You can't even tell the difference between these two things. If you make such mistakes again, you might as well stop learning potions and go feed pigs. At least you won't have to worry about dosages. Eli was already filled with frustration. That damn old bat, can't you just keep quiet? Snape truly deserved his reputation as the top critic of Hogwarts. He could tear Eli apart without even swearing. Can I retort? Sorry, Eli backed down. But despite the harsh words, he at least learned a lot of potion knowledge from Snape. Just this one afternoon could rival half a semester of normal classes. Snape's teaching method was not much different from the so-called rote learning from his past life. From the very beginning, he had Eli accumulating a vast amount of potion recipes and the properties of different herbs. Thankfully, Eli had a photographic memory, otherwise it would have taken him a whole semester to memorize this knowledge. Eli actually wanted to learn the casual alchemy that Snape had demonstrated to him. Snape shot him a glance, and after a moment of silence, suppressed the urge to berate him. According to Snape, Eli had to deeply understand the properties of potions and gain a certain level of control over his magical power before he could learn it. However, Snape also took the time to teach Eli how to control his magical power. This was far quicker than when he practiced by himself in the leaky cauldron. But with great gain came great cost. After an entire session, Ella's head throbbed with pain. This was the consequence of overusing his soul's power. Fortunately, he had been dedicated to strengthening his soul, so he trained longer and harder than the average person, and his progress was naturally faster. One could say that Snape was bringing out his best skills, and Eli benefited greatly. If this was because Snape judged by appearances, well, he hoped for more. Ron, why are you so excited? On the way to flying class, Ron's face was beaming with visible joy, almost bouncing with enthusiasm. Do you know what flying class means? Ron said mysteriously with a hint of anticipation, clearly eager to share with his friends. Quidditch. Eli blurted out smugly, thinking he had already filled his pockets with coins. Why would he act otherwise? Eli boldly declared that he was the coin king of all Hogwarts. Ron's expression instantly froze, and the surrounding little wizards laughed at Ron's embarrassment. Ron's face turned red. Eli, you're so boring. Then Ron, why don't you introduce what Quidditch is? As expected, Harry was the kindest, giving Ron a chance to express himself if one could overlook the smile on his face. Eli didn't interrupt. He knew Ron's passion for Quidditch, as Ron had been continuously sharing various Quidditch news with, such as which team won the championship this year, and where a potential player had emerged. Eli felt that if Ron had shared even a fraction of his love for Quidditch in potions class, he wouldn't be scolded every Saturday. Ron finally seized the opportunity, clearing his throat and feigning profundity. The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards the flying field. A Slytherin mixed among a group of Gryffindors was indeed a peculiar sight. At first, the little lions might have had some reservations towards Eli due to their house differences, but once they got to know him, they quickly cast aside their biases. Therefore, the so-called prejudices of houses are merely the exaggerations of some busybodies. Yet there are always those who regard them as sacred. For instance, our Draco, who trailed behind a group of Slytherins, casting cold glances at Eli from a distance. As the heir of the top pure-blood family, the Malfoy's Draco held a significant position in the status-conscious Slytherin. Having been the center of attention throughout his life, Draco was used to being adored, without even a single. The flying class was still attended together by Slytherins and Gryffindors, which was bound to spark some friction. Madame Hooch strode over energetically, her gray-white hair and hawk-like nose making her resemble an owl. Now there are broomsticks next to you. When I count to 3, just gently say up, and the broom will automatically come to your hand. Remember, say it with feeling. With Madame Hooch's command, the field echoed with strange voices saying up. Saying it with feeling doesn't mean using a weird tone. Up, Harry called out, and the broom instantly flew into his hand, obedient as a pet. Goodness, the protagonist truly was gifted something others couldn't compare to. For example, Hermione, though excellent in studies, seemed to receive no favor from the flying broom. Up, up, up. Eli saw Hermione's face straining as if she was about to sing out the word up, yet the broom remained unresponsive. Hey, let me help you out, Eli thought, and with a flick of his magic he forcibly lifted the broom beside Hermione, sending it into her hands. Hermione thought it was her own doing and proudly lifted her chin again, her scholarly dignity fully on display. And Ron seemed to have failed as well. As should I help him too? Eli followed suit, preparing to send Ron's broom to him. But just as he activated the spell, the broom seemed to respond to Ron's call, rising into the air on its own. Eli was caught off guard, and with the combined forces of his magic and the broom's own power, it shot up quickly, far too fast for Ron to catch. Thud! A crisp sound resonated across the field. My head. Eli awkwardly turned his head away, pretending nothing had happened. Fortunately, Ron was fine, only sporting a small bump. Eli waved his hand lightly, and the broom flew into his grip. Wow, impressive, a nearby little Slytherin exclaimed. Oh no, it's nothing, just a small scene. Am I feeling proud? Am I feeling accomplished? Actually, it wasn't anything special. It was mainly due to willpower, which is the essence of the soul. People with strong willpower usually have stronger souls, and those with strong willpower also adapt well to sports, but it's not entirely true. Thus, using this method doesn't necessarily indicate the quality of one's talent. After a lot of shouting, everyone present had basically gotten their brooms. Madame Hooch nodded in satisfaction. At least this batch didn't pick them up by hand. All right, now I will count to 3. When I blow the whistle, you will gently jump up and try to make a loop before returning. So 1, 2. Before she could even count to 3, a poor soul had already taken off. Mr. Longbottom, please come down. Clearly this was not something Neville could control on his own. He was panicking and could only cling to the broom to avoid falling. The little wizards watched nervously as Neville soared away while only Draco and his little followers found him. Eli had already taken his wand in hand, and he was indeed disappointed with the professor's lack of reaction as she failed to stop Neville from ascending. At that moment Neville was terrified. The uncontrolled broom caused him to roll through the air a few times, and thankfully, he was holding on tightly. Otherwise, he would have been thrown off the broom and likely met his demise. Oh, there he is. Everyone rushed over. At that moment Neville was hanging from the tip of a rooftop statue. His clothes were making tearing sounds, unable to bear his weight. Oh! Suddenly Neville fell, and the little wizards below covered their mouths in shock. Stop! Madame Hooch waved her wand, but failed to levitate him. Wingardium Leviosa. A firm whisper came from Eli. With his wand pointed at the falling Neville, a massive surge of magic quickly caught him as he screamed. As Eli lowered his wand, Neville gently landed on the ground. Madame Hooch rushed over to inspect him. The surrounding little wizards looked in amazement at Eli, who calmly put away his wand. Aren't we all first years? Why is he capable of this? Professor, I want to learn this. The Gryffindor students looked at Eli with admiration. It was simply awesome. Look at how Eli casually had his hand in his pocket, so cool. Harry and Ron's eyes sparkled. I also want to flaunt like that in the future. The little Slytherins also cast appreciative glances, but Draco wore a face of regret for missing out on the show and a hint of displeasure. I need to take Mr. Longbottom to the nurse. He has some scrapes. When I return, I don't want to see anyone in the air, otherwise before you hear the word Quidditch, you will be expelled from my class. She helped Neville to Ella's side. Mr. Hall demonstrated excellent spellcasting. Slytherin gets 10 points. After Madame Hooch left, Draco picked up a ball. It was Neville's memory ball. He intended to hide it, but Harry stepped in to stop him. Draco took off into the air, and the first-time flyer Harry was also reluctant to back down, while Hermione couldn't persuade him otherwise. Eli didn't intervene. It was precisely because of Draco's prank that Professor McGonagall noticed Harry's extraordinary flying talent. Harry would become the youngest seeker. All right, Draco, there's no need to keep holding on to him. Eli couldn't help, but advised Draco after Harry retrieved the ball. Draco, who was publicly humiliated, could no longer maintain his composure upon hearing Ella's words. He held his broom, looking at Eli with disdain. What did you say? How dare you, a Slytherin, constantly help those foolish Gryffindors? You are a disgrace to Slytherin. This statement was echoed by his followers, and other little Slytherins nodded in agreement. Many of them disapproved of Eli associating closely with Gryffindor. To Slytherin, Gryffindors were nothing but reckless fools. Malfoy, shut up. Ron immediately stepped forward and spat at Draco, and other Gryffindors joined in. This was definitely in line with Gryffindor style. They would fight back as soon as there was a disagreement. Moreover, these guys not only insulted their friends, but also trashed Gryffindor. No Gryffindor could tolerate that. The tension between the two groups was rising, and it seemed a house battle was about to break out. If it came to blows, it would undoubtedly be massive news. House fights were rare in the history of this academy. At this moment, a calm voice halted the impending clash. Eli played with his pale wand, utterly nonchalant. I appreciate your concern, but today's matter is for me to resolve myself. Oh, I can handle it alone. The Slytherins were immediately in an uproar. So arrogant. Are you looking down on me, Theodore? Not. Eli chuckled softly, somewhat coldly. He was indeed getting a bit angry. Of being kind to others didn't mean he would tolerate repeated insults. I am not targeting you, I am saying. Everyone present here is trash. Wow. The little Slytherins were shocked. This was incredibly arrogant. Eli looked at Draco, pointing his wand at him. I think I must teach a lesson to those who dare to speak out of turn. Draco stepped back in fear. He had never had someone point a wand at him. If you dare to act recklessly, I will tell my father. Eli scoffed. Perhaps as your father I should teach you how to solve problems the wizard way. Within Slytherin, some had already raised their wands ready to attack. Eli swung his wand forcefully, and a powerful surge of magic erupted, causing the little Slytherins to retreat repeatedly. The little lions watched in astonishment. Eli hadn't used any spells, it was merely the application of magic. The little Slytherins who had been pushed back looked extremely displeased. Despite their numbers, they had failed to withstand a single move. The clever little Slytherins began to calculate, was it really necessary to confront this terrifying guy? I think we really don't need to do this. The speaker was a Slytherin. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding little Slytherins nodded in agreement. In an instant, the tension diffused. Draco's face was particularly pale. He felt he might die. He could indeed call his father to resolve the issue, but if he provoked Eli, would he last until his father arrived? At that moment, he regretted his words, especially for picking on someone he shouldn't have. Eli, let it go. If this goes on, professors will notice. Hermione pulled him back. Harry and Ron also stepped in to persuade him. They hadn't expected Eli to be so fierce. It was one thing to brawl, but if Eli acted alone, he could be expelled. Eli looked at Draco, who had transformed into a chameleon once more. Do you know how to speak now? Draco nodded nervously. What are you doing? The little wizards from the two academies looked at Professor McGonagall with terror as she approached. If one were to speak of which professor had the greatest intimidation factor, it would undoubtedly be Professor McGonagall alone at the top. Unlike Snape, Professor McGonagall was extremely upright. As the head of Gryffindor, she would show no mercy in punishing her own students when they made mistakes. Not a single point would be spared. Professor McGonagall typically presented herself with a stern demeanor, and the little wizards dared not act recklessly in her presence. Hermione was already in a panic, unsure of what to do. What she feared most was hearing Professor McGonagall announce that she had failed all her subjects, but violating school rules was equally terrifying. Everyone present except for Eli secretly felt uneasy, knowing that a punishment was absolutely unavoidable. What are you all doing here? If I remember correctly, it's supposed to be flying class now. Professor Neville got a bit hurt, Madam. Hooch took him to the nurse's office, and we're practicing here. Eli remained completely calm, as steady as a rock. He knew full well why Professor McGonagall was here. He glanced suspiciously at the students on either side, confirming that they were all fine and uninjured. I hope you can behave yourselves until Madam Hooch returns. Professor McGonagall looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, come with me. Harry looked at Eli and the others in surprise, unsure of what was happening and why he was suddenly being called. Go on, Harry. If Professor McGonagall intends to punish you, she won't choose the location. Eli patted Harry, signaling him not to be too nervous. Harry hesitantly followed Professor McGonagall. Eli knew that soon he would hear about Harry becoming the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The youngest seeker, in fact, their father, James Potter, was also a seeker, and a very excellent one at that. James Potter's medal was displayed in the trophy room at Hogwarts. The first flying class ended on an unhappy note, and the events of the day had truly exceeded their expectations. Draco's face remained grim. Eli did not approach him to engage in friendly banter. His patience was limited. Initially, he had attempted to befriend Draco out of consideration for their status as roommates. However, with Draco constantly acting like a spoiled aristocrat, Eli Hall would not be his lackey. Today would serve as a lesson for him, to make him understand that in the face of absolute strength, everything else is mere illusion. Eli. Ron and Harry sprinted over with excitement. Eli swallowed a piece of cake, momentarily choking and rolling his eyes in distress. Oh, Eli, what's wrong with you? Harry and Ron quickly handed Eli a cup of water, gently patting his back. After a while, Eli finally recovered, looking reproachfully at the two who had nearly choked him to death. What's up? Guess what? No, I won't guess. Say it or don't, it doesn't matter to me. Ron replied, no longer teased. The little snakes nearby were very puzzled as to why these two Gryffindors had come to their long table. They quietly leaned in to listen. Smack. Can you be a little more discreet while eavesdropping? You're about to fall into my lap. Eli scolded the guy next to him, who was eavesdropping rather blatantly. The little snake caught eavesdropping quickly lowered his head to pretend nothing had happened. The one who had been slapped turned red, but said nothing. Ella's fearsome reputation had long been established. Provoking this fierce deity was akin to courting death. He shot the guy a glance, signaling Ron to continue. Harry has become the seeker for Gryffindor. Ron exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with anticipation, eager to see Ella's shocked expression. Harry seemed to feel the same way. He looked a bit shy as he didn't quite understand what it all meant, and felt somewhat embarrassed to be praised by so many. Eli looked at Ron with a strange expression. Is that it, eh? Huh. Ron was taken aback. Where was the excitement? The surprise? Come on, let me show you something, Eli said, pulling the dazed pair outside. Have we arrived, Eli? Eli led them to the trophy room, pointing at one of the medals. Wow. Harry, you never told us that your dad was also a seeker. Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Harry stared at the still glimmering medal, as if he could see the youthful figure. I didn't know, he said, his voice tinged with sadness. Eli quietly observed Harry, who had endured so much after the loss of his family. It must have been tough on him. Eli patted his shoulder, and Harry felt a wave of warmth. So, I believe you must have the confidence to fulfill your role as seeker now. Though not very willingly, I still wish you victory in the match. Ella's teasing made the two laugh, and Harry responded with a smile. If that's the case, then I must win. Ha ha. Halloween arrived, and the school organized a lavish feast. But on this joyous day, a minor unpleasant conflict occurred. There's a troll in the dungeon. The grand doors of the hall were rudely slammed open as a man wearing a large hood rushed in. It was Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher. I think you should know. Just as he finished speaking, he inexplicably fainted on the floor. Boom. The ceiling echoed with a timely thunderclap. Instantly the hall erupted with the earth-shattering screams of students. Eli had to cover his ears, otherwise he would surely suffer injury from the noise. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Draco, who was so scared he was nearly jumping on the table. Eli yanked him back down into his seat. Shut up, stop screaming. Quiet. A booming voice instantly silenced the hall. It was Dumbledore. Heads of houses escort the students back to the common rooms in an orderly manner. Teachers, follow me. Dumbledore provided a sense of safety to the little wizards as the heads of houses finally stepped up to lead their students back. Ella's attention remained fixed on Harry and Ron. Sure enough, the two headed toward the dungeon. Eli immediately. He was very familiar with this part as Ron's sarcasm had left Hermione crying alone in the girls' restroom. Somehow the troll had wandered into this area. Harry and Ron, worried about Hermione, rushed over just in time to encounter the troll wreaking havoc in the girls' restroom. Indeed, Hermione's terrified scream came from the restroom ahead. Eli, you two stay here, I'm going to save Hermione. Without waiting for the two, Eli dashed into the girls' restroom. The troll was smashing everything with a large club while Hermione hid in terror under the sink. Disperse. The spell hit the troll's back. A spell of such intensity could easily take down an adult A-tide giant spider. Yet when it landed on the troll, it seemed to have weakened by countless times. Roar. The troll in pain turned around, angrily swinging its club down at the little figure with the wand. The troll was a very stupid creature, its small head resembling a chocolate bean atop its enormous body. But its magical resistance was extremely high, which was why Ella's spell had not caused much harm. All of the troll's fury was suddenly directed at Eli, at least allowing Hermione, who was curled up in the small corner trembling, to catch her breath. Eli. Hermione, who was crying pitifully, suddenly spotted Eli. Don't make a sound. Shatter to pieces. Eli gestured for Hermione to remain silent, drawing the troll's attention again, and then released another spell to firmly lock the troll's focus on him. Boom. The massive club struck the ground, creating a large crater. Eli gasped at the state of the floor. Fortunately, the troll was not very agile, and he could still showcase some skills by dodging with serpentine movements. As Eli hurriedly dodged, he continued casting spells. Although the troll had high magical resistance, it still bled under Ella's powerful assault. The injured troll became even angrier, putting Eli in greater danger. Bang! A stone came out of nowhere and struck the troll on the head. This time the troll was completely disoriented. What the hell are you two doing here? Seeing the two fools nearby throwing things at the troll, Eli was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed. Wasn't this just dragging him down? The troll didn't care about that. Seeing these little creatures daring to throw things at him, it raised its massive club and swung it toward the crowd. With the space already tight, dodging around alone was quite troublesome for Eli. Now that two more deadweights had arrived, it was even more impossible to find a place to evade. Eli used his magic to push Harry and Ron away, using the rebound to slip behind the troll. Boom. The club smashed down where the three had just stood. Harry and Ron turned pale. If it weren't for Eli, they would have turned into pancakes. Shattered to pieces. A spell once again attracted the troll's attention to Eli, but Hermione was still behind him. Damn it. Eli pulled Hermione and desperately dodged the incoming club, pushing the two into a corner as danger loomed. Eli. Seeing Eli and Hermione in trouble, Harry rushed over in a single bound, using the troll's club to strike the Startled, the troll struggled, and Harry even shoved his wand up the troll's nostril. The scene was quite chaotic. With nothing in hand, the troll lifted Harry, raising the club to strike. Wingardium Leviosa. In a moment of desperation, Ron finally used the levitation spell, halting the troll's club midair. Bang! The club slammed down on the troll's head, and the troll seemed dazed, its steps wavering. Finally, it was over. Just kidding. The troll shook its head vigorously, instantly regaining consciousness. Ella's eyes widened. Something was wrong. The original story had the troll fainting here, so how could this be happening? He wondered if his presence as an outsider had flapped the butterfly's wings and changed something. The troll was clearly not fainting. Harry was in danger. The troll looked at the little thing it was holding, and a hint of a human-like sinister smile flashed across its face. It raised Harry high, intending to smash him to the ground. No one could stop him. Harry was doomed, and Eli felt a tearing pain in his heart. He could almost see the horrific scene of Harry's head exploding. Ron stood frozen in place, devoid of color. Hermione's tears filled her wide-open eyes as death was looming. A murderous intent surged forth, blood vessels filling her pupils. Ultimate death. A grayish light collided with the troll, as if the world had been severed of life. No, it was the troll that had been deprived of life. Boom. The troll's corpse crashed heavily to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. Eli, Eli. His voice faded into silence as Eli, drained of magical energy, gradually slipped into unconsciousness. This was the second time, wasn't it? Within mere days of term beginning, he had already fainted twice from magical exhaustion. What greater perils might lie ahead? As the troll crumpled beneath a wash of ashen light, Harry, convinced he would not survive, trembled to his feet, dazed and breathless. Harry! Ron sprinted forward and seized Harry in a tight embrace, utterly certain that his dear friend, known for barely a month, had just met his end. Still shaken, Harry nodded blankly. He and Ron watched as Hermione shook Eli urgently, yet Eli lay motionless, eyes closed, unresponsive. Eli! Harry snapped, fully awake, and lunged to Eli's side, staring at his pale, still face, and tight. What's wrong with him? What happened to Eli? He was frantic, truly terrified of losing yet another cherry. Eli had clearly told him not to approach. Had he obeyed, would Eli still be safe? Guilt flooded Harry's heart. Ron stood silent, lips pressed tightly together. He's only fainted, no injuries. Hermione, flustered but methodical, examined him thoroughly. No wounds marred his skin, and his breathing remained steady. Only then did she exhale in relief. They need never have come at all. If not for searching the bathroom for her, Eli would never have had to shield her. She had seen it clearly that curse had issued unmistakably from Eli's wand. She was certain she'd never encountered such a spell in any textbook. A curse capable of slaying a troll outright was far beyond the reach of any first-year witch or wizard. The moment that gray light erupted, she felt her very vitality ebbing away. A terrifying curse. Ah, how dare you! A sharp cry pierced the air from the doorway. Professor McGonagall stood, frozen hand clutched to her chest in horror, flanked by Professors Snape and Quirrell. Professor McGonagall nearly fainted at the ghastly sight before her. A fallen troll sprawled across the floor, surrounded by students. Explain yourselves, now. Her students had nearly been slaughtered by a troll. Rarely had McGonagall burned with such fury. Harry and Ron stammered incoherently. Would they be expelled? Or worse, if they confessed they'd alienated a friend then rushed off to duel a troll? It was my fault, Professor Granger. Professor McGonagall stared in disbelief at the usually impeccable young witch, whom she had long admired for her diligence and intellect. Hermione dared not meet McGonagall's crestfallen gaze and lowered her head. I read about trolls. I believed I could handle it, so I... Disappointment etched plainly across McGonagall's face as Snape looked as though he'd just heard the most absurd jest imaginable. Miss Granger. Oh, that's... Eli. McGonagall's eyes fell upon Eli lying beside Hermione, and her face blanched. She staggered forward, stumbling toward him. Snape's expression twisted violently. He charged forward like a man possessed, shoving Harry aside with brutal force. Madame Pomfrey hurried and summoned without delay. Professor, Eli has only fainted. Hermione murmured softly, but no one answered her. Madame Pomfrey raised her wand and performed a meticulous diagnostic charm. Mr. Hall is indeed unconscious, but his condition stems solely from acute magical depletion. Only then did McGonagall's stern countenance soften ever so slightly. Snape produced a vial of potion. After Pomfrey administered it to Eli, color slowly returned to his cheek. I must take this boy to the hospital wing immediately. With a flick of her wand, Pomfrey levitated Eli gently into the air and carried him away. Left behind were three trembling first years, quailing under the professor's collective glare. Miss Granger, I always assumed you possessed more sense than your peers, but today you've disappointed me deeply. For your gravely flawed judgment, Gryffindor loses 10 points. McGonagall turned sharply toward the two stunned boys beside her. And you too. Harry and Ron flinched in unison. You ought to recognize how extraordinary it is, how miraculous, that 3 first-year students survived an encounter with a troll. Each of you earns 5 points. Their expressions brightened. Though the net gain was 0, at least no further penalty loomed. Mr. Hall exhausted his magic to protect his friends. I award him 15 points. McGonagall fixed them with a long, piercing look, one that silently promised retribution should they ever repeat such recklessness. Rejoice in your sheer staggering luck. McGonagall and Snape strode swiftly down the corridor, leaving Quirrell behind. Could you identify that curse? No, but I am certain it bears kinship to the killing curse. Snape's brow furrowed. An anomalous curse, and Eli's catastrophic magical exhaustion, could mean only one thing. Eli's memory halted at the instant he lost consciousness. The wild, uncontrolled surge of magic still vivid, the suffocating gray light seared into his mind. Was this a dream? A forest, ordinary, silent. No birdsong, no rustling leaves. Yet, was that water? Following the sound, Eli found a narrow river. What's that? 3 men stood at its edge, blocked. Eli expected them to falter, yet they drew wands instead. Wizards. With a graceful flick, they conjured a bridge across the water, its flow no longer an obstacle. They crossed joyfully, when suddenly a figure cloaked in strange flowing robes appeared. Eli strained to see the face, but mist veiled it, impenetrable and shifting. The world dissolved around him, and awareness crashed back into reality. The acrid tang of potion filled his nostrils, his body throbbed with familiar weakness and ache. He abandoned all effort to move. He recognized the room at once, the hospital wing. Sigh, magical depletion again. Lying idle on the bed, Eli resigned himself to this rare involuntary respite from studies. Would you like to try this? It may help. Eli turned, and there sat Dumbledore perched beside his bed, sifting thoughtfully through a box of sweets. Ugh, just pick one to stop rummaging like a magpie. The old man truly lacked decorum. Professor, I arrived only moments ago. Heard a first year had subdued a troll. Remarkable audacity for one so young. Here, try this. Dumbledore selected a single bean and offered it. When I was your age, I once tasted dragon dung. Nearly ruined my palate forever. Eli accepted the candy with visible distaste. So, how exactly did you know it tasted like dragon dung? Eli hesitated, unwilling to pop it in his mouth. Dumbledore blinked, then deftly changed course. Go on, eat it. You'll feel better afterward. But Eli's curiosity, now ablaze, refused to relent. Truthfully, I'm far more curious about how you knew the flavor. That guileless expression, those wide, innocent eyes. Dumbledore nearly reached for his wand to deliver 2 sharp raps on the forehead. Children these days are insufferable. There was no evading the question. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles with practiced nonchalance, though a faint blush betrayed his discomfort. One indulges certain curiosities in youth, you see. Watching the headmaster squirm, Eli slowly raised a thumb in quiet, reverent admiration. A true legend, bold where others dared not tread. Eli wisely ceased pressing the matter. He genuinely feared Dumbledore might, in a fit of mortified rage, erase him from existence. He swallowed the bean whole. He nearly vomited onto the sheets. Was that sock he tasted? It seems rather unpleasant. Though quite typical, I assure you. Dumbledore spoke serenely, but Eli caught the unmistakable glint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Eli shot him a wounded, wordless glance, too intimidated to protest, too humbled to speak. Little Eli, profoundly, pitifully small. Yet Eli burned with impatience. Dumbledore wouldn't visit idly. This was about yesterday's curse. But if the headmaster wouldn't ask, Eli dared not broach it first, lest he surrender all control of the conversation. So why did Dumbledore seem utterly unrushed? Ask already. Are you truly this idle professor? Eli watched incredulous as Dumbledore cheerfully unwrapped and devoured gifts sent by his friends, nearly finishing the entire stash. Are you here to interrogate, or to raid a child's candy hoard? That wily old rogue. Finally, Eli broke. Professor, I'd like to ask something about yesterday's troll. Dumbledore reacted as though freshly reminded. I was just about to ask you. The sheer power of that curse was astonishing. Eli stared unblinking, watching the masterful performance unfold. Go on, give me a cup of espresso while you're at it. So, what was that curse? Eli set aside his grievances. First, he needed answers about the spell he'd unleashed the day before. Dumbledore set aside the sweets. Actually, Eli, that question belongs to you. Do you recall how you cast? Eli searched his memory carefully. I remember. I saw the troll about to kill Harry. I panicked. I wanted it dead, to save him. And then, the curse erupted. It was true. Even now, recalling that raw, murderous intent chilled him. Behind his half-moon spectacles, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, piercing, incisive. And the incantation. Ultimate death. Dumbledore paused, then locked eyes with Eli, his deep, knowing gaze holding him fast. I believe I owe you congratulations. You may have just invented a new curse. As those profound, ancient eyes met his, Eli recoiled inwardly. Something stirred within his mind, urgent and invasive. Instinctively, he resisted, and his unusually potent soul rose to oppose the intruding force. Yet it bore no malice, retreating instantly upon encountering resistance. Forgive me, child. I meant only to ease an old man's concern. Eli stared conflicted at Dumbledore's candid admission, never imagining the headmaster would so openly confess to probing his thoughts. Professor. Dumbledore rose, offering a gentle smile. Your talent astonishes me, both in spellcraft and in the strength of your soul. Still, I believe I should return your time to your friends. They appear eager to see you. With a conspiratorial wink, he turned and walked out. Fine, go ahead. Just don't forget to pocket a handful of beans on your way. Dumbledore opened the hospital wing door, and there stood Harry and the others. He exchanged brief greetings, then stepped out. He even popped one in his mouth. You. A muffled retch echoed from the corridor outside. Eli, and Harry and the other 2 rushed to Ella's bedside. How are you feeling? Not bad, Eli replied, handing over the last box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans before pulling out a chocolate frog for himself. Feels like I got clobbered by a troll. And Eli shifted his body slightly, still weak, profoundly so. He longed desperately for the Centaur tribe's restorative potion. Without it he would not yet be able to rise from bed unaided. No, Eli. If a troll had actually hit you with its club, you wouldn't feel anything at all. Oh, what a dreadful joke. And Ron instinctively snapped back at Hermione, though admittedly it wasn't particularly funny. Hermione merely shot him a withering glance. The 2 were no longer as sharply antagonistic as before. Eli watched the trio's newfound harmony with quiet satisfaction. Evidently surviving the troll together had forged genuine bonds among them. Hermione stepped solemnly to Eli's bedside, pressed her lips together, and said, Eli, I wish to formally apologize to you both. Yesterday, I acted recklessly. NAS the young which prepared to launch into a full-fledged apology speech. Eli's temples began to throb. All right. No need to make it so formal. Come on, give my shoulders a good rub. And Eli declared with an insufferably smug grin. And Hermione flushed crimson, her carefully rehearsed speech vanishing entirely from memory. Hermione, there's no need for this. You're our friend. We were at fault too yesterday. Everyone's safe now. Let's talk about something joyful instead. And kind-hearted Harry stepped in just in time. Even Ron, the quintessential blunt-hearted bloke, nodded in earnest agreement. Exactly. We'll be thrilled, as long as you skip the speech. And Eli cast him a wry, knowing look. Truly the boy was made of pure unyielding steel. Hermione glared at him fiercely, then turned away, refusing to acknowledge him further. And Eli, did you know? You're already hailed as the hero who bravely faced down the troll. Ron beamed with unrestrained excitement, nearly spraying Eli with spit. And yes, he's been boasting about it nonstop. At this rate, he's practically become the troll-slaying hero himself, Harry remarked dryly, leaving Ron betrayed with embarrassment. Eli wiped his face absently. With Ron's big mouth, it was inevitable. He'd already become famous. And yet had it not been to save them, he'd never have sought such attention. But the die was cast. Best to let events unfold naturally. And Eli tore open the chocolate frog. Inside lay the wizard card of Albus Dumbledore. Oh, look, I've drawn Dumbledore. And he passed the card around. And actually, I've collected several of these already. And Ron, an avid card collector, had proudly displayed his trove earlier. So Dumbledore truly is extraordinary. He defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald, discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and counts Nicholas Flamel among his closest friends. Harry read aloud from the card. And what are those 12 uses? In pan-fried, deep-fry, boil. Eli rattled off instantly, earning a chorus of exasperated eye rolls. Ron, distracted by the pile of sweets, rummaged through them with the same discerning air as Dumbledore himself. Hey, Draco sent you a gift too. And he held up an elegantly wrapped box, clearly expensive. Eli accepted it. A small note was affixed. No greeting, no sentiment. Just a single name, Draco. Truly the hallmark of that proud, stubborn child. He'd delivered the gift, and then added a final flourish of aloofness by signing his name. Eli couldn't help but smile. At least the boy still possessed a shred of conscience. And inside the box lay fine chocolate. Undoubtedly no ordinary confection. He took a bite. Rich, velvety, exquisite. And surely Madame Pomfrey isn't on duty. Don't you think you're disturbing a patient's rest? At that resonant voice, Harry and Ron stiffened instantly. Good afternoon, Professor. And Eli pushed himself upright in bed. Since this is inconvenient, there's no need to force such formality. And Snape produced a vial and handed it to Eli. Restorative potion, drink it. And Eli reluctantly accepted and swallowed it in one gulp. Even when performing a kindness, Snape couldn't resist a barbed remark. His gaze fell upon the 3 trembling first year's impatience etched plainly across his features. Mr. Potter, do you imagine Gryffindor has already secured victory over Slytherin? Oh, you've always been insufferably arrogant. And Harry stood rooted to the spot, tense and tongue-tied, desperate to retort yet too intimidated to speak. And the entire infirmary grew heavy, silent, and somber in Snape's presence. Is Quidditch about to begin? And Eli was utterly bewildered. Had he truly missed an entire epoch during his single night's unconsciousness? Starting today. And Hermione answered succinctly. And thank you, Miss ? For your timely reminder. Wishing you luck, then. And Snape uttered not another syllable before turning sharply and striding out. He arrived in haste and departed just as abruptly, leaving 4 young faces staring blankly at one another. And so, Harry, you're playing today? Eli broke the oppressive silence left in Snape's wake. Ah, yes indeed. And Eli flung back the covers and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. I absolutely cannot miss today's match, even if I'm still undecided whom to cheer for. And Harry and the others gasped, scrambling to shove him back under the blankets. Eli sighed, exasperated. Please, for heaven's sake, trust Professor Snape's craftsmanship. I am fully capable of walking now. Snape, the undisputed master of potions, had undoubtedly brewed that draught himself. Otherwise, such rapid, complete recovery would have been impossible. Relenting at last, they prepared to leave the infirmary with Eli, when a voice pierced the air. Oh heavens, who permitted a patient to rise from bed? And all 4 froze mortified. Madame Pomfrey, I'm perfectly recovered. And, do you imagine, I don't know precisely how severely you've depleted yourself. Return to your bed, immediately. Eli groaned inwardly. This school teemed with formidable figures, and Madame Pomfrey ranked among the most fearsome. Renowned for her peerless medical skill, she was even more famed for her near-obsessive devotion to patient care. Eli produced Snape's vial. Professor Snape just brought me this potion. It worked remarkably well. And Madame Pomfrey eyed it skeptically as she accepted it. Snape, his potions are formidable. And she sniffed it cautiously, her expression flickering with stunned disbelief, then swept her wand over Eli's body for verification. Indeed, you've nearly fully recovered. Still, rest remains essential. And, of course, Madame Pomfrey, I'll return straight after watching the Quidditch match. After earnest assurances, Madame Pomfrey finally released them, reluctantly. And Harry hurried off to prepare for the match while Eli, Hermione, and Ron made their way to the stands. Oh, look who's here, the legendary troll-defying hero himself. And from the stands, the Weasley twins pointed dramatically at Eli, voices booming with theatrical flair. Instantly, a wave of Gryffindors surged toward them. And it's Eli. That's Eli. But wasn't he injured? His leg broken by the troll. Wait, wasn't he killed? Eli listened, brow furrowed in dismay. What utter nonsense. When exactly had his leg been shattered? Nan, who pray tell claimed he was dead. And don't walk away after class. Ron, what exactly did you tell everyone? Eli gritted his teeth, leaning in to hiss at Ron beside him. Ron sank, so low his ears nearly touched the floor. George, put that megaphone away now. Eli swiftly intercepted George before he could raise the enchanted horn. No, I'm Fred. He's George. Eli strode directly up to the twins. George, that trick doesn't work anymore. The pair exchanged startled glances. How did you do it? Mum can't tell us apart. You mustn't tell anyone. They traded lines like seasoned comedians, fluid, synchronized, flawless. Eli half suspected they'd rehearsed this very routine in secret. Sliding arms around his shoulders, they leaned conspiratorially. Quick, tell us how you knew, in perfect unison. Eli smirked, eyes gleaming. Wanna know? Yes, magic. Pure magic. Magic? What kind of magic? Eli stared, incredulous. Your magical signatures differ. That's how I distinguish you. The twins blinked, then exchanged baffled glances. Eyebrows twitching, heads tilting. Can you feel it? I might be like you. We can't. Eli stared, dumbfounded. You truly cannot sense others' magic. They nodded solemnly. Their expressions bore no trace of deceit. Could it be true? Even their mother, Mrs. Weasley, often mistook them. Did she too lack this perception? Enough. Overthinking served no purpose. He'd simply ask Snape later. Fine. I've told you the method. I'm off. Eli slipped free of their grip, waved farewell, and headed toward the Slytherin stands. The serpents had already taken notice of the commotion in Gryffindor's section. Though less inclined toward reckless adventure than their lion-hearted peers of first year who'd faced down a troll warranted their undivided attention. Hello, Eli. Welcome back from the infirmary. Hello, I'm. The Slytherins greeted him with restrained dignity, each extending a hand like miniature dignitaries. Eli returned each gesture with equal courtesy. By the end, his cheeks ached from smiling. Approaching Draco, he found the boy pretending, not very convincingly, to be utterly unaware of his arrival. Hey, Draco. Eli tapped his shoulder. Draco visibly flinched. Not my that intimidating. Oh, Eli. Congratulations on your recovery. Thanks. Your chocolate was excellent. Draco's chin lifted with unmistakable pride. My father sourced it personally. An awkward pause settled between them. After a beat, Draco blurted, So, you really killed the troll? Eli shrugged, amused. Unless it tripped and killed itself. I suppose I did. A flicker of admiration crossed Draco's eyes. But Eli's pose, hand casually in pocket, head tilted skyward at 45 degrees, made his lip twitch in reluctant amusement. After days of distance, the two were slowly rediscovering their ease, conversing with surprising warmth. Draco kept circling back to the troll, question after question. The teams soon took the field, Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Two historic powerhouses, and long-standing, all spectators awaited the clash with bated breath. Harry Potter entered as Gryffindor's seeker astride the brand-new Firebolt 2000, eliciting thunderous cheers. Only the Slytherin stands remained hushed. Harry's broom was unmatched, a pinnacle of magical engineering, rendering older models obsolete by comparison. The match erupted instantly, two teams unleashing pent-up fury in a whirlwind of aerial speed and daring maneuvers. Gryffindor's superior technique quickly asserted itself, scoring repeatedly, seizing early dominance. Slytherins groaned in frustration. Draco sighed again and again. Soon Slytherin's patience snapped, and they reverted to tradition. When their keeper, Captain Flint, failed to score, he retaliated by hurling a bludger that knocked Gryffindor's keeper and Captain Oliver would clean off his broom. Gasps rippled through the stands. Slytherin's true tactics emerged, ruthless and scrupulous. Two players converged on a Gryffindor chaser, driving her violently into the wall. Others deliberately collided with opponents, knocking them from their brooms. Slytherin scored relentlessly. Boos erupted, not from one house, but from all three opposing houses, united in outrage. Yet the serpents reveled in their cunning, while Eli buried his face in his hands. How utterly humiliating. When outmatched, they resorted to cheating. Was this Quidditch or rugby? Harry remained focused. Find the golden snitch. Capture it. The match ended in victory. That was his soul's sacred charge. Suddenly Harry's broom bucked wildly, like a wild, untamed stallion. In midair he teetered precariously. Any fall would likely prove fatal. Eli's gaze snapped to the staff table. Snape stared intently at Harry, lips moving in silent incantation. Was he responsible? Not necessarily. Quirrell, seated directly behind Snape, muttered feverishly as well. Eli bolted from the stands, leaving Draco utterly perplexed. He slipped beneath the staff table. Hermione, Eli, their eyes met. An understanding passed between them instantly. Hermione raised her wand and aimed it squarely at Snape's robe hem. Wait. No. Too late. She ignited the fabric. Poor head of house. Don't blame me. Hermione moved faster than thought. And they fled at once. And Snape, you're on fire. Chaos erupted at the staff table. Snape leapt up, toppling Quirrell backward. And Harry's broom steadied. The golden snitch shimmered into view. Harry wheeled, chasing it instantly. And the Slytherin Seeker spotted it too, and gave chase. In they raced, jostled, and feinted, each striving to knock the other from his broom. But Harry was no novice. Their duel soared in intensity. And then, the snitch veered sharply downward. Both Seekers plunged after it, diving headlong. The ground rushed up. Speed intensified. And the Slytherin Seeker glanced nervously at Harry, only to meet unwavering resolve. At the last possible instant, mere inches from impact, he faltered, pulling up. And Harry, leveraging both mastery and superior broomcraft, executed a breathtaking last-moment turn, eliciting another roar from the crowd. Harry rose onto the broom's handle, reaching desperately. And thump! And he lost his balance, and tumbled. The stand screamed anew. He looks like he's going to be sick, and Harry clutched his chest. And you! And the golden snitch tumbled from his mouth, dripping, glistening, and utterly intact. Just now Snape wanted to kill you. What? Ron exclaimed, and Eli quickly covered his mouth. Lower your voice. Do you want everyone to know we're discussing the professor? Harry looked somewhat shocked. He certainly knew of Snape's hostility towards him, but he never expected that Snape. Hermione's expression was grave. She had never read about a professor murdering a student in any book. Snape is definitely not a good person. He is up to something. Why, Eli? Eli was curious to hear their reasoning, while also feeling a bit of sympathy for his head of house. Although Snape indeed seemed untrustworthy, Eli remembered that he seemed unrelated to this matter. Harry began analyzing seriously. Last time we encountered the troll, there were scratches on Snape's leg. Scratches? Hermione's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. Are you saying the troll was let in by Snape, and while chaos ensued, Snape went to the third floor, but got injured by the three-headed dog inside? Exactly. Ron and Eli looked perplexed. Ron simply didn't understand while Eli was pretending. Although he didn't know when they had gone to the third floor to see that three-headed dog, logically these were things he shouldn't know. He was just pretending to be clueless. After all, how could he not be influenced? Having witnessed Dumbledore's mesmerizing acting skills, Eli thought maybe one day he could aim for an Oscar. Three-headed dog. What are you talking about? Eli felt his acting had reached a level of perfection, surely qualifying as immersive performance. Hermione began explaining to Eli. That night, when we returned to the tower, the moving staircase brought us to the third floor. To avoid Filch, we ran into a room, and there was a three-headed dog. Hogwarts has 142 staircases that can move randomly. A little carelessness can lead you to a different place. In fact, Harry and Ron were late for their first transfiguration class because they got lost on the stairs. So why were you back so late? Ron's face turned angry at this. Don't mention it. That guy Malfoy suggested a duel, but when we got to the agreed place we found that coward didn't. Eli looked at Hermione with some surprise. So Hermione, you went along with them on their night adventure. Hermione's face flushed as she hurriedly said, I was trying to prevent them from being tricked, but they wouldn't listen to me at all. Hermione was someone who always followed the rules. Breaking school regulations was something she would never consider. Ron disliked Hermione because she often stepped in to stop them from doing this or that. However, Eli knew that the reason Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor was that she also harbored a heart unwilling to conform. Breaking school rules. How delightful, haha. Eli decided not to tease Hermione anymore. So now you suspect Snape is plotting something regarding that thing on the third floor. Exactly. Harry declared firmly that despicable Snape was definitely not a good person. Eli didn't argue in defense of Snape, because if he weren't familiar with the plot he might also believe Snape wasn't a good person. It's not that we aren't trying, but that our teammate is lacking. Hagrid. Hello, children. They happened to run into Hagrid, and Harry shared his suspicions with him. Though Hagrid wasn't a professor, he was still a staff member of the school, and often did tasks for Dumbledore, so Harry hoped Hagrid would report this to Dumbledore. How could that be? You are actually suspecting Snape. Hagrid found Harry's speculation utterly ridiculous. He had been at this school for many years. He believed Snape was not the type to do such things. But Harry was already convinced. At that time, when the troll broke into the castle, Snape took advantage of the chaos to go to the third floor, and even got injured by the three-headed dog inside. Hagrid appeared very surprised. Fluffy. How do you know about Fluffy? Oh dear, Eli thought Hagrid was a godsend, accidentally spilling the beans. Fluffy. The monster has a name. Ron clearly hadn't expected that the fierce creature had such a seemingly. Hermione immediately caught on. Fluffy. Hagrid, do you have any connection with that three-headed dog? Hagrid realized he had let something slip and appeared flustered, but upon hearing Fluffy he perked up. Fluffy, I bought him from a man in Ireland. He was just a cute little puppy back then. Later Dumbledore borrowed him to guard Nick. Harry. Ron. Eli, oh dear. Now Eli was very suspicious. Could Hagrid have grown up drinking truth serum? He just blurted it all out. Nick. Hagrid froze, suddenly realizing he might have said too much, looking a bit embarrassed. No, whatever it is, it's not something you little wizards should worry about. Ever since hearing the name Nick, Harry and the others had been frantically searching for information about him. Eli was exasperated. Hadn't he shown them that card when he was hospitalized last time? It was right there. Harry and Ron might not remember, but how could Hermione forget? Hermione, how could your clever mind suddenly go blank? Christmas soon arrived, and the school had arranged a Christmas holiday. Many young wizards chose to go home to spend it with their families, while only a few like Harry chose to stay. Harry now considered Hogwarts completely his home. He never wanted to return to Privet Drive to endure the Deathly. However, Eli still had some doubts. Isn't Christmas a Christian holiday? Why do wizards also believe in Jesus? Merlin, should I leave? However, Eli was not in the mood to worry about these things. He was currently sweating over a letter from home. Just a few days ago, he had written to tell his parents he wouldn't be coming back for Christmas. Fortunately, the Halls were not ones to write angry letters. Otherwise, Eli was sure his Christmas would be spent in a barrage of angry letters. Looking at the very stern letter, Eli was sweating profusely. Now returning home, he was afraid he would be in for a beating. Luckily, the Halls ultimately agreed to Ellis' application to stay at school. Early in the morning, the castle was newly decorated. The atmosphere of Christmas was everywhere, and Professor Flitwick was setting up a gigantic Christmas tree. Professor, do you need help? Oh, Eli, it would be wonderful to have your help. Professor Flitwick, as the head of Ravenclaw, had expressed multiple times his desire to recruit Eli into their house. Of course, this was met with strong rejection from a certain greasy-haired professor. He never held back on compliments for students, especially for exceptionally talented students like Eli. Eli, let me just strike a pose. I feel so impressive. Eli pulled out his wand, and with a gentle wave the small balls around began to float up and hang on the tree. Professor Flitwick was so delighted, he almost broke his wand. Merlin's trousers' excellent levitation charm. Slytherin gains 10 points. At this moment, the jar representing points showed Slytherin already in the lead. Many of the points were earned. If this trend continued, the House Cup would absolutely be theirs without a doubt, leading far ahead of their rivals. Ella's skill was also thanks to Snape. During this time, studying under Snape had greatly improved his control over magic. His potion-making skills were certainly on par with 7th-year students. Harry and Ron were playing wizard chess similar to international chess, except the pieces moved themselves and would destroy the target piece when capturing. Eli also played a few rounds, but like Harry was defeated resoundingly by Ron. Losing at chess was one thing, but Eli also had poor sportsmanship. After losing several times, he started cursing and even pulled out his wand. If Harry hadn't held him back, Ron would have been in trouble. Afterward, Ron refused to play with Eli no matter what. You better find information about Nick during the holidays. Hermione was preparing to go home. Ron was as well, but his family had gone to Romania to see his brother Charlie. We've searched 100 times. You haven't even been to the restricted section. Eli stared blankly at Hermione's back. Who are you? Where did you hide, Hermione? Where is my law-abiding Hermione? The next morning, Harry and Ron came to show off the invisibility cloak Harry had received. This had originally been their father's, but it ended up in Harry's hands. Ron handed Eli a sweater with a large Y embroidered on it. He and Harry each had one, and Eli was extremely fond of Mrs. Weasley's craftsmanship. He had been wearing this sweater for days. Harry was also eager to try on his invisibility cloak. Just then, an extremely terrifying scene unfolded in the restricted section. A hand holding a lamp barged in. As the cloak fell, the child left behind was none other than Harry, who had come to find Nick. Nick! He saw Nick's name in a book and took it down. Upon opening it, the book suddenly revealed a face and let out a terrifying scream. Harry was instantly terrified. Who's there? It was Filch's voice. If he caught Harry, it would be the end. He hurriedly yanked off the invisibility cloak, but ended up smashing the lamp. He couldn't care less. His figure vanished again. Filch, holding the lamp, approached shakily. Come out. I see you. His shaky voice revealed. I'm scared too. Harry immediately slipped away. Snape, Harry was startled. It was Professor Quirrell's voice. Turning his head, he saw Snape pinning Quirrell against the wall. You wouldn't want me to go against you, Quirrell. No, I don't understand. I think you should understand. Suddenly, Snape turned to look at Harry. Harry immediately held his breath. Snape seemed to have noticed something and slowly reached out his hand towards Harry. Isla, you really should see what I discovered. Isla was flipping through the books on transfiguration in the library, eager to learn more about Animagus. Harry suddenly rushed and hurried, and out of breath, whispering to Isla. Isla looked at Harry with confusion, but when he saw the person behind him, he lowered his head in shame. Isla. No loud noises allowed in the library. A sudden voice from behind startled Harry Peepants. Isla didn't dare to lift his head, pretending not to see as he flipped through the book. Who wouldn't know that at Hogwarts the professor is the boss in class, Madame Pomfrey is the boss in the infirmary, and no one would dare challenge Madame Pance's authority in the library. In the library, even putting down a book had to be done lightly, though any noise would earn a death glare from Madame Pance. However, someone like Harry, who rarely visited the library, probably wouldn't remember how to survive under Madame Pance's watch. The furious Madame Pance waved her feather duster, and at that moment Harry was more intimidated than when facing Snape. And you stop flipping through the books so carelessly. Isla's heart sank. He thought he was already being timid enough, why was he still being criticized? But the best strategy of the 36 stratagems is to retreat. He quickly returned the book and dragged the frightened Harry away without looking back. What did you want to tell me? The two arrived in the corridor, and Harry finally let out a sigh of relief. Not only did he not like going to the library, but he now had another reason to avoid it. But recalling why he came to find Isla, Harry felt a bit excited. Come with me tonight. I'll take you to a great place. Isla looked at Harry, strangely tightening his clothes. Oh, what was this guy planning? I'm not playing that. Harry was baffled. What did that even mean? Seeing Isla's mischievous expression, he was sure he was thinking something inappropriate again. I found a magical mirror. Harry lowered his voice, sounding mysterious. Isla pondered for a moment. Could it be the mirror of Erased? If nothing had changed, Dumbledore would have hidden the Philosopher's Stone in the mirror. The mirror reveals the deepest desires of one's heart. Isla was also curious to see it. Even he couldn't pinpoint what he desired the most. At night, Harry and Isla squeezed under the invisibility cloak. Isla was getting sore. The poor child had no rights. This cloak was the legendary Deathly Hallows, ultimately inherited by Harry. But I, Isla, am also a descendant of the Potters, yet I didn't receive anything at all. Look, the Deathly Hallows is resting on his head, but it doesn't belong to him. Harry didn't even realize that Isla had been quietly muttering to himself. He was just a bit excited to share this magical mirror with his friends. He had snuck into the restricted section at night, was caught by Filch, and while escaping he encountered Snape and Quirrell mysteriously doing who knows what. Snape seemed to have discovered him, reaching out to probe. But in the end, Snape didn't find him. Perhaps his commotion had attracted Snape's attention. In any case, it was a close call. Later, he unintentionally discovered the mirror. He had invited Ron to see it, and the two had seen different scenes in the mirror. They were all scenes they most yearned to see. So he also prepared to bring Isla to experience this magical mirror. Harry rushed forward, lifting a huge cloth to reveal a mirror as tall as the ceiling. The ancient patterns on it indicated that the mirror was quite old. This is the mirror of Erased with the inscription, "It does not show your face, but your desires." Isla was looking forward to it. He wanted to know what he desired most. To go back. Perhaps there was a bit of that, but on the first day of coming to this world, he had already prepared to live. This didn't seem very important anymore. To become the strongest and dominate the magical world. It was enticing. He indeed loved magic. But he seemed to lack ambition. Those development plans were merely for self-preservation amidst danger. Why stir up trouble when one can live peacefully and comfortably? Now Isla was completely unsure of his own goals. Harry stood in front of the mirror, looking blissful. What do you see? Harry was still smiling dreamily. Mom and Dad. Is it showing the future? He turned around, his smile fading slightly, but they are already dead. He pulled Isla to the mirror. What do you see? Isla quietly gazed at the mirror where he was all alone. Gradually images began to manifest. In the scene he was standing with the Potters, and there were Lily and James with Harry beside them. The image suddenly vanished, and what appeared next was a cloaked figure. He resembled a deity supreme and exalted, with all others merely his servants. He held the power over everyone's life and death. Wasn't this the mysterious figure from his dreams? Isla attempted to see his face clearly, but his vision was obstructed by fog, and he still couldn't see it clearly. What do you see? Harry was somewhat expectant, noticing Isla's changing expression. Isla turned away. Family. Harry smiled, awkwardly stepping back to the mirror. You're so lucky. Your family is here while I can only watch illusions through a mirror of unknown origin. At that moment, Isla truly wanted to tell him, no, you still have a family right behind you. I really wish to take this mirror back so I can at least see them. Isla shook his head, stepping forward to rest a hand on Harry's shoulder, preventing him from facing the mirror. Isla's gaze was somewhat profound. It was the first time Harry saw this serious side of Isla. It was as if he were dumb. Harry, illusions are ultimately just illusions. They cannot bring us knowledge, only lead us to despair. Harry still stole a glance at the mirror, but I just want to see them. They are all dead. Isla took a deep breath. He knew how great a luxury this was for Harry, who had lost his loved ones since childhood. But he couldn't just watch Harry sink into despair over illusions. Harry, do not pity the dead. The living are the ones who need sympathy. Life must go on. A stagnation is not a good choice. Well said. An elderly voice suddenly came from behind. It was Dumbledore again. Isla felt a chill. Did this old man walk without making a sound? Dumbledore winked at him, as if to say, you little rascal, stealing my lines. Isla stood there obediently. He knew this old man was about to start a political education. Mr. Hall's words have also greatly benefited me. At this moment, I feel I should refrain from speaking. After saying this, Dumbledore slowly left the room, leaving Isla and Harry bewildered. I had my stance ready, and you just stopped talking. Isla had already come to respect this unpredictable old man. How could one not say that age brings wisdom? These old folks have tricks deeper than one another. The mirror was to be moved. The two had no choice but to return. Thankfully, Dumbledore did not deduct points for their nighttime escapades. Perhaps this was due to the Savior's influence. Harry suddenly grabbed Isla. Isla, can you teach me magic? Isla looked at Harry in confusion, not understanding what he wanted. Harry's eyes were somewhat determined. Yes, my family can never return, but I at least want to take revenge for them. Do you know what you will be facing? Isla looked at him solemnly. But Harry remained unchanged. Voldemort. This name, which terrified the entire magical world, was spoken by a child of just over 10. He is not the dead troll, but I still want to kill him. Isla didn't know what to say, or whether it was a fleeting whim or a passing fancy. He shouldn't discourage him. Isla teased him. All right, from now on, you'll learn however you learn. Can you keep it up? I can. Killing Voldemort is not just a matter of saying it. The next day, Isla brought Harry to the room of requirement. Harry was stunned by this magical place. First, you must master a signature spell, even if it's just this one spell. Harry was somewhat confused. Can one spell really fight against others? Isla suddenly thought of a handsome con man. Of course, some wizards indeed thrive on a single spell honed to perfection. The room of requirement transformed into a training ground with several metal dummies in front of them. Disarm. A red light shot from Isla's wand, striking the dummy and knocking its weapon away. Disarming charm, a very practical combat spell that can disarm an enemy and prevent them from attacking. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched Isla perform a spell. This is great. He began to imagine himself defeating Voldemort with this one disarming spell. Isla's palm brought him back to reality. In class, yet you're daydreaming. Isla shot him an exasperated look. Come on, first get familiar with the spell's incantation. Repeat after me. Disarm. Disarm. Harry stumbled over the words. Don't hesitate like that. Be firm and decisive. As you recite, imagine knocking the enemy's weapon away. The two began a kindergarten-level magic lesson, and Harry's voice was nearly worn out from shouting. Disarm. Isla nodded in satisfaction. Now take your wand. Remember the gesture and the incantation. Harry nodded confidently, pointing his wand at the dummy. Disarm. Harry was confused. Isla exclaimed, oh no. The wand fizzled, emitting only a few sparks without any red light. The theory was one thing, but putting it into practice was another. When Harry actually picked up the wand to cast the disarming charm, the situation became chaotic. An irate Isla began to scold, channeling Snape's spirit. Are you afraid of scaring the enemy with such a quiet voice? Your gestures need to be stronger. Don't be so soft. Are you afraid of hurting someone? In the end, an embarrassed Isla drew his wand and chased Harry around the room. This annoying kid was too much. You have to be decisive. Casting a spell isn't just about reciting the incantation. You need to have a strong desire to make it happen. Isla grabbed the trembling Harry. See that dummy? Imagine it as your Uncle Dudley Snape and that old Voldemort. Are you angry? Visualize knocking their weapons away and then kicking their butts with your shoe. Disarm. A brilliant red light struck the dummy, sending it flying and causing its weapon to fly out of its hands. Isla nodded in satisfaction, patting Harry on the shoulder. Good job, you did it. Now, let's rest. Harry suddenly went wild, rushing towards the dummy and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. He was cursing as he hit. Hey, all right. Isla hurried to pull him back, but it was no use. This kid was completely in character. Stop, don't hit anymore, you'll kill someone. If you break it, you'll have to pay. Harry gasped as he finally stopped. Harry, Eli, I haven't seen you all day. Eli and Harry finished their practice for the day and went to find Ron, but he wasn't in the common room. They eventually bumped into him in the Great Hall. Ron, we were just looking for you. Harry rushed over, eager to pull Ron into studying magic with them. This was also proposed by Eli, as they didn't know what risks lay ahead for these stubborn kids, so it was always safer to enhance their strength. Looking for me? I was just studying magic with Eli, and I've made great progress, so I wanted to ask if you would join us. Harry was indeed enthusiastic about promoting this idea, but the moment Ron heard the word study, he looked pained. His reluctance was practically written on his face, revealing just how much he resisted learning. Well, maybe not. Eli knew that Harry couldn't sway Ron this way, and that he had to resort to threats and temptations. Ron, do you want to end up with a few PS on your O.W.L. exams? Especially potions. Snape is not someone to take lightly. One slip up and you're looking at a low score, Eli said, like a bad uncle trying to scare the kids. Ron was indeed taken aback, thinking about how his mother would scold him for failing the exams, and how Fred and George would mock him. His expression darkened immediately. Seeing Ron begin to waver, Eli quickly seized the opportunity. Look, if you study with us, you won't have to face Snape's nasty face, you won't have to worry about looking foolish in class, and you won't have to fret over bad grades. Harry is joining us too. At this moment, Eli seemed more like a bad uncle, and poor Ron quickly fell into his trap. Ron just didn't like studying. He wasn't unafraid for his life. He knew very well the consequences of failing exams. His brother Percy, as a prefect, often served as a cautionary tale for Mrs. Weasley. He was also burdened with Mrs. Weasley's expectations of him as a prefect. Well, okay, Ron conceded, looking extremely reluctant. He truly didn't enjoy studying. Wasn't Quidditch more appealing? Eli wore a triumphant smile. Harry stood by, utterly stunned. Was this? Harry might awaken some remarkable attributes. You mean there was a conspiracy going on behind our backs? Unacceptable. The twins made their grand entrance, bantering. Come on, tell us, did you just strike some nefarious deal, or did you form a secret organization? Eli listened to the twins banter, his head filled with black lines. What was even going on? How did it turn into a secret organization? Actually, it's not that big of a secret, Eli said, deliberately being mysterious, and the twins were indeed. What secret? Spill it, spill it. Eli wore a deep expression. Want to know? You have to agree to one condition. The twins exchanged glances. What condition? You have to keep it a secret. You must promise not to reveal our secret to anyone. The twins were all for this kind of mysterious rhetoric, their curiosity almost bursting. We promise to keep it under wraps. Eli nodded in satisfaction, lowering his voice. Our secret is. What is it? Harry and Ron are going to learn with me. The twins were taken aback, then showed looks of disdain. They were expecting something grander, not this. So what do you say? Do you want to join us? The twins laughed as if they had heard a hilarious joke. Eli, even though you are the hero who fought the troll, you still don't measure up in front of us third-year students. To put it bluntly, the twins believed that while Eli might have dealt with the troll, they thought he simply got lucky and couldn't possibly confront a troll heathen. In fact, most people thought the same way. Eli heard this and sighed. Don't believe me. He slammed the table. Eli am also a person of dignity. Since you don't believe me, let's have a match. The twins laughed even harder, suddenly wanting to teach this little kid a lesson. Of course, but don't cry if you lose. Your big brothers will take care of you. Eli felt a chill run down his spine and glanced at Ron. Was this how they always acted? Ron's pained expression told a story of its own. They arrived at the room of requirement, and the twins were practically bouncing with joy upon seeing this perfect secret base for pranks. Eli didn't mind revealing this place to the twins because he was confident he could convince them to join him. He summoned the arena for the match with Eli and the twins on either side. Harry and Ron acted as judges and spectators. The twins were a bit nonchalant, showing no regard for this. Fred, you go first. George, you might not get a turn at all. Eli watched as the two discussed without acknowledging it. They had to teach him a lesson. Don't deliberate come at me together. The twins were stunned. We're little kids, this bold. What are you looking at? Are you scared? Eli continued to provoke them, being incredibly arrogant. At this point, the twins could no longer contain themselves. We should teach this arrogant little kid a lesson. Seeing the twins come at him together, Eli remained unfazed. He had already subdued the entire first-year Slytherin by himself last time. Dealing with two was a piece of cake. Mouth full of sticks. Legs go stiff. The twins coordinated their attacks, while one targeting the upper body and the other the lower. They were using spells commonly employed by students for pranks, as it was just a friendly duel. After casting their spells, both wore smug expressions, not believing that a first year like Eli could dispel these two spells. Eli didn't even move, and they thought he had been scared stiff. The curses flew towards him at lightning speed. Harry and Ron widened their eyes, eager to see how Eli would respond. Spells top. With a flick of his wand, Eli effortlessly dispelled the two spells, leaving no trace. What? The twins were dumbfounded. They never expected Eli to dismiss their spells with such ease. It's not a good habit to get distracted during a fight. Expelliarmus. The twins were standing too close together, and Eli's Expelliarmus targeted both of them at once. In fact, this application demonstrated Eli's rising level of magic. The twins had no time to react, and were knocked to the ground, their wands flying into Eli's hands. Completely disarmed and utterly defeated. So what do you say? Are you convinced? Eli wore a smug look. The twins, looking a bit disheveled, replied, convinced. You have to teach us. Thus the twins climbed aboard Eli's pirate ship, and he wore a victorious smile. Everyone, I've had an idea, Eli said solemnly, returning the wand to the twins. I'd like to establish a dueling club. The group exchanged puzzled glances, until the twins burst into cheers. Brilliant. Eli smiled wryly at them. Oh, do tell. How exactly is it brilliant? The twins traded rapid-fire replies. We'll be able to prank people, openly and gloriously. It'll be like a Roman arena, utterly spectacular. Eli sighed inwardly. He'd half hoped for wisdom, instead mischief remained their muse. After all, he was striving to elevate Hogwarts' academic standards, and surely Dumbledore would owe him Moreover, having memorized the timeline, he knew full well that if events unfolded as before, a great defense of Hogwarts would erupt within a few years. Students would suffer grievous casualties. This club, then, was not mere sport. It was preparation for war, sweat and peace, sparing blood in battle. Harry and Ron readily endorsed the proposal. True to form, those spirited young lions were always drawn to novelty and daring. Yet founding a club was no simple matter, not even in the wizarding world. Like Muggle universities, it required formal application. I'll need to visit Professor McGonagall soon. He also hoped to consult her on the intricacies of animagus transfer. He had long coveted this extraordinary magic, not for pranks or peeping, but for the sheer wonder of becoming a creature small and free. With the dueling club now officially greenlit, today's studies concluded. Better to act than delay. Eli resolved to seek McGonagall immediately. It was Christmas break, many professors were away, but Eli knew McGonagall remained on campus. He knocked at her office door. Moments later it opened. Gone was her usual severe bonnet. Her hair was loosely tied. a subtle softening that made her appear markedly kinder. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall," Eli greeted with impeccable courtesy, every inch the model student. After all, who strikes a smiling face? "Eli, what brings you here?" Off-duty McGonagall seemed unusually buoyant. "Professor, I wish to found a student society," Eli announced without preamble. McGonagall hadn't expected this. Hogwarts hosted few societies, and none had been proposed in years. "Come in, please, let's talk inside." She ushered Eli in. A single glance revealed her meticulous nature. The room was arranged with surgical precision, bookshelves brimmed with volumes sorted meticulously by titles. Eli also noticed several Quidditch weeklies atop her desk, confirmation he thought of rumors about her fervent passion for the sport. Eli sat upright and composed. "Mr. Hall, might you elaborate on the nature of this society?" "We aim to establish a dueling club to foster magical exchange among students." His voice held quiet trepidation. Such a proposal carried inherent risk. As anticipated, McGonagall's brow furrowed at the name, and Eli's heart sank. Her hesitation was understandable. Hogwarts rarely refused society applications. Had he proposed a study circle, or even a Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans Appreciation Society, she'd have consented instantly. But a dueling club, its peril was undeniable. Unsupervised dueling invited catastrophe. No one could guarantee safety. Above all, McGonagall feared student injury. She paused and spoke gravely. "Mr. Hall, I must inform you that prior attempts to launch dueling societies ended in dissolution, each following serious accidents. So tell me, what safeguards will you implement?" Eli froze. He'd only just conceived the idea. He'd given no thought to safety protocols. He'd underestimated the challenge. Improvising, he ventured, "Might we invite a professor to oversee instruct?" A prudent solution. Surely supervision by faculty would suffice. McGonagall nodded. "Indeed, yet professors carry heavy teaching loads. Can you persuade one to commit time to your club?" Eli faltered again. Of course. What professor would divert precious hours to guiding rowdy first years in combat? A second wave of doubt chilled him. Yet he refused to yield. The club was integral to his plan, and he would fight for it. "Professor, we will secure a professor's guidance," he declared, meeting her gaze with quiet resolve. Perhaps moved by his tenacity, or hopeful that students might deepen their learning. McGonagall granted. "Very well. If you succeed in enlisting at least one professor's mentorship, I shall approve your society." She offered a rare warm smile. "May I suggest Professor Flitwick? He once claimed the dueling championship. None is more suited to guide you." Relief washed over Eli. Hope at last had taken root. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. We'll approach Professor Flitwick at once. Then I shall write him a letter of recommendation. Wishing you every success." Eli's elation surged. With McGonagall's backing, success felt assured, her generosity absolute. McGonagall regarded this bright, courteous boy with genuine approval. "Anything else, Mr. Hall?" Eli steadied himself. He had another matter of equal importance. He summoned earnestness. "Professor McGonagall, I'd like to inquire about the animagus transformation." Her expression shifted instantly, grave, unyielding. "Mr. Hall, let me be unequivocal. Animagus transfiguration is profoundly dangerous and extraordinarily advanced, far beyond any first year's reach. Indeed, most adults never master it." Eli had anticipated her reaction. This magic truly threatened life itself. "No, Professor. I seek only deeper understanding, not immediate practice." Her sternness eased. At least he hadn't spoken folly. "An admirable aspiration, Mr. Hall. As your transfiguration professor, I am duty-bound to nurture your growth. Though first, I shall test your foundations." Confidence flared in Eli. This he could do. "I accept the trial." McGonagall placed a goblet upon her desk. "Transform it, fully livingly, into a toad." Eli drew his wand and channeled magic with deliberate grace. The goblet began to shift. He proceeded with utmost care. Transfiguration demanded exquisite control. Animating the inanimate demanded near perfection even for him. As the metamorphosis deepened, McGonagall's eyes gleamed with growing intensity. When Eli lowered his wand, a croaking toad sat where the goblet had been. "Excellent, Eli. I dare say your skill rivals that of upper-year students." She retrieved a slender volume, A Guide to Animagus Transformation, authored astonishingly by herself. "Study this thoroughly. Bring questions to me anytime, and submit a progress report every fortnight." Eli's joy at receiving the book froze mid-smile, replaced by dawning dismay at the weight of academia. The professors have always been efficient, and by the next day Eli received a reply from Professor Flitwick. Judging by the huffing and puffing of this owl, it seemed its wings were about to give out. The owl pecked at Ella's hand, indicating it wanted a tip. He gave it a piece of lizard jerky, and it flew away. Holding Professor Flitwick's letter, Eli felt a bit anxious. What if the professor declined? With the letter in hand, Eli felt as if he were unboxing a mystery box. He opened the letter and read through it at lightning speed. It worked. Eli nearly jumped for joy. Professor Flitwick not only agreed, but was also delighted by Ellis' invitation. This was also an opportunity for Professor Flitwick to showcase his skills in front of the students. Being a half-blood elf, he was very short, and usually appeared quite amiable. The students would never guess he was a master duelist. Having once won the dueling championship, he naturally had a deep love for dueling, but his teaching duties prevented him from showcasing it. Now that Eli established a dueling club and invited him as a mentor, it finally gave him a chance. This was also due to his trust in Eli and his impression. Eli had always been diligent, highly talented, and he had even said more than once that Eli was the most talented student he had ever encountered. Thus, when Eli invited him to join the dueling club, he readily agreed. He even asked the owl to deliver the letter urgently. He also wrote a letter back to Professor McGonagall. Therefore, if all went as planned, his dueling club would soon be approved. After a while, Professor McGonagall delivered a letter stating that his dueling club had been approved and would be announced on the school's notice board. This was exactly what Eli wanted. He wanted to attract more people to join the dueling club. He wasn't worried about being overwhelmed. To put it bluntly, no one in the school apart from the professors could match him. Therefore, he was indeed quite calm. He wrote 2 letters, one for Harry and Ron, and the other for the twins, to inform them of the good news about the club's establishment. I, Eli, am now the head. In high spirits, he began studying the guidebook Professor McGonagall had given. This is what a top student is like. They study at the slightest provocation. Harry and the others had said more than once that Eli should have been sorted into Ravenclaw. Hermione felt the same way. These two were absolute study fanatics. Study fanatics. Eli felt honored to receive this title. As soon as he received the book yesterday, he spent the entire night studying it. One must admit, as a master of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's book was remarkable. Moreover, she was one of the few remaining animagi. In all of Britain, there wouldn't be more than a handful. This book on animagi provided a detailed account of how to cultivate oneself as an animagus. It also included many potential problems that might arise during the process and their solutions. To say this was the strongest supplementary material would be an understatement. After studying it, Eli concluded that becoming an animagus was indeed difficult. Furthermore, it was extremely perilous, and the process was quite complex. First, one must hold a leaf of mandrake in their mouth during a full moon and keep it there until the next full moon. During this time, one cannot swallow it or spit it out, otherwise one must start over. Isn't this a mental game? Eating and drinking would be fraught with anxiety. After the full moon, one must take it out and place it in a crystal vial filled with saliva. How disgusting. Ugh. Moreover, if that day is cloudy and the moon is not visible, one must start over. What a huge psychological shadow this creates. If the above steps succeed, one must add a strand of their own hair and a spoonful of dew under the moonlight. The dew must be collected for a full 7 days without being disturbed by sunlight or humans. Just imagine how troublesome this is. Can I even count as human? Then add a ghost moth's pupa and finally place the mixture in a place where sunlight and living creatures cannot reach. It's best to bury it and wait for a thunderstorm before taking it out. That means the potion is successful. While waiting for the storm, one must recite incantations every sunrise and sunset until feeling a second heartbeat. After reading all this, Eli nearly cursed out loud. He couldn't even imagine what the first wizard to complete the animagus transformation had to endure. These steps were extremely tedious, and even if completed, success was not guaranteed. Many people, even after successfully brewing the potion, fail to transform. According to Professor McGonagall's research, this is related to one's magical power. If one's magical power is too low, the transformation will fail. Because becoming an animagus consumes a tremendous amount of magical power, if one exhausts their magic during the transformation, then they might get stuck in that form. It could end up being a lizard person. Of course, if one could just preserve their life, that would be good enough. Many people have lost their lives. Moreover, animagi can only transform into ordinary animals. Historically, there have been no cases of animagi transforming into magical creatures. However, Eli speculated that this might have something to do with the soul. The souls of magical creatures are always stronger than those of ordinary creatures. Thus, transforming into a magical creature would place a greater burden on the soul, which is why many people are simply not capable of becoming magical animals. Of course, this is just based on Professor McGonagall's speculations. At his current level, completing the animagus transformation would already be unprecedented. Achieving the animagus transformation at such a young age is nothing short of a miracle. Nevertheless, Eli still very much wanted to accomplish this miracle. After all, his magical power and soul were already significantly stronger than others, and it was still rapidly increasing. As long as his transfiguration skills improved, he would have no problems. But therein lies the difficulty. He currently had to handle school courses, learn potions from Snape, maintain the dueling club, and later run a potion factory. Ellis' head felt as if it had doubled in size. He wished he could split himself into several pieces. Didn't magic have a shadow clone technique? He could only hope to establish the potion factory quickly. If he had some money, he could endure the pain with joy. Thus, Eli added another task for himself to complete the animagus transformation before the summer vacation. Now, of course, it was impossible. Where would he find thunderstorms in the winter? At least it had to be spring. Therefore, Eli still had time to accumulate knowledge about transfiguration. Professor McGonagall would provide him with great assistance. Eli immediately wrote to his family asking them to send him several anatomy books. After all, he was going to practice human transformation. How could he do that without understanding human anatomy? However, there would certainly be nothing to practice on. He couldn't dissect his roommate, could he? By the way, his roommate. What a strange thought. How could I dissect my adorable roommate? Draco's little body should. Oh, what a bizarre notion. Malfoy Manor. Draco suddenly sneezed. During the Christmas holiday with no classes, Eli spent each day teaching Harry and the others magic, while also locking himself in the room of requirement to study transfiguration and potions. The books purchased by the Horvaths had arrived long ago, all of which were authoritative anatomy texts. Eli spent his days immersed in anatomical diagrams. Now when he saw Harry and the others, anatomical diagrams would unconsciously flash in his mind. Come on, contract your biceps. Eli was guiding Harry on the wand gesture. What? I'm sorry, I got confused. Raise your hand. Eli rubbed his forehead, fearing he had become obsessed with his studies. However, it turned out that this kind of learning greatly enhanced his transfiguration skills. He included what he had recently learned about anatomy in the study report he submitted to Professor McGonagall. Eli, I must say, this can definitely be considered an outstanding transfiguration paper. Professor McGonagall, wearing her glasses, looked at Ellis' report, praising it enthusiastically, her face nearly breaking into a smile. Eli had rarely seen Professor McGonagall so excited. The last time seemed to be when Harry helped Gryffindor win the Quidditch match. This is all thanks to the book you gave me, Professor. Eli tactfully flattered her, knowing that flattery never goes. Oh, Eli, you don't need to be so modest. Even if I gave this book to someone else, they wouldn't be able to write such a paper. This is your own achievement. Professor McGonagall, however, showed no sign of taking credit, generously praising Eli. Eli felt his face flush. Oh, were wizards really this magnanimous? The discussion of the connection between human anatomy and transfiguration is simply brilliant. This is an excellent line of thought. Professor McGonagall earnestly put away the paper. Eli, I wonder if you would be interested in publishing your article in the Transfiguration Journal. I happen to be the academic advisor for today's Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall displayed an unusual level of enthusiasm, which was rare for someone so composed. Professor McGonagall had published articles in this very prestigious academic journal when she was young, even winning the Most Promising Newcomer award. It is worth mentioning that Dumbledore had also successfully published excellent articles during his school years, at least one of which involved interspecies transfiguration. To publish an article in this journal while still a student is undoubtedly an impressive accomplishment, not to mention Eli was still only in his first year. Eli did not hesitate. He did not want to disappoint Professor McGonagall's expectations. He understood the feelings of a respected scholar seeing an outstanding work, especially when it came from one of her students. It is my honor, Professor. Professor McGonagall was extremely pleased. Eli also felt a great sense of achievement. How many people could boast such an honor? But he felt so proud that he had to put his hands on his hips first. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, as soon as Eli stepped out of the office, he almost burst into laughter. Why almost? Because just as he was about to laugh, Harry suddenly appeared. Cough, cough, cough. Eli, taken off guard, coughed and rolled his eyes. Oh, Eli, what's wrong with you? Ellis' face turned red. Tears came from his coughing, and he shot Harry a glare. Isn't it because of you? Me? Harry looked confused. Eli couldn't be bothered to explain. Why are you here suddenly? We haven't started practicing magic yet today. They said they saw you coming this way, so I came to find you. It must be said that Harry had changed a lot. Although he still didn't like reading, he had developed a considerable interest in spells and dueling. Now he actively sought out Eli to learn. Ever since Harry heard about the Auror profession from Ron, he had mentioned more than once that he wanted to become an Auror. An Auror is essentially equivalent to a police officer, but they are few in number and have a high threshold. If Harry had continued on his previous path without the help of a professor, he wouldn't have been able to dream about becoming an Auror. However, now things had changed. Eli also taught diligently, and Harry's innate talent was exceptional, so he was making rapid progress. Eli had sensed before that Harry's magical power was significantly higher than that of other young wizards. After all, he was a descendant of a pure-blood family. Otherwise, how could he possibly stand up to Voldemort later? The two arrived at the room of requirement where Ron and the twins were already present. Hello, Professor Horvath. The twins started their usual banter. Eli had even gotten used to it. Today I'll be teaching you transfiguration. Transfiguration? Yes. Let me demonstrate for you first. Attention, I am about to transform. Later that evening, after a day of learning, Eli was about to begin his exploration of the Forbidden Forest. But today was not that day. A slight ripple appeared in the air. Eli was holding up the disillusionment charm. He approached the stone statue of the hunchbacked, one-eyed witch. Separate to the left and right. The statue slowly parted, revealing a hidden passage. This was what the twins had informed Eli about, leading directly to Honeyduke's sweet shop in Hogsmeade. Eli took along a bag of undetectable expansion filled with materials from the Acromantula. Today he intended to sell some of these items for a few galleons. This was not the first time he had done this. He would go once a month to sell part of his goods. Why sell in batches? Well, its simple rarity adds value. If he pulled out a full bag of spider skins all at once, how could he expect to get a high price? The sellers might not even want to buy from him. This was also to build up funds for his potion factory. What do you call this? It is the original accumulation of capital. Only it was a pity for those Acromantulas. Since Ellis' arrival, the creatures in the Forbidden Forest had fared much better, as the threat from Acromantulas had significantly diminished. He had to remember to thank Aragog sometime. His descendants not only strengthened Ellis' soul, but also Are these high-quality materials again? The shopkeeper was already familiar with Ellis' presence, this small figure in a black robe. Previously he thought Eli was a Hogwarts student, and had even sternly warned him not to mess with Acromantulas. Eli drank a potion, his voice sounding completely like an old man, and the shopkeeper no longer minded. Of course, Barkley, my materials have never been subpar. The shopkeeper took Eli to the back room, where Eli unloaded all the materials, and the shopkeeper began to count. Not bad, all good stuff. The shopkeeper took out a pouch and handed it to Eli. Here are 5,000 galleons counted. Eli took the pouch. No need, I trust your credibility. He turned to leave. Barkley suddenly called out to him, hey, wait a second. Eli turned back in confusion, and Barkley glanced around. Eli had no idea why the shopkeeper was so nervous in his own store. Barkley whispered to Eli, you'd better not come back for a while. Leave quickly, someone has their eyes on you, and they don't mean well. Eyes on me? Who would be watching me? Why would they watch me? Eli walked down the road pondering what had happened. He had a suspicion it might be because of those materials. However, Acromantulas are not particularly rare, nor are they illegal items. Why would they be targeted? He was quite puzzled. Suddenly Eli, who had been walking on the main road, veered into the forest. This was not the way back to school. Stupefied, a spell suddenly shot from behind, and just as it was about to hit Eli, it was blocked by a suddenly conjured silver shield. Eli turned around with interest. He wanted to see who had their eyes on him. Aren't you coming out? Eli scanned the area, but found no one, yet the magical power could not be concealed. Sectum Sempra. An invisible blade sliced through a tree without making a sound, cleaving it in half. A figure stumbled out from behind the tree. Who are you? Eli pointed his wand at him, not even using the disillusionment charm. He could tell he was definitely not a— The person stood up in a disheveled manner, looking somewhat angrily at Eli. You sneaky guy, you've messed with someone you Me. Eli scoffed. If he could scheme against Voldemort, who was there, that he couldn't handle. You better talk quickly, or I'll have to kill you, and then search your brain. The pale tip of the wand emitted a gray light, causing the person to feel a chill. Yet he glared at Eli, remaining silent. Disarm. A red light shot forth, knocking the wand that the person had stealthily drawn away. Looks like there's no room for negotiation, huh? Let me guess, I've blocked your financial path, right? The person, now unarmed, lost all ability to resist. Hearing Ellis' words, his expression changed slightly. Eli keenly caught that change, so it looks like I'm right. Tell me who is behind you, and you can leave with dignity. If not, I can only help you leave with dignity. This menacing statement startled the person, but having lost the ability to resist, he suddenly broke down and roared. You bastard, don't even think about it. You'll die, you'll definitely die. Ha ha ha. Stupefied. Eli, not wanting to listen to his nonsense, stepped forward, and his wand emitted a silvery light. Legilimens. A silver chain appeared at the person's temple, which Eli retracted. This was the person's memory extracted by Eli using legilimency. If it were old Dumbledore, he could have just looked into his eyes, but Eli had to use his wand to cast the spell. Alas, he was still far inferior to those truly powerful wizards. He could barely defend himself against a single Auror, only able to put up a fight. This person was far inferior to a trained elite wizard, not much better than a 7th-year student, and Eli could easily overpower him. After capturing his memory, he would check it later. After all, he didn't have a pensieve, so he couldn't view memories directly. He wished he had examined the memories before the person passed out. Eli looked at the unconscious figure, ultimate death. The gray light took his life. Soul rend. Well, wizard souls are certainly better than spiders. The moment this person dared to attack him, he was destined to die. He didn't like letting a tiger return to the mountains. Voldemort wanted to kill Harry out of fear, and now Eli was also cautious. Looking at the corpse on the ground, perhaps there is still some use. Did he just say something human? The Shrieking Shack, a notorious haunted place, is never approached by the villagers of Hogsmeade. Without tools, but magic is a wonderful thing. 2 individuals have arrived at the Shrieking Shack, a place where no one ever comes. To be precise, it is one individual. Standing is Eli, while the body of the assailant he killed floats nearby. After examining the memories, he found that the information acquired was limited due to his insufficient mastery of memory magic. However, there is one crucial piece of information: Bach. Indeed, it is that Bach from Borgin and Burks who once sold a bottle. No, a heap of poison. What surprised him was that the business of Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley had become so extensive that the magical materials they sold had encroached upon their market. What Eli did not know was that although the acromantula was not extremely rare, the market had long been monopolized by Bach, resulting in very few people selling the materials of the eight-eyed giant spider. When Eli sold these materials in large batches, the Bach family dispatched personnel to uncover the identity of the seller and bring him back. Unfortunately for him, encountering Eli was truly unfortunate. He lost his life and even had his soul consumed. Now it was also the time for his physical body to serve its final purpose. Eli had received formal education. He may not be a sage, but he was at least of normal capability. However, he would not have an ounce of sympathy for anyone who sought to harm him. Magic lifted his corpse. With a gentle wave of Ellis' wand, his skin and muscles began to be slowly separated. Practical application is always more profound than what one reads in books. After studying anatomy for a long time, Eli now resembled a true scientist with magic, allowing him to operate with ease. Thanks to Snape helping him strengthen his control over magic, otherwise this body would have been in tatters. However, things were not perfect. His mastery of magic was still lacking, and some tissues of the body had been accidentally damaged by Eli. Fortunately, overall, it was still acceptable. Beside him floated a sheet of parchment and a quill that automatically recorded everything. This was not cheap, but considering Ella's current wealth, it was a mere trifle. Long periods of fine control over magic caused a thin layer of sweat to form on Ella's forehead. Yet even as sweat trickled down the corner of his eye, he remained unaffected, seemingly entering a strange state. Extreme concentration. After almost an entire night of operation, what lay before him could no longer be considered a body. Various tissues were spread out like totems. By the time he completed the final moment, Eli had completely collapsed to the ground, a sharp pain shooting through his head. It wasn't that his magic was exhausted, rather the prolonged, detailed operation had greatly drained his mental energy. However, looking at the several parchment rolls filled with notes, Eli revealed a satisfied smile. Everything was worth it. Blood magic possession. A scarlet light shot out from Ella's wand, and the blood within the decaying body began to coagulate instantly. Still not quite right. Eli shook his head at the somewhat charred areas. This is the blood coagulation curse. It may not sound like much, but any creature struck by it will die from coagulated blood in an instant. However, the effect Eli just used was somewhat excessive, resulting in some areas becoming charred. In terms of lethality, it may be more severe, but this also indicated his lack of control over magic and spells. This was the greatest chasm between him and advanced wizards. But he was still just a first-year wizard. He had time. With a wave of his wand, the parchment and quill were stowed away. The remains were doused with bone-disintegrating water by Eli, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Looking around the shrieking shack, he mused, this is quite a nice secret base. It was rarely visited, and the nearby residents would never come here. No matter what Eli did, he wouldn't be discovered. The response house would certainly not belong solely to him, and moreover, as long as he was at school, there was always the possibility of being discovered by old Dumbledore. If today's experiment were to be discovered by old Dumbledore, he might very well be cleared out. It would be best if he did not let old Dumbledore know about his studies in dark magic. Who could guarantee that his attitude towards dark magic would be tolerant? It is unlikely that he would avoid dark magic. In fact, most offensive spells are stronger in dark magic than in white magic. As for what other wizards say about dark magic leading to one's downfall, don't make me laugh, that's just deceiving children. The effects of dark magic are indeed strange and evil, but they do not possess the ability to corrupt the heart. It is only possible that those who use dark magic are overly enamored with power. Of course, there are indeed truly evil spells. The killing curse. This one should never be used. What spell did Voldemort use to create Horcruxes by splitting his soul? It was the killing curse. The killing curse not only destroys other souls, but also harms the soul of the user. Just look at how Voldemort ended up as a madman, or it's not without the influence of the killing curse. In contrast, the ultimate death that Eli accidentally created is much better. At least Eli has not discovered any discomfort. The effect of this spell is not to destroy the soul, but to sever the connection between the soul and the body, which can be understood as the loss of vitality. Moreover, Dumbledore never said he couldn't use this spell, did he? Anyway, when the time comes, it'll just be old Dumbledore's fault for not reminding him, haha. Speaking of dark magic, Eli is not only learning from old Voldemort's memories, Snape is also teaching him. The disarming charm was taught by Snape. It is also an original creation of Snape, and it's very useful. As for dark magic, Eli is determined to learn it. He is not a great white wizard. As long as he masters dark magic, this world will be his Gennara, the god of darkness. Ahem. Got a bit mixed up. Eli returned to the castle, and the sky was already dimly lit. Forget it, Eli won't study today, I approve it myself. At this moment in Nocturne Alley at Borgin and Burke's, Mr. Bach Kester hasn't returned, he must be dead. A black-clad man with slicked back hair respectfully informed the hunched-over man behind the counter. Dead. A greasy voice emerged from beneath greasy hair laced with a hint of coldness. The black-clad man became even more respectful. Should we capture that owner to clarify the identity of the seller? Bob pondered for a moment and sneered, no need after this incident, he won't be coming out for a while. Remember, our target is Gringotts, not murder. Recently, that old Dumbledore has been pressuring the Ministry of Magic, and that soft fudge has started cracking down on dark wizards. We shouldn't just walk into the trap. Yes. The man nodded. Bob spoke again. However, we still need to send someone to keep an eye on that side, especially to monitor the movements of Hogwarts. The man frowned. Are you saying this incident is related to Hogwarts? Bob stopped fiddling with his greasy hair. The black-clad man quickly shut his mouth. Why is the vacation balance insufficient again? Eli expressed his reluctance to attend school. Isn't self-study more appealing? During this short Christmas break, Eli not only successfully established the duel club, but also significantly improved his transfiguration skills, even publishing 3 papers in today's Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall excitedly stated that she would recommend Eli for the Most Promising Newcomer Award. The editor of today's Transfiguration also directly contacted Eli expressing great optimism about him, meaning that the Newcomer Award was almost certainly Ellis. Eli said, I'm really amazing. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. Eli began to gain some notoriety in the Transfiguration academic circle, and due to his outrageous age, people started to approach him. It was all about courting a future master. Various forums and lectures sent him invitations. Eli turned, what a joke. Why would I waste time chatting with you people when I could be working on my career? This attitude of disregarding reputation earned him Professor McGonagall's admiration, and even Dumbledore wrote him a letter of praise. Sure enough, the Newcomer Award was announced, and it was Eli. There was also an award ceremony which Eli initially intended to skip. But upon hearing about the 1,000 galleon prize, he thought, hey, it's just a trip. That day, the Prophet Daily splashed the news across its pages. A first-year wizard from Hogwarts actually won the Newcomer Award from an authoritative academic journal. This newcomer is incredibly new. The news spread throughout the magical world. Some were astonished, others skeptical, but Eli, the person involved, felt quite uneasy. He still wanted to lay low, but how could he do that now? I hope old Voldemort doesn't notice me, or I might meet an early demise. However, his mentors and friends were very happy for him. Professor McGonagall waved her hand and awarded Slytherin 100 points. She immediately began to explain Animagus to Eli. Old Dumbledore secretly sent a shabby notebook that Eli almost disdainfully discarded. But after flipping through a few pages, he nearly sealed it to hang around his neck. Dumbledore's notes. Notes from a legendary wizard. Definitely a treasure. Those teaching materials, like 3 years of simulation, 5 years of transfiguration, simply couldn't compare. Snape sent a small vial of potion, and Eli barely suppressed the desire to sell it. Felix Felicis. It is said that drinking it can make one lucky for a period of time, achieving favorable outcomes. Hermione wrote a lengthy letter expressing her shock and requesting to learn from him. Harry and Ron were completely unaware, as they didn't pay attention at all. Eli shared the good news with his family, and Mrs. Hall nearly leapt out of the letter to shower him with kisses. Mr. Hall expressed that it was thanks to their excellent teaching, while Eli scoffed, but did not dare to speak up. This vacation could be said to be extremely fulfilling, and Eli felt quite reluctant. Once school started, he wouldn't have much time for research. Nevertheless, he still had to attend classes. He wasn't the headmaster. The students returned to school one after another, and Hermione rushed to find Eli immediately. In the Great Hall. I can hardly believe it. Blah blah blah. Eli covered his head, wishing he could cast a silencing charm, while Harry and Ron desperately dug into the food on their plates. The little witch is terrifying. Also, I found Nicholas Flamel. Upon hearing Hermione's last statement, the room fell silent, and 3 useless men looked up together. You saw him? Ron exclaimed in surprise. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Of course, I didn't see him. He is an extremely famous alchemist. Alchemist? Then what does that imply about what's hidden on the 3rd floor? Compared to Ron, Harry was able to grasp that this guy had spent his vacation either learning from Eli or playing, completely forgetting about Nicholas Flamel. Hermione waved her hand, signaling them to come closer. The Philosopher's Stone. What? Harry and Ron chorused, which immediately drew scorn from Hermione and Eli. Eli couldn't help but sigh, though only Hermione had found the truth, while those 2 fools didn't even know what the Philosopher's Stone is. An incredibly precious treasure containing immense magical power, capable of turning stone into gold. Most importantly, it grants immortality. We must tell the professor. But the professor might not believe us. Then let's go find Hagrid. Harry was determined to stop Snape. Eli felt a pang of sympathy for the headmaster. That night at the agreed-upon time, Eli expertly rolled out of bed. His nightly adventures in the Forbidden Forest had made him the new night-wandering prince after the twins. The movements were fluid. He would definitely not be discovered. Where are you going again? A sudden voice startled Eli, causing him to shiver. Draco. Eli turned around to find the flashy-haired Draco behind him. Are you going out for a night adventure again? Draco took a few steps forward. Eli awkwardly smiled. No, I'm just going to the bathroom. Draco wore a knowing expression. You don't need to pretend to. I've noticed you going out every night and coming back very late. Eli was shocked. Wow, you've been watching me at night instead of sleeping. You're up to something. Yes, so what? I'm just out at night, what's it to you? Since he had been discovered, he dropped the act. Draco's face showed a moment of struggle, then he mustered the courage. I want to go too. If you don't take me, I'll tell the professor. Eli was again shocked. This kid really has guts to threaten me just to go on a night adventure. Eli thought for a moment, if he brought Draco along he would learn about the Philosopher's Stone and the dragon egg. That's right, Hagrid is currently hatching an egg. However, although Draco was a bit of a troublemaker, he wasn't a Death Eater yet, and knowing about the Philosopher's Stone wouldn't lead to any ill intentions. As for the dragon egg, Eli remembered that Draco seemed to particularly like dragons, though otherwise why would his name be associated with one? I can take you, but you must promise to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, haha. Draco's face turned pale, but curiosity overcame his fear. Okay, I swear by my pure blood honor. Eli nodded, seeing that he was fully dressed. It seemed he had been plotting this for a while. Let's go. Draco excitedly rubbed his hands. Eli cast the disillusionment charm on the two of them. Draco's eyes wide and cool. But as soon as he spoke, the charm automatically broke. Eli slapped him on the forehead. Shut up, or the effect will wear off. This unlucky kid, I'd have to use it again. Eli cast the disillusionment charm again. Draco followed behind with a pitiful expression. The two arrived outside the castle, faintly seeing Hagrid's hut lit with a dim yellow light. Eli, you. Malfoy. Harry and the others were about to pull Eli towards Hagrid's hut, when they suddenly noticed Malfoy following behind Eli. What's wrong, Weasley? Is it only you who can come? Draco and Ron were particularly at odds, a conflict stemming from their families. They never expected that Eli would bring along the annoying Malfoy, and their expressions darkened. Eli, why? Harry asked in confusion, and Draco made a provocative face at him. Eli nudged Draco, signaling him not to get angry here. Eli leaned closer to the others and whispered, I was discovered by him when I came out, so I just brought him along. If I drag him down with me, he won't tell on me. Hermione shot Eli an impressed look while Harry and Ron's expressions softened a bit. However, seeing Draco's smug face made them seethe. All right, we don't have much time, let's hurry up. The group of five knocked on Hagrid's door. Hagrid came running to open the door, saying, Sorry, I can't see anyone today, and immediately tried to close it again. We know about the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione suddenly exclaimed. Hagrid's hand paused in closing the door, and he opened it wide, looking at the group of little troublemakers with a shocked expression. How could you possibly know? Come in. They all filed in. Only Draco was clueless about what was happening, looking confused. What Philosopher's Stone? No one answered him, and Eli signaled him not to ask yet. Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry seemed a bit impatient. Hagrid seemed to have heard something outrageous. You still suspect him? He's one of the professors in charge of guarding it. Realizing he had let something slip again, Hagrid's expression changed. Eli smiled helplessly after saying so much it didn't matter if he slipped up. One of the professors? So there are other professors who have set traps, spells, and such. Hermione immediately seized on Hagrid's words. Hagrid, having let something slip multiple times, was starting to panic. You shouldn't concern yourselves with this matter. He's a professor. Harry persisted. Even so, it doesn't rule out the possibility of him being in collusion. Eli said nothing, for tonight's main event was not about the Philosopher's Stone at all. Hagrid had a large black dog that looked very impressive, but it was clear that its personality had nothing to do with its size. I warn you, don't get any closer. Eli looked nervously at the drooling, clumsy dog that was approaching. The dog seemed very interested in Eli, constantly leaning towards him. Hey, don't come over. Slurp. The dog licked Eli's face. Eli exclaimed, That's it, I'm not clean anymore. Yeah. No mischief. Hagrid sternly reprimanded the dog, and it finally settled down. Eli kept wiping the drool off his face. The iron pot heating in the fireplace suddenly made a noise, and Hagrid turned around with delight. Oh, this is wonderful. He couldn't wait to take out what was inside, almost forgetting to wear his gloves. A dragon egg. Draco, who had been confused by the others, suddenly brightened up upon seeing what Hagrid was. A dragon egg. Hermione and the others looked at Draco in astonishment, then at the large egg in Hagrid's hands, which was indeed a huge egg. Draco and Harry immediately surrounded it. This was a rare item. Dragons were extremely dangerous creatures, rated at least 5 stars in danger, and strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic, rarely seen. Let alone a dragon egg that was about to hatch. Draco looked like he had found a treasure, nearly drooling, leaving Eli unsure whether he wanted to see it or eat it. It's a Norwegian ridgeback. Draco blurted out. Ron looked over skeptically. How do you know? Draco glanced at him. Of course you can tell by the eggshell. The Norwegian ridgeback shell is smooth and colorful. You must have never seen one, Weasley. Ron's face turned red instantly. Crack. The eggshell was broken from the inside, and a little dragon that looked like a lizard with wings staggered out, calling a few times. Hagrid's eyes filled with maternal love. Oh, little Norbert. He gently teased the little dragon, prompting it to call back at him. Hagrid's heart was nearly melting. Oh, look, he thinks him his mom. The five looked at Hagrid, who was overflowing with maternal affection, with strange expressions. Whoosh! The little dragon suddenly breathed a flame at Hagrid, singeing a portion of his beard. Hagrid hurriedly patted out his beard. He's a bit nervous. Draco's eyes never left the little dragon. You should be careful. This type of dragon can breathe fire and is highly poisonous. Hagrid looked at Draco in surprise. Looks like you know a lot about them. Draco looked smug. Of course my family has a dragon farm. Hagrid suddenly understood, while Ron could hardly tolerate Draco's pretentiousness, muttering under his breath. Draco and Hagrid actually started to chat amiably, seemingly quite in sync. Could this be the power of shared interest? The little wizards were also very interested in dragons, asking questions back and forth, creating a harmonious atmosphere in the room. But I read in a book that dragons grow very quickly. In a few days your hut might not be able to accommodate him. How will you arrange for Norbert? Hermione's words immediately silenced the room. Hagrid's expression turned sour. He certainly knew about the rapid growth of dragons, but his affection for them made him overlook these concerns. The Forbidden Forest. Eli began to mourn for the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, realizing they would not only be oppressed by acromantulas, but might also encounter a dragon. He said, Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest probably can't hide such a large flying dragon, and people definitely won't agree to it. The others fell silent, and Hagrid was on the verge of tears. Draco looked at the little dragon with reluctance. Ron suddenly had a flash of inspiration. We could send Norbert to a dragon farm. My brother Charlie works at a dragon farm in Romania. Hagrid also stopped crying. Although it was destined that Norbert couldn't stay, sending him to a dragon farm was a good option. Draco's eyes lit up. My family happens to have several dragon farms there. We can send Norbert there, and I will make sure they treat him well. Hagrid's mood improved significantly with Ron's brother and Draco's family dragon farm. Norbert would certainly. Hagrid wiped his tears with a dirty handkerchief, looking gratefully at Draco and Ron. Thank you, Draco. Thank you, Ronna. I will leave Norbert in your care. Boo-hoo! The scene felt like a heartfelt farewell. The group played with Norbert for a while. Of course, Hagrid was the one doing most of the handling, while the others, even Draco, were too scared to touch him. All right, kids, it's getting late. You should head back to the castle. Night wandering is not a good habit. It was indeed late. They originally wanted to tell Hagrid about the Philosopher's Stone, but seeing Hagrid's attitude, they knew he wouldn't believe them, so they had to go back. On the way, they continued discussing dragons, and the feud between Harry and Draco was set aside. It wasn't surprising. After all, they were just 11-year-old kids with no strange prejudices, merely influenced by their families, bound to develop their own judgment eventually. Eli was also trying hard to correct Draco's mindset. He didn't want Draco to become a Death Eater like in the original story, and even if he did become one, he wouldn't have the heart to commit terrible deeds. To put it simply, Draco had a kind heart, but lost his judgment due to family influence, ultimately lacking the courage to be ruthless. From the way he was enjoying chatting with Harry and the others, it was entirely possible for him to change. As they walked, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. Eli, oh no. Professor McGonagall looked at the four giants from last time. Can someone tell me why it's you again? The group stammered. She then looked at Draco, who was hanging his head. Mr. Malfoy, I believe your father wouldn't want to hear about you getting punished for breaking school rules, would he? Draco's face instantly paled. Night wandering had always been a serious violation, and McGonagall never showed mercy. All 5 of you will lose 50 points each. Huh. The group instantly wore expressions of despair. This was too harsh. Eli and Draco combined lost 100 points, while Gryffindor was even harsher, losing 150 points among 3 of them. Professor McGonagall's reputation for fairness and strictness was indeed well-deserved. In an instant, Slytherin and Gryffindor fell behind Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff overnight. Tomorrow morning, the little wizards would discover this surprise. Professor McGonagall still had a frown, showing no intention of letting them off. To make sure you remember this, you will accompany Hagrid to patrol the Forbidden Forest tonight. Hagrid looked speechlessly at the 5 little troublemakers returning. Kids were so annoying. When we go to the Forbidden Forest, we will split into 2 groups. Hermione and Ron will follow me, while Draco, Harry, and Eli will stick together. If there's danger, use your wands to send up red sparks. Remember. So what are we supposed to do? Draco asked. Hagrid's face shifted to a serious expression. There have been several incidents of unicorns being attacked in the Forbidden Forest recently. Oh, another one has been reported today, and we should find this poor little creature as soon as possible. After explaining the tasks, the 2 groups began to separate, and Draco brought Yaya along, not noticing Eli's resentful gaze. If my father finds out I got caught night wandering, he will definitely scold me, Draco said nervously. Harry, looking like an experienced person, said, What's so scary about being scolded? Just pretend you didn't hear. Seems like you've been scolded a lot, Scarhead. Draco teasingly gave Harry a nickname with a wicked grin. Don't call me Scarhead. What's wrong? Harry and Draco were suddenly stopped by Eli. Eli didn't answer, but nervously stared at the shadow on the ground, tightening his grip on his wand. The shadow quickly noticed the 3 newcomers, slowly raising its head with most of its face obscured and silver blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Oh, Draco let out a piercing scream, pulling the other two to run, but in a moment of distraction, he tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground. Ahis! At the moment the shadow raised its head, Harry felt a sharp pain in his forehead scar and clutched it. Eli recognized what the shadow was. Quirrell possessed by Voldemort. It was Quirrell who let the troll in on Halloween, Quirrell who cursed Harry during Quidditch, and Quirrell who wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort was left with only a fragment of his soul, a broken existence, seeking to steal the Philosopher's Stone to restore his power. Until he obtained the stone, he had been relying on unicorn blood to maintain his strength. He certainly knew the consequences of drinking unicorn blood, but he had gone mad for power and survival. A sickly green light suddenly rushed toward him, and Eli's pupils constricted as he desperately pushed Harry and Draco away. Barely dodging the killing curse, Eli was still shaken. Damn, that was brutal. The first strike was already Avada Kedavra. If Eli hadn't reacted quickly, they might have been done for. It wasn't that he forgot to use a spell for defense, it was that the killing curse could only be countered physically, as magic wouldn't stop it unless countered with another curse. Disintegration. Eli quickly retaliated, but he didn't want to get entangled in a fight. The opponent's killing curse was cast silently, while he had to foolishly chant his spells. How could he compete? With a strike, Eli swiftly cast a shield charm on himself, Harry, and Draco. Fong had already run away. Eli just hoped Hagrid would arrive soon. Another green light struck, and Eli controlled a nearby tree branch to block the curse. Boom. The powerful spell shattered the branch, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Sleep. Eli launched another attack, hoping to catch the opponent off guard while the wood chips obscured their vision. But the opponent was no pushover. A shield charm easily deflected Eli's spell. Eli didn't know whether Voldemort or Quirrell was controlling the body now, but either way the opponent's strength was beyond his capability to contend with, even with the two others. You two run and call for help. Eli quickly raised several protective barriers, anxiously shouting at the two on the ground. But they hesitated. Harry even wanted to pick up his wand. Draco, take him and go, don't be foolish. Draco, startled by Eli's shout, struggled, but eventually pulled Harry up, saying, be careful. Then they ran off together. Seeing them leave, the shadow let out a roar and quickly chased after Harry, casting several spells. It seemed the shadow's main target was Harry. Eli stepped in front of it, declaring, you're up against me. Sleep. Tension heightened. Eli unleashed his magic recklessly, each spell carrying considerable force. The shadow attempted to deflect Ella's spell as before, but it underestimated a mage artillery. The instant the spell made contact with the wand, it was actually knocked out of the shadow's hand. The shadow staggered back. Useless. Eli vaguely heard a roar of anger as the shadow twitched and stretched out a hand, causing the wand to return to its grasp. Eli wasn't just standing there letting it move. Shatter. The shadow dodged awkwardly, having witnessed the absurd spell earlier. It didn't dare to face it heat. The battle appeared to be turning around, but Eli felt a greater weight on his shoulders. Avada Kedavra. Shatter. The two unleashed their magic continuously, their spells forming columns of lightning that clashed together. The forest was illuminated by beams of two colors, and explosions echoed where the spells met. Eli felt the immense force coming from his hands, pouring out magic as if it were free. The shadow wasn't having an easy time either. The veins on its hands bulged. In terms of magic, Eli was not far behind, but the opponent's spells were extremely refined, like a blade piercing tofu, and Ella's strength began to falter. Eli was drenched in fine sweat, his hands trembling. Even so, the killing curse continued to draw closer. Suddenly, a hurried and chaotic sound of hoofbeats approached from the side. The shadow, unwilling to fight to the end, abruptly charged through the connection between the spells. Damn! Eli had no time to react, and was directly sent flying. He landed awkwardly on his back. The shadow turned to flee. At that moment, Ronan and Firenze arrived with their group, just in time to see Eli sprawled on the ground. I'll fight you. Embarrassed by falling in such a disgraceful manner, and being seen, Eli furiously unleashed several shatter spells towards the shadow's retreating direction, causing another explosion. The centaurs looked on in disbelief as Firenze hurried over to grab Eli. Hagrid, armed with a crossbow and accompanied by Harry and the others, also arrived. Seeing the centaurs here, he sighed in relief and lowered his crossbow. But when he saw Eli seemingly struggling in Firenze's grip, Hagrid thought a conflict had arisen and rushed to explain. Oh, he's my friend, he means no harm, he's very friendly. You son of a bitch, come on, let's fight. I'll blow your skin off. FK. Shift. Eli's curses rang out. Hagrid. He doesn't usually act like this. Hagrid suddenly didn't know how to respond. Ronan understood Hagrid had misunderstood and stepped forward, saying, it's not what you think, he's also our friend. He was just in a fight with the one who attacked the unicorn, and he might still be a bit angry. After this incident, the patrol of the Forbidden Forest was immediately halted, and the group returned to the castle. No one mentioned what had happened in the Forbidden Forest, but a good thing was about to happen. The dueling club was officially opened. The notice board was surrounded by people, all filled with interest in this suddenly established dueling club. An empty classroom had been set up as the dueling venue. The place was crowded with Professor Flitwick and Eli standing on the dueling stage. Today Professor Flitwick was particularly different, dressed very smartly, giving off a sharp appearance which intrigued the young wizards who noted his unusual demeanor. Ahem. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat, and the surroundings fell silent. The professor appeared very spirited. Welcome, students. I am your Professor Flitwick. To promote student interaction, to blah blah blah. He talked for nearly an hour, full of enthusiasm and eloquence. The students below were nearly asleep. Now let's invite our club president, Mr. Hall, to say a few words. Finally, it was Eli's turn. Eli cleared his throat in a mock serious manner. Ahem. I officially declare the dueling club established. After a long time, without finding the right words, he decided to just make the declaration and wrap it up quickly, feeling exhausted. As Eli finished his brief speech, someone in the audience raised their hand to express doubt. Professor Flitwick, why? Shouldn't you be the president? The surrounding area fell silent, and after he finished speaking, whispers began. It seemed he wasn't alone in his doubts. In fact, there were quite a few. Draco, standing closest to the dueling platform, immediately demanded to join when he learned Eli had started a dueling club. He turned back in annoyance, resuming the demeanor of a Malfoy. If not him, could it be you? Laughter erupted around them, and the person looked defiant, but remained silent. Eli promptly stepped forward, understanding that if he didn't demonstrate his strength to these people, the dueling club might not survive. Oh, all right, questioning is everyone's right, and as president I have the duty to address these doubts. The young wizards nodded in agreement, finding his statement quite reasonable without a flaw. But the next sentence was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, stirring up an uproar among the crowd. Since you all doubt my strength as president, then from now on I will stand on this dueling platform, and anyone can come up. If I lose, I will resign. Wild, too damn wild. These students included not just first years, apart from the 6th and 7th years busy with their ultimate wizard exam. Students from other grades also came. Regardless of the grade, everyone thought this first-year wizard must be out of his mind. Harry and his friends standing closest started to worry, and Hermione repeatedly urged him to stay calm. Eli smiled slightly at them, signaling to Hermione that she need not worry. Professor Flitwick did not expect things to escalate this way and hurriedly tried to stop the farce. Eli halted him. Professor, if I cannot withstand their challenge today, this club will lose its credibility. Trust me, Professor. Professor Flitwick hesitated, but Eli repeatedly assured him he would be careful, and only then did Flitwick step aside. Attention! The dueling must be limited. Harmful spells are not allowed. Professor Flitwick announced loudly, then took his wand to serve as both referee and safety officer. He'll go first. A second-year boy stepped up. Many first years knew Eli's strength and were too intimidated to challenge him. The older students felt it was unfair to bully someone younger and couldn't bring themselves to challenge him, so a second year came forward. The two completed the dueling etiquette, and Eli stood like a nobleman, calm and collected. Toothpick spell. The second year, eager to strike first, unleashed his attack immediately after the etiquette. Eli did not rush to dodge, appearing as if he hadn't reacted. Some in the audience showed disdain or glee, while Hermione gasped in fear. Boom! Just a light flick was enough to deflect the spell. The surroundings fell silent again. This was even more effective than Snape's intimidation. The second year was left dumbfounded. Was he really just flicked aside? While one spell might not defeat Eli, it shouldn't be so easily neutralized. Hermione in the audience widened her eyes. Eli smiled slightly, leg-locking curse. A light spell, but his opponent panicked and forgot to dodge. With a thud, he fell to the ground, struggling, but unable to move his legs, which were stuck together. After the spell, he posed dramatically, looking at the ceiling with a tilted angle. Mr. Hall wins. A clever application of magic. Professor Flitwick announced loudly, praising Eli's recent technique. In fact, this technique was learned from Quirrell, who had been possessed last night. Of course, Quirrell was adept at the shield charm, while Eli had simply used brute force to break through. Yet it looked similar, and was certainly not something other young wizards could achieve. He'll go. Another second year stepped up, still believing the previous outcome was a fluke. Eli glanced at the older students below. Some looked tempted, but they remained still. Please, Eli was determined to continue. Another round of etiquette followed. Sleepy spell. Just like before, the familiar spell was deflected. He surprisingly managed to cast a shield charm. Eli smirked slightly. This second year was interesting. The shield charm wasn't particularly advanced, yet second years typically hadn't encountered it. It seemed this fellow's confidence was not without merit. However, it was useless. Leg-locking curse. A much stronger spell was unleashed, and his opponent, holding the shield charm, looked grave. Bang! The spell struck the shield charm, fiercely exhibiting an overwhelming force. The shield charm rapidly dimmed and collapsed instantly, and the second year's face changed dramatically, but there was no time to react. He too was trapped and fell to the ground. The crowd erupted in astonishment, a complete domination. It was indeed a crushing defeat. Even the shield charm was of no use. Eli won again. Another challenger stepped up, a third year. But it was futile. Sleepy spell. Leg-locking curse. Thud. No suspense whatsoever, a direct loss. Or rather, this was the greatest suspense of all. Eli casually put his hands behind his back. How about you all come up in pairs to save time? The crowd erupted in outrage. This guy was too arrogant. Eli cautiously leaned closer to Professor Flitwick, whose expression told him, if you keep this up, I might want to hit you. To it is then. We're coming. The twins, joking around, stepped up. They winked at Eli, who couldn't help but these two were boosting his reputation, knowing they couldn't win, but still wanted to help him establish authority. As expected, they lost just like the last time. The surrounding students were astonished. What was this? A first year defeated two third years. Eli looked up at the ceiling, feeling high and mighty, and pretended to sigh dramatically. Sigh, how lonely it is. Wow, so arrogant, so good at posturing. The wizards below began to rush up one after another. Some even came up in pairs, while only a few older students had the decency to refrain from teaming up. But there were always some shameless ones. Two fifth years stepped up. The battle was no longer as simple as before. They exchanged blows for 2 or 3 minutes before finally being defeated. Of course, Eli hadn't used his full power. Ultimate death was indeed inappropriate. Authority was established this way. The whole Hogwarts was shocked. A first-year wizard had single-handedly challenged nearly half the school. He had not lost. Not even 2 fifth years could defeat him. In no time, Eli gained renown, and the dueling club became immensely popular. Participants poured in one after another, and the professors exclaimed that the learning atmosphere had truly intensified, with even the hallways filled with discussions about spells. Final exams were approaching, possibly due to the club's influence. The students' scores in spell classes were exceptionally impressive, and Professor Flitwick was beaming with joy. In potion class, Eli achieved nearly perfect scores on his potion. In spell class, Professor Flitwick even stated that with Eli's strength, he would give full marks as long as he didn't make mistakes. The results were certainly full marks, and his performance was still remarkably stunning. In Transfiguration, Eli transformed a teacup into a fluttering owl, and Professor McGonagall gave him full marks without hesitation. Only in the history of magic did Eli struggle with guessing. After all, he spent the class either daydreaming or sleeping. Thus, among all subjects, only the history of magic barely passed. The school's final exams had concluded, but the trio, along with Eli, were just beginning their final exams. I thought the exams at Hogwarts would be terrifying, but surprisingly they were quite fun. Shut up, Malfoy, at least I will get an E. Indeed, Malfoy managed to join in turning the original Iron Triangle into the current 5-person group, losing. Of course, Draco was still infatuated with Eli. Ever since the Forbidden Forest incident and the later dueling club battle, he had become Eli's little fan. He constantly pestered Eli to teach him magic. After all, they had faced dragons together and encountered dangers which improved Draco's relationship with the trio considerably. At least they were not as antagonistic as before, but they still enjoyed exchanging jabs now, and then especially with Ron, who just couldn't see eye to eye with Draco. In summary, Eli had a significant impact on them. Ron was no longer a poor student, but had been promoted to an academically weak one. Harry became obsessed with dueling, allowing his talents to shine. Hermione was also influenced by Eli joining the dueling club and turning theoretical knowledge into practical experience. And then there was Draco, who finally abandoned his catchphrase of "I will tell my father." I can't help but wonder how the Philosopher's Stone is doing, and if it is well protected. The Philosopher's Stone. You haven't explained this to me yet. Seeing this silly child's curiosity nearly bursting, Eli patiently explained. After a lengthy explanation, Draco was left in shock, running his fingers through his slicked-back hair. Snape wants to steal a stone protected by Dumbledore. You may not know this, but Snape has significant assets and connections to many families. He wouldn't steal the Philosopher's Stone for gold. As a member of the Malfoy family, Draco was indeed informed about these matters. But the evidence is already laid out. His suspicion cannot be cleared. Ron faced off with Draco again. Harry intervened, placing himself between the two, saying, "Draco, Snape, then what is he after?" Harry's voice dropped significantly, fearing that someone passing by might overhear. "He is working for Voldemort." That name effortlessly slipped from Harry's lips, causing Draco's face to turn pale, and Ron felt uneasy. Only Eli and Hermione showed no reaction. Eli was destined to face the old Voldemort someday, and since he wasn't revived yet, it was nothing to worry about. Hermione, coming from a Muggle background, had never witnessed Voldemort's terror. "You shouldn't mention that name," Draco quickly admonished Harry. "Why?" Draco's voice grew even softer. There were rumors that the Dark Lord had cast a spell on his name, allowing him to accurately know the location of anyone who calls him. But he isn't. Hermione had never heard of such a bizarre magic, and found it hard to believe. "No, he hasn't died." Harry's words drew everyone's attention. He touched the scar on his forehead, saying, "The shadow we encountered that day." The scar was left by him. "It hurt intensely when I met him that day." Eli knew that Harry was right. Voldemort was currently hiding in Quirrell's head. The atmosphere grew heavy. As members of pure-blood families, Draco and Ron had naturally heard about that terrifying figure. But now he had fallen to the point of relying on unicorn blood to sustain his life, so there wasn't much to fear. He wants to use the Philosopher's Stone to regain his power, and if he succeeds, then the nightmare will become a reality. Eli broke the heavy atmosphere and Harry and Ron were particularly excited. Yes, we must stop him. They walked out of the castle with Hagrid's hut not far away where Hagrid was sitting at the door playing music. Harry paused suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration and quickly walked toward Hagrid. Harry, where are you going? No wonder. Don't you find it strange? Why does Hagrid want a dragon and coincidentally meet someone carrying a dragon egg? Who would carry a dragon egg around? A hint of realization flickered across Hermione's face while Ron and Draco looked confused. Eli felt excited. It was coming. The challenge game was coming. Wait, how can I act recklessly like a little lion? I need to stay calm. Haha. Hagrid, do you remember what the person who gave you the dragon egg looked like? The group was a bit out of breath. Hagrid looked surprised at the few little kids running over his face, reflecting a look of recollection. He was wearing a black cloak, so I couldn't see his face. The expressions of the group changed to a person in a black cloak. That could only mean a ghost. No one in a black cloak is good. Did he say anything to you? Oh, of course, he asked me what animals I had raised and I told him quite a lot. Hagrid looked a bit proud. Was he particularly interested in Norbert? Yes, he asked a few questions about Norbert. I told him that the key to interacting with the animals is knowing how to keep them calm. For example, Norbert will fall asleep immediately if he hears a bit of music. Hagrid's expression was particularly warm when he mentioned Norbert, but then suddenly changed. Oh no, I've said to him. The five turned and ran towards the castle. Hagrid murmured, I shouldn't have told you. Professor McGonagall was still in the classroom grading some assignments when several little wizards suddenly burst in. Professor, we need to see Professor Dumbledore right now. Before they could steady themselves, Harry exclaimed. Professor McGonagall was startled and looked at the group discontentedly. Why are these unfortunate kids back again? Professor Dumbledore received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and went to London. What is it that you need? The group exchanged glances. Someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall's expression changed instantly. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? But no matter how you found out, it is currently well protected. You students had better stay in your dormitory for now. This is not something you should be concerned with. The group was unceremoniously expelled. How could Dumbledore be called to the Ministry of Magic at such a coincidental time? This is strange. The little wizards also realized something was off. We will go to the trapdoor tonight, just tonight. Harry declared firmly, the courage of Gryffindor being displayed vividly at that moment. Why are you so late? Eli dispelled the disillusionment charm and stood beside Draco outside the third-floor chamber where the Philosopher's Stone was kept. Harry and his two friends arrived breathless. Neville spotted us. We had no choice but to knock him out first. Ron shot Hermione a peculiar glance as he spoke. Let's go in. Eli unlocked the door with Alohomora and pushed it open cautiously. Instantly, thunderous snoring and enchanting music filled the air. Eli stepped inside and glanced back at the door. Its soundproofing was truly exceptional. It seems someone has beaten us to it. The group grew solemn. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, had already been lulled into slumber by the self-playing harp beside him. They opened the trapdoor that should have been guarded by Fluffy. Pitch-black darkness yawned beneath, revealing nothing. All hesitated. Tell me, didn't you notice the music has stopped? Eli remarked abruptly. Only then did they realize the room had fallen utterly silent. The music had ceased, and so had Fluffy's snoring. Jump! Harry was shoved down by Eli. The others, without further hesitation, leapt after him. Roused by their commotion, Fluffy awoke to find intruders, uninvited and unannounced. Enraged at the disturbance, he lunged forward, intent on tearing them limb from limb. Eli held the rear, instantly casting Protego to shield himself. Fluffy raised a massive paw to strike, just as Harry and the others vanished into the depths below. Little puppy, I'll play with you another time. In a flash, Eli vaulted downward. He landed, not on Harry, but upon a yielding net. It was a tangle of vines. Is everyone all right? Voices echoed from the shadows. Each confirmed they were unharmed. Only Ron's voice trembled. Do you feel it shrinking? Indeed. The vines had begun coiling tighter around them, constricting with relentless, suffocating force. Ron and Draco shrieked in panic, thrashing wildly. Yet the grip only tightened. Was this truly how? Stop struggling. It's Devil's Snare. The more you fight, the deadlier its hold. Hermione cried out suddenly. Eli recognized the plan at once and stilled his limbs completely. Slowly the vines loosened, until at last they could no longer restrain him, and he slipped free, landing safely on solid ground below. Hermione soon followed, descending gently. Eli caught and steadied her. They were safe, but three remained above. Moments later, Harry dropped down too, while Ron and Draco continued wailing from above. Don't struggle. Don't struggle. F. Hermione shouted repeatedly, but the two boys screamed on like pigs at slaughter. Eli raised his wand, Lumos Maxima. Light erupted like a newborn sun, blinding, searing, overwhelming. Hermione and Harry recoiled, shielding their eyes. Stung by the unbearable radiance, the Devil's Snare writhed like serpents exposed to powdered asphodel. Ron and Draco tumbled down in disarray. Once helped upright, the two boys stood trembling, hair standing on end with terror. Let's go. More trials await us. They entered the soul corridor ahead. What is that sound? Wings, flapping countless wings. From the far end of the passage came a dense rhythmic flutter, like 1,000 birds beating in unison. At the corridor's end lay a vast empty chamber. Its only exits were the door opposite and the passage behind. Alohomora. Ron mimicked Hermione, drawing his wand and pointing it at the door. But the door remained unmoved. Ron scratched his head sheepishly. I don't know why it didn't work. Eli examined the door closely. It's layered with potent enchantments. Impossible to force open. He looked up. We must find the true key among that flock. They gazed upward, and there filling the air were hundreds of winged keys, delicate insect-like, shimmering with metallic sheen. The sheer density of those darting whirring keys made their skin crawl. How on earth do we know which one's real? Eli studied the door again. This is ancient. The lock is corroded, rusted with age. So the key must be the most weathered, the most worn. They scoured the swarm desperately, until their eyes burned with strain. Look there. Its wing is torn. Harry pointed sharply. A broomstick floated silently toward them. We'll need to fly up and seize it. Go on, Harry. If Snape could snatch it on a broomstick, so can you. Ron urged him on. Snape. Harry mounted the broom, and in that instant the keys surged forward like a furious hive, hurling themselves at him. Harry shot skyward, darting straight for the broken-winged key. No wonder he was Hogwarts' youngest seeker. His broom work was breathtaking, weaving, twisting, evading, nearly grasping the key more than once. The rest of the keys pursued him in a roaring tide, but his mastery of flight kept them at bay, not a single one making contact. Catch the key. Harry seized it, then hurled it downward with all his strength, continuing to evade the frenzied swarm above. Eli caught the key and sprinted to the door. Hurry, hurry. Their urgency spiked. Harry dangled perilously above. The door swung open. They rushed in. Harry now. He dove through in a steep descent, and the moment he crossed the threshold, Eli slammed the door shut. Heavy thuds reverberated from the other side. They exhaled in collective relief. The keys had been ferocious enough to pierce the door clean through. Ahead lay another chamber, and another door, this time flanked by a colossal gleaming chessboard. They attempted to skirt the board, but the exit was fully blocked by pieces. As soon as they neared the opposing side, the foot soldier pawns drew twin blades, their threat unmistakable. Looks like we'll have to play a game of wizard's chess. Ron transformed, suddenly calm, commanding, a master strategist surveying the battlefield. Under Ron's direction, each assumed the role of a chess piece. I'll be the knight. He mounted the stone horse without hesitation. Are we really expected to play real wizard's chess? Draco's face paled. Ron pointed to a pawn. You move to d5. Obedient to his command, the pawn glided forward, to land squarely within the enemy's striking range. Instantly, the opposing pawn unsheathed its blades and struck with brutal force. A deafening clash of metal rang out. Then dust billowed as the attacked piece shattered into fragments. So it's real, everyone murmured grim-faced. Yet the game had begun. Retreat was impossible. The board became a living battlefield, steel flashing blows exchanged, strategy unfolding in real time. Both sides traded losses evenly. Ron stood apart, calm, resolute, directing every move with unwavering authority, safeguarding his companions even as he matched his opponent move for move. Eli stood among the pieces, observing the entire board. His expression darkened. He realized with mounting dread that he understood almost nothing. Fewer pieces remained, our rubble piled higher. The endgame had begun. When the White King captured a piece, silence fell over the chamber. Harry, you see it too, don't you? If I make my next move, the White King will take me. But you'll deliver checkmate. No, absolutely not. Listen, Harry, you're the boy who lived. Your destiny lies with him. You cannot fall here, as a sacrifice on this board. Knight to h3. Ron could have chosen a safer path, but doing so would have placed Draco in mortal danger. Faced with that choice, he did not falter. As a true knight, he charged, headlong, fearless. The White King raised his greatsword high, and drove it deep into the stone horse beneath Ron. The knight fell. Ron collapsed unconscious amid the shattered stone. Harry strode forward unshaken to the White King, and declared his doom, checkmate. The great sword crashed down, black triumphed. They rushed to Ron's side, checking his injuries. Eli considered leaving Draco behind, but the boy insisted and joined them. Hermione, take Ron upstairs and fetch a professor. The rest of us, on to the next trial. Another chamber awaited, but this one had no doors, no windows, only the passageway they'd entered through. At its center stood a towering mirror, and before it a man swathed in an enormous turban. Professor Quirrell. The man turned, and there pressed against the back of his skull was the pale serpentine visage of Lord Voldemort. No, it was Snape all along. Harry staggered, his certainty shattered. The final guardian was not the man he'd feared, but the one he'd overlooked. Quirrell sneered. Precisely. Snape's revolting demeanor made him the perfect scapegoat. Who would suspect a stammering, nervous fool like me? Yes, it was always me. Always I who sought your death. The troll, the Quidditch match. Even Snape intervened that day on the 3rd floor. After that he never trusted me again. But I was never alone. Quirrell's voice rose feverish. He turned once more toward the mirror. What does this mirror do? Suddenly a thin, sibilant voice, weak yet chilling as a serpent's hiss, slithered from behind Quirrell's head. Let me speak. But you, I still possess this much strength. Quirrell slowly unwound his turban, and there grafted onto the back of his skull, twisted and grotesque, was a face. Harry clutched his scar, agony flaring across his brow. Voldemort! Harry screamed, grabbing for Eli and Draco to flee, but Quirrell snapped his fingers and walls of roaring flame erupted around them. Harry, resist no longer. Would you not see your parents again? Help me claim what lies beyond this mirror, and I shall restore them to life. 2 figures shimmered into view upon the glass, Harry's parents, and beside them Eli's. This was the mirror of Ariste. Eli, I know you. A prodigy unmatched. There is no good or evil, only power, and those too weak to seize it have no right to shape the world. Join me, and all shall bow before us. Eli scoffed coldly. You? Perhaps first attend to your nose. Sectum sempra. He struck first, refusing to gamble on whether help would arrive in time. Fool! Voldemort roared, seizing control of Quirrell's body to deflect Eli's curse. A sickly green light streaked toward them. They scattered. Sanguinum Dominus. Desperate Eli unleashed his full power. Expelliarmus. 3 beams lanced toward Voldemort. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort deflected all 3. Such staggering talent, wasted on such pathetic company. Whose pathetic remains to be seen. Ultima Mors. Avada Kedavra. Like the forbidden forest before the spells collided in blinding fury. Don't stand there, move. Harry and Draco raised their wands. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Voldemort bellowed, and unleashed a shockwave that sent them flying. This time Voldemort gave Eli no reprieve. Bow before me. Tenebris Impactus. A torrent of black energy surged like a storm, aimed directly at Eli and Harry nearest of all. Eli's pupils contracted violently. Protego Maxima. A figure lunged forward, casting Ironhide with desperate resolve, absorbing the blow. The impact hurled him backward, motionless upon the floor. Draco. Eli's fury ignited into pure, incandescent rage. Ultima Mors. Wretched insect, daring to defy me. Spells clashed once more. Harry, slap his face. Eli shouted. At that brink of annihilation, Harry acted without thought, pure instinct driving him forward. He charged, and delivered a stinging, open-handed blow, then another and another, right across Voldemort's spectral countenance. Could even the Dark Lord have imagined such a weapon? While Eli held him at bay, Quirrell's frail body could not sustain another surge of power. Each slap landed with brutal, undeniable force. Crisp, sharp cracks echoed through the chamber. Aot! Where Harry's palms struck Voldemort's flesh, blackened, charred, and crumbled, agonized screams rising from both master and host alike. Seeing the effect, Harry redoubled his assault, slapping wildly, relentlessly. Quirrell's body convulsed, then dissolved into ash, scattering across the floor. A jet of black smoke erupted, twisting into a snarling, furious face, before vanishing with a final impotent roar. They had won. Harry collapsed, struck down by the dark mist coalescing into Voldemort. As the world blurred into haze, a pair of familiar green eyes flickered across his vision. Mother! Eli! Amidst the chaos, only Eli remained standing. Quirrell reduced to ash. Draco, wake up. Eli sighed deeply toward the ceiling. You two are both unconscious. How on earth are we supposed to proceed? I don't care. I'm lying down too. Eli dropped onto the floor without hesitation. Trapped for now, he might as well rest where he fell. Where he stumbled, there he would recline. This had been peril incarnate, never expecting a direct magical duel with Voldemort himself. In memory of the films, Voldemort merely appeared in shadow. Quirrell alone fought, as a melee caster, wandless and unassuming. Yet here Voldemort seized control outright, gripping his wand to slay them both. Fortunately, he remained weakened, and Quirrell's magic lacked the power to obliterate Eli instantly. So long as instant annihilation was impossible, Eli held the means to end him. And remember, the blood protective charm shielded not only Harry, but Eli as well. Originally, Eli had intended to act himself. Harry could not touch Quirrell, so he would. Yet in the end, Quirrell fell not to spellcraft, but to Harry's merciless slap, who Voldemort, stripped of his vessel, now lay powerless, incapable of stirring any storm. Moreover, his true lineage remained concealed. He had no desire to reveal it prematurely, especially not to Harry. Not out of fear or secrecy, but simply because he was unprepared for the sudden weight of brotherhood. Yet he bore no qualms about revealing his talent. A confrontation with Voldemort was inevitable, and with Voldemort unable even to resurrect, what was there left to fear? True brilliance demands courage. Without the audacity to draw one's blade against overwhelming strength, what claim has one to heroism? Eli sought no crown of heroism, but neither would he kneel and beg. Still lying here like this felt rather pleasant. In this chamber, one corpse cold, two unconscious, and one snoring loudly. When the professors rushed in, Madame Pomfrey herself marveled at Eli's astonishingly deep slumber. Another narrow escape. Another misadventure involving these same unfortunate students now, with Draco added to the tally. But who could say whether this ordeal had not been a meticulously orchestrated trial? Eli cared little. At that moment, he was furious, deeply, profoundly furious, glaring at the scarlet banners of Gryffindor adorning the Great Hall. Moments earlier those banners had been emerald green, until Dumbledore ascended the dais and spoke, and they shifted hue without warning. To face a formidable foe demands not only strength and courage, but wisdom as well. Hermione Granger, who demonstrated exceptional intellect amid grave peril, 50 points. Ron Weasley, whose masterful chess play turned the tide, 50 points. Harry Potter, Eli Hall, and Draco Malfoy, who stood undaunted before terror itself, embodying extraordinary valor, 60 points each. And Neville Longbottom, who found the courage to restrain his friends, 10 points. Considering all this, I believe our decorations warrant a change. With a flick of his hand, Dumbledore transformed them to crimson. Gryffindor erupted in thunderous cheers. Slytherin, reeling from dizzying emotional whiplash, sank into grim silence, muttering curses under every breath. Joy in the house cup belonged to others. Eli possessed nothing. Thus ended a disheartening and Doftram feast for Slytherin. Yet as young wizards filed out buoyant with anticipation of holiday freedom, even their steps carried a quiet lightness. Eli, Eli, a voice called out. Professor McGonagall had intercepted him. Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office. The password is iced lemon tea. Wishing you a most pleasant holiday, she said, and departed. Eli wondered why summon him now. Had stealing the house cup warranted psychological execution? How terrifying indeed. As he mused, Eli already stood before the office door. Dumbledore's password was delightfully eccentric. Iced lemon tea. Eli half feared he'd become a sentient lemon himself. He spoke the phrase aloud. The gargoyle with wings spiraled upward, revealing a winding staircase. Ascending, he knocked firmly. Dumbledore did not indulge in theatrics. No open door, no smug, I knew you'd come. Oh, do come in. Would you care for something to drink? Dumbledore beamed, warm and effusive like a bustling vendor at the market. No thank you, Professor. The feast was excellent. I've eaten my fill. Eli declined politely, his words laced with quiet implication. We didn't celebrate the house cup. We feasted instead. Dumbledore offered a tin of sweets. Try these. They're from Honeydukes, and their flavor has always delighted me. Eli stared nauseated at the writhing mound, indistinguishable from live cockroaches. Why in Merlin's name did Dumbledore relish such things? No, I truly am full. Dumbledore cheerfully consumed several himself, making Eli's stomach churn. Eli sat rigid, nerves taut as bowstrings. Dumbledore hadn't summoned him for tea and candy. This was certain. Yet the old wizard played his riddles close, dangling truth just beyond reach, and Eli, utterly powerless, could only wait. I have pondered this matter for a long time. Perhaps it is unethical, perhaps it will cause pain, Dumbledore said gravely. Then don't speak it. Unethical and painful. Are you plotting my ruin? Then may I decline to hear it? Eli asked timidly. Dumbledore froze mid-motion, candy suspended in his fingers, startled. He had not foreseen such a reply. Eli's pulse hammered. He braced for fury, for violence erupting from this ancient, inscrutable man. Dumbledore swiftly recovered. In truth, I have weighed countless possibilities, and still I wish to speak with you. Very well. You reign supreme. Speak then. I'll listen silent as stone. Billy, perhaps I may call you Billy Potter. Eli's skin prickled, every hair standing on end. Dumbledore knew. But what did he intend? Eli carefully masked his expression. No trace of legitimacy brushed his mind. No invasive probe, no psychic pressure. He feigned bewilderment. Professor, I'm afraid I don't understand. Dumbledore nodded, his countenance growing solemn, as if stepping back into memory's hushed corridors. 11 years ago Voldemort fell, not to a warrior nor a mage, but to an infant barely months old. That child became known as the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Yet few recall that the Potters had another son, a younger brother to Harry. His name was Billy Potter. That night Billy vanished. Dumbledore's gaze deepened, steeped in recollection. We searched thoroughly. Only the faintest traces of apparition remained. An infant cannot apparate. We concluded he must have been taken. His eyes, profound and piercing, seemed to see through flesh and bone. Eli felt laid bare, though no mental intrusion disturbed his thoughts. Your arrival changed everything, Eli. You are that lost child, the youngest son of the Potters, Harry's true brother, Billy Potter. We learned your adoptive parents, the Holes, did not conceal your origins from you. Eli feigned disbelief. But they're muggles. Yes, child. They did not take you. To this day we remain ignorant of how, or by whom, you disappeared. But how can you prove I am Billy? A subtle, enigmatic smile touched Dumbledore's lips. He withdrew a quill. Ancient, archaic, unmistakably out of time. forged at Hogwarts. Founding this is a potent alchemical artifact. Whenever a witch or wizard is born in Britain worthy of magical education, this quill inscribes their name. 11 years ago it wrote Billy Potter, and then the name faded. Dumbledore's gaze settled upon Eli, replaced by Eli Hall. Little did he expect that Dumbledore had already known about his background. It was likely that he had begun observing him even before he enrolled in school. Eli instantly felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had thought he could hide beneath Dumbledore's very nose. He never expected that the other party had already discovered him, only choosing not to speak of it. This made him feel like a joke. Was it awkward? Indeed, it was very awkward. With the conversation reaching this point, Eli could no longer continue to deny it. He pretended to be in shock, saying, "Oh, Merlin's pants, I am actually the younger brother of the savior Harry Potter." Regardless of whether Dumbledore believed Ella's performance, Eli certainly did. "Eli, perhaps you should know what you will face in the future. You possess immense talent, and I can assure you you are the most gifted student I have ever encountered. I only hope that you will always stand by Harry's side." Eli nodded. This was also his mission after taking over this body. Throughout history, there have been many exceptionally talented wizards, yet many have fallen into the abyss of power. Indeed, power is incredibly seductive. To be honest, I once pursued power obsessively, but some truths become apparent only when it is too late. Power and immortality are not the most precious, love is. Dumbledore's past was not perfect, and could be said to haunt him to this day. In his youth he encountered another exceptionally gifted individual. They shared the same language and aspirations, closer than brothers. Yet that person ultimately chose a path he did not wish to tread. At first he indulged himself until an unexpected conflict led to the loss of his sister. His brother also chose to leave him, while that person opted for ideals. He possessed legendary strength, defeating that individual and gaining fame, later becoming the only one capable of confronting Voldemort. He was revered by the world as the greatest white wizard. Though it seemed he had everything, in reality, he had lost everything. His beloved family and friends all departed from him. Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. 2 months of chaotic passion, a century of unspoken words. He had misjudged at times. Ella's talent made him worry whether Eli could be the third Dark Lord. He needed to provide Eli with adequate guidance. He must ensure Eli has familial ties. "Professor, although my biological parents have passed away, I know I still have my adoptive parents and my brother. My strength will always be a shield for those around me." Ella's gaze was unprecedentedly resolute. This was a test from a contemporary powerhouse, a promise from the next generation of strong individuals. Dumbledore smiled, letting down his guard and feeling at ease. "However, I hope you won't tell Harry about this for now." Dumbledore looked at Eli with surprise. "I am not ready yet. Perhaps he is not either." Dumbledore pondered for a moment. "All right, this is your own matter. You should be prepared. At this time my old friend should also have arrived." Dumbledore glanced toward the fireplace behind him, seemingly waiting for someone. "Professor, may I leave now?" Eli thought Dumbledore was issuing an eviction order. Dumbledore interrupted him. "No, my old friend wants to meet you." "Meet me?" Eli truly had no idea what old friends Dumbledore had who would know him. Suddenly a loud bang. Green flames erupted in the fireplace, lighting up Dumbledore's beard. "Oh, Nick, you finally made it." Dumbledore hurriedly welcomed him. "No, Albus, no need to help me. Eli can still walk on my own." A man emerged whose age Eli couldn't even guess. With loose skin and unsteady steps, Eli feared he would fall apart after just 2 steps. Hearing Dumbledore's address to him, Eli immediately recognized who this was. Nick LeMay, the greatest alchemist and the sole possessor of the Philosopher's Stone. He was at least 660 years old. Thanks to the Philosopher's Stone, he had lived for several centuries, far exceeding human limits, even for wizards. Wizards have longer lifespans than ordinary people, especially the more powerful ones. Dumbledore was already over 100 and still agile, able to contend with Voldemort, who was in his 70s. Nick LeMay shuffled forward, his legs moving unsteadily. "Oh dear, please be careful. If you fall here, who would be—" "Just wait a moment, I will reach there soon." LeMay's slow pace left Eli dumbfounded. His little legs had been flailing for a while, without making any progress. He even adopted the posture of a 100-meter dash, panting heavily. Dumbledore wanted to help, but LeMay felt that would imply he was being looked down upon. The old man was quite stubborn. A stubborn old man never submits. Even Dumbledore's pet birds had fallen asleep by the time he finally reached the chair. He gasped, "It's truly not easy for an old man to be as quick as I am." "Dumbledore." "Eli." "Oh, this must be the Eli Hall you mentioned. Truly a remarkable young man." The old man's eyesight was still quite good. Eli quickly stood up and bowed. "Hello, my name is Eli Hall." This etiquette must be observed. After all, he was a senior who had lived for hundreds of years. Though not as powerful as the ancient predecessors by the Nile, he was still the greatest of his time. "This child is quite polite, but do not let Albus lead you astray. Oh, he loves to indulge in trivialities." Eli had already praised him countless times in his heart, yet on the surface he still pretended he hadn't heard anything. Dumbledore awkwardly sat down, glancing at Eli, who was pretending to be oblivious. "Well done, you crafty lad. What do you think of him?" "He is the most gifted student I have ever seen." Nick scrutinized Eli. Indeed, he is extraordinary. I have seen many brilliant talents, but none compare to him. He glanced at Dumbledore. Aren't you just interested in my unique skills? Young man, would you like to learn alchemy from me? Dumbledore felt even more awkward after being teased, but upon hearing Nick's words, he looked at Eli with anticipation. Eli was already bewildered. Oh, what was happening? How did it suddenly turn into a recruitment discussion? Old Dumbledore, have you been planning this all along? Having such an unprecedentedly powerful alchemist as a teacher was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. Eli stuttered for a moment. Don't be nervous, young man. Your talent in learning alchemy is absolutely assured. Just say whether you want to learn or not. With such an offer on the table, who wouldn't want to learn? I want to learn. Nick LeMay nodded, and Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief. The sooner the better. How about this? You will study with me this summer. First go home and have a good time for a few days. What do you think? Eli dared not refuse, saying no problem, not a single problem. All right, at my age it's not easy to make this trip. I will write to you later. Dumbledore allowed Eli to leave, and as he was departing, he noticed Dumbledore took out the Philosopher's Stone that Voldemort had been coveting. As the little wizards boarded the train home, the semester officially came to an end. Eli and his friends squeezed into the cabin just as they had when they first arrived. This semester was indeed full of ups and downs. Giants, Quidditch, Quirrell, and Voldemort. Many people might encounter such events only a few times in their lives, yet they experienced them all in one semester. Everyone gained something. Eli enhanced his soul, eliminated the life-threatening danger of losing control of magic, and greatly increased his power, while also earning some extra money. Harry and Ron managed to escape Snape's clutches, and thinking back to Snape's expression when he passed them during the exams made them secretly pleased. Draco finally made a few friends, and felt like the world had changed. Hermione was the happiest. She initially thought Eli would secure first place studying day and night, but in the end Eli fell short by a hair, due to his mediocre score in history of magic. Indeed, this little witch had nearly the highest scores in every subject, firmly sitting at the top. This little witch was truly formidable. Eli settled for a rather unremarkable second place. If it weren't for his abysmally low score in history of magic, his perfect scores in other subjects would have made it impossible for Hermione to catch up with him. However, this title was of little use aside from showing off. Second place was enough to satisfy Eli's need for flaunting. After all, he was a first year who had defeated a giant and fought with Voldemort. Did he really need to rely on this score to show off? Did I care? Did I feel regret? Did I get angry when Hermione bragged to me? I definitely have to make that little girl pay for it when I get the chance. No, Eli insisted. He wasn't angry, he mainly wanted to teach her not to boast, and that was all. Snap! He accidentally crushed another cup. The train soon arrived at the station, where parents were waiting on the platform. Eli. From a distance, Eli could see his mother waving at him. His father wanted to wave too, but was held back by his paternal authority, unsure where to put his little hand. Mom. Eli jumped into her arms, and seeing his eager father nearby, he obediently leaped onto him. Mr. Hall's face was all smiles, though he tried to maintain a serious demeanor, saying, "You're a big boy now, but you need to learn to be composed." Harry, watching, also smiled, but couldn't shake off a lingering sadness. "These are my friends. This is Harry, whom we've met at the Dursleys, and this is Hermione, who also lives in London. Oh, and this is Ron, whose entire family are wizards." "Oh, you are Harry, the one we've met before. I didn't know you were also a little wizard." Mr. Hall warmly shook Harry's hand, and then noticed Hermione beside him. Hermione politely introduced herself. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am Hermione Granger." Mr. Hall was quite surprised. "Oh, I remember, your parents are dentists, right? They have great skills. Save my teeth. I saw you last time I went. What a wonderful coincidence." Then he turned to Ron, who seemed a bit shy, perhaps because he had never interacted with Muggles before. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am Ron Weasley." Mr. Hall tried hard to remember if this was another child he had met before, but since the Weasleys were a wizarding family, how could he have met them? "It's a pleasure to meet you. You must come to our house to play sometime." The Grangers and the Weasleys also arrived, and the twins and Percy had already joined Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. The adults from the three families began chatting enthusiastically, especially Mr. Weasley, who was he was one of the few wizards who longed for the Muggle world, and being a pure-blood wizard, making so many Muggle friends this time, made him overjoyed. The Grangers and the Halls were old acquaintances, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. Mr. Hall and Mr. Weasley had somewhat similar occupations, and enjoyed talking, especially Mr. Hall and Mr. Weasley, who felt like they had met too late. The Dursleys arrived late, and looked quite unwilling to pick up Harry. But upon seeing the Halls, their demeanor changed. The Weasleys, coming from a magical family, were not very good at interacting with Muggles, especially with someone like the Dursleys, who despised magic. The Dursleys kept their distance from the Weasleys, which left a very poor impression on the Weasley couple. They thought all Muggles would be like the Halls and the Grangers. After exchanging goodbyes, everyone went their separate ways. Mr. Dursley roughly shoved Harry into the car, which made one frown. The adults from the Weasley Hall and Granger families even agreed to keep in touch by letter, as they were all very easy to interact with, and meeting today felt like a long overdue reunion. Once they all dispersed, Mrs. Hall grabbed Eli by the ear. "You little rascal grown up, huh? Dare not come home. You didn't come home for a month before school started, didn't come home for Christmas, and even told me you could only stay a few days during summer vacation." Eli howled all the way, just like a pig being slaughtered. "So what if I killed a giant? So what if I fought the Dark Lord? I still had to be pulled by my mom's ear." Mr. Hall was fanning the flames from the side, not afraid of the action, just afraid of the encouragement. Eli grinned and swore to expose all the hiding places of his father's secret stash. Thus, after arriving home, a great battle broke out. In fact, it was mainly Mr. Hall and Eli who bore the brunt of the criticism. As soon as Eli got home, he spilled the beans about Mr. Hall's secret stash. With ironclad evidence, even though Mr. Hall was a well-known lawyer, it was hard to explain. Right then, Mrs. Hall was almost ready to transform into a Norwegian ridgeback and breathe fire, while Eli and Mr. Hall cowered in a small corner, trembling. Mr. Hall was no pushover either. He immediately exposed LA childhood mischief involving Mrs. Hall's cosmetics, and there was also the incident of Eli fighting at school, which Mr. Hall had been hiding. Now it all came out. The two nearly severed their father-son relationship, both accusing each other of being disloyal. This war ended with the arrival of the Granger family. Eli almost hugged Hermione, calling her a benefactor. After a while, the Weasley family also arrived, but of course they didn't bring all 7 children, just the youngest, Ron and Ginny. In the evening, Harry was also picked up by Mr. Hall. By common sense, the Dursleys did not want to see Harry. However, because of work-related matters, they had to rely on the Hall family, so they had no choice but to let Harry go. Using the friendship with the Halls to secure the freedom of a person they disliked was worth it. Anyway, they were glad not to see Harry. This was a pre-arranged agreement among the 3 families to gather for a meal. The women sat together chatting happily. Mrs. Weasley was a wonderful person. She had a knack for managing household affairs and was currently sharing her expertise with Mrs. Hall and Mrs. Granger. The men were busy boasting and didn't care about their image, exchanging many gifts since they were all very interested in each other's worlds. Mr. Weasley gifted them some magical trinkets that amazed Mr. Granger and Mr. Hall. After returning home, Mr. Granger sent Mr. Weasley an electric toothbrush, not knowing if it would malfunction due to magical interference. Mr. Hall thought for a long time and finally secretly slipped Mr. Weasley a small object, a Glock 17 9mm caliber. After trying it out, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, "This thing is more useful than a wand." After dinner, the kids, "Oh, what's wrong?" Eli looked at Hermione. Hermione covered her mouth, hesitating to uncover it. "Did you get—" Hermione shook her head, slowly releasing her hand, revealing a small tooth resting in her palm. Eli was shocked. "You're 11 and still losing teeth." Hermione's face turned red as she gave Eli a playful slap on the head. Eli, holding his head, couldn't help but laugh, and Hermione was also amused. With a comical gap where a tooth used to be. Eli grabbed the tooth and tossed it onto the roof. "Why throw it on the roof?" Hermione asked, puzzled. Eli replied with the wisdom of experience. "When you throw a lost tooth on the roof, a new one will grow back quickly." "Is that true?" Hermione looked skeptical. "Do you think I would lie to you, Eli adopted the tone of an adult from his past life, tricking a child. Hermione rummaged through her pocket, pulled out a small bag, opened it, revealing 5 or 6 teeth. Under La's astonished gaze, she tossed them all onto the roof. "This way they grow back quickly. You keep this stuff in your pocket." "Humph." Hermione shot him a glance. "Don't ask about the little fairy stuff." In the evening, the Granger family and the Weasley family departed, while Harry temporarily stayed at the Hall residence. He remained there until Eli received a letter from Nick LeMay. Though he stayed for just a few days, it allowed Harry to finally experience what a true home felt like. After 11 years in this world, he finally grasped the warmth of family and home. When returning to the Dursleys, he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, as if he was leaving his true home. Eli was also about to embark on his vacation study time, which would surely be a fulfilling break. "Mom, that's enough. Don't stuff any more clothes into my trunk." Eli looked at his mother, who was tirelessly packing clothes into a trunk that had been cast with an undetectable extension charm, feeling quite helpless. This trunk, small in appearance, yet vast inside, seemed to perfectly satisfy Mrs. Hall's desires. Unlike ordinary trunks that filled up quickly, this one left her wanting more. Only this trunk could somewhat ease her reluctance by allowing her to pack a few clothes and items. By the time Mrs. Hall stuffed in the last item, Ellis' room was already half empty. This motherly love was like an avalanche. Eli took out the small ball that accompanied the letter from Nick LeMay, which appeared to be made of copper and bore no special markings. According to the letter, as long as he faced the address provided by Nick LeMay and recited it 3 times while tapping the ball, he could reach Nick LeMay's location. This sounded somewhat akin to apparition or a portkey. Of course, apparition could never compare to a portkey, it only slightly edged out in convenience. At that moment, Mr. Hall finally set down the newspaper. Eli, take care of yourself, and don't cause trouble for your teacher. Mr. Hall always maintained a father's restraint even though he desperately wanted to embrace Eli and say, I can't bear to part with you. Okay, I will, Eli replied as he lifted the trunk, smiled at his watching parents, and softly began to recite the address from the letter into the small ball. Upon reciting it for the third time, he gently tapped the ball, causing it to vibrate. The trembling did not cease, rather it intensified as if it had been suddenly activated. Suddenly the space began to distort, and the familiar sensation of being pulled returned. If it were an ordinary person, they might feel nauseous. Eli felt as if he were a small object moving through tofu, with the resistance from the space being quite clear. This process lasted a bit longer than the last time he had used it in Nocturne Alley. The sensation of travel disappeared, and he had arrived at his destination. Devon, England. It was an ordinary-looking small courtyard exuding the charm of the English countryside. At least it didn't resemble the residence of an alchemist. Oh, Eli, come in quickly, dinner is ready. Nick LeMay called out, appearing like an ordinary old man inviting Eli, yet this grandfather was over 660 years old. Eli felt a bit shy as he entered carrying his trunk. There were no smoking alchemical furnaces or strange tools. Eli even thought he had mistakenly wandered into an ordinary household. The walls were adorned with numerous opera posters, some looking quite dated while others appeared to be hand-painted. Without magical protection, they would surely have turned to dust. Doesn't seem like a typical alchemist's home, does it? Nick LeMay stood next to Eli, glancing at the opera posters, seemingly talking to himself. I have been studying alchemy for hundreds of years. I must have time and space that is not dedicated to alchemy, right? Without it I would go mad. Now come, let's eat. Today Peregrine made a special effort in the kitchen, but I think you should be cautious. She hasn't cooked in over 100 years. An elderly voice, still full of vigor, called out, You're talking bad about me again. It's not true. Nick LeMay, like a child caught doing something wrong, pulled Eli to the dining room, whispering, She hasn't changed a bit in all these years. You're still saying that. Eli dared not even nod, fearing the anger might spill over to him. Oh, you must have misheard. He then muttered under his breath. Damn it, isn't her hearing still good? The table was quite lavishly set, looking nothing like what Eli had imagined for someone who hadn't cooked in over 100 years. Oh, Eli, I'm very pleased to meet you. Quickly sit down and try my cooking. This was a very kindly-looking elderly woman, utterly unlike the owner of that sharp voice just moments ago. She waved her wand, arranging the dishes on the table. She invited both to sit down, and Eli hesitated, indulging himself with a piece of beef. It seemed to have no flavor. He tried a piece of duck breast, and exclaimed, Aha, a mouthful of salt nearly made him choke, with saliva pouring out. Peregrine looked at him eagerly. How is it? It's good, really good. Eli felt this was the most insincere compliment he had ever given. Oh, I think it's quite good too. It seems my culinary skills haven't declined after all these years. Peregrine appeared quite pleased with her cooking. Nick LeMay noticed Ellis' expression, and perhaps understanding his wife's culinary skills, beads of cold sweat began to form at his temples. Nick, you should eat too, but it's been a long time since you've tasted my cooking. Suddenly called out. Nick LeMay looked at the dishes on the table with a sense of impending doom. Upon taking a bite, Eli saw him roll his eyes back. Grandpa, should I call an ambulance? Eli was genuinely afraid of witnessing the alchemist's demise right before his eyes. It seemed even a philosopher's stone would struggle to save him. Fortunately, the old man was still vigorous, and perhaps accustomed to his wife's cooking, he had some resistance. The old man finally managed to endure it. Peregrine, seeing Nick LeMay's expression as if he were about to die, was quite dissatisfied. Is it really that bad? You always made that face every time you ate my food. She speared a piece of duck breast, tasted it, and then exclaimed, Yuck. Peregrine finally realized her cooking was indeed hard to tolerate, and had to withdraw. Peregrine commanded, and a house elf suddenly appeared, skillfully starting to cook. It seemed the usual cook was indeed the house elf. I truly apologize. After over 100 years, my cooking skills have inevitably declined. No, you've been quite consistent, Nick LeMay murmured, but under the fierce gaze of his wife, he quietly bowed his head. Eli watched the house elf work so adeptly, and thought perhaps he could find one for himself as well. Who knows, it might even help him manage his property. He had already bought a piece of land in England for herb cultivation. Now all that was left was to buy seeds. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic did not require one to be of age, otherwise a mere 10-year-old like Eli would truly struggle to manage that piece of land. Wizards are always adept at creating things that defy reality. Take for instance the door recently opened. Logically, one would expect to step directly outside, yet after a series of manipulations by Nicklerm, a vast space lay beyond the door. Here Nicklermy's identity as an alchemist seemed to be confirmed. Eli guaranteed that he had never seen anything. The air was filled with various scents, and sheepskin scrolls were scattered everywhere, making it convenient to record at any moment. This is where I usually conduct my research, and it will be the place for your learning in the future, Eli assured, declaring that there was no place more suitable for studying alchemy than here. Just being here made Eli feel as if he had become a master alchemist. Nicklerm was different from usual. In his most specialized field, he was very serious. Eli, tell me your thoughts on alchemy. This was Nicklerm's first lesson. Eli pondered for a moment, realizing that he knew very little about alchemy. The only alchemical product he knew of was the Philosopher's Stone. He had also protected the stone, although it was merely a fleeting glance. Alchemy. Transforming decay into the miraculous, creating precious metals. He was not certain at all. Nicklerm nodded slightly. In fact, this is a viewpoint shared by many, including many. From a certain perspective, that is indeed correct. He rummaged through a nearby table and pulled out a thin book. Eli looked closely and instantly felt a distortion of time and space. What Nicklerm held was a journal, Nature. This magazine was undoubtedly familiar to Muggles. It was a long-established and authoritative scientific publication. Founded by Sir Joseph Norman Lockyer, it contained cutting-edge research results across disciplines such as physics. Alchemy is actually quite similar to Muggle science. It is an extension of human intelligence that helps us accomplish things beyond individual capabilities. However, Muggle science is entirely based on the laws of nature, while alchemy involves magic. For example, turning mercury into gold is absolutely unscientific in Muggle terms. But for alchemy, it is entirely possible. Science and alchemy ultimately lead to the same goal. Many wizards consider Muggles ignorant, but for Muggles, how can wizards who do not understand science not be ignorant as well? Eli was astonished by the master's wisdom. Perhaps in his eyes, everything would ultimately converge into one point. Nicklerm continued, "What you just said is indeed correct. The essence of alchemy is changing matter, which is often referred to as transforming decay into the miraculous." He pointed to a device resembling a robot beside him. Items like this mechanical device are actually an extension of alchemy. The creation of magical items and wands can be classified under alchemy, but they are not its most essential forms. The initial purpose of alchemy is to transmute matter, which sounds quite similar to Muggle chemistry. Clearly, this mysterious alchemist had a remarkable understanding of Muggle science. Eli was captivated. To him, the knowledge of transforming decay into the miraculous was on par with spells. Nicklerm took out a thick book which seemed to have frozen time. It did not appear to be made of paper, but rather resembled tightly bound tree bark encased in a ring of brass. Nicklerm opened the book. The pages were grouped in sets of 7, and each 7th page bore a depiction of a giant serpent devouring a wand. "This is the source of my knowledge, and it is also the source of alchemy, the book of Jewish Abraham." A deep yearning appeared on Nicklerm's face. He looked at Eli, hope shining in his murky eyes. He handed the book to Eli, saying, "I have never taken on a disciple. You will not be my only teacher, but I hope you can carry on my lifelong learning. Only you can accomplish this." Eli was momentarily stunned, hesitant to reach out for such a book that could be regarded as divine, symbolizing the legacy of a master alchemist. After a long time, he seemed to finally be ready, steadily accepting the book, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Nicklerm's face broke into a relaxed smile, filled with hope and relief. "But what I don't understand is why you chose me." Eli was perplexed. Without any trials, it seemed as though he was entrusted with the legacy by mere chance. Nicklerm gazed deeply at him, saying, "Some people are born bearing a unique mission." With that cryptic remark, Nicklerm's demeanor changed. Learning alchemy is much like learning anything else. You must begin with the most superficial aspects. The essence of alchemy is transformation, and the most superficial aspect is creation, such as certain handmade products and some machinery, all of which belong to creation. Eli suddenly thought of something. So all magical items are merely superficial alchemical products? Nicklerm shook his head. Not necessarily. This cannot be simply categorized. Take the legendary Deathly Hallows, for example. Ellis' expression turned serious. The Elder One, the Invisibility Cloak, and the Resurrection Stone are collectively known as the Deathly Hallows. It is said that they all originated from death, but that is actually incorrect, or rather inaccurate. They are all alchemical products. Although they appear to be mere magical items sold in shops, these three are anything but simple. They are imbued with the most powerful and mysterious powers. The Elder Wand is indestructible and serves the mighty. The Invisibility Cloak can almost erase a person from existence, silent and unseen. The Resurrection Stone can bring the dead back to life. These are not feats achievable by ordinary alchemy. Ellis' eyes sparkled. This was something he had never heard of. He had also read tales of the Deathly Hallows, said to be the spoils of the 3 brothers who escaped death once. The eldest brother desired the most powerful wand, the second sought a tool to resurrect the dead, while only the youngest wished for a device to escape death. Nicklerm continued, "There is actually another legend. The 3 brothers, yearning to inherit the title of death, created 3 alchemical items based on death's essence. The Elder Wand symbolizes death's power. The Resurrection Stone symbolizes death's control over life and death. The Invisibility Cloak symbolizes death's immortality. These 3 represent death's authority." Nicklerm suddenly fixed his gaze on Ellis' eyes, saying, "Whoever possesses these 3 Deathly Hallows holds the authority of death, and shall become death." Eli felt uneasy under Niclerm's intense gaze, but fortunately Niclerm relaxed his expression. These are all very profound matters, but you will eventually touch upon them in the future. However, for now you should focus on learning the basics. Niclerm took out a hefty tome and slammed it down on the table, as if striking Ella's heart. Here are the alchemical runes I summarized based on the Book of Jewish Abraham. Your task is to memorize. Once you memorize them, you can start learning to create. Eli nearly dropped his jaw. This. I have to memorize. He stared at the book, which was as large as his head, his teeth aching. Niclerm's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. Some people, you see, are born with a unique mission. Come fulfill your mission. The young man, I have high hopes for you. With that, he slipped out, slamming the door behind him, leaving Eli staring blankly at the hefty tome on the table. I feel like this book is mocking me. Eli could guarantee that if it were anyone else, they would have to remember these things for a lifetime, possibly living for hundreds of years. Fortunately, he was smart and had a photographic memory. At least over the past half-month, his progress had been remarkable. Nickelmy couldn't help but praise him more than once, saying this kid is truly a genius. Of course, such progress wasn't solely due to memory. As a transmigrator well aware of the 996 fortune and adhering to the principle that only through hard work can one be a true powerhouse, Eli was studying tirelessly every day. Aside from eating and sleeping, he even took his books to the bathroom. He isolated himself in the laboratory every day, and Nickelmy had come by more than once to check if he was still alive. Polino had subjected Nickelmy to domestic violence a few times, warning him not to torment her precious grandson. Indeed, Polino was very fond of Eli, directly recognizing him as her grandson. Nickelmy agreed. After all, Eli was also his heir. Eli felt this was a win, being recognized as a grandson by two ancestors from at least the Ming dynasty, which he called a super upgrade in lineage. It is worth mentioning that Eli had already begun to practice anima magus. After writing to consult Professor McGonagall, she believed he had met the requirements to practice anima magus, although she still thought Eli was too young. However, under LA insistence, Professor McGonagall told him to inform her when he was about to transform, as all previous practitioners of anima magus had to undergo their first transformation under the protection of others. This was to prevent any uncontrolled animal instincts from leading to life-threatening mistakes. When the Lumet couple learned that Eli was preparing to practice anima magus, they expressed their willingness to help. Don't think these two old folks only know alchemy. They've lived for hundreds of years, that's no joke. Besides, they also had many alchemical tools that could assist Eli. For example, creating a thunderstorm. Eli had already taken some mandrake leaves and was practicing closed-mouth meditation. Grandpa Nick, how can alchemy achieve a production line similar to a muggle factory? Eli thought as a featherquill wrote down his ideas on its own. This was something he had completed under Nickelmy's guide. It could connect to his mind and write automatically, truly a writer's miracle. Nickelmy glanced at it, and without hesitation said, very simple, just create some interconnected mechanical devices. It would be best to have the help of transformation magic. Once you finish learning this part, you should be able to master it. It's not too complicated. Eli nodded. Nickelmy looked at Eli in surprise and asked, do you want to start a factory? Eli nodded affirmatively and then shared his idea for a potion factory with Nickelmy. After hearing this, Nickelmy admired Eli, saying that's a very good idea. If successful, you could almost control the potion market in the magical world. His expression became serious again, but do you understand the dangers involved? You want to control the market, which will inevitably clash with many powers, pureblood families, and potion masters. If you fail, even the Ministry of Magic will target you. Don't think these people are pushovers. The prominent families that have survived through time all have blood on their hands. If you touch their interests, they will do everything possible to kill you. Eli had anticipated such a situation. Whether in the Muggle world or the magical world, commercial warfare has never solely remained in the commercial realm. Not to mention in the magic-dominated magical world. However, he did not want to give up. Regardless of whether he could succeed, one must take a chance, right? He wrote on the parchment, difficulties are certainly unavoidable. As long as I want to gain my own benefits, I will definitely encounter challenges. But I am not afraid. There will always be someone who wants to eat crabs, so why not be the first to do so? Nickelmy did not hide his admiration for Eli. After all, this was also a test for Eli. If Eli were to give up because of a few words, he would have to reconsider whether he had chosen the wrong heir. Alright, an extraordinary person must have extraordinary courage. Since you have this idea, I will support you wholeheartedly. I am getting old, and I might not be able to fight, but I have plenty of money. Eli felt a wave of rich aura coming toward him. Nickelmy seemed to be just a few gold chains short of being a wealthy tycoon. Never doubt the financial power of an alchemy master, especially someone like Nickelmy, a legendary alchemical giant. Turning stone into gold was as easy as pie for him. Eli couldn't even imagine how much gold Nickelmy had created using magic stones. With Nickelmy's help, his factory was now fully equipped, just waiting for the right moment. Eli had been refining his thoughts on the potion factory. It was certain that other forces would try to suppress him, so first he had to avoid being caught off guard. Therefore, he prepared to firmly hold onto the raw materials himself. When other forces tried to sanction him by restricting raw materials, Eli would be unfazed as he held the production of raw materials. He had already purchased a piece of land for herb cultivation. Furthermore, to prevent the other party from resorting to some underhanded tactics in desperation, Eli needed to set up some defensive spells around the factory. This was no problem for him, who possessed Voldemort's memories. It contained all kinds of malicious spells, some of which Eli might not even dare to use. The remaining issue was staffing, but that could be dealt with later. If necessary, he could always use house elves. House elves not only possess considerable power, but more importantly, they will unconditionally obey their master's commands, which is a mark embedded in their souls. Establishing a potion factory and controlling the potion market was just around the corner. Thinking of this, Eli felt a surge of energy. Whenever he was motivated, he wanted to learn, and when he learned, he wanted to sleep. The matter of Anima Magus was being assisted by the LeMay couple, and there had been no mistakes along the way. Eli was also focused on studying ancient alchemical runes. These runes were actually derived from ancient runes, which had a significant connection with magic. Many spells were actually ancient runes. Hogwarts also offered this course as an elective, but due to its dullness, very few students chose it. Eli was very interested in these ancient runes. Based on Voldemort's memories and Dumbledore's notes, many powerful ancient spells required ancient runes. These ancient spells were extremely terrifying and were often used in warfare in the past. Many spells even required multiple wizards to support them. This was quite similar to the formations in the cultivation novels of his previous life. Moreover, ancient runes also involved the essence of magic. Aspiring to become the strongest wizard in the world, Eli certainly wouldn't let this knowledge slip by. At dinner, Polino had to use a feather duster to drag Eli out of the laboratory to eat. The house elf's cooking was indeed good, though as soon as Eli smelled the aroma, he felt hungry. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door, followed by a knock. Stanigo opened the door for the guests. A house elf suddenly appeared to help open the door. "Oh, Nick, I hope I can still snag a dinner." Hearing such shameless words, Eli looked over curiously. It was Dumbledore. Behind him was Professor McGonagall. "I have to say your timing is truly off." "Oh, of course not, you Minerva, come in." Polino warmly welcomed them in. "Hi Eli, how have you been feeling lately?" "Very well, very fulfilling," Eli answered honestly. Now he felt comfortable speaking and eating, as the mandrake leaves had been successfully extracted and brewed into a potion. Now he was just waiting for a thunderstorm. Up until now, Eli's practice of Anima Magus had been very smooth. Every sunset, when he recited the incantation, he could clearly feel a powerful second heartbeat. "This time I came with Albus specifically for your first transformation. I believe it will go very smoothly with Albus." Professor McGonagall looked somewhat excited. After all, having her student complete Anima Magus during the summer of their first year was a tremendous achievement for her. Eli was flattered and quickly stood up, saying, "Thank you so much, professors." Dumbledore smiled. "No need to thank us so much. This is what we as professors should do. It's also the result of your own hard work." Eli slowly sat back down, feeling very touched. For his Anima Magus, Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore had personally come to support him. It should be known that his cheap father had secretly practiced Anima Magus with a few of his friends back in the day. However, he was a bit confused. "But how did you know it would be today?" Eli speculated. Could there be some magic to predict the weather? Or were they planning to use alchemical items? Dumbledore blinked at him. "In fact, Muggle weather forecasts are quite good, even though they tricked me many times before." Eli felt a thunderous crash in his heart. "Dumbledore, you great wizard, are you telling me you were relying on the weather forecast? That old man is quite cunning." However, it turned out that this time the weather forecast was indeed accurate, and outside thunder began to rumble. They immediately went to the storage place for potions, and at that moment the potion in the bottle had completely turned red. "No problem, we can start." Professor McGonagall checked it and confirmed there were no mistakes. Suddenly Dumbledore pulled out his wand. It was rare for anyone to see Dumbledore with his wand. Nickelmai also took out a bunch of alchemical equipment. The two exchanged glances and began their actions. This place was already open, making it a good spot for transformation. Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the space around them to twist, and even Muggle satellites could no longer spy on this place. Once Nickelmai's alchemical equipment was set up, the protective barrier cast by Dumbledore instantly increased several times. To enhance a wizard's spell like Dumbledore's, the alchemical product must be extremely powerful. Professor McGonagall also took out her wand, ready for action. "Eli, it's time to begin," Dumbledore said seriously. Eli nodded solemnly and drank the red potion in one gulp. Then, pointing his wand at his heart, he uttered a motto, "Animo, Animato Animagus." As the incantation left his lips, Eli instantly felt a second powerful heartbeat resonating within him. It boomed like a drum, creating a bizarre frequency alongside his own heartbeat. His blood seemed to boil, and every inch of his bones and flesh vibrated with intense energy. It felt as if his soul was also trembling, his immense mental power fluctuating. Eli seemed to be pulled again into the realm of the soul, which was still a pale white. But in front of him, there was an orb of fire. What is this? The fire grew stronger, and the entire realm of the soul was rippling with terrifying flames. It seemed there were creatures wandering inside. Outside, the others began to sense the powerful magical fluctuations emanating from Eli. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's faces changed dramatically, and they exchanged shocked glances. At this moment, Eli's body was extremely active, even in a highly unstable state. In the realm of the soul, Eli stared blankly at the creature at the center of the flame, so sacred and untouchable. He finally began to see clearly the creature within the flames. It was a bird with colorful feathers strutting proudly. As a person of Huaxiao, how could he not recognize what this was? This was the totem of a nation, the belief of a civilization. Phoenix. His soul trembled. He thought he would never have another chance with his homeland after his death, but unexpectedly the ancient bloodline still chose him. Merging with our divine being should be our generation's honor. What is there to fear? Eli resolutely stepped into the flames, moving closer to this myth. The phoenix looked deeply at him, acknowledging the courage of this descendant, and let out a loud cry, swiftly charging toward Eli. The two began to merge. Outside, Eli's body began to radiate fiery red flames, and the surrounding temperature began to rise. What on earth is happening? Nickelmai shouted anxiously. Dumbledore was also in shock. Eli is likely going to transform into a magical creature. Professor McGonagall's grave voice came through. Throughout history, no one's animagus has belonged to a magical creature. Even if there were, they would die during the first transformation. Dumbledore murmured, "No, it's more than that." The flames expanded violently, and Eli's figure was completely enveloped by the golden red fire. The terrifying heat forced the others to use magic for protection. The nearby ground had even begun to solidify. What should we do now? Polina was on the verge of tears, as was Professor McGonagall. Anima, Magus once started cannot be stopped. He can only rely on himself. It's either life or... Dumbledore fixed his gaze on the terrifying flames, his eyes flickering with anticipation and madness. Eli was also suffering. The terrifying heat was melting him, and his flesh and bones were being destroyed inch by inch. Magic was depleting rapidly, and he was even beginning to feel the strain. Damn it, am I going to fail? With magic nearly exhausted, the flames began to spiral out of control, his soul trembling wildly, and his body began to collapse. Death was merely a step away. The excruciating pain and bodily injuries caused him to gradually lose consciousness. As the world fell into complete darkness, he would die forever. Finally, magic was depleted, and everything collapsed. The flames began to dissipate, the terrifying temperature penetrating the spells, causing the others to sweat profusely. Did we succeed? The others restrained the urge to rush forward. Until the flames completely disappeared, the familiar figure did not appear. Polina let out a silent scream. Professor McGonagall's face turned ashen, her body swaying under the weight of extreme sorrow. Only Dumbledore stared intently at the pile of ashes on the ground. Suddenly, it seemed as if there was a movement in the ashes, and the surrounding magic began to surge madly toward it. Nick, use the magic stone, do something quickly, Dumbledore suddenly shouted. Nickelmai trembled as he took out the crimson magic stone, and the two pointed their wands at it. The magic stone slowly rose, emitting a terrifying magical fluctuation, and a red light surged from the stone into the pile of ashes. It felt as if the world was being filled with light, and Eli shook off his confusion, driven by a desperate desire to open his eyes. At the same time, a myth was beginning to be born. The golden red fire reignited, rapidly spreading. The sky was completely illuminated, and the earth seemed to awaken, showering down countless rays of light. The holy spectacle captured the attention of the world. As the creature at the center was being born, a haunting melody began to resonate through the heavens and the earth. The phoenix flew, its feathers shimmering, ascending to the heavens. The auspicious Wangduoji people, as the noble's life, charming to the commoners. The phoenix sang upon the high hills. The phoenix, the male, is the foam, the female is the huang. It is the sovereign of all birds, a dazzling phoenix in the realms. In the face of despair, it undergoes rebirth, conquering death. Dumbledore gazed blankly at the sacred light, his eyes filled with hope. Only he. No one heard Dumbledore's murmurs, for everyone was engulfed in profound shock. The sky was ablaze with rosy light, as if a deity had descended. The golden red flames even pierced through the protective barriers set by Dumbledore and Nicolo. The Muggle world nearby drew the attention of the residents, captivated by the celestial phenomenon. As the flames gradually shrank and the rosy light returned to the heavens, the people on the ground seemed to genuinely return to the mortal realm. Albus, is this the phoenix? A magical creature, an animagus, a phoenix? Professor McGonagall asked Dumbledore, as this scene far exceeded her imagination. There had never been an animagus of a magical creature throughout history, yet now it appeared right before her eyes. Dumbledore shook his head. It is a phoenix, but unrelated to Fawkes. This may be a phoenix from the east, completely transcending the existing system of magical creatures. Perhaps it should be called a mythical being. Fawkes is a phoenix from the western magical realm. The Dumbledore family is a lineage followed by the phoenix. The phoenix of the western magical world is a 5-star level magical creature, extremely rare. Tears can heal, its song inspires courage, and it possesses immense carrying capacity. As its lifespan nears its end, it chooses to undergo rebirth. Such a miraculous creature has chosen to follow the Dumbledore family through generations. They have an old saying, whenever someone is in urgent need, the phoenix will appear immediately. Elijah's phoenix was far superior to Fawkes in terms of effects, ablaze with golden red flames and rosy light. Eastern ancient nations, you know nothing of power. When all the flames surged back into Elijah's body and the magical energy gradually subsided, the animagus transformation was officially completed. Humans possess a mysterious yearning for flight. In midair, Elijah excitedly glanced at his magnificent wings, as if the entire sky was to be conquered by him. Excitedly swirling in the air a few times, he slowly descended to a lower altitude. In his mind, he envisioned his human form, and after a brief transformation, the phoenix became human. The remnants of golden red flames transformed into a faint golden red robe. His original clothing had been burned away by the flames that erupted during the transformation. According to common logic, when an animagus transforms for the first time, all clothing and accessories would turn into fur or patterns integrating into part of the body. However, Elijah's animagus was simply too extraordinary. The clothes were burned away even before the transformation was complete. After all, no other animagus transformation required the use of a magical stone. Now the originally vibrant magical stone had dimmed significantly. "Elijah, how are you?" Perennially rushed up to examine him, thankfully finding Elijah uninjured. "Incredible, Elijah, you might be the first magical creature animagus in history," Dumbledore said with a smile. Professor McGonagall could hardly contain her excitement. Her student had achieved animagus at such a young age, transforming into an unbelievable magical creature animagus. "I think we might need to go to the Ministry of Magic to register. They will surely be astonished." "No, Minerva, perhaps we should consider Elijah's opinion." "Albus, actually I feel that now might not be the right time. We can wait until I'm an adult. I don't want to face an interview with the Daily Prophet right now." Elijah's words made several people chuckle. He was reluctant to expose his animagus ability now, as it was one of his trump cards. Dumbledore likely thought, with Dumbledore covering for him, it didn't matter if he violated wizarding laws. It wasn't that reporter from the Daily Prophet, Rita, also an illegal animagus. He learned this from watching movies in his past life. That woman often transformed into a tiny, pitiful beetle to eavesdrop on others and scoop exclusive stories. Thus it is evident that being an undisclosed animagus has its benefits. Oh, wasn't his father also an illegal animagus back in the day? What is this called? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Elijah thought, and the golden red robe on his body transformed back into the clothes he had worn before. This made things much more convenient. He wouldn't need to change clothes in the future. After confirming that Elijah was fine, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall left. They weren't idle either. After completing the animagus plan, Elijah dove back into his alchemy research. According to Nicolo, Elijah had mastered the alchemical runes and could officially learn alchemical manufacturing. Judging by the automatic quill he had previously crafted, his talent and skill were not lacking. Nicolo's teaching used the potion assembly line that Elijah needed as an example. Such a thing would be difficult for others to replicate, yet here with Nicolo, it became a novice's lesson. Elijah was quite ambitious and made rapid progress, overcoming many challenges. Now the most troubling issue for him was the connection of the runes. The machinery on the assembly line must be interconnected and controllable, or otherwise nothing could be produced. In the Muggle world, this could be solved with wiring networks, just a matter of a few lines. However, in alchemy, it was not so simple. To achieve mechanical connectivity, it required forming a magical circuit, but if the individual work units were not connected, they could only rely on the mutual responses of the runes. This left Elijah scratching his head. Whenever he sought advice from Nicolo, he was met with only one response: learn it yourself, think for yourself. I, Elijah, am also a person of stature. I don't need to seek help. He spent all day locked in the laboratory, neglecting food and drink. Because of this, Nicolo had suffered a few rounds of domestic violence from Perennially. Heaven rewards those who are diligent. With the help of the Book of Abraham, the Jew Elijah finally overcame this hurdle. Rubbing his chilly head, Elijah felt like crying. Researching is too taxing on the hair. However, everything is worth it. Elijah had completed the construction of various work units. To produce any potion, he would only need to assemble them. As of today, more than half of his potion factory's concept had been completed. Only the construction of the factory area and the launch of production remained. The summer vacation was also nearing its end, and Nicolo had ended his holiday early to study. The Horvath couple had written to inform Elijah that Ron had invited him to visit the Weasley household. Just as Elijah finished his studies, it would be a good idea to go. The Weasley family was also in Devon, not too far away, so it wouldn't be troublesome to visit. Remember to write back often and take good care of yourself at school. Perennially kept reminding him, making Elijah dizzy with nodding. All right, enough of that. Let Elijah set off, Perennially said with a fierce look, causing Nicolo to lower his, carrying the pastries that Perennially had made Elijah set off. Oh, Eli. Mrs. Weasley was tidying up items in front of the window when she caught sight of Eli arriving, and she joyfully rushed out. "Hello, Aunt. Oh, come in quickly. Ron and the others can't wait. Come in." Mrs. Weasley was particularly warm and welcoming. She was always happy to have guests at her home. "Ron, come down. Eli has arrived." Eli surveyed the Weasley home, which was filled with much more magical energy compared to Nickleby's house. The house was cramped, but Mrs. Weasley kept it tidy and warm. In the sink, a brush was automatically cleaning itself, and a sweater on a chair was being knitted by magic. Although Eli wondered why one would knit a sweater in summer. A clock hung on the wall, but instead of indicating the time, each hand bore the face of a Weasley, indicating this clearly showed how much Mrs. Weasley cared for her family. "Eli, you finally made it." Ron couldn't wait to rush down. "Ron Weasley, you had better tidy your room before coming down." Mrs. Weasley stood with her hands on her hips, startling Ron into place. "Oh, Eli, please sit down. You must be tired from such a long journey. You take a rest." Mrs. Weasley was always good at switching moods, leaving Eli both amused and exasperated. However, he felt very comfortable there. He loved the warm atmosphere of the Weasley home. To him, even though the Weasleys faced difficulties, they were fortunate to have such kind and warm parents. "Mom, I've already tidied up," Ron said, looking aggrieved. Mrs. Weasley sighed. "I really don't know what to do with you. I need to go tend to the vegetable patch now. Oh, please take good care of Eli." Ron felt like he had been granted a reprieve. "Eli, you're finally here. Ginny has been nagging about potato chips. It's driving me mad." Ron leaped onto the sofa opposite Eli and sank into it. Eli pulled out a large pile of various snacks from his expandable bag, causing Ron's eyes to nearly pop. Wow. Eli had enhanced the expandable bag with alchemy, greatly increasing its space. Although it couldn't compare to Newt Scamander's magical suitcase, it was like having a small room. He could even live inside it. He seemed to see a business opportunity, a chance to become a real estate mogul in the magical world. Merlin's beard. A cute voice came from the side. It was Ginny, who had come running down at the sound. "Ginny, come here. If you don't eat now, your silly brother will finish it all." Eli called out to Ginny. After all, she would be his future sister-in-law, and he must spoil her. As for Ron, who had transformed into a glutton, Eli gave him a playful smack on the head. "You should leave some for your sister." Ron, holding his head in a forlorn manner, mumbled, "There's still plenty here." Eli shot him a glance, so Ginny had already immersed herself in a sea of snacks. "Hey, Eli, you didn't even tell us." Hearing this banter, who else could it be but the twins? "We've been working on so many new gadgets. Come try them out. We guarantee they'll knock your socks off." Eli was intrigued by their little inventions. "What are we waiting for? Let's go check them out." The three of them dashed upstairs. The Weasley house resembled a haphazardly assembled wooden building, appearing crooked and defying the principles of architectural science. You could feel that inside as well. Arriving at the twins' room, they dragged out a large box from under the bed filled with all sorts of prank items. There were originally more. "That rat Percy snitched on us, and Mom threw them all away. He said we were disturbing his studies. Who knows who he's writing to in there?" Eli gave the two prankster princes a thumbs up. With so many on display, one could only imagine how many there had been before. The two began to introduce them to Eli. "This is a firecracker that can send a person flying into the sky, but don't worry, it won't kill anyone. This is a vomiting candy, but it's still in the development stage. Oh, we don't know what will happen if you eat it now." Eli marveled at their unique passion for pranks. "George Weasley. Fred Weasley." The twins immediately froze like mice caught by a cat, hastily pushing the box back inside. The owner of this voice was none other than Mrs. Weasley, standing at the door with her hands on her hips. With a flick of her wand, the box slid out from under the bed on its own. The twins turned ashen at once. "I can't believe you two have the audacity to do this." "Oh, of course I'm not talking about you, Eli. Can you go play downstairs for a bit? I need to have a word with these two brats." As Eli left, he cast a glance at the twins. It wasn't that he lacked loyalty, but their mother was just too formidable. As Eli went downstairs, a storm erupted upstairs. Mrs. Weasley unleashed her wrath, leaving the twins too afraid to make a sound. They had once been kings until their mother arrived. The fall of kings. The two didn't come down, likely mourning their lost treasures. Eli understood, having just witnessed their home being raided. "Eli, did Harry write to you during the holiday?" Eli shook his head. Although he was at Nickleby's, if a friend had written, his parents would have forwarded it to him. "He didn't write to you either. Not a single letter." "Did you write to him?" "Of course, but we got no reply at all. It was as if we had never written." "No reply." Eli suddenly remembered that this might signify the start of the second segment of the original story. Harry could very well be entangled with an annoying house elf right now. I think it's called Dobby. This little elf seemed to know something, wishing to prevent Harry from getting hurt by urging him not to return to school. As for the letters, Harry might be locked in his room by the Dursleys. Given their nature, they certainly wouldn't want Harry contacting his friends via owl. Alas, poor brother. Eli shared his speculation with Ron. Ron's expression turned serious, and then, as if he had made a decision that went against family tradition. "We should go rescue him." "Rescue who?" "You're discussing a grand rescue plan behind our backs." The twins started their banter again, seemingly recovering from the earlier shock. Ron relayed the story of Harry being locked up to the twins, embellishing it with flair and detail. Eli listened with a twitching mouth. I don't recall mentioning anything about beating him up. What's with the whip? And candles? What do those even have to do with anything? The twins looked equally bewildered, but they knew their brother well. So Harry might actually be locked up. We definitely should rescue him. We have a great idea. What great idea? The twins exchanged mischievous smiles, and Eli thought, this is bad. Are you sure this is okay? Of course they won't know. Have you done this before? You have to trust our driving. Oh, Merlin. A car barely flew over the top of a tree, almost resulting in disaster. Indeed, if the twins were driving Mr. Weasley's flying car on their way to rescue Harry with Ron and Eli. The twins' reckless driving made Eli wipe the sweat from his brow. For safety, Eli took out his wand and cast a few shield charms on himself. The Weasleys truly embodied Gryffindor spirit. The twins and Ron were extremely excited, with Ron eager to burst into number 4 Privet Drive and rescue Harry. Eli could only tell him that Azkaban welcomes him. Under Ella's guidance, the car finally arrived at Privet Drive, and it was already night. Just a few days ago, the Dursleys were busy decorating the living room. Mrs. Dursley was meticulously icing the cake she had just made. A flurry of owl sounds came from upstairs, and Mr. Dursley, irritated, shouted upstairs at Harry while trying to tie a bow tie for Dudley. Upstairs, Harry had just managed to calm the restless Hedwig when he heard Mr. Dursley shouting. He pouted and walked downstairs. Uncle, are you looking for me? Without turning around, Mr. Dursley replied, if you can't control your owl, I'll throw it out. But Hedwig has been locked in her cage. If she could at least be out for 2 hours a day. Before Harry could finish, Mr. Dursley interrupted rudely, let her deliver letters to your friends. Dream on. Hearing this, Harry's eyes dimmed, but no one has written to me this holiday, not even one letter. Mr. Dursley fell silent. Perhaps Harry's miserable situation brought him some twisted satisfaction. Dudley, adjusting his little suit, intended to shove Harry aside, but suddenly thought of something and walked past him. Mr. Dursley smirked, I think you should be more grateful. We raised you, and even gave you Dudley's old room. We are kind-hearted. Don't think you can bite the hand that feeds you just because you've associated with the Potters. This is for the Masons, you can't eat it. Mrs. Dursley removed Dudley's hand, which was reaching for a cherry on the cake, and Dudley looked displeased. They should be arriving soon. Mr. Dursley signaled them to come over. Let's practice again. When the Masons arrive, Penny, what should you do? Mrs. Dursley walked a few steps in the living room, acting like a performer in a musical. I should be in the living room, ready to warmly welcome them. Mr. Dursley was very pleased with Penny's response. Excellent. And you, Dudley? Dudley tightened his little suit and puffed out his chubby chest. I will go open the door. That's right. Mr. Dursley slowly turned his gaze towards Harry and Penny, and Dudley joined him. The trio looked at Harry, menacingly reminiscent of Hagrid's three-headed dog. And you? Harry bit his lip. I'll stay upstairs and be quiet, as if I don't exist at all. He was already used to this, and his answer made Mr. Dursley nod in satisfaction. Harry returned to his room. Although it looked much better than the cramped little cupboard he had before, it felt the same to him. He felt that he did not belong here. As he opened the door, a small, wrinkled creature was bouncing on his bed. He quickly stepped back outside in fright. After some explanations, he finally understood what this creature was. A house elf named Dobby, who seemed reluctant to disclose the identity of his master. From Dobby's words, Harry learned that the reason he had not received any letters was due to this creature's interference. However, he couldn't blame it, for it claimed to be acting in his best interest, as someone was out to harm him. Moreover, this little creature was prone to banging its head against the cupboard when things did not go its way. The noise could be heard throughout the entire building, and Harry was terrified this would definitely draw the Dursleys' attention. Downstairs, the Dursleys perfectly entertained the Masons as rehearsed, seemingly engaged in pleasant conversation. I'm about to hit the 9th hole. I was just going in. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden noise from upstairs made the Masons frown and glance over, while the Dursleys' expressions froze. Oh, it's just a cat. You know how cats can be noisy. They'll go take care of it. Hearing Mr. Dursley's footsteps, Dobby quickly hid in the cupboard. Mr. Dursley violently opened the door. I warned you, you've interrupted my golf joke. Mr. Dursley struggled to suppress his urge to shout. Once Mr. Dursley left, Dobby emerged from the wardrobe, dropping a bundle of letters. What is that? Dobby looked a bit embarrassed. I hope Harry Potter won't be angry. These are all letters from your friends. You still dare to tell me not to be angry? How dare you? Harry had never been this angry. Give it to me. No. As Harry tried to seize it, Dobby surprisingly ran away, and Harry silently cursed. Dobby ran downstairs, standing at the living room door, and with a snap of his fingers, the pudding cake flew into the air. Harry immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Dobby, no. Unless Harry Potter promises not to return to school. How could Harry possibly agree to that? Hogwarts was his. No, I can't not go back. Dobby gently pushed, and the cake gradually flew towards the Masons' heads. The Dursleys' expressions froze again. Mrs. Dursley's face turned pale. Harry carefully tried to grab the cake, but Dobby snapped his fingers again, and the cake smashed onto the Masons' heads. The scene instantly became extremely awkward. The conversation ended on a sour note, and Mr. Dursley's face turned a shade of liver then purple. The next day, he sealed Harry's window until Eli and his friends arrived. The car swayed as it parked outside the window, startling Harry awake from his sleep. "What are you doing here?" Seeing the people in the car, Harry almost jumped up with joy. Eli signaled Harry to quickly gather his things, then magically yanked off the security bars. Eli wasn't worried at all about being reported to the Ministry of Magic for using magic in the Muggle world, as the items Nickleby gave him could shield him from detection. The loud noise woke Mr. Dursley, who realized it came from Harry's room, and hurriedly dragged his fat body to Harry's door. Hearing the commotion inside, he anxiously fumbled to unlock the 9 locks securing Harry's door. He might have thought there was a mythical beast sealed inside. If there weren't so many locks, he might have rushed in to grab Harry. By the time he unlocked all the locks and entered the room, Harry was already prepared to get into the car. Mr. Dursley seemed to still have some sprinting talent as he managed to dash over and grab Harry. Fred did not care about the safety of this annoying guy and directly started the car as Harry was pulled inside by Ron. Mr. Dursley fell down in front of Penny and Dudley's terrified eyes. Fortunately, the greenery below caught him, but the plants below wouldn't survive. By the time the car returned to the shabby dwelling, the sky was already bright. It was still early and Mr. Weasley surely had not come back yet, as he had previously written that the Ministry of Magic was working overtime. The group moved cautiously, praying that Mrs. Weasley had not yet risen and at least would not discover that they and the car had disappeared. Unfortunately, a capable housewife like Mrs. Weasley, who could manage a household of 9 with ease, would undoubtedly notice something amiss. "Where have you all been?" Mrs. Weasley appeared before them like a flash, her sharp voice startling Harry, who was still admiring the warm atmosphere of the shabby dwelling. "Oh, it's so nice to see you, Harry." Mrs. Weasley instantly changed her expression, leaving Harry momentarily stunned. "The beds are empty, there are no notes, and even the car is gone. You could have died, or someone could have seen you." "Of course I'm not talking about you," Eli Harry. This was simply a grand double standard in action, and Eli was quite pleased. Eli continued to chuckle foolishly, while Harry felt somewhat at a loss. He wondered why Mrs. Weasley could treat him so kindly while his aunt. Yes, she was still his aunt, his mother's biological sister. Ron, who was usually a bit dense, still wanted to defend himself, when even the twins were silent. They don't feed Harry, they lock him up, and they even seal his windows. Mrs. Weasley, already in a furious mood, had no intention of listening to Ron's explanation, practically pointing at his nose. "Be careful, or I'll seal your windows too, Ron Weasley." It was done. Once your full name was heard from your mother's lips, you were basically finished. Luckily, there was a rule: it was not a good time to discipline children when guests were present. Ron was very lucky to escape a beating, but he wasn't sure if something was still waiting for him later. It was still early enough. Mrs. Weasley was worried that the group hadn't even prepared breakfast. Now that they had at least returned safely, Mrs. Weasley still wanted to ensure the children had a hearty meal. It must be said that as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Mrs. Weasley's magical skills were no less impressive. With her extraordinary domestic magic, she had certainly not wasted her efforts in the final battle against the Death Eater Bellatrix. The benefit of waking up early was that one could enjoy a delicious breakfast first. Before Mrs. Weasley could set down the plates, the group had already taken their seats and started to eat. "Eat up, Harry, don't hold back." As a mother, she could not bear to see her children suffer, not to mention a person as kind-hearted as Mrs. Weasley. Although she hadn't said much earlier, hearing Ron mention Harry's experiences at the Dursleys made her heart ache. Light footsteps could be heard coming down the stairs. "Mom, have you seen my sweater?" "Oh, I saw it on the cat." The one who arrived was Ginny, just awake and still in her pajamas. "Good morning, Ginny." Eli greeted with a mouthful of fried egg, his words unclear. Harry quickly put down his knife and fork. "Hi, good morning." Upon seeing Harry beside her, Ginny suddenly looked as if she had seen something incredible. Without saying a word, she turned and ran off. Eli chuckled quietly. Ginny admired the savior Harry Potter the most, and when she saw him alive at the Weasleys, she hadn't dared to speak. Now appearing disheveled in front of her idol, it was natural for her to feel even more shy. The twins exchanged glances, both wearing sly smiles, looking mischievous. "Did I do something wrong?" Harry asked, bewildered, as he glanced at Ron, who was struggling with the food on his plate. "She's been nagging about you all summer. It's so annoying." Eli cast a disdainful glance at Ron. Was his sister-con nature being exposed? "Didn't you say she was always nagging about Chips?" Eli countered. Could Harry possibly be more appealing than Chips? Ron shrugged. "Just a bit of nagging." Eli nodded in satisfaction, affirming that Harry was as important as Chips. "Good morning, Weasleys." Mr. Weasley returned, looking exhausted and disheveled, so much so that he didn't even notice the 2 extra kids in the house. What a nightmare. The department searched 9 times in one night, 9 times. Mr. Weasley worked in the Ministry of Magic's department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, and recently the ministry had gone mad searching for dark magical items everywhere, even in private homes. "Oh, Harry." "Eli, it's so good to see you. When did you arrive?" It was only when he sat down at the table that he noticed Harry and Eli beside him. Your sons flew to Surrey in your car with Eli yesterday. The implication was quite clear. You'd better quickly assert your authority as the head of the family and give those unruly sons a good lesson. Unexpectedly, Mr. Weasley suddenly asked them excitedly, so how was the car's performance? He had bought it not long ago and hadn't driven it much, but he was very fond of the car, which looked like a muggle item. Mrs. Weasley slapped his disappointing old head with a backhand, causing his hat to askew. Only then did Mr. Weasley adopt a serious tone. Ahem, that is very dangerous. You are not allowed to do that again. There was not a hint of reproach on his face. An owl soon arrived bringing some letters, including one for Harry and Eli. This was the school supply list from Hogwarts. Oh my, so many things, this won't be cheap. Since the previous defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirrell had turned to dust, a new professor was taking over. Based on Eli's understanding of the storyline, this guy was a narcissistic fraud. He had claimed the adventures of others through an incredible forgetfulness charm and turned them into novels, and now he was a hot figure. This time the textbook for defense against the dark arts was all of his novels. This posed a challenge for the Weasley family. Eli felt somewhat heavy-hearted. This semester might not be easy for him, because there was still a basilisk waiting for them at school, a creature that turned anyone who met its gaze to stone. Voldemort's first Horcrux, the diary, had entered Hogwarts and would be obtained by Ginny. Under Voldemort's soul's manipulation, Ginny opened the Chamber of Secrets, releasing the basilisk, which attacked half-blood wizards everywhere. Many students fell victim, but fortunately they didn't meet its gaze directly, so they were only petrified. Ginny would ultimately be drained of her life force by Voldemort, and Hermione would also be petrified. Who knows if there would be any unexpected events where one or two might perish. Aside from figuring out how to deal with the basilisk, Eli also needed to secure land to build a factory. Harry spent the happiest day at the Weasley house, wishing he could never return to number 4 Privet Drive. Everyone went to bed early today as they had to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy school supplies and catch the train back to school. Eli and Harry squeezed into Ron's room. Fortunately, in this magical world, Mrs. Weasley had magically expanded Ron's bed several times, but given the already cramped space, the three of them were still a bit squeezed. Perhaps only Ron the big-heart fool could fall asleep so quickly. Eli wanted to strangle him, because ever since he fell asleep the snoring had not stopped. Eli, are you asleep? Harry's voice came from beside him. Eli turned his head. This guy was still awake. He couldn't tell if it was excitement, or if he was also kept awake by the noise. What's wrong? After a moment of silence, Harry seemed to be organizing his thoughts. Did you know that you could use your hand to hit Voldemort from the very beginning? Eli was taken aback. Had this kid finally figured something out? How did he suddenly discover this blind spot? To be honest, Eli hadn't thought it through completely, and under those circumstances they had no other choice. Actually, I had no choice either, and I didn't expect Voldemort wouldn't be able to touch you. It was like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Really? Harry sounded somewhat doubtful, or perhaps this answer wasn't what he truly wanted to hear. Really? Harry fell silent again, and for a moment the room was filled only with Ron's snores echoing. Just when Eli thought Harry had fallen asleep, he said, "Actually, I have another brother." Ella's heart sank. Did Harry know something? What about him? He died, or rather he is missing. Eli let out a slight sigh of relief, but didn't know how to respond. Do you think it's my fault that they all died, and am the only one left? Harry's voice was somewhat lonely in the night sky. No, Harry, they just wanted to protect you. It has nothing to do with you, and besides, you still have. He had just wanted to say that he still had his aunt and uncle, but thinking of everything Harry had suffered at the Dursleys, he choked on his words. This definitely wasn't comforting for Harry. Harry suddenly turned. Do you think it's possible that Billy is still alive? His emerald green eyes, identical to Ella's, still shone brightly in the darkness. Eli dared not look into his eyes. I hope so, he said, staring at the ceiling. Harry suddenly said, I never mentioned who Billy is. Ella's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Did I just get played by this kid? Harry had never mentioned his brother to anyone before, just as Dumbledore had said very few people knew that Harry had a brother. Eli had not thought much about it earlier, and now he had been caught off guard. He was stunned into silence, not knowing what to say. Was he about to be exposed? Was the great reveal of brotherhood happening while they shared a bed? Eli was in a state of confusion, thinking about how to explain things one moment, and what to say to Harry after the revelation the next. I feel like you all are keeping a lot of things from me, Harry said, as if talking to himself, seemingly just making a joke a moment ago. Eli felt a bit intimidated by Harry's sudden turn. Dumbledore too, and you as well. Harry glanced at Eli, who was still pretending to be clueless, as if resigned to his fate. I just hope you won't leave me behind again. Eli suddenly turned to look at Harry, who was also staring at the ceiling, just like Eli had been moments ago. Don't worry, we won't. We'll always be here. Harry turned to Eli and smiled, then burrowed into his blanket. Good night. Leaving Eli staring wide-eyed, Ron's snoring persistent. Silence. With a spell, the world finally quieted down. The next day, everyone got up early, mainly because Mrs. Weasley called them. According to her, if they woke up late, they would miss Gilderoy Lockhart's press conference. He was their new defense against the dark arts professor, and to reiterate, he was a fraud. However, the vast majority of people were unaware of his true nature. Mrs. Weasley was still a fan of his. The group traveled to Diagon Alley through the fireplace, and it seemed Harry had been mistakenly sent to another place due to a slip of the tongue. He ended up mistakenly getting to Borgin and Burke's, that is Nocturne Alley, and ran into Draco. Draco was a friend, but his father might not be, so he hid. After dodging the Malfoy father and son, he almost got surrounded in Nocturne Alley, but thankfully, he encountered Hagrid. Hagrid said the cabbage at school had been eaten by the carnivorous snails, and he came to buy insecticide. Whoever believes that is a fool. Carnivorous snails, eating cabbages. They must have switched to a different recipe. Oh my god, we were just about to look for you. Are you okay, kid? Mrs. Weasley brushed the dust off Harry, and Hermione arrived as well. The group of friends exchanged pleasantries when a flamboyantly dressed handsome guy appeared. Mrs. Weasley was very excited while Ron looked somewhat helpless. Mom is smitten by him. After receiving a slap from his mother, Ron began to tell Eli how popular Lockhart was, but he thought Lockhart was a fraud. Eli shrugged. He's okay, I don't pay attention to him, so it doesn't matter. Hermione, on the other hand, was starry-eyed looking at Lockhart. You have no idea how brave he is. Why am I suddenly filled with rage? Eli looked at Lockhart, and immediately felt how repulsive his smile. Ron, you were right. Harry was forcibly pulled into a group picture, and was given a complete collection of Lockhart's works. Draco came out to tease him, and his mischievous father suddenly appeared, ruining the atmosphere. After another round of quarrels, Lucius picked up Ginny's book to mock it, then put it back down. Eli, who had been watching closely, clearly saw a black notebook inside it. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, with a flick of his wand, the diary transformed into a small stone and flew into his undetectable extendable bag. Ella's eyes gleamed. Old Voldy, you can't party now. In a great mood, Eli chatted with Harry and the others as they hung back. But then the unexpected happened. Platform 9 3/4 was closed. Harry and Ron ended up falling flat on their faces. Seeing that they were about to miss the train, Eli suggested driving there. Yes, that flying car. Ron, can you really do it? It should be fine. Right. To be safe, Eli cast the shield charm on them, and sent an owl to Professor McGonagall explaining the situation. First, I have to remind you, Muggles have never seen a flying car. Ron clumsily pressed the invisible accelerator, and thankfully Eli had previously cast the Muggle-repelling charm, otherwise it would definitely make headlines. The car quickly took off. Hey, we're going to crash. The moment the car took off, it headed straight for the clock tower. If they crashed into it, tomorrow's headlines would be about a bizarre car accident. In a flurry of chaos, the car narrowly missed the clock tower. The three of them broke out in a cold sweat, and Ella's pet snake dog Egg, frightened, burrowed into Ella's embrace, poking its head out and complaining. After flying for a long while, they finally found the railway where the Hogwarts Express was about to depart. Ron drove the car along the tracks, ensuring they wouldn't go astray. Suddenly, a train whistle echoed in the air. The group felt a surge of joy, for this railway was specifically granted by the Muggle government to the Ministry of Magic for the Hogwarts Express, meaning this whistle could only belong to the Hogwarts Express. Looks like we're about to catch up with them. Harry exclaimed excitedly. Driving the flying car to school was simply thrilling, but Eli couldn't smile because he had heard the train sound was coming from behind them. Get out of the way, the train is right behind. A louder whistle confirmed Ella's statement. Harry and Ron's faces turned ashen. Hurry. Ron floored the accelerator, and the car instantly reached its maximum speed. But how could the car outrun a train? Eli nervously kept glancing back. The distance between them and the train was closing in. Turn to the side. Harry shouted urgently, and Ron quickly turned the steering wheel. The car swerved off the tracks, narrowly avoiding a collision with the train. However, those who had passed their driving test should know not to jerk the steering wheel during an accident. Eli and the others were now experiencing the consequences of jerking the steering wheel. The entire car began to spin in the air, and the group inside was thrown into disarray. The owl trapped in the cage was screeching in terror. It was clear that Mr. Weasley's purchase was no luxury vehicle, lacking even a cushioning charm. With a thud, the car door on Harry's side swung open, and the off-balance Harry was suddenly flung out. Eli was taken aback, but luckily Harry reacted quickly and grabbed the door, though at such high speed it wouldn't. Harry, hold on. He'll pull you back. Eli reached out to grab Harry, but he wasn't strong enough to lift him. Damn it, I'm a wizard. Harry fly. Suddenly Harry felt a tremendous force pull him back to Ella's side. Whether from fear or the wind, Harry's hair stood on end. His lips were pale. It was incredibly thrilling. Eli quickly secured the car door, and Ron worked hard to steady the vehicle. This journey was full of surprises, and at such a young age they were already facing life's hardships. The train had long left them behind, and being late was inevitable. By the time they approached the school, it was already evening, and they would definitely miss the sorting ceremony. Ron carefully controlled the car to land in an open area. It is well known that starting a car is one hurdle, and stopping it successfully is another. Now Eli and the others encountered such a hurdle. Who planted such a large tree here? Ron drove straight into it, and the entire car was suspended, unable to move. Suddenly they felt the tree begin to shake. Eli suddenly remembered that the school had a whomping willow that could move and attack. Could this be? Bang! A tree branch violently smashed through the car window, the entire branch shaking as it attempted to knock the cursed car down. Ron, terrified throughout the ordeal, was frantically banging his wand against the steering while trying to cast a spell. However, fate played a trick on him. Instead of casting a spell, his wand broke. Ron stared at the broken wand, his face ashen. Eli couldn't just let the whomping willow go wild, or he'd have to pay for the damages. Paying for damages was absolutely out of the question. Bind it now. A powerful spell instantly enveloped the entire tree, rendering the previously aggressive whomping willow completely motionless. The car was also tilted from the shaking, slowly descending. Bang, bang, bang. The car seemed to give up entirely, suddenly flinging all three of them out. Then, like trash, it spewed out all the luggage from the trunk before swaggering away. Eli was left dumbfounded. Was this thing alive? As they watched the car race into the forbidden forest, Ron's eyes lost all hope. His wand was broken, and now the car was gone. With no other choice, they had to run towards the Great Hall with their luggage. Along the way, Harry recounted the strange encounter he had with the house elf. Before they could even enter the Great Hall, they were caught and taken to Snape's office. After a severe reprimand from Snape, Harry and Ron couldn't lift their heads. What? Eli? Not a chance. Snape's primary targets were Harry and Ron. Just as school started, Snape seized an opportunity to reprimand them, flicking his hair with satisfaction. If it weren't for Mr. Hall's careful consideration, you two would have been expelled for violating numerous wizard laws and school rules. Slytherin gains 20 points. Harry, Ron, Eli, hooray. Thanks to Ella's intervention, they hadn't actually caused much trouble. They merely lost a car and were late, which was nothing more than compensating the whomping willow for its emotional distress. Whomping willow. I was just sleeping there, and suddenly it got hit hard. Think about it, for a tree that's decades old, how much damage does a hard hit cause? In the end, it was Dumbledore who brought Professor McGonagall to the rescue, and Snape immediately pointed at Harry and Ron to report them. Dumbledore finally managed to calm Snape down. All right, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley can return to the Great Hall for now. The custards are quite good today. Eli, come with me for a moment. Eli. They went back to the office where Dumbledore's bird, that phoenix, was perched. Seeing Eli approach, it bowed respectfully, then rubbed against Eli cheekily. Hey, you silly bird, don't come over here, I warn you. I called you. Fox. Dumbledore's words were quite effective, and the phoenix immediately stood upright, though it occasionally glanced at Eli. Eli shifted slightly to distance himself from the mischievous bird. I heard from Nick that you want to start a potion factory. Eli looked bewildered. Had he been sold out again? But he still had to be polite on the surface. Yes. Dumbledore nodded. This matter is very important and meaningful. Don't blame Nick for telling me. I can help you. Eli immediately perked up, but was also a bit wary. Dumbledore, being a clever person, surely noticed Ella's expression and smiled helplessly. Don't be nervous. I don't want anything from you. I just hope you can run this factory well, and that would be a contribution to the magical world. Ella's expression softened slightly. He couldn't outsmart this old fox. So how do you plan to help? Dumbledore took out a stack of contracts. This is the Potter family's legacy, a magical shampoo factory. After your parents passed away, I apologize for being rude, but according to James' prior instructions, the Potter family's legacy has temporarily been kept here with me. He handed the contract to Eli. Now it's handed over to you so it can be returned to its rightful owner. Eli caressed the contract in his hands, feeling a mix of emotions. Yes, it was indeed being returned to its rightful owner. He had to thank Dumbledore. The ancestors of the Potter family became wealthy by selling magical shampoo, which could be considered a modestly prosperous family, now essentially inherited by Harry. Is Snape's reason for not washing his hair because the shampoo was produced by the Potter family. I think we should hurry and renovate the factory now. Now, Eli was a bit surprised, but he could guess why Dumbledore was so focused on the potion factory. With Dumbledore's insight, he could clearly see what the success of the potion factory would bring. With Voldemort about to revive and the Death Eaters stirring, he hoped to complete this project that would significantly impact the majority of the magical world as soon as possible. In this way, resisting Voldemort would become much easier. He trusted Eli enough because of his background, because he was the heir of Nicodemus, and because he could see that Eli would not choose to harm the world like Voldemort. Because Eli had family, had friends, and in his words, Eli understood love and possessed love. Voldemort was a product of a love potion, so he was inherently unable to perceive love. Dumbledore's current thought was to help Eli set up the potion factory as quickly as possible. If you have no other urgent matters, then. Dumbledore's meaning was very clear. It was better to be early than late. Eli nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Dumbledore extended his arm, and Eli stepped forward to place his hand on his arm. Fox, could you assist us? Dumbledore's bird flew above them, and suddenly transformed into flames that enveloped them. Immediately after, there was a familiar sensation of space traversing, and after a while the world changed dramatically. Where is this? The surroundings appeared to be a not-sooled muggle community with the streetlights dimly lit. In fact, the first time someone travels can be a bit uncomfortable, didn't you feel it? Eli glanced at Dumbledore. No. The young people nowadays are really impressive, Dumbledore sighed, then took out a small... Dumbledore opened it, and the light from the surrounding streetlights actually detached from the lamps and flew into the small object in Dumbledore's hand. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into darkness. Feeling the sudden darkness, Eli felt a bit uncomfortable. Why did you turn off the lights? Dumbledore shot Eli a glance, and Eli, who was still mumbling, immediately fell silent, awkwardly averting his gaze. Could this old man have heard something? That doesn't make sense. How could he, an outsider, hear it? This is Godric's Hollow, where muggles and wizards live. It's best not to attract others' attention. Godric's Hollow. Eli was quite familiar with this name. As if sensing Ella's contemplation, Dumbledore added, "This was also your home back then." Eli suddenly realized that the tragic event triggered by Voldemort occurred in Godric's Hollow. Do you want to take a look? Eli was taken aback, then shook his head. No, we still have things to do. There's no need to dwell on the past too soon. Dumbledore's expression changed at Ella's response, and then he nodded as if relieved. Yes, no need to dwell on the past too soon. Let's go. Dumbledore extended his arm again. Eli looked at Dumbledore oddly. So you brought me here just to let me see the place where my parents died? How unkind. Dumbledore seemed to sense Ella's doubting gaze, awkwardly coughing, and only then did Eli place his hand on his arm. This time the two appeared directly in an empty space with no one around. Dumbledore waved his hand, and it was as if a curtain fell down, revealing a not-Sosmal factory. It looked quite dated. Let's go in. When the door opened, a strong, musty smell and some pungent odors rushed toward them. Inside was very dilapidated, with hardly anything functioning properly. Dumbledore used his wand to emit some light, illuminating the entire factory. Do you see anything usable? Eli walked around a few times, shrugged. Not a single thing. Dumbledore slowly swept his wand in all directions, and it was as if a storm had erupted. Everything in the factory was swept together and gradually vanished. Good skills. Eli couldn't help but exclaim. How old Dumbledore's move was truly impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Dumbledore accepted with pleasure. Eli cast a few illuminating spells that floated around, serving as light sources, and the entire factory instantly felt like it was in daylight. Then he took out his fourth-dimensional pocket, tapped it with his wand, and a large number of items immediately surged out. These items expanded against the wind, instantly returning to their original size. Under Ella's control, these working units he brought out were arranged in order, ultimately forming a fully automated assembly line. To say something a bit out of place, it was very high-tech. Good skills, Dumbledore praised again, and Eli politely returned the gesture. Thank you for the compliment. He stepped forward and placed a batch of potion materials into the feeding port, tapping the machine with his wand, and the entire assembly line immediately began to operate. Eli introduced the concept of catalysts into potion making, drastically shortening his potion production cycle. In no time, the end of the assembly line had produced some potions. Dumbledore approached, used his wand to separate some, inspected them, and then a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. An excellent restorative potion. Eli couldn't suppress a smile. He had also tested the quality of the potions, which were definitely far superior to those on the market. Dumbledore slowly examined this magical assembly line, his eyes filled with disbelief. Magic is truly marvelous. How is this achieved? Eli looked enigmatic. Commercial secret. Dumbledore glanced at the little rascal, then patted his head with a look of appreciation. I don't touch my head. I want grow taller. Thinking of my brother Harry Potter's future height, Eli felt despair. Dumbledore no longer pressed for answers. He didn't want to pry into Ella's secrets. For Eli, this was indeed his winning formula. To dominate the potion market, both a massive output and superior quality were indispensable. The method to achieve all this was precisely the accurate potion-making method Eli had researched. He had developed some precise formulas for potions and input them into these alchemical devices. Machines are always capable of achieving precision with great ease, thus his assembly line continuously produced high-quality and extremely stable potions. Dumbledore waved his wand again, chanting some very twisted and bizarre syllables. Eli could vaguely discern that this was ancient runic. He could now clearly sense a terrifying magical force rippling through the space. If these magical forces did not bear ill will towards Eli, he would surely be dead by now. For a legendary wizard like Dumbledore to use his wand and chant such a long spell, Eli could hardly imagine its power. It was easy to guess that it was some protective spell. The casting of the spell lasted over 10 minutes before Eli felt the magical energy gradually stabilize, and it seemed like an additional layer of confinement had been added. He was certain that a spell of this level, even if Voldemort didn't go all out, would definitely not be able to breach it. A parchment slowly materialized from the void. Dumbledore handed it to Eli, saying seriously, "Only the name you personally write on it will allow the corresponding personnel to enter this place." Eli stroked the parchment, finding it no different from ordinary parchment. He then took out a pen. "Professor, what is your full name?" Dumbledore could certainly be allowed to enter this place. Eli had absolute trust in Dumbledore. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. A glint of cunning flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Eli suggested, "How about you write it yourself?" The first name written on the parchment was Dumbledore. After Eli finished writing, the ink seemed to be absorbed into the paper, disappearing without a trace. "I have arranged someone for you. He has set up a shop for you in Diagon Alley. If you have any needs, you can find him. Although he may not seem reliable, he can indeed accomplish many things that others cannot." "Who?" "Montague Fleech." After arranging matters at the potion factory, the two returned to school. They surely missed the dinner, as the students had long returned to their respective common rooms. "What's going on? Is Dumbledore going to expel you? I can contact my dad to put pressure on them." Eli quickly interrupted Draco. "Dumbledore isn't planning to expel me. He just wants me to explain everything that happened today to avoid missing anything. The Ministry of Magic is quite neurotic about these matters." Draco nodded in agreement, fully aware of the Ministry's reputation coming from a prominent wizarding family. Now that Scarhead and his crew are famous, you should have seen the smug look on Weasley's face. Just the thought of Ron's proud expression made Draco angry. Why wasn't it me getting attention? Ron was asking everyone, "How did you get back to school?" Then he would proudly declare, "I came by car." Everyone, being young and reckless, naturally flocked to such thrilling news. Many people on the train had seen that car, especially the Gryffindor Lions, who were immensely envious of Ron. Though the other houses weren't as excited as Gryffindor, they were equally interested. Even the Slytherin snakes occasionally imagined themselves flaunting a flying car in front of the train. The first class of the second year was herbology. In the third greenhouse, a group of little lions and little snakes were Quiet down, children. Professor Sprout arrived late, looking as if she had just finished tending to the plants. The little wizards had a lot to say after a whole summer apart. It was their nature. They seemed not to hear Professor Sprout's words. The professor, somewhat helpless, tapped a flower pot with her wand. "Settle down, children." Only then did the little wizards. Before them were small plants cultivated in little pots, all of the same kind. Eli immediately recognized what this herb was: mandrake. He had suffered through an entire month of leaves during the summer. How could he not recognize it? All right, today we will learn to identify mandrake. Can anyone tell me what mandrake is? In such classroom questioning sessions, Hermione was always the most eager participant, and this time was no exception. In the entire greenhouse, only Hermione raised her hand first. The professor happily called out her name. Hermione felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of speaking up. Mandrake can cure petrified creatures, but it is also very dangerous. Its cry can be fatal. The professor was very pleased. "Excellent, Gryffindor earns 10 points. Today our task is to repot these mandrakes. Our mandrakes are still seedlings. Their cries are not fatal, but can certainly make someone faint for several hours." Professor Sprout picked up a pair of earmuffs. "I've given each of you a pair of earmuffs. Oh, remember to wear them." Everyone picked up the earmuffs in front of them, and after everyone had put them on, Professor Sprout lifted one of the pots and pinched the base of the mandrake. Watch closely, grab their base and pull up with force. With a strong tug, the roots of the mandrake were exposed. The root looked like a little doll, albeit a rather ugly one. The moment it was unearthed, the little doll let out a wah. Everyone frowned tightly. This unfortunate creature was indeed too impactful. Eli could clearly sense the magical power contained in its cry, but it was blocked by the earmuffs. His undetectable expansion charms bag contained quite a few live mandrakes. Now his bag was becoming a fourth-dimensional pocket with an unexpectedly vast space inside. At noon, everyone was dining in the hall when a gray owl suddenly flew in. All eyes were drawn to it, as it was not the time for delivering letters. Errol. Ron recognized this owl as his family's silly bird at first glance. Eli could see clearly that the owl was clutching a red envelope in its talons. "Howler!" The owl dove headfirst into Ron's plate, eliciting laughter from those around. Eli silently mourned for Ron. Ron, still holding his wand that was on the verge of breaking into, blankly glanced at Harry. "I'm done for." Harry couldn't think of any comforting words. "Yes, you are done for. You'd better open it. I didn't heed my grandmother's howler, and the consequences were severe." Neville's face showed traces of fear. Ron trembled as he prepared to open the envelope. Eli couldn't bear to watch any longer. With a flick of his wand, a barrier surrounded Ron, and no sound could escape. Everyone looked at Eli in surprise. They had never seen such a display. However, there was a slight regret at having lost a chance to witness the drama. Although they couldn't hear the sound, just by looking at Ron's pale face they knew the outcome was quite severe. This was just a minor interlude. The real highlight of the day was still to come. The Duel Club is going to hold its first meeting of the school year. After the operations of last semester, apart from the 5th to 7th grades busy with exams, most of the other grades had joined the Duel Club. Initially, many were still hesitant or simply uninterested. However, due to the learning frenzy sparked by the Duel Club later on, many feared falling behind and also joined. "I am very pleased to see you all in the new semester." Eli stood on the platform surrounded by a crowd below. Due to the number of attendees exceeding their expectations, Professor McGonagall had to move the location to another larger classroom. Professor Flitwick did not attend her. In fact, after witnessing Ellis' ability last semester, he entrusted the club entirely to Eli. The wizards below were eager to try. After a holiday, they hadn't forgotten about defeating their rivals. At that moment, Draco had already locked eyes with Ron. So the usual, is there anyone who wishes to challenge me? The crowd fell silent instantly. Indeed, many had challenged Eli last semester, defying the odds. But they had all unexpectedly lost easily without any power to resist. I want to give it a try. All eyes turned to see which brave soul would step forward. The person under scrutiny felt somewhat uncomfortable under so many gazes, but quickly regained composure. Eli nodded. At least he was calm. I am Cedric Diggory, a fourth year, seeking guidance from the president. Eli was somewhat dazed, gazing at the well-mannered young man before him. In his previous life, he had an indelible impression of him from the movies, as his personal charm made him quite popular in Hufflepuff, but ultimately, he met a tragic end at the hands of Peter the Pygmy. The killing curse took away his young life. He paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure, and the two exchanged dueling formalities. Eli did not directly overpower him. If he did so repeatedly, it would undermine the true meaning of the dueling club. Cedric remained calm, refraining from launching an immediate attack, instead casting an iron armor charm on himself. Eli nodded. His combat awareness was significantly better than others. At least he understood the importance of protecting oneself before defeating others. Eli also cast an iron armor charm as a mark of respect for his opponent. At this moment, Cedric felt extremely nervous. He knew of Ilias' prowess and felt completely incapable of defeating him. He had no intention of winning, rather he wanted to learn Ilias' combat techniques. His offensive strategy was exceptionally steady, always attacking Eli while ensuring his own defense. Very cautious. After a few minutes of entanglement, Eli cast a disarming charm, and Cedric did not resist the spell. Instead, he quickly ducked to avoid it. As he ducked, he swiftly hurled a spell toward Eli. Eli furrowed his brow as it seemed that Cedric's spell had, but Eli would not allow him an easy escape. He immediately unleashed another disarming charm. Cedric raised his iron armor charm in defense. The previous spell struck the wooden board beside Eli, shattering it. Just as Eli continued his assault on Cedric, he saw Cedric point his wand at the fragments. Those shards swiftly transformed into ropes, charging toward Eli. A glint of sharpness flashed in Ilias' eyes as he quickly withdrew his wand and waved it, causing the ropes to disintegrate. Disarm your weapon. Eli continued without hesitation, raising his iron armor charm to block the disarming charm coming from Cedric. Feeling the force of the spell, he thought, good lad. Such a level of spell casting was definitely comparable to some sixth-year students. Cedric, with his quick reflexes and clever transfiguration, forced Eli to cast 2 silent spells in succession. Cedric was undoubtedly a standout among those present. However, this would be where it ended. Both of them simultaneously used the disarming charm, and 2 red lightning bolts clashed violently together. It must be said that Cedric had miscalculated. Ilias' magical power could not be measured by ordinary standards. With overwhelming force, Ilias' spell quickly pushed back Cedric's, leaving him struggling without the ability to counter. Just as the spell was about to strike Cedric, Eli leaped upward, and both spells flew towards the ceiling, scorching it dark. Cedric was panting heavily while Eli appeared unfazed. I lost. Without a hint of hesitation, Cedric calmly admitted his defeat. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. He shook hands with Eli, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, President. You are a worthy opponent." Although Cedric ultimately lost, everyone present, including Eli, regarded him with newfound respect. This sunny, righteous young man quickly garnered a number of female admirers. Next, the wizards present broke into groups for free sparring, and Eli wandered around the area, occasionally offering advice. The first assembly of the semester was a resounding success. The enthusiasm for learning brought by the club showed no signs of waning, and students could be seen discussing among themselves in the hallways at any moment. The professors were delighted to witness this phenomenon. If one were to name the most anticipated course at the moment, it would undoubtedly be Defense Against the Dark Arts, ranking first. The annual new professor always brings a lot of anticipation and surprises. It seems that Voldemort's curse has indeed had an effect. At least no one has been able to stay in this position for more than a year since Professor Mellis left. This year's professor is particularly awaited as he is a renowned figure with titles such as novelist and adventurer Gilderoy Lockhart. Every time Eli thought of him, he couldn't help but scoff. Has the Order of Merlin become this incompetent? Such a fraud who only knows how to use the Obliviate charm even received a third-class Order of Merlin. Eli expressed skepticism about the merit of that medal. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, students always arrive particularly early, especially the young witches, including Hermione, who managed to grab a seat in the front row. Eli sat in the last row feeling inexplicably annoyed while Harry was chatting with Ron and Draco. Trust me that Lockhart is a fraud, my dad told me before he came. Who knows? Maybe he has gotten old and confused. Although Harry wanted to refute this, he couldn't find the words after thinking of Dumbledore's towering beard. Please allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts professor that would be me, Gilderoy Lockhart. Hearing his excessively theatrical introduction, with a hint of operatic tone, Eli rolled his eyes. Lockhart appeared at the lectern dressed in an eye-catching yellow robe adorned with his portraits. The girls in attendance all wore infatuated expressions, including Hermione, a third-class Order of Merlin 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. But I never boast, for I do not defeat the Banshee with a mere smile. Hee hee. The boys in attendance were all left bewildered. Watching Lockhart flash a self-satisfied but foolish grin, they all wore confused expressions. Only the girls seemed to be swooning. Eli looked at the flamboyant figure at the podium, wishing he could teach him a few. Harry and the others nearly retched. As if that weren't disgusting enough, the guy also handed out a quiz to assess their preparation. Eli glanced at the paper. What is my favorite color? Ugh. Who cares? I don't know, so we'll just write down. Eli scribbled all over the quiz. Lockhart graded them on the spot, shaking his head as he read, Look, hardly anyone remembered my favorite color is lavender. Oh, Mr. Hall, I believe you should study seriously. Look, what did you write for my favorite food? Big dough. I don't know what that is, but I'm certain you're wrong. Eli was utterly speechless while Harry and the others laughed without any sense of loyalty. Only Miss Hermione Granger knows my ideal is to rid the world of evil and promote my exclusive hair potion series, Good Girl. The more he spoke, the more affectionate his expression became, and he even winked at Hermione. Hermione's face turned bright red. Ilias' gaze now could kill. If he were to release the killing curse, he would definitely hit his mark. Harry and the others quickly restrained Ilias' hand that was reaching for his wand. Calm down, calm down. Now you will witness the most terrifying demon in this world. Please do not scream, for it may provoke them. Lockhart brought a large cage and placed it on the podium, covered with a cloth that obscured its contents. But the occasional ferocious cries made people inevitably think of the crying mandrake, and coupled with Lockhart's deliberately mysterious expression, the little wizards were all left in astonishment. What do you think is inside? Ron looked genuinely frightened. Although he was sitting in the last row, he still scooted back. The most terrifying thing. Could it be a cage full of Snapes? Eli scoffed, doubting what kind of terrifying thing Lockhart could manage with his level. He could probably write a few hundred chapters about himself if he helped an old lady cross the street. Lockhart, seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, dramatically pulled off the cloth covering the cage. Inside were small blue-winged sprites about the size of a palm. They looked quite irritable, and when the cloth was lifted, the cage nearly toppled over. The little wizards below were all prepared to scream, but upon seeing the creatures inside the cage, they were rendered speechless for a long moment. Cornish pixies. The Gryffindor student Simon wore a grin that almost read, Is this all? Lockhart continued to feign mystery, saying, That's right, these are freshly caught Cornish pixies. The way he acted was as if he were saying that he had eaten that bowl of rice all by himself, not being fed by his parents. Even Goyle let out a laugh. The little wizards from magical families were not at all unfamiliar with Cornish pixies. These little creatures had some magical abilities, but they were mostly negligible. For wizards of this age, one could easily swat one away with a single hand. They were essentially harmless. Of course, much like locusts, one is inconsequential, but a swarm could pose a problem. Lockhart noticed the disdain from the little wizards, and his expression changed slightly. He had specifically bought these creatures in considerable numbers, intending to cause trouble for the wizards without harming the students. He had just learned the spells to deal with these pixies, planning to showcase his prowess at the moment. The little wizards felt. Now it seemed these little wizards were not buying it. He thought he must show them his capabilities. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. These pixies are exceptionally cunning and troublesome. Let me see how you deal with them. He opened the small door of the cage, and the pixies, possessing considerable intelligence, immediately poured out in a rush. Having been cooped up for so long, they were filled with rage. Now free, they behaved like crazed wild dogs wanting to wreak havoc. Lockhart was so frightened by the furious pixies that he retreated repeatedly. The little wizards had never faced such an angry swarm of Cornish pixies. They were so startled that they instinctively covered their heads and fled, forgetting that they were wizards. Eli sat calmly in his seat, and any pixies daring to approach were sent flying by the magic he left behind, leaving no pixies bold enough to come near. Harry and the others quickly moved closer to Eli. What's there to be afraid of? What about the spells I usually teach you? You need to stand up for yourselves. Eli looked at the little wizards, who forgot to even grab their wands at such a critical moment, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. Harry and the others felt somewhat ashamed by Ella's words, and began to cast spells one after another. These Cornish pixies were merely very low-level creatures, and could not withstand the magic unleashed by the little. The tide of battle began to change slowly. The little creatures that had been tearing apart books arrogantly just moments ago were suddenly sent flying by the spells that came flying in. Eli glanced at Lockhart, who stood at the front watching the show with a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. A strange wave emanated from Eli, and the affected pixies immediately froze, their shiny black eyes losing their luster as if they were being controlled. A large number of pixies were influenced, and under Ella's sneer they charged towards Lockhart, who was panicking and pretending to be calm. Upon seeing this situation, Lockhart was drenched in cold sweat, waving his wand to cast a spell. But the spell seemed ineffective no matter how he chanted it, and his wand was snatched away by the pixies. The pixies quickly surrounded Lockhart, who frantically waved his hands. No, this is a custom robe. Don't mess with my hair. Lockhart, with no chance to fight back, was lifted by the pixies by his clothes and hung in midair against the wall, just like his oversized portrait. The little wizards had begun to pick up their wands to resist. Most of them were members of the dueling club, and their magical abilities had been enhanced. Naturally, they could easily handle these seemingly intimidating pixies. Hermione caught sight of Eli, who sat calmly and swatted away a pixie that was tugging at her hair. Petrificus totalis. This little witch displayed extraordinary strength in an instant, casting a spell that petrified all the scattered pixies in various corners of the classroom. Eli raised an eyebrow at this. Hermione walked up to Eli, observing his calm demeanor, and many words swept through her mind before she finally managed to say one. You could have stepped in. Eli glanced at this little witch who seemed to be questioning him, then looked over at Lockhart, still humph. He walked away, turning his head in a haughty manner, leaving Hermione stunned. What's wrong with him? After a long pause, she asked Harry and the others. You'll have to ask him yourself, was the only reply from Draco. This bizarre defense against the dark arts lesson quickly became famous at Hogwarts, especially Lockhart's seemingly useless response left the students dumbfounded. Eli paid no attention to all this. He was reading a letter. It was very brief, saying personnel are in place. This letter came from Nick LeMay, who had promised to support Ella's potion factory, and a batch of house elves had been sent over. This was Ella's proposal to use the ever-loyal house elves to run the factory. He walked to a secluded spot, and with a wave of transformation, a sacred bird appeared where Eli stood. Suddenly, golden-red flames enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye he vanished from his spot, leaving only slowly extinguishing flames behind. In the next moment, beside the potion factory, a flash of fire appeared as Eli emerged in human form. The house elves, standing patiently in place, immediately bowed deeply, saying, "We have seen the master." Eli added their names to a parchment and explained how to operate the machines before sending a letter to Mundungus in Diagon Alley. Commence operations. Eli set the prices for all the potions inside, and the first batch consisted of some commonly used ordinary potions. He did not set the prices too low all at once. Instead, he offered a 10% discount under the guise of a new store. This is called boiling a frog in warm water. One should not attract market rejection by starting with extremely low prices. Instead, one should take it slow, and by the time they react, Ella's potions will already be beloved by consumers. The efficiency of the potion factory is astonishingly high, with the first batch of potions already produced. The little elf responsible for transportation was assigned a seamless expansion box by Eli, capable of holding quite a number of potions. At the same time, 3 little elves were assigned for protection, ensuring that even if a wizard were to attack, they would have no chance of success. It is important to note that house elves, although lacking wands, generally possess greater magical prowess than human wizards. Their magic seems innate, as natural as the extension of their limbs. In a more distant part of the factory stands a house specifically set up by Eli as a transfer station, with a fireplace connected to the flue network of the shops in Diagon Alley. The transporters use this place to deliver potions without revealing the factory's existence. Meanwhile, in Diagon Alley, an unusual commotion caught everyone's attention. Good news, good news. A new store is opening with a grand sale throughout. All items at a 10% discount. Don't miss out, bring home your favorite potions. At the entrance of the newly opened potion shop, several floating loudspeakers tirelessly promoted the event. Montangus, seated at the counter, awkwardly covered his face. Even for someone like him who navigates the lower echelons, this embarrassing manner of promotion was hard to endure. He was secretly praying that no one would look his way. It was simply too humiliating. This kind of promotion certainly wasn't his idea. Eli had sent these magical loudspeakers over and instructed him to turn them on for the opening day without providing any further details. Originally, Eli had considered igniting a few firecrackers for good luck and to create excitement. However, taking into account whether the Ministry of Magic in England had any restrictions on firecrackers, he reluctantly abandoned that plan. He had even thought of having Dumbledore attend for the grand ribbon-cutting ceremony. But as soon as Dumbledore heard this proposal, he promptly expelled Eli from his office. Dumbledore swore he had never heard of such a tacky opening promotion. Eli scratched his head. Tacky? I think it's quite all right. Of course, Dumbledore's reasons for not showing up were surely not just because the promotion was too tacky. That might have played a part as well. As a wizard with immense prestige, every action he took had significant implications. The current Minister of Magic, Fudge, was someone Dumbledore had nurtured. It is precisely for this reason that Fudge is exceedingly wary of Dumbledore, as he knows all too well the extent of Dumbledore's capabilities. On the surface, Fudge has always relied on Dumbledore, but secretly, he cannot stand even the slightest display of Dumbledore's power, fearing that Dumbledore might unseat him. He is an extremely power-hungry individual. If Dumbledore had the ability to elevate him to this position, he also has the capacity to replace him. Thus, if the influential Dumbledore were entangled with a potion factory of limitless potential, it would leave everyone sleepless. What gives Voldemort the power to unleash a storm upon the entire British magical community? It is none other than his terrifying strength and remarkable wisdom qualities Dumbledore also possesses. The level of trepidation that people have towards Voldemort is matched only by their fear of Dumbledore. Therefore, Dumbledore would not publicly align himself with the potion factory. At this moment, people were captivated by this unique promotional method, flocking into this oddly styled potion. Montangus, seeing that he could not avoid the situation, put on a smile and welcomed everyone who would dare to turn down money. According to Elay's rules, each counter would have a portion of potions available for wizards to try for free. Montangus found this difficult to understand. He believed it was a waste of money, but he dared not go against Elay's wishes. To be precise, he did not dare to defy Dumbledore's wishes. He had always been a rogue, straddling the line between right and wrong, engaging in all sorts of money-making schemes. Though lacking in exceptional magical talent, he possessed quite impressive intelligence-gathering abilities. Dumbledore had recognized this quality in him, which is why he was willing to accept him. Despite being a complete scoundrel, Montangus was absolutely loyal to Dumbledore. Naturally, he would not dare to go against those authorized by Dumbledore. Wizards had never encountered such a novel promotional strategy before. Initially, they hesitated, but once one person began to try the potions, everyone else followed suit. The formulas researched by Eli are no joke. Those wizards with some knowledge were left in disbelief after. This is definitely crafted by a master. The effects are incredibly rare to find on the market. It is not that other shops cannot produce potions of such quality, but rather that potions of this level require meticulous crafting by potion masters, making it impossible to produce too many at once. Just look at the full counters in this shop. If a potion master were to make this many, even burning the cauldrons would. Thus skepticism quickly arose. It's impossible for all their potions to be of this quality. Surely only the samples are the best, while the rest of the products can't possibly match such high standards. Such statements were immediately echoed by other wizards. After all, to produce so many high-quality potions at such low prices is simply outrageous. Sir, since you doubt the quality of our potions, why not buy a bottle and try it in front of everyone? Montangus approached with a beaming smile, a tactic taught to him by Eli. If you doubt it, why not buy a bottle to test it? The wizard could no longer maintain his stern face. With so many people watching, could he really not afford even a single bottle? They'll buy it. Give me 2 bottles. He pulled out a few coins and Montangus' eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly accepted them. You're welcome, you're welcome. The wizard casually grabbed 2 portions from the counter, opening one of them. He took a sip and his expression changed instantly. The people around him grew anxious, asking, "How is it? Quick, tell us. Yeah, don't keep us in suspense, just say if it's good or bad." The crowd erupted in excitement. The wizard looked around, struggling for a moment before declaring, "Just like the sample's high quality." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "Give me 2 bottles too." Someone couldn't contain themselves, tossing coins at Montangus and eagerly opening the potion. "This is truly high quality. I want 5 more. No, 10 bottles." The scene instantly became chaotic as people started clamoring to buy, and some even began to fight over them. The initial tester watched the explosive scene unfold with a grim expression. He scoffed and walked straight out of the shop. Montangus watched his retreating figure, his eyes glinting with mockery. This fellow was sent by other shops to probe for weaknesses and create trouble. But the quality of the potions was evident, and with so many people watching, there was no room for deception. This actually played right into Elay's hands, effectively serving as an advertisement. "Oh my heavens, you mad lot." The lone wizard left standing stared at the empty shop and muttered at the crowd's frenzy. Suddenly, he caught sight of a bottle still clutched in Mingdungus's hand. He sprang forward, snatched it, tossed down a few coins, and fled without looking back. Mingdungus stood there, bewildered, palms turned upward, staring at the shop as if it had been scrubbed bare, a vacant, blissful grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha. As he tallied the endless stream of coins, his mouth watered at the thought. If only all of— No, this won't do. He slapped himself hard twice. This was Dinguliguo's task. How could he pocket the proceeds? Quickly, he gathered the coins and sent them into Guling, afraid that one more lingering glance would be his undoing. When he returned and looked at the empty shop, a few curious wizards still lingered at the doorway. Seeing the stock gone, they shook their heads and walked off. Mingdungus felt a pang of regret. This was all money. If only more potions could be sent, they would have an endless stream of coin. He could not resist writing to Eli to request another shipment at once. Far away at Hogwarts, Eli received a letter from Guling. Seeing the figures on the page, Eli could barely contain his grin. 10,000 geolongs in a single day, a sum most wizards would never see in a lifetime. And this was despite his deliberate restriction of supply. Indeed, limiting daily issue had been Eli's idea. First, it was hunger marketing, stoking buyers' impulsive urges. Second, rarity breeds value. If people were sated in 2 or 3 days, how would he sell thereafter? His shop was still in its infancy. What he wanted most was fame and foot traffic. He aimed to manufacture the impression that everyone was scrambling, that demand far outstripped supply. Thus people would come to believe in and long for the miracle of his wares. And there was another motive to allay the suspicions of rivals. If his products not only outclassed them in quality and price, but also appeared to have vast quantity, the market might react with instant exclusion. His shop might collapse in a few days from unforeseen backlash. He wanted a slow boiling effect. By the time they realized this shop was not a meat cat, but a beast, it would be too late. The sudden rise of the Feng Huang Moyodian sent ripples through the British magical world. Whispers spread about the peculiar shop's superlative potions priced below the market average. Was someone mad? The potion trade buzzed the loudest, but mostly with idle chatter. To them, the little shop's prowess would be only a temporary novelty. Boss, the potions at that shop are no ordinary fare. The quality is superb, and the price really is only 90% of ours. The speaker was the man who had just tested a potion in the shop. Now he reported his impressions to the well-dressed. The other man snorted. That's all they have. They've probably sold out their high-grade stock already. Nothing to worry about. That sentiment was widespread among potion merchants. After years in the trade, they surmised it was just clever showmanship. They claimed to understand such tricks. Many believed the Feng Huang Moyodian would soon be unable to maintain such high quality and that prices would Another letter arrived. Eli skimmed it and let out a soft laugh. Meng Dungesi seems honest enough, but how long can he hold out? The letter came from the Feng Huang Moyodian and described a house elf clerk Eli had placed to audit the accounts. If Meng Dungesi tried anything, Eli would know at once. The next day the scene repeated, the same hour, the same cries. Meng Dungesi donned an outfit he must have saved up for, neater than before though comical on him. He slicked back his hair and took up a large horn, grinning broadly. Come one, come all. Grand opening sale at the Feng Huang Moyodian. Stop shouting, you open the door so we can get in. A long queue had already formed. Many wizards waited with coin pouches in hand. Meng Dungesi beamed with servility, the creases of his face blooming into a grin. Don't be impatient, everyone. Our rule is we only open at the appointed time. Shouts of protest rose immediately. What rule? We're all here. Are you turning away business? The clamor chattered on, which only pleased Meng Dungesi further. Not out of some strange pleasure, but because he delighted in the shop's newfound fame. He pinched a gleaming pocket watch and stared fixedly at its hands. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Open. At the appointed moment, the watch rang out with a sonorous note. Meng Dungesi flung the door wide. The crowd surged in and swept him off his feet. He was jostled, his coat tugged until he scarcely stood, portions of his clothing torn away by the press. His once neat hair was in a tangle. He smoothed his garments and, grinning foolishly, watched the frenzied customers. Before long the shelves were emptied again. He shut the door and sat counting coins with childish glee, growing ever more delighted as he tallied them. When finished, a flower of a smile bloomed across his face as he tucked the money away. Kids these days won't even earn money and yet fuss about limited stock. A sound came from behind. Someone had just used flu powder. Meng Dungesi turned puzzled. Had another shipment arrived? It was not a house elf, but a slim, fair-skinned, red-haired youth wearing a proper wizard's robe and inspecting the shop with. Eli had never been here before today. He had come to take a look. Are you Mr. Hor? Meng Dungesi asked, sitting there bewildered. He had never seen Eli in person, yet the boyish figure who could arrive by that fireplace could only be Eli. Eli regarded the somewhat lecherous, ridiculous middle-aged man and could not help a faint smile. He strolled to the counter and tapped it with his fingers. Meng Dungesi Fuliki, thank you for tending the shop, he said, lightly, casting only a passing glance at him before leisurely appraising the surroundings. Meng Dungesi rose and forced a smile, rubbing his hands together. Haha, not at all, not hard work at all. Yale's smile carried no warmth, but Meng Dungesi, blinded by coin, did not perceive it. For such devotion, perhaps I should raise your wages. At the suggestion, Meng Dungesi beamed like a sun, exposing yellowed teeth and rubbing his hands faster. Oh no, just a little raise will do, ha ha, he added, gesturing with his hand. Eli snorted, his smile cooling into something ice cold. He placed several bottles on the counter, each bearing the Feng Huang Moyodian label. Yet it seems to me you've already made quite a sum, have you not, Meng Dungesi? Meng Dungesi's hand froze, his grin stiffened, then he hurriedly protested. Not at all, I'm doing this for Dengbuligio for you. Yale's smile vanished in an instant. Legitimacy. Yale's eyes became terrifying whirlpools. Meng Dungesi flinched and reflexively sought to resist, but his meager magic and soul strength were a joke before Eli. Color drained from his eyes. He froze as fragmented memories flashed through him. When Eli withdrew his power, Meng Dungesi sagged, staggering back until he slumped into his chair. Eli resumed his smile. Is there something you wish to tell me? Meng Dungesi trembled all over. He forced himself up, hands shaking as he fumbled into his cloak for a pouch. His jialongs spilled across the floor. I return it to you. It's all there, I return it all. I was just momentarily confused. Eli wore a gentle smile, making anyone who looked at him feel that he was a sunny young boy. He picked up a gold galleon from the ground and helped the trembling Montongs to his feet. Montongs showed no sign of resistance now. He had already witnessed Ilias' earlier display of power and had no room for defiance. Get up, it's cold on the ground. Eli slowly helped Montongs up regardless of how he trembled like an electric motor and straightened his clothes. He handed the gold galleon back to Montongs, but Montongs dared not touch it at all. Come on, take it. This is what you earned yourself. Oh, I won't take it. Montongs held the galleon, feeling his back. He had no idea what this little devil was planning. Eli patted his shoulder. It's fine, the past is behind us. I won't hold it against you. You can take the money back, but I don't want to find out you're hiding anything from me again. No more in the future, no more in the future. Montongs stiffened at once, nodding repeatedly, afraid to delay. Yes, I want dare again, no. Eli chuckled lightly, satisfied as he nodded. He had just seen through all of Montongs' memories, and Montongs had no secrets left in front of Eli. The money he had was not stolen from the shop's income, but rather from selling the shop's goods at high prices in the black market. Eli also learned that many of those who came to the shop to buy were so-called second-hand sellers. They bought low from Eli and sold high in the market, making substantial profits. But if they profited, what would Eli? His current goal was to quickly get the wizards to accept and rely on his products. Now they were all taken by the second-hand sellers at high prices. Oh, what would other wizards buy? Eli suppressed the smile on his face. Listen, I need you to continue taking goods to sell in the black market. Just don't set the price too low. It only needs to be a little lower than others. Off. Montongs choked up, wondering what Eli was planning. Didn't he just punish him for dealing in the black market? Eli, unbothered, waved a gold galleon in front of him. We need to make money on both ends. If all the profits went to those second-hand sellers, what would we earn? Montongs thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, right. They took all the profits, what do we earn? Eli looked at Montongs, who had fallen into the lure of money, and couldn't help but laugh. So we'll give you an extra batch of potions every day, and you can throw these potions into the black market, letting those who rob us lose everything. Yes, let those bastards pay for it. Montongs was extremely excited, eager to capture and beat those second. Eli gestured for him to calm down. As for the money made in the black market, you get 30% and I get 70%. The more I earn, the more you earn. Do you understand? Montongs trembled with excitement, his eyes almost gleaming green. His lips quivered for a long time without uttering a word. Then he stepped back and bowed deeply to Eli. From now on, I, Montongs Fleich, will follow the boss' orders. Eli laughed several times and patted his shoulder. Don't let me down. Then he turned and walked into the fireplace, using flue powder to leave. Montongs stood straight only after he heard Eli leave, his eyes filled with the desire for money. Eli returned to Hogwarts, and the dormitory was empty. He didn't sneak out. This was permitted by Dumbledore. Although Hogwarts' protective magic couldn't stop him from disapparating, it certainly wouldn't escape Dumbledore's notice. Dumbledore had previously reminded him, allowing him to go out for matters concerning the potion factory. So he was effectively using the back door Dumbledore had opened for him. Of course, Dumbledore didn't grant Eli this back door for no reason. If Ilias' potion factory operated well, he would have much less to worry about. Dealing with Voldemort would be more assured. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Montongs, while somewhat detestable, was still capable enough. Entrusting him with the black market was certainly the most suitable choice. From the next day on, Montongs would start putting products from the Phoenix Potion store into the black market, which would be another significant source of revenue. The second-hand sellers were still squatting early as usual with their money bags at the door of the Phoenix Potion store. Their money bags were getting fatter. Other wizards merely looked at the large crowd, shook their heads, and walked away. Most of them were just ordinary families, and the potions sold at other stores were simply too expensive for them. They couldn't buy much even when they fell ill. Now suddenly a Phoenix Potion store appeared, selling at low prices with high quality. Although it was still not too cheap, at least it was better than the other stores, right? Unfortunately, this store was quite peculiar. Despite claiming to have opening promotions, they only sold a small amount each day and closed once that was sold out. The opening hours were fixed, and they never opened before the designated time, prompting the wizards to arrive. Yet there were always some people who arrived ridiculously early, with some even camping out right after it closed the previous day. How could these ordinary wizards manage to buy anything? There was indeed a batch of potions from the Phoenix Potion store in the black market, but the prices were exorbitant and far beyond their reach. Until one day a batch of potions from the Phoenix Potion store appeared in the black market. The quality was impeccable, absolutely genuine, and the price was even lower than that of other second-hand sellers. With the same quality but different prices, even a fool would know how to choose. This left those second-hand sellers dumbfounded. They couldn't sell a single potion from their stock. What to do now? Lower the price. But every time they lowered it, there was always someone who offered an even lower price. No matter how they dropped it, there would always be a lower price appearing. Now the prices were nearly matching the uniform price of the Phoenix Potion store. What profit was left? These second-hand sellers looked helplessly at the potions that had completely tanked in value. This wave was a total loss. The second-hand dealer has fallen and the ordinary wizards are all delighted. The entrance of the Phoenix Potion Shop has become even more bustling with the trumpets sounding merrier and Montongs applying more and more oil to his hair. The Phoenix Potion Shop has now become popular throughout the entire British magical community, and even other countries' magical realms have heard of it. Many have come specifically to Britain just to buy a bottle of high-quality potion from the Phoenix Potion Shop. Bang! A bottle of potion was smashed to smithereens bearing the image of a phoenix with 9-tail feathers. I told you to investigate. Why do you have no news at all? The roar echoed in the Bokenbach shop. The man in black lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly. Sir, we have already sent many people to investigate, but we haven't gotten any leads on the source of their goods. Hidden in the shadows, Bokenbach violently tossed his hair and took a deep breath, trying hard not to roar again. So you don't know how they deliver their goods at all? The man in black hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head, as if resigned to his fate. Waste! Bokenbach could no longer hold back, grabbing something from the table and smashing it down. The man in black covered his head in pain, staggering and nearly falling to the ground. After venting his anger on the man, Bokenbach seemed to feel a little better and discarded the object in his hand. Have the people from the Ministry of Magic monitor the Flu network over there, and let all our magical materials channels pay attention to who comes to restock during this time. Find out the potion master behind them, locate their lair. Get out. With a loud roar, the man in black trembled all over, responded with an eye, and hurriedly left without looking back. Still at school, Eli received a letter from the little sprite in charge of the factory. After reading the letter, Eli's expression grew increasingly grave, and the letter suddenly ignited, turning to ashes. The Ministry of Magic has actually started monitoring the Flu network. It turned out that the little sprite in charge of the factory had brought him news that they had sensed surveillance during the delivery today. The Flu network has always been directly overseen by the Ministry of Magic, and now that they sensed being monitored, it could only mean that the Ministry was taking action. Eli narrowed his eyes. What exactly does the Ministry mean by this? Is it merely a desire to investigate the roots of the Phoenix Potion Shop, or is someone using the Ministry to plot against him? If someone is really attempting to harm him through the Ministry, their background must be significant. To have the ability to command the Ministry of Magic, they must at least belong to a prominent pureblood family. He arrived at a secluded place and transformed into a phoenix, directly traversing through flames to the potion factory. Whether in the east or the west, phoenixes possess an innate talent for spatial traversal. They are faster, safer, and can cover greater distances. A flash of fire appeared, and Eli found himself in the factory. The little sprites were still busy producing, and their attitude towards work was certainly reassuring. Master Hall. Upon seeing Eli's arrival, all the little sprites except for the ones operating the machines respectfully bowed. This was Eli's order. Work took precedence over everything, and even upon seeing him, they had to prioritize completing the tasks at hand. Previously, he had asked the little sprites not to call him master anymore, but they were so nervous that they ended up calling Klein greets the master. Eli nodded at him. He was the designated factory manager chosen for his calm demeanor to oversee the little sprites. Tell them to stop. I have something to say. Klein ran over and shouted a few times, and the little sprites promptly stopped their work, forming a very standard formation. Their spirits were much better than when they first arrived, and they were no longer wearing the ragged pillowcases from before. Although they were still pillowcases, Eli had sent them clothes, but they were so anxious that he had to abandon the idea. In the magical world, giving clothes to one's own house elf is seen as casting them out, thus nullifying the contract. This is an extremely terrifying matter for the little sprites, whose servitude has been ingrained in their souls. To prevent these little fellows from doing something foolish, Eli had to replace the clothes with specially crafted pillowcase-shaped garments, which looked much better and were more comfortable. The little sprites were overwhelmed with gratitude, leaving Eli both amused and exasperated. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to inform you that the factory will temporarily cease operations. Before Eli could finish, the little sprites began to look anxious. Klein's voice trembled. Is it because we haven't done well enough, master? We can improve, we accept punishment. Seeing the little sprites about to burst into tears, Eli had no choice but to press his wand against his throat and amplify his voice with magic. Everyone please calm down and listen to me. You did nothing wrong. The little sprites quieted down, looking at Eli with some worry. The factory is only temporarily ceasing operations because someone is attempting to find our factory to harm us. Therefore, we need to take some countermeasures. The little sprites immediately felt relieved, but upon hearing that someone was attempting to harm the factory, they became agitated again. They clamored to protect the factory and safeguard the Hall family's assets. Master, please assign us the task of defense. Klein will tear the enemy's head off. Klein had a fierce look on his face. Eli, drenched in sweat from the sight, said, Stop. We are cultured, we value etiquette. We can't resort to violence at every turn, right? First, we need to ensure our defenses. You all should not leave the factory during this time for safety's sake. Abandon the previous method of transportation using the flu network and allocate some personnel to establish transfer stations using disillusionment charms for transport instead. Klein stepped forward, but Master, we might not have enough manpower. Eli glanced at the little sprites present, only about 10 or so, and realized that if they went out to buy and operate, there would be hardly anyone left. This was another dilemma. Klein exchanged glances with the little sprites, as if making some decision. Master, we might have a solution. Oh, let's hear it. There are still some of our kin living in the Daunic forest. Eli was somewhat puzzled. Aren't you all usually living in wizard families for generations? Klein nodded. That's right. After the ancient wars, our kin were marked as slaves and had to live in wizard families for generations. But there are a small number who did not enter wizard families, and some were driven out. These kin have survived in the Daunic forest. Eli nodded. This was indeed a good idea. With the help of the Sprite clan, he would have it much easier. Klein is willing to take the Master to the Daunic forest. Klein is willing to persuade the kin to help the Hall family. Eli patted his head. Thank you. With the issue of manpower resolved, Eli decided to set off tomorrow with Klein to the Daunic forest. Now he returned to the Phoenix Potion shop. Montong stood up respectfully. Boss, don't say too much, as someone might be plotting against us. The flu network is already under surveillance. From now on, the Phoenix Potion shop will be closed for maintenance. Montongs was startled. Then what should we do? Don't panic, they haven't come yet. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Just pay attention to safety for now, or don't engage in any black market dealings until we officially resume operations. The shop will be prepared for renovation and will officially reopen in half a month. Shocking. The once popular Phoenix Potion shop has unexpectedly closed its doors. Is it fleeing with funds, or is there more to the story? The headline in the Prophet Daily is as outrageous as ever, but this incident has indeed sparked fervent discussions among the wizards. Everyone was ready to queue up for purchases as usual, but that sleazy man who was usually like a signboard was nowhere to be seen. The shop's door was tightly shut with a sign stating this shop is temporarily closed for adjustments, reopening in 15 days. Whether this is true or not, the closure of the Phoenix Potion shop feels like someone abruptly turned off the music while everyone was dancing. Discussions are certainly unavoidable. Some are excited, some lament, and of course some are reveling in the misfortune. Mr. Bojin is currently quite puzzled. Why did they suddenly decide to start an overhaul? Did they discover something? He habitually ran his greasy fingers through his hair, sitting sideways behind the counter. The man in the black robe who had previously been beaten up stood in front of him again, head bowed. According to the news from the transport department, when they detected that the shop's flu network was being used, they went to check, but found nothing. At the other end of the flu network is a house in the Godric Valley, and there's nothing there. Bojin paused his hand that was fiddling with his hair. Nothing. I think someone has discovered it. A hint of disgust appeared on his face, making him look even greasier. Those people in the Ministry of Magic have enjoyed themselves for too long and have become inept. He then looked at the black-robed man. What about the news from our material supply channel? The black-robed man shook his head again. We have not found any cases of large one-time purchases. Everyone who came was a familiar regular. Bojin's face grew serious. No anomalies at all. The black-robed man hesitated slightly and answered in a low voice, none. Bang. The black-robed man jumped at the loud sound. Bojin clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. What on earth are these people up to? Damn it, didn't they say they would resume normal operations in 15 days? Then keep investigating. I don't believe they have left no traces at all. Yes. The black-robed man nodded respectfully and then left. Bojin sat alone at the counter, the dim environment obscuring his face. He rubbed a few sheets of paper in his hand, which contained some information. Montongus. A small-time thug. Interesting. On Ella's side, after issuing the notice of closure, the factory was completely shut down, and the house elves remained inside with no one going out. Montongus has gone into hiding. Eli had indeed reminded him to be cautious, but this fellow was truly afraid for his life. He hid away as soon as the shop closed. Eli planned to set up transfer stations in various places to construct a transportation network capable of covering all wizard gathering spots in the UK. He needed to get rid of the flu network and rely on the house elves' superb disapparition skills. However, this would require many house elves to accomplish everything. Fortunately, Eli had already decided to follow Klein to the Daunic forest to find the house elf tribe. With their help, not only could he build a transportation network, but it would also be a great boost for him in the future. It is known that in the movie, during the final battle, the house elves of Hogwarts played a crucial role. They are formidable. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Eli was consulting Dumbledore. Are you saying the Ministry of Magic is monitoring your flu network? Dumbledore's serious gaze behind his crescent-shaped glasses indicated that the Ministry's involvement was no trivial matter, although anyone could give orders to the Ministry. Exactly. Klein sent the news, and fortunately, we were not discovered. We have stopped our activities for now. What do you plan to do next? Eli hesitated slightly. After all, the small elf tribe in Daunic was a secret to the elves. Just looking at Klein's hesitant expression was enough to tell. However, his hesitation lasted only a moment. Dumbledore was not one to pry into others' affairs. He regarded all beings as equal and would never harm the house elves. Klein is preparing to take me to their tribe. I want to seek their assistance. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes revealing admiration. He did not ask where the house elf tribe was, because he also sensed Ella's hesitation. Since you were able to gain the friendship of the centaurs, I believe the friendly house elves will trust you as well. Gaining the friendship of others is not a simple task. It's a fortunate thing. Eli thought to himself, here comes the old man's philosophical lecture. To his surprise, Dumbledore shook his head. It seems no one wants to listen to an old man recount his pathetic life experiences. You may leave now. Eli was taken aback and then bid farewell to Dumbledore. Be careful. Thank you, Professor. Back in the dormitory, he was alone again, hearing that Draco seemed to be preparing to join the Quidditch team. At that time, Draco patted his chest and confidently told Harry that he would definitely defeat him. Harry smirked disdainfully. Who's afraid of who? These two old adversaries were about to resume their love-hate relationship in Quidditch. Since there was no one else in the dormitory, Eli took out the diary of old Voldemort. Before he lost his nose, Voldemort was still a particular person. This diary was the only one among his Horcruxes that was not an antique or a family heirloom. However, this diary, as the first Horcrux, naturally held special significance. It was the only Horcrux that had developed self-awareness and almost achieved resurrection. Perhaps this diary represented Voldemort's youth running in the sunset. All along, this thing was hidden at the bottom of Ellis' box, and he had used magic to prevent it from exerting its influence. Thus Hogwarts remained peaceful until now, and Eli felt that old Dumbledore should be thankful to him, for he had saved Hogwarts from the risk of closure. He opened the diary, which contained no words, no lines, just blank pages. The paper was somewhat yellowed, looking like an ordinary diary. Eli tried dropping a drop of ink on it, and indeed it left no trace. It slowly seemed to be absorbed. Who are you? A sentence gradually emerged from the previously blank area. Oh, so it can't help but start to trick people. If other wizards saw this, they would only be curious about this miraculous talking diary. They would gradually be bewitched by Voldemort. Eli activated the brain sealing technique. With his current soul power, practicing the brain sealing method was not too demanding. He just couldn't reach the level of modifying memories. Eli thought for a moment and wrote in the diary, I am Dudley Dursley. Who are you? It's not shameful to... The text slowly faded from the paper, then another sentence appeared. I am Tom Riddle. Eli suddenly felt playful. Could this be the early version of a human chatting software? Are you a student of Hogwarts? Yes, I come from 50 years ago. Consider me your senior. Eli couldn't help but chuckle. Here it comes. Tom's trickery is about to unfold. Did you pass the O.W.L. exam? Can you teach me? Yes. There are 27 animals in total, with the total number of legs for chickens and rabbits being 86. How many chickens and how many rabbits are there? Now Tom's handwriting did not appear at all. Tom was quite confused. Why were wizards starting to learn this now? Who is so bored as to lock chickens and rabbits together? Seeing Tom silent, Eli wrote again. Tom, do you... Early in the morning, Eli vanished from Hogwarts. Dumbledore provided him with a cover story stating that he had taken a leave of absence to return home, so no one suspected. At this moment, Eli had arrived at the factory where the house elves were busy. None were idle, as they either cleaned or maintained the machines. Klein approached Eli and performed a very standard bow. Having been born into the Nickling family, he was well versed in such etiquette from an early age. Let's go. If there's nothing else, we can set off, Eli called to Klein. Klein came over, took Ella's hand, and with a crackling sound they both disappeared from the factory. The space travel of house elves is quite similar to the apparition of human wizards, both exhibiting a strong sense of distortion. In contrast, Ella's phoenix-like flame travel sliced through space like a sharp blade, being relatively safer, without the worry of dismemberment. The two appeared in a forest which seemed devoid of human activity. In the distance, faint sounds of human machinery could still be heard. Why do your kin live so close to humans? By rights, magical races generally keep their distance from ordinary humans to avoid unnecessary conflict. Especially for the house eels, a domesticated race that fears humans. Those who haven't entered wizarding families dare not come too close to humans. Klein explained to Eli that in recent years the Donic Forest had begun to be commercially developed by humans, prompting the house elves to migrate continuously. Due to their considerable numbers and the vast human activity, they feared being discovered during their migration, and thus remained hidden in the Donic Forest. Klein led Eli deeper into the forest, which seemed devoid of any biological activity. After walking for an unknown distance, the sounds of animals replaced the distant hum of humans. Please wait, Master Hall. Eli paused while Klein stepped forward, seemingly searching for something in the air with his hand. Eli sensed a magical fluctuation emanating from Klein as he appeared to be casting a spell. The more frequently Klein moved his hands, the more Eli seemed to see subtle ripples in the air. As the magical fluctuations intensified, the space suddenly resembled a photograph, with very apparent PS traces slowly revealing a circular portal containing an entirely different scene. Master Hall, we can enter now, Klein boldly declared, welcoming Eli at the other end of the circle. This place was originally protected by a magical barrier. It was as if space had folded. Without the ability to open the barrier, no one would sense the existence of another realm here. Astonished, Eli slowly walked into the space. It was filled with a lively atmosphere dotted with small, quaint houses that looked incredibly charming. Oh, a wizard! A sharp gasp suddenly echoed, and Eli saw a figure running away. It appeared to be a house elf. Please forgive their rudeness. They have not been taught etiquette. Eli offered a reassuring smile, and quietly, he had barged into someone else's home uninvited, and as he was there to seek their help, he must not frighten. Gradually some noise emerged from ahead as a group of house elves slowly appeared. Upon seeing Eli, some were frightened, some curious, but none welcomed him, all wearing forlorn expressions. Leading them was an elderly-looking elf leaning on an unrefined staff, dressed in garments made of unknown materials that looked very rudimentary. Among the house elves, he appeared the most composed. Eli adjusted his attire, trying to appear more amiable. Klein seemed a bit anxious. The elder elf stood firm, keeping a respectful distance from Eli, while the other house elves stood behind him, maintaining their distance. I have met the wizard, my lord. He slowly bowed to Eli, his frail body appearing quite unsteady. Eli also respectfully bowed in return. His action caused the house elves to display surprise, some even appearing a bit frightened. The elder elf looked somewhat astonished, his body swaying slightly. What brings you here, my lord wizard? Eli shook his head. There is no command. I come with no ill intent, seeking your assistance. Assistance? The elder elf frowned. Their ancestors had lived here for centuries, essentially evading wizards. The soul mark made them unable to resist wizards, yet some had never entered wizarding families while others had. They felt fear towards wizards, at least no longer willing to enter wizarding families. Chief Gwendon, Mr. Hall is a very good person. He provides us with food, the best clothing, and even offers to pay us. Klein stepped forward, still somewhat nervous, as he had brought a human into their territory without permission. Yet he made an effort to speak on Ella's behalf. At these words, the house elves erupted in a flurry of astonished whispers. The elder elf, referred to as Gwendon, could no longer hide his surprise. Seeing the house elves' reaction, Eli continued Klein's line. Indeed, I come to seek your help, not to make you my servants, but to have you work for me. I promise to ensure your livelihoods and safety. Gwendon's expression wavered. When had house elves ever received such treatment? However, the reason they hid in this forest was to distance themselves from humans and wizards. If they agreed this time, they would lose this peaceful land forever. My lord wizard, it is not that we do not trust you, but as you can see, we have been hiding here for generations. To put it bluntly, we wish to live a quiet and free life. Eli observed the house elves. Unlike the house elves outside, he could see their reluctance to part from a life of freedom. Chief Elder, I can assure you that you will not be harmed by other wizards, while I possess the strength to protect your safety. Gwendon's face softened. For a wizard to guarantee the safety of house elves was unprecedented. Eli continued, surely you have noticed the Muggle humans are relentlessly developing the land. Even wizards must choose to hide themselves. It is not an exaggeration. You are likely to face unavoidable dangers. When that time comes, who will protect you? Gwendon swayed. How could he not know that Eli spoke the truth? The house elves present understood the gravity of their situation, and the atmosphere grew somber, with even faint sounds of weeping. Klein's face reflecting deep sorrow. Eli slowly approached Gwendon, trying not to let them feel any malice from him. Gwendon did not make any extreme moves, for he understood that the wizard before him might indeed be different. Eli crouched down to bring himself to the same level as Gwendon. Gwendon was somewhat taken aback and nearly stumbled, but Eli steadied him. After a long contemplation, Gwendon mustered his courage and asked, how will you prove what you say? Klein wanted to help provide proof, but was stopped by Eli. The magical power within him awoke like a fierce beast, and a formidable pressure caused the entire forest to rustle. The little elves all let out a startled cry, and Gwendon, standing closest, was particularly horrified. Eli meant no harm, therefore no little elves were injured. Is this enough? Gwendon looked at Eli in disbelief, astonished that this boy, who seemed to be around 12 or 13, possessed such power. With such strength, he was fully capable of protecting them. Yet Gwendon shook his head. No, this is still not enough. Eli was taken aback, unsure of what this leader wanted him to demonstrate. But when he saw the murky yet resolute eyes of the leader, and then the little elves huddled together for survival behind him, Eli understood. He took out his wand, startling Klein. Eli reassured him to remain calm, stating he meant no harm. Eli extended the part of the wand he held toward the completely stunned Gwendon, saying, this is my sincerity. The wand is a symbol of a wizard, just as in a duel if someone is disarmed it symbolizes defeat. Yet now he was offering his wand to this domesticated little elf, a race that had served wizards for generations. All the little elves were completely frozen in place, unable to believe what they were witnessing. A wizard was offering them his wand. Gwendon suddenly dropped his wand and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, the elf clan serves their master for generations. The little elves behind him also fell to the ground, including Klein, all chanting the elf clan serves their master for generations. Eli waved his wand, and all the little elves felt themselves lifted by a force. Do not kneel. You work for me, I demand your loyalty, but I do not require you to be my slaves. I will provide you with work, give you wages, and grant you the rights and abilities to live freely. Ilias' voice resonated through the forest, striking a powerful chord. The little elves gazed at this not-so-tall boy who shone like the sun. They all knelt down again, declaring the little elf clan will always be loyal to their master. Ili. Thus with a kneel and a lift, Ili expressed his plea, please I beg you stop kneeling, Ui. The little elves joyfully ran off to gather their important belongings, and Gwynton led Ili to a... The entrance was quite narrow, yet once inside it seemed to possess a magic similar to the unseen expansion spell, making it very spacious. Gwynton made a gesture similar to Klein opening a barrier, and this time Ili could see it clearly. It appeared to create a resonance with the magical power. Ili attempted to note the frequency, though it required a high level of control over magic. A gap opened in the space, and Gwynton led Ili inside. Inside was a small platform with several books displayed. The pages were made from ancient tree bark, and despite how many years had passed, they showed no signs of decay. Gwynton handed these books to Ili. This is why we have remained here. It holds the legacy of our clan, documenting all our magic and various knowledge. Ili meticulously stroked the book's surface, feeling the traces of time and magic. But it seems that human wizards cannot learn the magic of the elf clan. Oh, why do you want to teach me? Gwynton's face revealed a look of nostalgia. This is due to the marks within our souls. I have never allowed my kin to learn the knowledge within these books, for the marks prevent us from refusing our wizard masters. If we were ever discovered, our legacy would be completely exposed. Ili opened the pages and found them filled with ancient runes. Could runes be the writing of the elf clan? No, not quite. Gwynton cherished the pages. Wizards call it runes, so we refer to it as the ancient tongue. Indeed, in the most primordial times, everything was in its infancy, and all wise races used the ancient tongue. It is the source of magic, a gift from the deities. Gwynton's face was filled with reverence. Ili solemnly stored these books away. They were treasures, symbols of his friendship with the elf clan. Ili recorded all the names of the elves onto a parchment. Let's set off. Since the premise for spatial travel is that one must have been to the destination, Ili and Klein led a few little elves to the factory first. Then they would let those who had been there before bring the rest over. As a result, the factory became quite lively. The little elves were extremely curious, but dared not move or touch anything. Ili scanned the area. There were indeed enough hands, but the factory seemed a bit small. Gwynton seemed to sense Ilias' concern. Master, our elf clan is very skilled in spatial transformation. Believe this to us. This was exactly what Ili wanted, so he assigned the tasks of factory and shop transformation to the little elves. The little elves who found work were very active. Ili noticed they seemed to be using magic to carve something everywhere, and then the space visibly expanded before his eyes, leaving Ili in awe. Ili had experimented before, and this was definitely more stable than the unseen expansion spell. Some little elves began to set up barriers around the factory, just like those they had seen in their homeland. These barriers were incredibly sophisticated, directly separating that section of space. Even if someone stood within that area, they could not enter, nor could they perceive it. It was like an independent space. With the work entrusted to the little elves, Ili returned to Hogwarts. People around him greeted Ili as he had become somewhat of a celebrity. According to the schedule, they should have no classes, yet Draco and the others were absent. Ili hadn't seen them for several days. Ever since Draco challenged Harry, these two had been rushing to the Quidditch pitch whenever they had the chance. Goyle and Crabbe would also follow Draco to join in the fun. Soon Ili discovered something troubling. The diary. There were signs of rummaging everywhere, and the only thing missing was that diary. It seems I underestimated him. Dogmeat was hissing continuously in the glass jar, and Ili leaned in to listen. Crabbe. Ilia's face turned serious. Dogmeat had been here all along and knew exactly what had happened. It was Crabbe who took the diary. Eli now sensed that something was amiss. He needed to quickly pass through Crabbe and find the diary. He couldn't tell Dumbledore, yet how could he explain how he acquired the diary? If there were no one else around, Eli could simply use a mind control spell, and after that completely forget about it, which would be quite convenient. However, Crabbe and Goyle were always inseparable and constantly acted as Draco's shadows. He couldn't just perform his moves elegantly in front of others. That annoying little fatso was truly a nuisance. Recently, he had been busy with the potion shop, mainly collecting money. The factory and the shop were currently being reorganized, and he was enjoying the leisurely time. How about checking on their training? He temporarily set aside the matter of the diary. After all, he was keeping an eye on Crabbe, and if they wanted to unleash the basilisk, Eli would definitely notice. He changed into his school uniform and headed to the pitch. On the other side, two groups, one in red and the other in green, seemed to be at a standoff. Sorry, but we have already reserved the pitch for today, said the captain of Gryffindor to the approaching Slytherins. From their stance, it was clear they also wanted to use the pitch. There was a big buck-toothed guy among the Slytherins who was undeniably annoying. This guy was Flint, the captain of Slytherin. Last semester he knocked Wood out with a single strike, causing him to fall. Eli had a very unfavorable impression of this guy who always acted like a die-hard fan, promoting pure blood, constantly harassing half-blood or muggle-born wizards. In short, he was a bothersome fellow. We need the pitch for today. Professor Snape has specially approved it for us to train a new seeker. New seeker? Who? The crowd slowly parted, and a short guy with a slicked-back hairstyle stepped forward. It was none other than Draco, whose hairline seemed to be receding even further. Eli wanted to tell him to use less hair gel. Draco's father sponsored each of us a Nimbus 2001, Draco said triumphantly, raising an eyebrow provocatively at Harry. Harry chose to ignore him and rolled his eyes. Nimbus 2001. Gasps arose from those around, and the Gryffindor players suddenly looked extremely grim. Previously the most advanced broom was Harry's Nimbus 2000. But a new broom called Nimbus 2001 had recently hit the market, completely outperforming all its competitors. Of course the price was exorbitant. It was surprising that Lucius was so generous, providing each player one at once. Just in terms of equipment, Gryffindor could no longer compete with Slytherin. Feeling the envy of those around him and the sour expressions of his opponents, Flint was reveling in delight. With his rotten teeth and arrogant demeanor, he sneered, "With your low-grade brooms, how can you compete with us?" The Gryffindor players wanted to refute him, but the truth was indeed as he said. How could an Iveco van compete with a Lamborghini? But our victories never rely on external forces. A determined voice broke the stalemate. Flint, still basking in the joy of showing off, couldn't tolerate being provoked. He turned with a grim expression to look at the audacious little witch. His buck teeth made him look even more menacing. Yet Hermione remained unflinching, staring back at him fearlessly. Seeing that his intimidating glare seemed ineffective, Flint's anger flared. He opened his mouth to curse. At that moment Draco spotted Eli approaching, and his expression changed. He was about to stop Flint. How should one put it? If someone sought death, even the heavens couldn't save them. His rotten teeth didn't stop his mouth from running. "You should watch your foul mouth, you filthy mudblood." As soon as that term was uttered, everyone's expression changed dramatically, and Draco immediately distanced himself from Flint. Avada! Petrify them all. Flint was sent flying, and by the time he landed his body had become as stiff as stone. Screams erupted around, and someone rushed to check on him, discovering that his skin was showing signs of petrification. This demonstrated just how severe the attack was. "What are you doing?" A large bat. No, Snape came rushing over, flapping his robes. After examining Flint on the ground, he commanded, "You two quickly take him to the hospital wing." Then he turned with a grim expression to look at the two groups, resembling a snake ready to strike his face. Who did this? "It was me, Professor." Eli slowly stepped forward. Snape's pupils contracted, and he instinctively tried to conceal his expression, but constrained by his authority, his face appeared very stiff. "Then tell me what exactly happened." He spoke each word deliberately, slowly. Eli was not afraid. Even if he faced punishment, so what? One had to give a memorable lesson to those one disliked. He spoke disrespectfully, "Professor. Disrespect should be resolved by the professor. He called me a mudblood." "What? Mudblood?" Snape froze, a hint of sadness and disbelief flashing in his eyes. He suddenly turned around. "Mr. Hall needs to reflect in detention for a day. We all got involved. Then you will all go together." He shouted angrily, and then left, moving even faster than when he arrived. Eli clearly saw a trace of hatred in Snape's final glance. It seemed he had to mourn for Flint. Eli looked at Harry and the others. "Are you satisfied? Did you rush to get to—" "Eli, no need to say anything, it's just that I can't stand others saying that word. Let's go off to detention now." Eli swaggered towards the detention room with Harry and Ron quickly following. In the detention room, three small figures squatted in a corner. "Eli, where have you been lately? We rarely see you," Ron said. "I." Seeing Ron's eager expression, he seemed to have "tell me, I want to tell everyone" written all over his face. "So I forget it, it's nothing, he'll tell you later." TSK. Ellis' hesitance intrigued the two. Creaked, the door opened, and Hermione walked in, squatting down beside them. The four little figures huddled against the wall. "Why are you here too?" "Just to be clear, don't say thank you." "Oh, I just can't stand him." Hermione shot Eli a glare, quietly squatting there. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Eli softened his tone. "What's wrong? Still mad?" "Flint is just a big fool. How could anyone take his words seriously?" "Is it true that muggle-born wizards are really inferior?" Eli paused, realizing that this little girl was deeply hurt by that term. "How can one say that? If even you, the top student in the entire year, are deemed inferior, then what would my illustrious Eli be?" Hermione couldn't help but laugh despite her earlier tears. Harry and Ron chimed in. "Exactly, if even you can't do it, whose homework can we copy?" Eli replied, "Is there really such a good thing?" He rubbed his hands together. "Hermione, do you think I can also?" Hermione rolled her eyes at him. "Who would let you copy?" "Humph." Just then the door creaked open again, and in walked a flamboyant boy with a slicked-back hairstyle. "Draco." Why are you here too? The detention room is quite lively today. Draco observed them squatting to one side. Sigh, how should I put it? I guess I share some responsibility too. Now there were 5 little figures squatting against the wall. After a long while, Eli felt quite bored. How about I tell you a story? Sure. Let me tell you about Kong Eg and his journey from the 100 Grass Garden to the 3 Flavor Study House. Wait, why did he? Stop, alright, I get it. From that day on, a legend spread through Hogwarts about Kong Yeji's travels from the 100 Grass Garden to the 3 Flavor Study House. A group of people joyfully emerged from the confinement room, perhaps the most embarrassing day for the confinement room. Blood, blood, kill them all. A voice like that of a demon whispering began to echo. Upon hearing this, Ella's expression changed drastically. The serpent monster had appeared. Harry looked around puzzled. Did you guys hear any sound? Sound? The others listened carefully. You must have gone crazy in confinement. Draco seized the opportunity to mock. But Harry, with a serious expression, insisted, I really heard something. Can't you guys hear it? The others shook their heads. Eli, can't you hear it either? Eli also shook his head. If he spoke up, it would expose the fact that he could also speak Parseltongue. Harry shook his head, dismissing it as an auditory hallucination, but he had clearly just. The group continued walking. Look, they followed Hermione's pointing finger and saw several large crimson blood characters on the wall. The chamber has been opened. Beware the heir's enemy. The blood-red font appeared very menacing, like a ferocious beast with a gaping maw ready to devour. The surroundings felt eerily silent. Only the sound of dripping water remained. Is that Filch's cat? A cat hung nearby, looking rigid. Eli glanced at it. It's been petrified. What is the chamber? Harry stepped closer, carefully examining the characters on the wall. I do know of a legend that Slytherin has a chamber containing a monster used to purge the school of Muggle-born wizards. Draco casually glanced at Hermione, then nodded. At that moment, the sound of a crowd moving nearby could be heard. This place was at a junction, and the students had just finished dinner. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin wizards would pass. Everyone was captivated by the terrifying words on the wall. Some timid students covered their mouths in fear. The heir's enemy. Who is it? Of course it's you. A voice emerged from the Slytherin crowd, and Eli looked over, causing the speaker to immediately shut up. Students must not gather, Potter. The school caretaker Filch shouted as he squeezed into the crowd. Upon seeing the cat hanging on the wall, his face instantly turned pale. Lo, Lady Loris. His eyes turned slightly red from agitation. You killed my cat. You killed my cat. He looked at Harry with a terrifying gaze. No, I didn't. I will kill you. I will kill you. Argus. Dumbledore arrived promptly with the professors, and upon seeing the words on the wall and the cat, he momentarily froze. But he quickly turned to Filch. Argus, your cat is merely petrified. I believe Madame Pomfrey can heal her. All students return to your dormitories at once. Except for you 5. Dumbledore pointed at Eli and the others, while the rest of the students were escorted back to their dormitories by the prefect. Professor, I want revenge for my cat. Argus, calm down. Lady Loris is indeed just petrified and can be restored. Then the murderer should be punished. Filch pointed at Harry. It's him. He was here when I arrived. It couldn't have been anyone else. Dumbledore glanced at the bewildered Harry. No, Argus, I don't think such a powerful petrification curse could have been cast by second-year Mr. Potter. Filch scanned the group and suddenly stopped at Eli, raising an eyebrow in surprise. That's him. He petrified that kid Flint. Madame Pomfrey said it was tricky, I know. Dumbledore shot a glance at Eli, who shrugged back. Dumbledore's expression seemed to say, You must be joking. I know my student well enough. Professor, I think this might not involve Mr. Hall. They just came out of confinement and wouldn't have had time to do this. Snape stepped forward after glancing at the words on the wall. Perhaps our defense against the dark arts professor would be more adept at handling this matter. Professor Lockhart has been quite troubled by the last teaching incident and likely cannot come. Dumbledore waved his hand, indicating that lingering here would yield no results. All right, everyone disperse for now. Please have Madame Pomfrey attend to Lady Loris. Filch, we will help you find the true culprit. Now everyone disperse. The little wizards hurriedly left without looking back, fearing to encounter any more strange occurrences. Harry, did you just say you heard something strange? Hermione asked, feeling that what had just happened might be related to that sound. Harry nodded. Should I tell them then? About Professor Dumbledore and the others? No, Harry, Hermione replied, her tone serious. Even in the magical world, hearing sounds that others cannot is not a good sign. The group returned to their dormitories, walking much faster than usual. Back in the dormitory, Goyle and Crabbe were already there. Draco, Eli, you finally returned. Did they make things difficult for you? Eli shook his head and approached. Were you two together the whole time? In the Great Hall? Both nodded. Eli observed Crabbe's expression, which didn't seem to indicate deceit. Goyle likely had the same story. Ellis' expression turned serious. The situation had become more complicated. They had just emerged from confinement when they heard the serpent monster's voice. Then that cat was killed and blood characters appeared. If it were Crabbe, it wouldn't make sense, as he was indeed seen with Goyle in the crowd. Their expressions did not seem like those of someone under a curse. Either they were very good at hiding it, or the true culprit was someone else. To find the murderer, they would have to start with Crabbe. Because Dogmeat could not deceive him, he had indeed seen Crabbe take the diary that day. Polyjuice potion. Impossible, no one knew the diary was with him, and the Horcrux was trapped by magic. He couldn't have bewitched anyone. So it could only be Crabbe who shared the dormitory. But why wasn't he the one who opened the chamber? Did Voldemort? It's possible. Given Crabbe's indifferent demeanor, it would indeed be hard to manipulate him. Now Eli just wanted to perform a legilimency on Crabbe. Crabbe felt a bit uneasy under Ellis' gaze, and quickly burrowed into his bed. For a while there were no more attack incidents. The murderer seemed to have fallen silent. But Eli dared not relax. The development of the situation had surpassed his understanding, and he could not guarantee that a real murder would not occur. Another annual Quidditch match, and Eli sat bored in the stands. I really don't understand what's so interesting about this, he muttered as Draco took to the field, leaving him without anyone to chat with. This match was between Gryffindor and Slytherin, old rivals who exchanged no pleasantries upon meeting. On Gryffindor's side, the twins were preparing to place their bets, yet it seemed that most believed Slytherin would win this time. It wasn't that the little lions were raising others' spirits, it was just that Slytherin's equipment was too outrageous this time. Back then Gryffindor had Harry with a Nimbus 2000, which significantly boosted their morale. Now Slytherin had been endowed with luxurious resources by Lucius, each player equipped with a Nimbus 2001. How could anyone dare to bet on Gryffindor? Eli folded a paper crane inside, placing several gold galleons, sending it flying towards the twins. He wanted to bet on Gryffindor. Others might not know, but he surely did. As a cheat from another world, he had an innate understanding of such matters. He was just waiting to collect the winnings. Draco and Harry resembled two proud roosters, each wielding their brooms, as if ready to spar. The match quickly commenced, and these two rival teams could finally vent their frustrations against each other. The entire game was thrilling, causing waves of gasps from the stands. From the start, Draco and Harry the Seekers were locked in a fierce struggle. It was clear that neither would allow the other to capture the Golden Snitch. Slytherin's equipment advantages soon became apparent. While they hadn't caught the Golden Snitch, yet they were scoring goals continuously. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided, with Gryffindor barely managing 30 points, while Slytherin surged ahead, scoring 90 points. The key was that despite their advantage, they still couldn't shake their habit of underhanded tactics. Relying on their broom's high performance, they had Gryffindor players spinning in circles. Harry wasn't having an easy time either. Draco was faster than him, and he could only rely on his superior skills to barely keep up, which still couldn't compensate for the equipment gap. Suddenly a bludger shot straight towards Harry, its rapid speed creating a sound of slicing air. Harry hurriedly dodged, but the ball seemed intent on him, relentlessly pursuing. In Quidditch, many athletes have been injured by bludgers, and Harry certainly didn't want to exit the match prematurely. He darted around, while the bludger crashed through the surroundings like a cannonball, creating large holes. This was not good. It was clearly not a normal situation. In the stands, Lucius, attending as a school board member, watched his son gain the upper hand with a sense of pride. Snape was also watching the match with keen interest. Draco seemed to have noticed something unusual about the bludger and had taken a bat from his teammate. Scar, head over here. As Harry desperately dodged, he heard Draco calling him and saw him swinging his bat. He quickly understood Draco's intention. Changing direction, he flew toward Draco. Draco fixed his gaze on the bludger, relentlessly chasing Harry, gathering all his strength. For the moment, Harry zipped past, swinging the bat at the bludger. But he underestimated the power of the ball. The immense impact shattered the bat, sending Draco flying off. Cheating, this is cheating. Lucius stood up, excitedly pointing at the field and shouting at the referee. Harry naturally saw Draco fall from his broom, but the bludger continued its frenzied pursuit, closing in on. In a flash of inspiration, he dove under the stands where wooden pillars were scattered haphazardly. Using his exceptional skills to maneuver, the bludger, which relied on sheer force, crashed through with splinters flying everywhere. This way the distance between Harry and the bludger widened. Suddenly a golden shadow flashed by. It was the Golden Snitch. Without considering anything else, Harry reached out to grab it. The Golden Snitch made a sharp turn, sending Harry flying off his broom. The stands gasped again as Harry tumbled several times before coming to a stop. The ball, however, showed no signs of stopping, crashing down towards him. Harry scrambled to evade, leaving a large crater in the ground. Now everyone could see that the ball was behaving strangely. Hagrid, accompanied by Ron and the others, rushed in, and Eli sent a spell at the rampaging ball. Boom. 2 spells hit the descending ball simultaneously, exploding it into pieces. Eli and Hermione retracted their wands, exchanging glances. The professors also rushed in, with Lockhart surprisingly being the fastest. He had an eager look on his face, almost as if he wanted to write "I want to show off" on his forehead. "Let me heal you." Harry, seeing this, immediately protested. "Maybe not. What nonsense are you talking? Let me heal you. Look, your arm is like this." Lockhart unceremoniously pointed his wand, and Eli, still on his way, couldn't stop him in time. Bone growth. Just as Eli got close, he heard the incantation Lockhart was uttering, and his expression changed. The spell was fine, but why was this guy also sticking his tongue out while casting? A glow enveloped Harry's arm, and he suddenly felt no more pain. Was it effective? Lockhart, satisfied, lifted Harry's arm as if to showcase it. But Harry's arm unexpectedly drooped down limply in front of everyone's astonished eyes. The scene turned comically awkward. Lockhart's smile instantly froze, and he even pinched it. Seeing such a disturbing sight, Harry nearly fainted. Lockhart's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, seemingly annoyed. As he stammered to explain, a small golden ball fell to the ground. Lockhart picked it up and held it high for all to see. Look, Harry Potter caught the golden snitch and Gryffindor has won. Some little lions, unaware of the situation, immediately cheered upon hearing this news. Lucius stormed onto the field, grabbing Draco. Father, shut up. I spent so much money, and you still lost to these paupers. Draco lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes, one hand clutching his injured arm. But Lucius was in a furious mood. Gryffindor's cheers felt like slaps in his face. Don't put on that kind of face or reflect well on this. With that, he turned and left without looking back, wanting nothing more than to get away from this place. Madame Pomfrey instructed people to carry Harry away and rushed over. Seeing Draco clutching his arm and looking down, she said, "Child, does it hurt badly? Quickly let a few more people take him to the hospital wing." Click. A beam of light flashed by. "Oh, Colin, could you please not capture me like this?" Harry's hand remained limp as the twins continued to tease him. "Look, there's a rubber man here. Now you don't have to worry about fractures anymore, right?" The two exchanged remarks, leaving Harry utterly speechless. "Mr. Malfoy, drink this, and perhaps you'll feel better tonight." "Get out of the way, you should have come directly to me." Madame Pomfrey handed Malfoy a potion and hurried over to Harry. Connecting the bones is simple, but regrowing them. Madame Pomfrey shook her head in frustration, as if blaming the troublemaker who had caused the bones to vanish. "You should be able to heal, right?" "Oh, of course." Madame Pomfrey glanced at Harry again. "But the process of regrowing bones will be very difficult. You might not have a good night, but once you get through it, you'll be fine." Harry took the potion she handed him. No matter how tough it was, he had no choice. Yuck. As soon as Harry swallowed the potion, he immediately vomited it all out, his face contorted in disgust. "Oh my, you didn't think potions were just pumpkin juice, did you?" Unfortunately, the stock of Phoenix potions had run out. This was prepared by Professor Snape. It tasted terrible, but its effects were not bad. Huh. Harry looked at Madame Pomfrey in agony. No wonder this tasted like Snape's foot-soaked water. It was made by Snape. No one expected that at this moment Professor Snape might be gleefully chuckling to himself. Hearing that Harry was injured, he specially concocted a top-quality boner-growing potion, using his superb potion-making skills to make it so disgusting that it was hard to swallow. Poor Harry could only drink the potion with the same feeling as if he were eating a toad. P.S. Professor Snape's other intention is to hope that students will be cautious and not get hurt. All right, the patient needs to rest properly. You all should leave. But, quickly go, there's no need for you here. I can take care of him." Madame Pomfrey shooed away the students gathered around Harry, leaving only Harry and Draco. "Now we're even. This time, Scarhead, you owe me." Draco's injury was significantly lighter than Harry's. After drinking the potion, he was sent home by Madame Pomfrey that very afternoon. Madame Pomfrey was always adamant that patients should get absolute rest, and she did not want those who were already fine to continue occupying the beds. At night, the effects of the boner-growing potion continuously spread. Harry felt a severe soreness in his arm. While it wasn't extremely painful, he couldn't expect to sleep well. He tossed and turned in bed. The entire infirmary was left with only him, and he felt quite scared. "Zhao. No, kill. Kill." It was like the whispers of a demon. The voice echoed incessantly. Harry looked around in a panic. This was the voice he had heard last time. "Hello. Wah. Dobby." A large eyeball suddenly appeared before him, nearly startling him under the bed. Harry Potter should heed Dobby's advice. Harry Potter should not return to school after missing the train. Harry suddenly realized it was you rascal. It was you who sealed the platform, causing the three of us to miss the train. Harry's expression grew increasingly unfriendly. Dobby could sense Harry's reproach and looked a bit guilty. "Yes, that's right, it's Dobby." Harry was filled with rage. "Do you know you nearly caused us to fall from the sky and then get smashed to death by a furious Whomping Willow? But at least this keeps Harry Potter away from this school. Harry Potter must go home." Dobby thought that the bludger could make Harry Potter understand. "Your bludger? You sent the bludger to attack me." Harry vividly remembered the scene from earlier. Almost the Potter family could have ended there. For the first time, Harry thought about killing someone. Yes. Dobby feels very guilty. So Dobby punished himself by ironing his own hand. He extended a pair of hands wrapped in bandages, revealing some blisters from burns. Harry, who was already furious, immediately softened his heart upon seeing this. He took a deep breath. "You better leave while my bones are still healing, or I will strangle you." Dobby fell in a panic from the bed. No, Dobby didn't mean to harm Harry Potter. Dobby just hopes Harry Potter won't be hurt. So it's only allowed for Harry Potter to suffer your harm. Suddenly a cold voice echoed in the space. Eli had appeared in the infirmary at some point holding a wand. Dobby gasped, his body visibly fading as he tried to escape. Eli pointed his wand, and Dobby, who was almost entering the spatial passage, was swiftly expelled from it. Dobby was considered a genius among house elves, able to conceal his body in space at Hogwarts, which was not something just anyone could achieve. But such a skill was nothing before Eli. The Phoenix was the absolute emperor of the spatial realm. Whose house elf dares to harm a wizard? Dobby trembled all over, filled with immense fear. No, Dobby doesn't wish to harm Harry Potter. Dobby remembers that it was Harry Potter who defeated that mysterious person. People see house elves as pests, and indeed they are. As he spoke, he began to sob. Eli, don't hurt him, Harry said compassionately, glancing at Dobby, who was covered in scars and wearing a ragged outfit that was hard to identify. Dobby burst into tears. Sniff. Sniff. Eli was instantly adorned with a mask of pain. Yuck. This little creature wiped his nose on his collar. You better leave, don't appear around me again. Dobby stopped crying and suddenly spoke to Harry in a very cautious tone. Harry Potter must leave this castle. It will soon become very dangerous, as history is about to repeat itself. Repeat? You mean something like this has happened before? Dobby covered his mouth. Dobby shouldn't have said that. Eli found it amusing. This was truly a secret keeper like Hagrid. Harry immediately reached to grab Dobby by the collar. Hey. Eli tried to stop him, but Harry had already grasped him, causing Eli to distance himself from Harry. Was that just used to wipe a nose? Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. Eli immediately cast a disillusionment charm and hid in the corner. Harry wanted to grab Dobby again, but with a snap of his fingers Dobby escaped, and he had to quickly lie down and pretend to sleep. What on earth is happening now? The second student has been petrified. The voices of Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall could be heard. Perhaps we can find the culprit from this camera. A burst of sparks followed, filling the air with a burnt smell. What does this mean? It means our students are no longer safe. The somber voice of Dumbledore echoed. The second attack within the castle resulted in another victim turned to stone, namely Colin from Gryffindor. This left everyone at the school feeling anxious, as tales of the hidden chamber circulated among the students, mostly conjured from the imaginations of young children, for no one truly knew what the chamber looked like. At this moment, the most fearful were those little wizards of mixed bloodlines or Muggle origins. Now they either stayed indoors or moved in groups. There were also those secretly delighted, particularly the little wizards who espoused pureblood theories. They truly had no understanding of what bloodlines represented, yet due to the influence of their families they stubbornly adhered to this illogical theory. Draco was also among them, but he had changed significantly due to Ella's influence. He had never used the term mudblood and held no animosity towards Muggleborns like Hermione. Rather, their relations were quite amicable. All of this was thanks to his good older brother Eli, who, at least from what they knew, was a wizard born of Muggle origin. If Eli could be discriminated against, then what did that make those wizards who couldn't even lay a finger on him at the dueling? Of course, there were still stubborn individuals like Flint. He had used up the remaining mandrake herbs in the school and had since been expelled, avoiding Eli whenever he saw him. Yet he continued to speak ill behind closed doors. Eli could not control these people. Instilling his thoughts into others' minds was far more challenging than filling their pockets. During this time, he was devising a way to obtain Crabbe's memories while also keeping a close eye on the factory situation. According to the news from Klein, the renovations of the factory and shops were more than halfway done, and the transfer station was about to be completed. It seemed that in no time the Phoenix Apothecary would officially open for business. Eli dared not relax, for by then it would not be the minor disturbances of a new opening. The Phoenix Potion had already captured the hearts of many, and he was set to strike at the potion market. This would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm. According to reports from Montague, he sensed that he was being investigated. This fellow was quite cunning, having directly hidden himself in the Muggle world, a place where wizarding forces dared not act recklessly. After dinner, Eli did not join Draco and the others, staying behind until the end, with only a few remaining in the hall still dining. He kept an eye on Goyle and Crabbe, and when he saw them preparing to stand, he immediately exited the hall. He levitated 2 small cakes laced with the draft of living death, making them hover in midair. This was a diluted version of the draft, otherwise with his level he feared that it might cause these two to sleep to death instantly. Wasn't this trap rather simple? Was it foolish? However, the facts proved that foolish traps often worked well against foolish individuals. Eli looked at the 2 fools already lying on the ground fast asleep, feeling speechless. He moved them to the broom closet. Extracting the mind, Ella's spiritual power began to invade Crabbe's consciousness. This guy's thoughts were quite simple: when to sleep, when to eat, and what to eat. As Eli examined his memories, the deeper he delved, the grimmer his expression became. Retrieving the spell, Ella's face was already very grave. Memories related to the diary had been erased. A segment of Crabbe's memory was missing, specifically the part concerning the diary. He was unaware of this himself. Obliviate. Eli erased their memories of being stunned and left with it. From the current situation, he feared he had messed up. Damn it. I underestimated him. He now had no idea who the diary had ensnared while the basilisk continued its attacks. What followed had become uncontrollable. A profound sense of emptiness washed over him. His trump card control over the plot was now gone. What would happen next, who would be attacked, and whether anyone would unfortunately lose their life were all unknowns. Ellis' mood grew increasingly irritable. It is worth mentioning that the recent dueling club had become more and more active, with wizards diligently honing their magical abilities. What Eli could do now was to help them enhance their strength, for it would be best if they could escape when the time came. Harry was most concerned about the attack incidents. He could hear voices that others could not, and whenever the voice appeared, someone would suffer. Even he began to doubt whether he truly was the so-called heir. But he did not want to be associated with that title. He wanted to find the culprit quickly and provide himself an explanation. Hermione also keenly sensed the connection between Harry and that strange voice, believing it was definitely related to the attack incidents. Thus, once again, these three hard-headed kids began their investigation into the conspiracy. So do you have any leads now? Regarding the voice in Harry's mind. The five of them sat in the hall whispering conspiratorially. Several shook their heads. Draco, what do you know about this hidden chamber? Nothing. I've told you everything I know, but I remember this incident happened many years ago. Many years ago. Several were immediately drawn in, with Harry reacting the most. He had heard Dobby mention that history was about to repeat itself. Indeed, I heard that a student died back then, and Hogwarts almost closed down. A student died? Who? Harry quickly asked. I don't know, the news was very tightly sealed at that time. Several fell silent again. Perhaps we can ask someone, or rather a ghost. Who? Moaning Myrtle. I have been researching information about the hidden chamber in the library these days, and heard someone mention the ghost Myrtle, who was once a student at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Ellis' brows immediately furrowed. Wait, you said you've been to the library these past few days? Hermione nodded. Alone? Hermione looked at Ellis, increasingly serious expression, feeling hesitant to answer further. Eli felt extremely irritated. Do you not realize how dangerous the situation is? Do you think you could escape from a monster? But Enough, Hermione, listen to me. You can't handle the monster right now. Oh, from now on you'd better stay in the dormitory obediently. Eli suddenly became agitated, startling the others. They were unsure why Eli was so furious. Hermione pressed her lips tightly together, knowing Eli was concerned for her, but anyone would feel uncomfortable after being scolded like that. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Draco attempted to ease it. Eli, don't get worked up. Granger is just being considerate. Don't mind him, Granger. Eli is just concerned for our safety. Eli also realized he had been a bit too intense and had spoken harshly, but he couldn't shake off the gloom in his heart. I'm sorry. With that, Eli turned and left. At that moment, he even wanted to rush into the hidden chamber and slay the basilisk to eliminate Voldemort. If only he could. Since that day of parting on bad terms, Eli has locked himself in the wish room whenever he has time. He has been tinkering with some alchemical gadgets specifically designed to deal with serpent monsters. Hermione indeed did not go to the library alone to investigate anymore. Today Lockhart is dressed in an extremely flamboyant manner, although he usually isn't much better than this. In the classroom for defense against the dark arts, a dueling platform has been set up and Lockhart stands on it with an air of confidence. Although he has lost quite a few fans after the first two embarrassing incidents, there still exists a loyal group of followers. One can tell from the starry-eyed girls in the audience. Lockhart thoroughly enjoys such gazes. It is his life. He graduated from Ravenclaw, the legendary academy for top students. Yet his spellcasting ability seems to be at odds with his prestigious school. This is because he has been devoted to building his fame. Fortunately, he has mastered the art of the memory charm, using his appearance and disguise to gain the trust of adventurers, and then claiming their achievements as his own. This has earned him great honor, and he revels in it. Now feeling the gazes of these little wizards, he is very satisfied. Dear students, I have heard that you have formed a dueling club, but I believe you need an excellent teacher, and that is me, for proper guidance. Therefore I have applied to Professor Dumbledore to establish the Gilderoy Dueling Club, and I have also invited Professor Snape to be my assistant. He took off his cloak and threw it to the students below, sparking a scramble. Professor Snape walked onto the stage with an expressionless face, and seeing him like this, Eli knew Lockhart was in trouble. Professor Snape and I will demonstrate a small example. Of course, I will still provide you with a complete potions, Professor, so don't worry. Snape remained silent throughout. Who knows what he is concocting to mock this oblivious fool. The two stood at opposite ends, each performing a standard dueling etiquette, and turned in unison. 1, 2, 3. Disarm. Shield charm. The scene of Lockhart being blown away as expected did not occur. His ironclad charm successfully blocked Snape's spell. Eli was somewhat puzzled. When did this guy improve? Looking at Lockhart, who seemed to be exchanging blows with Professor Snape on the stage, he appeared somewhat excited. However, he was unaware of Snape's true strength. Throughout Hogwarts, only Dumbledore could suppress him. Snape was not using his full power, merely toying with him. The little wizards watched the exchanges between the two professors with great interest. Lockhart gradually sensed something was amiss. No matter how hard he tried to attack, Snape easily deflected every move, meaning he simply could not defeat Snape. He faintly saw the mocking smile on Snape's face, feeling like a monkey being toyed with by someone, and he had only just realized it. A flash of anger crossed his face and madness emerged in his eyes. Black arrow. Several streams of black mist shot towards Snape like arrows. Ellis' expression changed. Dark magic. He had been studying Voldemort's memories, and he had made some progress in dark magic. Naturally, he could recognize this fierce spell at a glance. Snape raised an eyebrow, his wand slicing through the air like a blade with no incantation, no glow. The dark magic released by Lockhart was suddenly dispersed, leaving deep scratches on the floor. The killing curse. Snape did not give Lockhart a chance to catch his breath. Disarm. A red beam of light directly knocked the dazed Lockhart off his feet with a thud. Oh my goodness, is he okay? Hermione frowned, although she saw through Lockhart's true nature. Watching him fall so pathetically on the ground made her feel a bit sorry for him. What if he damaged the floor? Lockhart's face turned ashen, and he suppressed his anger. He dared not explode in this situation. If he did so in front of so many people, he would be utterly ruined. Very good, excellent. Thank you very much to Professor Snape for the demonstration. Just now I made a counterexample. Of course, defeating Professor Snape would be a piece of cake for me as well. Snape no longer wanted to pay attention to his stubbornness. I think now we should teach the students how to defend against sudden spells such as dark magic. Lockhart's face stiffened, forcing a smile. Of course, let a group of students come up to demonstrate him. Potter Weasley. Mr. Weasley's wand, even when using the simplest spell, can cause unpredictable effects. Oh, we might have to send Mr. Potter off in a matchbox to the hospital. He pointed at Draco below. I have my little dark wizard. Ahem. I messed up. Draco was pulled onto the stage by Snape, and these two enemies were about to face off again. Both had undergone training from Eli, and their strengths had drastically improved. In the past, they could basically turn wizard dueling into a turn-based game. You hit once, I hit once. Now they were full of tricks, using all sorts of clever moves, and the two were exchanging blows, feeling even more interesting than the professor's duel earlier. Lockhart initially looked down on Ellis' dueling club, but now he was slapped in the face. In comparison, Harry's dueling ability was stronger. During their duel, Harry clearly found it much easier. Instead, it was Draco who was struggling to keep up. Serpent's Call. A large black snake shot out from Draco's wand, at least 2 to 3 meters long. These were some spells passed down in their wizard family, which were not taught in school. The snake hissed and fell to the ground. Perhaps due to the crowd around, the atmosphere was quite chaotic, and the snake seemed to be confused about its target. Hissing at the surrounding little wizards, it revealed its terrifying fangs, scaring the little wizards into retreating repeatedly. Seeing the situation was not good, Lockhart rushed forward, fly up into the sky. The snake was hit by the spell thrown high into the air and then fell back down. Perhaps because of this, the snake was thoroughly enraged and fixated on its nearest target, Gryffindor's Justin. Justin, being targeted, stood in a daze, momentarily forgetting to dodge. Harry rushed forward, instinctively wanting to speak, but as he opened his mouth, a hissing sound like a snake came out. The surrounding people looked at him in terror, as if they had encountered a terrible dark wizard. But Harry was completely unaware. The snake understood Harry's words and turned to him, but in the eyes of the other little wizards, it looked like Harry was controlling the snake to attack Justin. Snake vanishing. Snape's wand emitted a flicker of fire, and the struck snake immediately struggled and turned into a pile of ashes. What kind of trick are you playing at? Justin angrily questioned Harry. The pathetic duel ended abruptly as Eli and his group hurriedly led Harry out. Ron still wore a look of disbelief on his face. What am I, a Parselmouth? You can talk to snakes. Hermione, who had read plenty of books, naturally knew about Parseltongue. Yeah, I've been able to since I was little. I even accidentally let a python out at the zoo to scare my cousin Dudley. Harry didn't quite understand what being a Parselmouth meant. No, this isn't just an ordinary talent, or rather it's quite terrible. Terrible? Why? The founder of Slytherin House, Salazar Slytherin, was also a Parselmouth. He was a notorious dark wizard. Draco's gaze towards Harry changed slightly. Harry was somewhat baffled. But I'm not a dark wizard. If I hadn't just told that snake to stop, Justin would have been in trouble. Harry didn't realize what had happened. He thought Justin was being ungrateful. Harry, you know that when you told it to stop, it sounded like you were encouraging it to attack. What? Harry felt confused and started to wonder if everyone had gone mad. I clearly told that snake to stop. Ron, you were right next to me. You should have heard it. Ron shook his head. No, Harry, what you said was in the snake language. No one else here could understand it. Harry was stunned. He had not realized he was speaking another language. Eli, did I really just speak Parseltongue? Eli slowly nodded. I am a Parselmouth. How could I not know? Harry began to panic a little while Hermione and the others nodded at him, gradually making him aware of his current situation. After a long silence, he said, So now almost everyone will think I am a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, thinking I am the heir. Hermione nodded, looking somewhat pained. It's impossible, it can't be true. Harry seemed lost, muttering he was unwilling to become this so-called heir, as it would bring him endless criticism. Everyone would think he opened the Chamber of Secrets and directed the monster to attack students. He was terrified, fearing he had no way to defend himself, because even he himself was beginning to believe that he was indeed the heir. He would be expelled from school. He would end up imprisoned. Harry now understood the danger that Dobby had mentioned. Rumors began to circulate, and aside from Eli and his friends, everyone avoided Harry, but those discussions reached his ears perfectly. Sure enough, everyone believed Harry was the heir, and some even began to call him a murderer. Harry tried to defend himself, but as soon as he approached, the crowd scattered. He had no way to argue. Harry felt like he was going insane, and the school, which used to feel like home, now pressed down on him like a heavy weight. Wow, everyone stay away from Harry. He is the heir. The twins let out a strange shout, and then ran off laughing. Harry, don't take it to heart. George and the others are just joking around, Ron quickly explained on behalf of his troublesome brothers. Harry was not angry. He knew the twins were just making a joke. I know only they would take this as a joke. Indeed, aside from those familiar with Harry, the other students believed the rumors were their true feelings, but they didn't dare say it to Harry's face. Only the twins, treating everything as a joke, would tease Harry. Thinking about this, Harry couldn't help but feel a bit down. Everyone noticed his abnormality, but finding words of comfort was difficult, as they didn't know how to console him. Harry, where are you going? Harry turned and left alone. I am going to find Professor Dumbledore. I want to tell him I am not the heir and certainly not the murderer. He shouted excitedly, unwilling to bear such a vague accusation. Harry, Professor Dumbledore will surely believe you, but what we need to do is not argue. Hermione tried to persuade Harry, as he seemed to be a bit hysterical. Then what should I do? Just listen to everyone's accusations against me. Just watch as everyone keeps their distance from me. I am not the heir. I did not attack my classmates. I want to tell everyone this. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Eli rushed over to grab him. Harry, calm down. Listen to me. Looking into those familiar green eyes, Harry quieted down. Harry, listen, we believe you, and the professor believes you too. But the students don't, because we can't provide evidence to me. Even if you argued now, it would be futile, because they would rather believe there is an obvious murderer, as they are afraid. They need to find a scapegoat to vent their fear upon, and at this moment arguing is useless. Harry felt like he was losing all his strength, and Eli felt immense pain, knowing that if it weren't for him, Harry wouldn't have to face such targeting again. Then what should I do? Find the truth, catch the murderer. Only when the real murderer is caught and presented to everyone will people no longer be afraid, and they will be willing to believe you are innocent. Exactly, Harry, we should work together to find the truth and catch the murderer. Ron and the others stepped forward. Scarhead, don't you cry. I'll write to my dad later, he might know a little about it. Draco always had a knack for turning comforting words into mockery. The strong support from friends became a source of strength for Harry, making him feel that the surroundings were no longer so cold and piercing. By the way, ask your dad to send you more hair gel, Draco. I see your slicked back hair is about to fall apart. As soon as the joke was made, the heaviness lifted significantly. In the following period, Eli was busy preparing items to deal with the basilisk. Magical creatures like the basilisk have a strong resistance to magic, and its gaze can petrify anyone, putting him at a severe disadvantage. He could only make more preparations. However, another attack occurred. This time 2 victims were petrified, the ghost Nicholas and Justin. Once this news was released, Harry's identity as the murderer was almost confirmed. It was Justin who publicly accused Harry, and now he was the victim, which practically shouted to everyone that Harry was seeking revenge. The situation became increasingly urgent, and the professors notified students from all houses that the school had entered a state of emergency. A few days later, the Ministry of Magic and the school board, who were known for dragging their feet, removed Dumbledore at this critical moment. Before he left a letter for Eli saying, "Please help your brother. Students of Slytherin, please strictly adhere to the school's protective regulations. Leaving your dormitory unauthorized during off hours is prohibited." Snape's deep voice echoed throughout the Slytherin common room, tinged with a hint of suppressed anger. What is wrong with Professor Snape? The little snakes were quite puzzled by their head of house's sudden announcement. Before long, Snape entered accompanied by a small witch who was crying incessantly. Astoria, a witch, hurried over. Her name was Daphne, the sister of the weeping little witch. Snape's expression was somewhat grim as he immediately gathered all the Slytherin students, ensuring no one was left behind before silently turning to leave. Where's Draco? Eli noticed that Draco was missing, but it seemed Snape had said nothing. Malfoy. He was petrified. What? Eli was shocked and rushed to Astoria, asking, when was he petrified? I met Malfoy at the Ollery and he came back with me, but halfway he suddenly pushed me aside, and then he was petrified. Astoria seemed quite frightened, her lips pale, tears streaming down her face. Eli's mind raced to Draco had been petrified, but why would he go to the Ollery? How did he see the basilisk? He tried to keep his tone calm, asking, can you tell me where you were attacked? Did you see even a scale of... Upon hearing the word monster, Astoria immediately burst into tears. I think she needs to rest now. please wait until she's feeling better to ask anything. Daphne shielded Astoria. At that moment Astoria finally spoke. It was by the window over there in the great hall. I fell down and saw nothing in Malfoy. Eli turned away, his expression grave as he roughly understood what had happened. It must have been that Draco saw the basilisk first through the window, and in a protective instinct pushed Astoria away at the last moment, leaving her unharmed. But didn't the basilisk only attack muggleborns and half-bloods? How could it be? Eli's heart grew heavier. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, with events occurring that were not part of the plot, and he didn't even know who opened the chamber. The basilisk seemed to have begun attacking aimlessly. Could Voldemort's soul be about to resurrect? That night Eli cast the disillusionment charm on himself and headed to the hospital wing alone. Currently Professor Sprout's mandrakes had not matured yet and could not heal the petrified individuals. Eli had some stored away and planned to bring them to the hospital wing. At the entrance he spotted two sneaky figures. Harry, Ron. These two were about to open the door when they heard his voice and crouched down, covering their heads in terror. It's me, Eli. Eli kicked the two who had curled into a ball. Eli, what are you doing here? I was going to ask. Looking at these two reckless fellows, Eli said irritably. We just wanted to check on Draco. Isn't Hermione? Eli frowned. Normally Hermione would be leading these two useless boys in such situations. The two stammered for a bit, and eventually it was Harry who spoke up. Hermione. She went to the library and was caught by a professor. Now we hear she is helping Lockhart in his office to reply to fan letters. What? I told her not to run around randomly. Why did she go again? Why didn't you stop her? Eli felt a wave of irritation. Disobedient kids were the most annoying. Who knew she would go out? During the day, she said she seemed to have found some clues. Eli wished he could wait for Hermione to return and give her a good thrashing. He had never seen such a stubborn girl. Eli pushed open the door of the hospital wing, where several petrified victims lay. He approached Draco's bedside, where he remained frozen in a reaching motion. He placed several prepared mandrakes aside and pulled Harry and Ron out with him. Along the way, Eli vented his frustrations at the two, finding it hard to contain his anger. These ironhead kids were more troublesome than the last. If they made it to the conclusion, they must have some serious luck. Suddenly McGonagall's voice echoed through the castle again. All major professors please assemble immediately. Other staff members please go to each house to take attendance. McGonagall's tone was unusually serious, even trembling slightly. What has happened? Eli's expression darkened. It was likely that there was another victim, and it might not just be petrification. The few quickened their pace. In the corridor, McGonagall rushed with the heads of the houses to a certain wall. It's here. Eli and the others immediately stopped upon hearing the commotion. The professor said, as you can see, the heir of Slytherin has left another message. The worst has happened. A student has been taken into the chamber. The faces of the few changed. Eli's heart sank. Who was taken this time? He had a bad feeling. The professors stared at the bloody letters, their expressions grave. Do we know who was taken now? No, not yet. I have already sent the teachers to investigate. McGonagall's face was somewhat pale, her eyes filled with unshakable worry and sorrow. We should send all the students home. Hogwarts may close forever. Eli leaned forward to look, sensing that something was off, and his worries deepened. He suddenly turned and ran. Harry and Ron were momentarily stunned before quickly following. They soon arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, rushing to Lockhart's office door. Alohomora. He brutally used the unlocking charm to open the office door. Inside, apart from a pile of disheveled letters, there was no sign of Lockhart or Hermione. Eli suddenly felt an overwhelming panic. On the table lay an unfinished letter in Hermione's handwriting, the last word seemingly cut off abruptly. He suddenly noticed a piece of torn paper sticking out beneath the letter. Eli quickly pulled it out and opened it. It was part of a book, and this section just so happened to record information about the basilisk. There was Hermione's handwriting on it, saying, Pipes. Lockhart, you better pray that when I arrive Hermione is unharmed, or else. A golden-red glint flashed in Eli's eyes as he was furious. He rushed to the girls' bathroom, where the entrance to the chamber was located. Eli! Harry and Ron were still on their way, and seeing Eli run out, they shouted. There's no time. The one who was taken is most likely Hermione. We have to save her. Harry and Ron were taken aback, immediately asking for clarification. Why? Where do we go to save her? Remember Harry's parcel tongue, and that sound only he can hear. That monster is at least a serpent. He handed the note to the two, saying, This is what Hermione left behind. That monster is the basilisk. It attacks through the pipes. While running, the two could barely see what was written, only spotting a drawing of a snake. So where are we going now? The girls' bathroom, where Moaning Myrtle is. Moaning Myrtle. Exactly. Don't you remember? Hermione said the Weeping Myrtle was a student who died at the school. She should be the student who was killed back then. Wherever she died, her soul remained there, and that bathroom just happens to have many pipes. The basilisk is likely there. Eli couldn't worry too much and just blurted everything out. In their panic, Harry and Ron didn't bother to question the inconsistencies and instinctively believed him, and the three rushed toward the bathroom. A few people sprinted to the washroom, where Myrtle was sobbing ghostly. Myrtle, forgive my rudeness, but could you tell me how you died back then? Myrtle stopped crying, and upon seeing that the speaker was a handsome little boy, her expression turned shy. Oh, of course. That day I was here crying alone because Olive Hornby mocked me for wearing glasses. Then I heard someone come in, and from the voice it was a boy. I wanted him to just go away quickly. Then when I came out I saw 2 terrifying yellow eyes. Then I died. As Myrtle recalled the scene, a look of fear crossed her face. Right there. She pointed to the sink beside her, which was the entrance to the chamber. Thank you. Harry, speak in Parseltongue. Say something. Imagine the tap as a snake. Harry stared at the rusty tap, producing a hissing sound from his throat. Eli heard clearly that Harry was saying to open it. Suddenly a rumbling sound came from the sink, which began to slowly open sideways, gradually revealing a bottomless pipe. Looking down into the pipe, they felt a chill, as if it were a gaping maw ready to devour them. Eli tossed a light spell down the pipe, illuminating it. There was not much down there, just a bit dirty. The pipe had some curvature, so it wouldn't be fatal if they fell. This is it. I'll go down first, you follow. Be careful. Eli jumped down, sliding quickly through the pipe. Behind him, he heard the voices of Harry and Ron. They fell for a long time, indicating that the pipe was extremely long, and the chamber was very deep. Splash. Eli landed first, and thankfully there was magic, otherwise he would have been a mess. Harry and Ron followed, but they weren't so lucky, ending up dirty. The ground was littered with the bones of small creatures, and with each step there was a crunching sound. Ron felt too nauseated to look down. Harry held the invisibility cloak. They had brought it when they came to check on Draco. What is this? They moved closer and found a huge snake shed. Curled up on the ground, it looked to be about 20 meters long. What kind of monster snake could this be? Harry and Ron felt a chill, and Eli was also a bit nervous. He wondered if his preparations would be enough for such a huge monster. He handed each of them a pair of goggles, saying, "Put these on, they might save your lives from the monster's gaze. I bought them during my potion experiments." Harry and Ron trusted him, and quickly put on the goggles. These were actually Eli's specially made alchemical goggles, possessing strong magical resistance, which should withstand several gazes from the monster. They moved forward, and ahead appeared a stone wall, with a huge circular stone door adorned with snake-like patterns. Eli looked at Harry, who understood his intent, and stepped forward to use Parseltongue once more. Another series of hissing sounds followed, and the stone door responded. The snake patterns on it seemed to come alive, slowly writhing and contracting, making the outermost snake pattern slither around, and the door emitted a muffled sound as it began to open. They exchanged glances and walked inside. Inside was extremely spacious, the ground polished to a smooth finish with water all around, making it very damp. Each step felt like stepping into a puddle, echoing with splashes in the empty underground space. On the central stone wall there was a gigantic face statue, so old it resembled a monkey with hair bristled, as if in a furious roar. Hermione lay on the ground silent. Eli couldn't help but run over, discovering her face was very pale. "I never expected you really could find this place." A familiar voice made Eli alert. He stood up, pointing his wand toward the shadows, while Harry and Ron also took a defensive stance. A figure emerged from the darkness, their defense against the dark arts: Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. His attire was still flamboyant and exquisite, as if he needed to maintain his image wherever he went. Eli coldly stared at him, without speaking, knowing the real culprit hadn't shown up yet. "It's you." Despite Eli having said it before seeing Lockhart appear, still left Harry and Ron incredulous. How could a fraud who couldn't even cast a complete spell be the heir of Slytherin? Yet recalling Quirrell from the last semester, everything began to feel normal. Even a timid stutterer could eventually turn into a Death Eater, thus Lockhart opening the chamber wasn't too far-fetched. What didn't expect it? Didn't expect the big fraud Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart wore a mocking smile, his eyes filled with madness. "My master, he taught me profound spells. He promised to make me a true celebrity. Now he is about to be resurrected. Ooh, I won't allow you to cause any disruptions." "So you're just stalling for time now," Eli said coldly, his wand glowing dangerously. He pulled out a potion vial for Harry to feed to Hermione. "What do you want to do?" "Avada Kedavra. Ultimate death." A green and gray beam of light collided. Lockhart was neither Quirrell nor Voldemort. His magical power was nowhere near Eli's strength. However, he was particularly skilled in memory charms, which relied on mental power. He should also be adept at soul-based spells like the Killing Curse, not to mention his current obsession, so Lockhart's Killing Curse was not without its strengths. Yet he slowly retreated under Ella's powerful onslaught. Lockhart's face showed horror followed by disbelief. "Impossible, impossible. He taught me so many spells. I couldn't possibly lose to a child." Like someone deceived, Lockhart couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't contend with Eli. He was extremely image-conscious, used to the flattery of others. The recent exclusion by professors had already driven him to madness. Now that he finally became stronger, how could he accept being defeated by a child? Impossible, impossible. His gaze was completely consumed by madness, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. His once handsome face now looked terrifyingly grotesque. Eli steadily advanced his spell, looking at Lockhart as if he were a corpse. He was extremely angry because his negligence had put Hermione's life in danger. Now Hermione's life force was being continuously absorbed by the diary, the earlier potion barely stabilizing her pallor. He should have noticed Lockhart's anomalies sooner. Every time a student was attacked, he had a different excuse for being absent during the professor's gatherings as the defense against the dark arts professor. And that duel with Snape, given his strength, he should have been defeated in the first round, yet he could still fight back ultimately, even using dark magic that forced Snape to employ the disarming charm. The outcome of the battle between the two was becoming increasingly evident. Ella's face was as grim as water, while Loart appeared disheveled and fierce. Ella's curse had forced Loart's spell to its very limits. A glint of brilliance flashed in Ella's eyes as his magical power erupted, causing an explosion where their spells clashed violently, hurling Loart away. Loart crashed against the stone wall and fell to the ground unconscious. Yet Eli showed no sign of relaxation. "Tom, are you not coming out?" Harry and Ron thought it was over and prepared to help Hermione up, but upon seeing Ella's demeanor, they raised their wands defensively. A round of applause echoed from the shadows, the crisp sound striking at the hearts of those present. "Not bad, really not bad, Eli Hall. What an exceptional genius you are. I dare say you will certainly achieve great things." A youth with a delicate face and sharp eyes stepped out, his appearance surpassing even Loart's. Upon his emergence, Harry instinctively clutched his forehead in pain, catching Tom's attention. In that moment, Tom's gaze turned cruel as he fixated on Harry's scar, and in the next instant he vanished. "Tom, there's no need for more chatter. I know quite a bit about you. Let's see what you've got." Eli was unwilling to engage any longer with this sly trickster. With every passing second, Hermione grew weaker while Tom grew stronger. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Tom's eyes, replaced by a feigned regret as he shook his head. Why? Why is it that a noble cause is always misunderstood? Why must a genius be bound by this unjust world? This fellow appeared to be quite confident, possessing an immensely powerful dark magic through the soul fragment, making it nearly impossible to destroy with ordinary means. Eli sought to obtain the diary, intending to destroy it with the golden red flame or the basilisk fang. However, the diary was still in Tom's hands, and he, believing he held the upper hand, was willing to prolong the encounter. But Eli could not afford to wait. He couldn't gamble with Hermione's life, for that would lead to chaos on his part. When Eli saw the diary in Tom's grasp, a faint smile tugged at his lips. "Tom, after all these years, how does it feel to hold this old artifact again?" "What?" Tom sensed something was amiss. Ultimate death. A gray light surged forth, carrying the force of destruction toward Tom. His pupils constricted as he desperately leaped to the side. He stumbled and rolled clumsily on the ground, but Eli showed no mercy, casting spell after spell. Tom was like a monkey performing in a circus, awkwardly rolling about. He quickly picked up Loart's fallen wand and shouted, "Armor protection." A shield charm blocked Ella's spell, but as he felt the force of the magic, Tom's face turned pale. Eli keenly observed that with every spell Tom cast, his body dimmed a bit more. Eli snorted coldly. Did he really think he had Eli under control? If Tom had just emerged from the diary, Eli would indeed have no way to deal with him, as he was merely a soul. But once Tom absorbed Hermione's vitality and began to materialize, even able to wield the diary, Ella's spells could then harm him. And since Tom had not fully resurrected, his magical power diminished with each use, making it unsustainable. In a direct confrontation, Tom would be utterly outmatched by Eli. Having been thoroughly toyed with, Tom glared viciously at Eli, who mocked him. Harry and Ron felt a chill from Tom's gaze, as if a poisonous snake were fixating on them. Suddenly Tom let out a hissing, eerie sound which both Harry and Eli recognized. He was summoning, "Get ready. The basilisk is about to emerge. You two take Hermione far away and avoid making eye contact." Harry and Ron immediately backed away with Hermione, while Eli donned protective goggles. It's useless. Before the basilisk, no matter how you hide, you cannot escape death." "You're the one talking nonsense." Eli retaliated with a spell aimed at Tom, forcing him to hide in a panic. He even dared not use the kill. Kill. The brutal voice echoed, and Eli could even hear the sound of the basilisk's skin sliding along the ground. Before long, a massive serpent's head emerged from the mouth of the old statue. Ella's muscles were tensed. Upon spotting the basilisk, he thrust his wand forward. A sharp beam of golden light shot toward the basilisk's eyes. Yet the creature, possessing considerable intelligence, dodged its head, causing Ella's spell to miss. Seeing his curse aimed at the eyes miss, Eli dared not linger in place, quickly lowering his head and running away. Although the previous spell had not hit the eyes, it had struck its head. The basilisk, having been attacked the moment it emerged, unleashed its thunderous wrath, opening its fearsome mouth full of sharp fangs to lunge at Eli. Eli could even smell the foul odor from the basilisk's mouth. Blast! A blasting curse was hurled into the basilisk's mouth, and surprisingly, it proved effective, momentarily halting the creature's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Eli quickly distanced himself from it. The basilisk possessed immense magical resistance, but generally speaking living beings tend to be more vulnerable internally. Ella's previous attack had caused the basilisk considerable pain. Angered and humiliated, the creature was even more determined to eliminate this pesky little worm. However, having learned from its previous lesson, it swung its massive tail towards Eli. Obstacles abound. Eli attempted to dodge using magic to lessen the impact of the tail. The spell was effective, greatly slowing the tail's speed, but it still sent Eli flying a considerable distance. Haha, I told you, stop resisting. If you submit to me now, I will spare your life. Oh, after all, such a talent is rare. Eli chose to ignore Tom's taunts and pulled out a few small trumpets from his pocket, squeezing them gently to produce a loud crowing sound. At that moment, the basilisk suddenly recoiled, as if confronted by a terrifying nemesis, thrashing its body back and roaring in agony. Tom's expression changed. He hadn't expected Eli to have this trick up his sleeve. It should be noted that the basilisk is extremely afraid of the sound of a rooster's crow, which is why Hagrid's chickens had all been slaughtered. Eli, well aware of the basilisk's characteristics, had crafted this device in advance to produce a crowing sound. The effect appeared to exceed his expectations. Yet he dared not let his guard down. After all, this was not a real rooster, and no matter how good the effect, it was limited, at least incapable of truly harming the basilisk. As expected, after struggling for a while, the basilisk seemed to develop immunity to the sound and let out a dangerous low growl directed at Eli. As the serpent creature raised its body high, Eli could see its gaping maw and sharp, venomous fangs reflected on. Eli cast a spell on himself, moving swiftly as he darted into the pipe behind him. The serpent creature naturally wouldn't let him escape easily, and it followed suit, diving in after him. The pipe was spacious enough for Eli to stand and run without any pressure, but as soon as the serpent creature entered, it filled the space completely, leaving Eli with no way out. As both man and serpent entered the pipe, the darkness was overwhelming. Eli pulled out several small metallic-looking orbs from his pocket. Feeling the serpent creature's movements rapidly approaching from behind, Eli clenched the small orbs in his hand, saying, "Whoever dares to stare will die. Let's see how you like this." Without looking back, he suddenly threw the small orbs behind him. Upon collision, the magical power and runes sealed within them were instantly activated. In an instant, the pipe was illuminated by a blinding white light, erasing everything from view. Outside, a terrifying beam of light erupted from the pipe, forcing Tom to retreat, his face changing dramatically. The furious roar, or rather the scream from the serpent creature, revealed the first look of horror on Tom's face. At the moment he threw the orbs, Eli hid around the corner, turning his back to the light source as he layered magical shields upon himself. The pipe trembled violently from the serpent creature's frenzied struggles. Eli was astonished by its power. Had it struck him with its tail, he might have turned into a mist of blood. Yet at the same time, he felt a surge of joy because his plan had worked. He had lured the serpent into this cramped, dark pipe and released the prepared flash orbs here, which would at least temporarily blind the creature. As the light gradually faded, Eli slowly peeked out to test whether the serpent's vision was still intact. With goggles protecting him, he could withstand at least one impact. The serpent was still struggling relentlessly, but due to its massive size, it couldn't escape the pipe in its panic. Eli could clearly see that the serpent's eyes were tightly shut. The opportunity had come. He waved his wand, a flicker of golden-red flames surged, and under Ellis' intentionally amplified magical output, that flame transformed into a blazing inferno. Within the pipe, the high temperature instantly enveloped the serpent, while outside Tom watched the terrifying flames erupt, his expression turning somewhat grotesque. Having just experienced the sting of the light, the serpent was now suffering the searing heat of the flames, letting out a shrill and sorrowful cry. This golden-red flame had emerged since Eli successfully transformed into a phoenix. Unlike magical flames, the golden-red flames seemed innate to him, easily manipulated with a mere gesture. This fire, seemingly divine, was no less fearsome than hellfire, possessing terrifying destructive power. Even the serpent, with its high magical resistance, could not withstand such extreme heat. Ellis' face now bore a fierce expression. He truly intended to kill this monster, as his magic surged forth like a flood from a broken dam, filling the air with a thunderous roar of magic. When Eli cut off his magic, a wave of weakness washed over him, and he gasped, "When was the last time I felt like this?" The high temperature had evaporated all moisture, distorting the air, and the pipe was riddled with cracks. The serpent lay helplessly, a head charred all over its head, unrecognizable from the scorching. "It should be dead now," Eli muttered, feeling somewhat fatigued. The sudden surge of magic had taken a toll on it. "Aren't you going to come out and see who's in my hand?" A familiar voice suddenly came from outside, and Ellis' expression changed drastically. Not good. He hurriedly ran out of the pipe, only to see Hermione lying quietly on the ground while Harry and Ron were back. Gilderoy Lockhart, who had just been unconscious, was now crazily pointing his wand at the others, while Tom stood with his hands behind his back, mockingly observing the weakened Eli. I never imagined your abilities exceeded my expectations. You actually dealt with the serpent creature. But alas, you will still be controlled by the great Lord Voldemort regarding life and death. Tom regained his arrogant demeanor while Ellis' expression darkened. He truly had played all his cards not expecting. So how about it? Bow your head and submit to the greatest Lord Voldemort. It will be your lifelong honor. Tom glanced at Hermione, on the ground, her face pale. Look, what a pity for this little witch. If you hesitate any longer, she might just die. Her life is now in your hands. Whether she lives or dies depends entirely on you. Ellis' eyes widened with rage. His silver teeth clenched, his fierce gaze filled with the desire to kill that damned man. Suddenly a high-pitched cry rang out, and a fiery red bird became the only vibrant color in the dim underground space. Fox. Eli recognized it as the phoenix fox at a glance, watching as it dropped an old hat before flying away. Tom, who had initially looked vigilant, burst into laughter at the sight. I thought there would be some secret weapon. Look at your great Dumbledore. In a crisis, he sends you a ridiculous hat. Eli ignored him because he saw a silver sword hilt inside the hat. The sword of Gryffindor. But what good would it do to have it now? Eli forced his aching brain to think of a way out. In such a situation, what could he possibly do? He couldn't just take the sword and attack them. Thinking of Hermione's life hanging by a thread and Harry and Ron being captured with a group of petrified classmates above waiting for the Mandrix to save them. Wait, Mandrix. Eli suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling that he still had several mature Mandrix in his undetectable extension charm bag. He silently cast a spell on himself, then suddenly made his move, sending the spell's light flying towards Lockhart. Tom laughed derisively to him. This was merely Ellis' last struggle. Lockhart instinctively cast the shield charm, but when the spell flew closer, it suddenly split into three. One headed towards Hermione, while the other two went towards Harry and Ron. What kind of trick are you playing? Eli sneered coldly, suddenly pulling several Mandrix from his pocket and throwing them at them. In an instant, a sharp, terrifying wail echoed throughout the chamber. Oh! Lockhart and Tom were instantly overwhelmed by the horrific sound. Lockhart painfully covered his ears, yet blood began to flow from his mouth. Tom continued to struggle and scream, his soul visibly dimming. With a thud, the diary slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the others, already protected by spells, looked excited. Stupefied, Eli freed Harry and Ron from their bindings. Harry and Ron suddenly paled. Eli, be careful. Eli suddenly felt the hairs all over his body stand on end as a powerful wind rushed in. Bang! Eli was instantly thrown back and crashed to the ground. The fearsome serpent, bloodied and mangled, crawled out at some point, looking even more terrifying. Eli struggled to prop himself up, feeling as though his insides had been rearranged. Harry the hat, the sword. His goggles were already in pieces. When he lifted his head, a pair of terrifying yellow eyes appeared in his sight. It's over. These were the last two words Eli uttered before closing his eyes. Subsequent developments unfolded as the plot described, with Harry successfully retrieving the sword of Gryffindor from the hat, slaying the basilisk, and then using its fangs to destroy the diary. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes was destroyed, and the soul within it was utterly annihilated. Eli too returned to that vast white space. Did I die again? It was not surprising for Eli to think this, as he had been staring directly into the basilisk's eyes, engaging in a deadly gaze. No, you merely fainted. A hoarse voice rang out, startling Eli. He turned to see an elderly man with a balding head, dressed in gray robes, standing behind him. Do not be afraid, child. Who are you? Eli felt the face somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. You must have seen my statue and know my name. Suddenly a name popped into Ellis' mind, but he dismissed it as yet the old man before him gradually aligned with the name in his mind. Old headmaster. Ah, yes, I am your old headmaster, Salazar Slytherin. The old man seemed as though he hadn't spoken to anyone in centuries, appearing somewhat excited. Eli felt as if he had seen a ghost. Slytherin had been dead for over 1,000 years. How could he possibly have? Slytherin seemed to sense Ellis' doubt. In truth, I should have died long ago, but due to certain troubles, I allowed my soul to linger. Troubles? What kind of troubles could? Eli found it hard to imagine what sort of troubles could compel such a legendary wizard to remain tethered to his soul. Slytherin's expression grew serious. Child, each of us from birth to death is merely being manipulated. Thus divination arose to peek into our future, yet there are always those who refuse to be so easily controlled. So you are one of them? Slytherin nodded. But Eli still did not understand what kind of existence could manipulate the fates of all people, and why Slytherin chose to exist in the form of a soul merely to avoid death. So who exactly is controlling us? Eli felt a chill. Oh, was everything in the world being manipulated? Were they merely performing in a script? The Grim Reaper. Slytherin's response was succinct, his gaze still calm. The Grim Reaper. This was not the first time Eli had heard of the Grim Reaper. Nick had previously explained the Deathly Hallows and the Reaper's authority. However, Eli had never truly believed that deities existed in this world. Slytherin continued, The Grim Reaper controls people's destinies. When you are born, when you die, it's all just a thought of his. But the Grim Reaper is not without desires. He craves souls, especially powerful ones. Throughout history, he has orchestrated the deaths of countless formidable wizards collecting their souls. Do you know of the killing curse? It's that thing that emits green light. It's a spell created by the Grim Reaper to collect souls and control minds. Ella's perception of Slytherin began to collapse. Could this seemingly unserious old man truly be one of the founders of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin? Every person killed by the killing curse has their soul claimed by the Grim Reaper, and each time the curse is used, the caster's soul fractures, ultimately losing their sanity and falling easily under the Reaper's control. Slytherin spoke at length, and Eli listened intently. These secrets were things he had never heard before. And then there are the Dementors. They are not alive, but merely tools sent by the Grim Reaper to assist in soul absorption, utterly evil. The Grim Reaper's favorite souls are those of powerful wizards such as mine. He tried every means to ensure I met an untimely death, while I exhausted my life fighting against him. That basilisk was actually my animagus. In my later years, I sealed my soul within the animagus forever. I can no longer return to human form, but at least the Grim Reaper cannot do anything to me. Later, because my soul shrank, my body continued to act purely on instinct until I found a suitable successor to continue my unfinished business. What business? To kill the Grim Reaper. Slytherin's sudden outburst of murderous intent startled Eli. To kill the Grim Reaper sounded utterly insane. Such a terrifying statement had come from the mouth of an old man, albeit one who was a legendary wizard that had existed for over 1,000 years. Ella's mind was shaken. The Slytherin of 1,000 years ago, the Grim Reaper, who controlled life and death, and that basilisk was actually Slytherin himself. That thing seemed almost roasted to perfection. Eli cautiously distanced himself, fearing that this old man might suddenly seek revenge. Slytherin noticed Ella's movement. He seemed to truly have the ability to see into people's hearts. Hey you Brad, do you think I would come after you for killing my body? No. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Never mind, don't worry. My soul has been trapped in that body for too long. Now that you've released me, it's a good deed. But from now on I will be living with you, no rent. What? Living with me? Where? Eli was filled with questions. Slytherin's words left him bewildered. Of course I will exist in your space. I never expected that someone could create a mesmerizing illusion. Oh, it's truly remarkable. Slytherin looked around amazed. Mesmerizing illusion. Isn't this my soul space? It can also be considered your soul space. This is also the resting place for all lost souls, you unable to progress or retreat. It is also the domain of the Grim Reaper. Slytherin gazed deeply at Eli. I will always exist here. The Grim Reaper cannot find me. If you encounter any issues, just come to me, and I will help you resolve them. At that moment, Slytherin resembled a big brother, making a solemn promise to protect him, causing Ella's mouth to twitch. But now he also has a grandpa. Stop acting like you've never seen the world. As my successor, you need to have some poise. Successor? Me? Eli was completely bewildered. How did he suddenly become a successor? Wasn't he from the Potter family? Could it be? Eli felt as if he had discovered something monumental. Smack! Slytherin slapped Eli on the head. What are you thinking? You have no blood relation to me. Then why? Do you think my successor has to be my descendant? As long as one meets the requirements, they can become a successor. That brat named Tom, who was so afraid of death that he split his soul to create Horcruxes, I can feel that he is already under the control of the Grim Reaper. Such a person is unworthy of being my successor. Slytherin's disdain was evident whenever Voldemort was mentioned. Then why did you say you would come out and eliminate all the non-purebloods after opening the chamber? I do not discriminate against non-purebloods. In fact, non-purebloods often possess remarkable talents. If you ask me why I targeted them, it all dates back to those years. Back then the church was hunting down wizards. Ordinary humans had no power to resist wizards, but some muggle-born wizards emerged aligned with the church and harbored hostility towards wizards. When we established Hogwarts, it was to provide a sanctuary for wizards, but some muggle-born wizards infiltrated, spying for intelligence and collaborating with the church, causing us immense losses. So when I fully transformed into a basilisk, if someone opened the chamber, it signified that Hogwarts was in crisis, and I would emerge to protect my school. Slytherin's words left Eli in awe, but he then thought, then why did you attack those innocent classmates? Smack! Eli received another slap. I told you my soul has been hidden. This body is purely acting on. Alright, you can go now. Oh, I need to rest. Eli was at a loss for words. Clearly this was his soul space, yet it felt like Slytherin was treating it like his own home. By the way, Godric and those guys should be similar to me. If you have the chance, look for them, and let them come keep me company, and give you a few things too as a gift for being a successor. Slytherin did not specify what, and with a wave of his hand, Eli felt himself being instantly pushed out, his consciousness returning to his body. When Eli opened his eyes, a strong scent of potion wafted towards him. He was in the school infirmary. His body felt slightly numb, and Eli attempted to prop himself up. Oh dear, you need to rest. Just lie down for a while, Mrs. Pomfrey rushed over and pressed him back down. Mrs. Pomfrey, when can I be discharged? You were brought in with multiple fractures and some serious internal injuries. I can hardly imagine what you went through. Just drink these medicines and rest for a bit longer. You should be able to go home by tonight. Eli obediently finished his medicine, saying, burp. The taste is not bad, but I prefer strawberry flavor. Mrs. Pomfrey shot him a look as if to say, are you foolish? Before leaving. Can I see him? Oh, Professor Dumbledore, fine, but only for a moment. The patient needs proper rest. All right, I'll be careful, Bopey. Upon seeing Dumbledore's sudden visit, Eli attempted to sit up. No need, just rest well. Professor, you're back. Dumbledore smiled at him. Of course, this is all thanks to you, and also to Mr. Potter and the others. It's what we should do. No need for modesty, it was indeed a lot to ask of you facing Tom and a basilisk. By the way, Professor, what about Lockhart? Eli suddenly remembered that guy, wondering if he had been killed by the Mandrakes. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. According to St. Mungo's diagnosis, his brain was subjected to extreme stimulation, initially determined to be from the cries of the Mandrake. However, he didn't die, much to the surprise of the doctors. Professor, why did you hire him to teach defense against the dark arts? Eli finally asked the question that had been troubling him for a long time. Dumbledore cleared his throat awkwardly. Actually, he was the only one who applied at the time. Eli, speaking of which, our defense against the dark arts professor position has opened up again this semester. Lockhart hasn't even completed a year yet. Eli nodded. Indeed, the events had unfolded much earlier than in the movies, and Lockhart had barely been there for a year. What do you think of the position, Professor Hall? It's not bad. What? Eli looked at Dumbledore, who was expectantly gazing at him with a face full of terror. You old man aren't trying to set me up, are you? Knowing that this position isn't exactly a good omen, you're pushing it on. Dumbledore understood Eli's expression and coughed awkwardly again. Who doesn't know you are the best among the students? Even Professor McGonagall said you would definitely surpass her, so this position suits you perfectly. Eli couldn't help but feel that these words sounded just like those of a certain noseless old man trying to manipulate people. Of course, you don't have to worry. You only need to finish the remaining classes for this academic year, and next semester there will naturally be a new professor. Eli admired old Dumbledore. He could still recruit people. Well, that's fine, but I want to be paid. Although Eli always felt intimidated in front of this powerful figure, when it came to wages, he straightened his back. No problem, no problem. A Lockhart has gone mad now, so his salary. Eli looked at the old man in shock. Old Dumbledore, you've turned bad. You're starting to exploit your employees. Just because he went mad, you're cutting his pay. But as long as I can get my salary, it's fine. The two foxes, one big and one small, reached an unspeakable secret and started to chuckle. Before long, Mrs. Pomfrey chased Dumbledore out. During that time, Harry and the others came by once, but they couldn't get past Mrs. Pomfrey's defenses. Eli watched them holding snacks, leaving him with an ungrateful mouthful of saliva. However, fortunately, by evening, Mrs. Pomfrey let Eli go just in time to catch dinner. Harry and the others were waiting for Eli at the infirmary door. As soon as Eli came out, a petite figure rushed up. This. Eli was immediately at a loss for words, feeling the little witch's sobs. He wanted to pat her with his hand, but didn't dare. After a while, Eli felt his shoulder completely soaked. Hermione finally released him, still sobbing. Thank you, Eli. Oh, if it weren't for me. This. It's what we should do, For the first time, Eli felt so shy. He had been prepared to scold her, but this unexpected turn left him unprepared. Wow, Eli, did you invent a device that can change skin color? Come on, share it with us. The twins suddenly appeared, also there to welcome Eli. What? Your face is completely red now. Just like a monkey's butt. Eli touched his face and found it indeed a bit hot. Go away, you look more like a monkey's butt. Hermione also felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that her earlier reaction had indeed been a bit excessive. All right, let's hurry to eat. I'm almost starving. Well, let us escort our great hero to dinner, the twins said in a strange tone. Upon arriving at the great hall, they all squeezed into the Gryffindor long table along with Draco. After all, this side of Gryffindor was lively. This is for you. A girl ran over and placed a large piece of cake on Draco's plate before running away. Eli glanced and realized this was Astoria, who had been saved by Draco at the time. Several people looked at Draco with peculiar expressions, making him feel quite embarrassed. What? She wanted to give this to me herself? It's not even my favorite flavor. Eli shook his head. Oh, indeed, young and impetuous. Suddenly, an apple appeared on his plate. Eli glanced at it in disdain, then picked up a large drumstick and took a hearty bite, saying with his mouth full, this is the real deal. He completely failed to notice the angry eye roll from someone. Before long, the defense against the dark arts class was about to begin as students were buzzing about who the new professor would be, and the classroom was in an uproar. What do you think that statue is for? Look, he's holding a knife-like weapon. I guess it must be some kind of moving puppet. Makes sense. Eli had intentionally dressed well today. After all, he was now considered a professor, wasn't he? He even put some of Draco's hair gel in his hair. It could be said to be like a little lamb farting, both stylish and Eli walked into the classroom with his head held high, stepping up to the podium under the astonished gazes of everyone casting a glance down at them. From now on, I am your defense against the dark arts, professor. Harry and the others nearly dropped their jaws. The students thought it was a prank until Eli showed them his appointment letter, then they finally believed it. Professor Hall, what are we learning in our first class? Ron eagerly raised his hand to speak. Eli looked back at the statue of Guan Yu and the others. First, we need to pay respect to this ancestor who slays demons and dispels evil, the martial saint. I know. Draco immediately recounted the stories Eli had previously told him about Guan Yu. All right, we must have rules and a sense of presence. Thus, in one of the classrooms at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a scene emerged where the young wizards in dark uniforms all bowed to Guan Yu, shouting, "Disciples, pay their respects to Guan Yu." A black magic defense class taught by a second-year student commenced. Can anyone tell me what the unforgivable curses are? Eli fiddled with his wand, eager to see who among the second-year students would know. A small hand shot up. It was Hermione. Eli was somewhat surprised, yet somewhat not. It was contradictory. On one hand, Eli thought that the first to answer should have been a student from one of the long-standing pure-blood families, yet it was Hermione, who came from a Muggle background. However, considering Hermione's remarkable reading volume, it was somewhat expected. Then let Miss Granger answer. Eli smiled and pointed at Hermione. Hermione's face flushed slightly, appearing a bit shy, but she articulated her answers smoothly. The unforgivable curses consist of 3 types, each of which can send someone to Azkaban. Eli finished her sentence. Each of these curses is exceedingly evil. They are adept at tormenting others and are standard tools of dark wizards. Professor, if that's the case, why do we still need to learn them? Seymour Finnegan, the explosive genius of Gryffindor, asked. Eli glanced at him. Mr. Finnegan, that's a good question. Why would I want you to learn these dark spells if they are so evil? You must understand we are learning how to combat dark magic, or rather how to survive under dark magic. If we do not understand dark magic, how can we defend against it? Do we really need to learn these spells? Said Neville, who showed signs of fear and a hint of resentment when he heard about the unforgivable curses. Neville's parents, the Longbottoms, were driven insane by Bellatrix Lestrange's Cruciatus curse, so he understandably had bad memories associated with the unforgivable curses. Of course, but not right now. Eli looked at Neville, aware of the unfortunate fate that had befallen his shy parent. I certainly cannot teach you these now, not even demonstrate them, or I might end up being the youngest inmate at Azkaban. Laughter echoed through the classroom. Since these curses are so evil, wouldn't it be better if we didn't learn them at all so no one gets hurt? I mean, if no one knows these curses. Eli looked deeply at Neville. No, it wouldn't. Sometimes it is not the power that is evil, but the person wielding that power. Even if all dark magic were to vanish, those who wish to do evil would still find a way. Even if it's just Lumos, they would want to blind others' eyes. Just like the Death Eaters, Neville softly remarked. Yes, most of them are indeed wicked individuals. Even if the Ministry bans the unforgivable curses, they will find ways to learn them illicitly. To combat them, we must possess power that is not inferior to theirs. Not wielding a sword and wielding one is not the same thing. Upon finishing, the classroom fell silent instantly. His words impacted their thoughts. Perhaps some would become lost in power, but Eli believed that many more would learn how to choose their own strength. This class might have been the most engrossing one for the students. Even after Eli announced the end of class, many students continued discussing his black magic defense lesson. In the headmaster's office, that was an absolutely splendid class. Should I perhaps give you a raise? Dumbledore appeared to be in good spirits as he teased Eli. Sure, why not? Eli quickly replied. Dumbledore, I was just joking. Did you really think I would give you a raise? But Professor, did you attend the class today? Eli was curious as to why Dumbledore seemed so familiar with the contents of his lesson. Could it be? Ellis gazed at Dumbledore, turned peculiar. This old man with a long beard was indeed a voice. If he could monitor the classroom, then the restroom. Ahem. Dumbledore's awkward cough interrupted Ellis' gradually absurd imagination. You know, as the headmaster, I have the obligation to assess the teaching capabilities of the faculty. Dumbledore once again asserted his authority. Based on my assessment, Professor Hall's teaching abilities are exceptional. I believe the students will benefit greatly. Then you should give me a raise. Ahem. Eli dared not say more, fearing that he would send this over-a-century-old man off with a cough. Eli, I'm very pleased that you have such an understanding of power. I believe you can do better than us. Professor, it's all thanks to your guidance, Eli flattered. Don't be modest, Eli. Exceptional wisdom is the greatest treasure. However, Dumbledore's sudden change of tone made Eli perk up. Dumbledore's gaze suddenly became profound. He waved his hand slowly, and Eli felt a magical disturbance emanating from the headmaster's office. Sometimes exceptional talent can attract the attention of certain entities. Eli had never seen Dumbledore with such an expression. The complexity in his eyes left Eli perplexed. What entity? Eli had some suspicions in his heart. We often refer to it as death. Eli frowned. He had not expected Dumbledore would discuss this with him. Why would Dumbledore tell him this? It is everywhere claiming to be all-powerful, reveling in souls, especially powerful souls. The more powerful the wizard, the more attention they attract until they fall into his death trap from which their soul is stripped away. Then why do you? Why tell you? Because you and I, or rather we are too close to him. Dumbledore's gaze turned somewhat dangerous. Eli didn't even dare meet his eyes. Who? Death. Of course, of course. Dumbledore paced a few steps, fiddling with his uniquely shaped. The stronger the talent, the mightier the power, the stronger the soul, the closer it is to him. Throughout history, many extraordinary wizards have either been harvested by death, dedicated their lives to escaping from him, or longed to defeat him and replace him. He placed both hands on Ella's shoulders, his gaze piercingly fixed on Ella's eyes. Promise me, Eli, promise me to always maintain your state of mind and not be swayed by him. He will take advantage of your weakest moments to invade your thoughts. Whether you wish to escape him or replace him, never become his sustenance. Ella's expression turned serious, his gaze resolute. Professor, I will always take my destiny into my own hands. Dumbledore's gaze softened, a hint of comfort appearing. Good boy, good boy. He transformed again into that old rascal. I believe in your promise. However, I seem to have noticed something between you and Miss Granger. Eli suddenly realized that Dumbledore's gaze had turned somewhat lecherous. Me and Hermione. What in the world? Professor, she and I are just classmates, nothing more. Oh, Dumbledore wore an... I understand. Professor, it's really not what you think. I know. Do you have something to say? If not, please help close the door on your way out. Seeing Dumbledore dismissing him, Eli bid farewell. As he stepped out the door, he clearly heard Dumbledore's sigh. Being young is wonderful. That pest. After stepping out, Eli had been contemplating Dumbledore's words. The mention of the Grim by Slytherin and Dumbledore both suggested that there truly exists a Grim in this world. Ella's mood grew heavy. It turned out that not only Voldemort awaited him, but also a Grim that was always there to lure him to his death. The Grim entices one to an accidental death by influencing their mindset. As long as a person harbors an obsession, they can be affected. Voldemort feared death, splitting his soul and leaving an opening for the Grim to invade. He had become mere meat on the Grim's chopping block. Eli suddenly recalled Dumbledore's rather tragic past. His sister was cruelly abused by Muggles, leading her to become a constantly volatile squib. His mother died due to his sister's passing. He encountered a person closer than a brother, and they shared lofty aspirations. But after an argument, he lost his sister, and the brother turned against him, leaving his life. He spent the latter half of his life living under the shadow of his sister's death, which is why he was drawn to the Resurrection Stone, while searching for Voldemort's Horcruxes, only to be cursed fatally. Eli was suddenly startled. In the original story, Dumbledore had been cursed fatally with only a year to live, eventually dying under Snape's killing curse. So in the original plot, even Dumbledore fell into the death trap set by the Grim. Eli felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. In the original story, it seemed that not only Dumbledore died from the killing curse, but also the first Dark Lord Grindelwald and the second Dark Lord Voldemort. This means that all three of these supreme beings were reaped by the Grim. Eli suddenly felt a pang of panic. The Grim's power exceeded his imagination. For a moment, he felt a sense of loss and gain. After all, if even a powerhouse like Dumbledore could not escape fate, then what about him? Eli, what are you thinking? A voice pulled Eli back to reality, startling him once again. Had he already been affected? Recalling the bleak thoughts that had just emerged in his mind, Eli felt a wave of dread. He looked at the person who had pulled him from his stupor. Hermione, what are you doing here? I just came out of the library. Eli glanced and saw the girl holding a pile of books that Harry and Ron would never finish reading. Are you preparing for finals? But the exams are still far off. Hermione looked at Eli and sighed. Sigh, it's still because of you. Me, a second year who can defeat professors, thwart Voldemort, and severely injure a basilisk. I have to give it my all just to compete with you. Eli smiled helplessly. If I'm already this impressive, why are you still thinking of competing with me? Hermione suddenly seemed a bit flustered, stammering. Anyway, I just want to compete with you. Even if you are impressive, I will still do my best to try. This statement struck Ella's heart like a heavy hammer. Indeed, no matter how strong the Grim was, no matter how difficult it was, why not give it everything you have and try? Even Slytherin, that old man who has lived for over 1,000 years, has not given up on killing the Grim. Eli have already died once. Even the King of Hell doesn't want me, so what's the Grim? Clearing his mind, Eli suddenly felt enlightened. He suddenly recalled the things Slytherin had entrusted to him. According to Slytherin, this was part of a book called the Codex of Occult Arts. At that time, he and the other three founders became the most brilliant four powerhouses of that era. Because of this, later they destroyed the original and divided the records into 4 parts, each kept by one of them, until an heir they recognized appeared. The part kept by Slytherin included a wealth of dark magic and many secrets. Even Voldemort's soul pales in comparison. Since he possesses such a supreme inheritance, why not impart this knowledge to his friends? It would be too difficult for him to face Voldemort and the Grimm alone, so why not find more helpers? Thinking of this, Eli threw an arm around Hermione's shoulders. Hey, don't you think we're good friends? Hermione was taken aback and stared wide-eyed at him. What's wrong? Eli didn't realize there was anything wrong with his behavior. Since you still consider me a friend, then I won't hold back. I have a lot of good knowledge, and I will share it all with you. Oh. Hermione's mind was a complete mess, unable to comprehend what Eli was saying. Can you be a bit more decisive like a man? Just one sentence I teach you learn, deal. Okay. Hey, that's more like it. Eli patted her shoulder with satisfaction, the few slaps, leaving Hermione in pain. I have high hopes for you. Then he dashed off excitedly. Leaving Hermione alone, blushing, watching the direction, he ran off, angrily stamping her foot and rubbing. Eli gathered Harry and the others together and shared the news with them. How could he refuse magic that came to his Harry, who was already interested in dueling, readily agreed, and Draco, eager to enhance his power, naturally agreed as well. Only Ron, after stammering and receiving a few slaps from Eli, reluctantly agreed. With the help of friends, Eli felt renewed confidence about the future. But will that old man blame me? After regaining his composure, Eli remembered Slytherin still residing in his soul space. The Codex of Occult Arts was his legacy as the heir. Would Ellis' intention to share this knowledge provoke his displeasure? Eli contemplated for a while before suddenly slapping his thigh. That old man is still residing in my body. Oh, what's wrong with using his knowledge? Thinking this way, Eli believed that since Slytherin relied on him, even if he was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. He still planned to inform him. Eli suddenly froze. How do I enter the soul space? He sadly realized that he didn't know how to access his own soul space. Feeling lost, Eli could only try to sense his soul power. His soul power had already grown strong and was rapidly increasing, making it very active and easily felt by Eli. Upon successfully touching the soul power, Ellis' consciousness suddenly felt as if it was being pulled deep into the soul. Everything around him was a blinding white. What's wrong? Did you run into trouble, or did you come to see me, old man? A robust voice came through, and Eli looked over to find Slytherin appeared much more spirited than before. So have you discovered something? Ever since I arrived in your hazy illusion, my soul has stopped deteriorating and instead started to recover. Speak up, I'm in a good mood and might be able to help you. Eli hesitated for a moment, then said, I want to teach what you gave me to my friends. Slytherin suddenly froze and Ellis' heart skipped a beat. Why do you think that? Slytherin asked after a moment of silence. I thought if it's just me against the Grimm and Voldemort, it would feel rather lonely. If I share the knowledge with my friends, then I will have comrades to fight alongside me. Slytherin stroked his beard with a solemn expression, suddenly smiled, and shook his head. I think we old fellows really can't compare to you young people. Aren't you afraid someone will learn the knowledge and surpass you? Eli thought for a moment, not afraid. I have no interest in being the best in the world. I only want my family and friends to be free from danger. All right, go ahead. I think those three fellows will support you as well. But remember, we will help you too. Eli nodded at him. Okay, if there's nothing else, then leave. Don't keep bothering me. With a wave of his hand, Slytherin sent Eli out again. Eli received 2 letters, one from Klein and the other from Montangus. The renovation of the factory and shop has been completed, and the transportation network has been established. The little fairies had rehearsed according to the plan, ensuring everything was foolproof. Eli contained his excitement and wrote letters to both the factory and Montangus. Eli instructed the little fairies to immediately begin producing potions and asked Montangus to prepare for the opening the day after tomorrow. An excited Montangus had already been waiting in the shop, which prevented the forces of the Bach family from finding him for the time being. Without any news reports or flyers being distributed, the familiar calls echoed in Diagonal Alley that day. The Phoenix Potion Shop is officially open for business with all potions fully supplied. Whatever you need, we have it. This sudden news surprised the wizards, none of whom expected that the Phoenix Potion Shop, which had caused a stir just days ago, and then suddenly closed, would reopen so unexpectedly. Have you heard? The Phoenix Potion Shop has reopened. What? That same Phoenix Potion Shop. Is it real? Why was there no news before? Well, someone saw it with their own eyes, so it can't be fake. Hurry, or we'll miss out. This news spread across every corner of the British wizarding community, prompting a massive influx of wizards. Boss, the Phoenix Potion Shop has reopened. No rush, they can't create any real waves. With such grand statements, I fear the customers who can't buy anything will turn the shop upside down. Besides, I haven't heard of any renowned potion masters working there, so what's there to be afraid of? In Nocturne Alley, Bok was banging his fist on the table, questioning his subordinates. They just opened like this. You have no information at all. The familiar hooded figure lowered his head again. Since the emergence of the Phoenix Potion Shop, he had faced a lot of blame. At least this time, he wasn't the only one being reprimanded. Bok glanced at another well-dressed young man. His expression softened slightly. Kashalik, what about your side? The Ministry has already begun monitoring the flu network of the Phoenix Potion Shop. If they use it, we will be alerted. Bok Bok nodded. Any recent developments? Since we started monitoring until today, only that boss has used it once, probably to stock up. Where did he come from? Godric's Hollow, the same place we monitored last time. No changes. None. Bok Bok frowned to him. This was unusual. Otherwise, the owner of the Phoenix Potion Shop must be truly foolish. Last time they should have sensed they were being watched, yet they still didn't change locations. What other places does the flu network from Godric's connect to? Only the Phoenix Potion Shop. Just this one. Exactly. Bok Bok suddenly fell silent, and the hooded figure couldn't help but take a small step back. Having followed Bok Bok for so long, he knew this meant he was about to get angry. Sure enough, a loud bang echoed as Bok Bok slammed his fist on the table. You guys have been investigating for so long, yet you haven't even figured out a single detail about the Phoenix Potion Shop. You are utterly useless. The place in Godric must not be important to them, otherwise they wouldn't expose themselves to us so easily. The hooded figure lowered his head in deep respect. Kashalik's expression didn't change, he merely frowned slightly. Sir, I believe that since they have officially opened, they will inevitably leave traces behind. Bok Bok calmed down a bit, but was still filled with rage. Alright, keep watching them. This Phoenix Potion Shop must be extraordinary. The owner is definitely not simple. From now on you will monitor them continuously. I'll report any happenings in that shop to me. Yes. Alright, sir. You may leave. As the two exited the Bok Bok shop, the hooded figure said to Kashalik, so how about a drink? The department is busy, let's do it another time. Kashalik smiled faintly and discreetly declined the hooded figure's invitation. After saying that without another word, Kashalik turned and walked away, the sound of his leather shoes echoing on the stone pavement. Oomph. The hooded figure watched Kashalik's retreating figure and snorted coldly before leaving. At this moment, the Phoenix Potion Shop was bustling with activity and a huge crowd had gathered, packing the area tightly. Come see the latest snowball ice cream. Hurry in for a drink. The large flow of people also brought considerable foot traffic to the surrounding shops, making the owners quite cheerful. Are you opening or not? We've been waiting so long. Montangus, looking almost as flamboyant as Lockhart, appeared rather comical. Everyone please be patient, we will open at the usual time. After a short while, Montangus' pocket watch emitted a loud sound and the shop's doors opened in response. The crowd surged in wildly and Montangus struggled to protect his newly styled hair, but he couldn't withstand the frenzy of the crowd. However, seeing the coins pouring in, he couldn't help but grin widely. As soon as the wizards entered the shop, they were captivated by the layout inside. It seemed as if an undetectable extension charm had been cast, as the space was incredibly vast and filled with counters. The space was divided into several areas based on price ranges, with each area further segmented by potion type. Such meticulous and unique layout was a first for these wizards, who were amazed by it. Following the index, the wizards quickly found the potions they desired. Moreover, they were astonished to discover that the quality of the potions here was not inferior to what they had encountered before, and the prices had not increased at all. Now the wizards were even more frenzied. Kashalik stood outside the Phoenix Potion Shop, watching the crazed wizards, and even his usually calm face showed signs of surprise. For a moment he hesitated whether to go in or not. If he entered, his entire outfit would be ruined. After hesitating for a moment, he walked in. Excuse me, you're stepping on my foot. Merlin's underpants, I can see. The surroundings were extremely crowded and noisy. But once inside the shop, the space instantly expanded in an illogical manner. Kashalik was somewhat shocked by all this. After all, undetectable extension charms were typically used for pockets, boxes, or tents. This was his first time seeing an undetectable extension charm used on a shop. However, it wasn't actually a charm, but rather the magic brought by the little fairies. The little fairies had been renovating the factory, while simultaneously transforming the shop according to LA requirements. Their efficiency and completion rate were high, and Eli was even considering whether he should become a contractor. The Phoenix Potion Shop offers more surprises to the wizards than just this. Those who arrived late felt a pang of regret. After a wave of purchases, they would certainly be unable to buy potions from the shop. However, there are always those who come to the shop out of curiosity, discovering that new stock is continuously being shelved at the counter. Where is the supply not meeting demand? This delighted those who arrived late, triggering yet another wave of frenzy. Of course, not every household had ailments requiring potions. It was merely the psychology of wanting to take advantage. The vast majority had never seen such high-quality potions, let alone that these potions were priced 10% lower than ordinary ones. If one day this shop suddenly vanished like before, who would they turn to? Thus the rush ensued. Everyone wanted to buy a bottle or two to display at home, which would also serve as a conversation piece for guests. Even though each person was buying only a small amount, the sheer number of customers was overwhelming. If it weren't for the magical barrier at the counter, the coins would have burst through. Montangus sat by the counter, guarding it fiercely like a ferocious dog, fearful that someone might snatch away. The reactions from other potion shops were not significant. Each had sent staff to investigate, returning with a bottle of potions in hand. Upon truly experiencing the quality of the products at the Phoenix Potion Shop, the other potion shops began to feel the potion business is not like others. Even if a rival like the Phoenix Potion Shop emerges, it takes a day or two to see any impact. However, the owners who have been in the potion business for a while know very well that over time their days would only get worse. If other shops offer better quality potions at lower prices, why would customers come to you? Thus, these potion merchants finally began to feel restless. Are all their potions of this caliber? Yes, they still offer samples like before. I have tried them, and the quality is... What about the prices? All prices are the same, all only at 90% of the market price. A cold snort followed, and the smoke from the cigarette was instantly extinguished. The shopkeeper slowly stood up, pacing as if speaking to himself. How can they afford to offer such high-quality potions? Don't they make a profit at such low prices? The staff remained silent. This was not something he could discuss. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered that there was another person standing in the room. You go ahead and attend to your business. Once the staff left, he sat at the desk. The sound of the quills scratching the paper filled the air. Every renowned potion shop actually comes from some pure-blood families, and these shopkeepers are merely employees. In light of this situation, they dared not make decisions on their own and had to report the situation back to their families. One by one, owls flew out from various potion shops. On the first day, aside from the customers' frantic buying, there were no disturbances from other competitors. When it was time to close up shop, Montangus reluctantly ushered the customers out. Once the last customer left, Montangus quickly shut the shop door as if he had committed a crime. The store was protected by magic, making forced entry impossible. Montangus opened the drawer where the income was stored, and the mountain of coins nearly blinded him. He was astonished. Had he ever seen so much money all at once in his life? He wished he could dive in and swim in this sea of wealth. If all of this were his. Montangus suddenly shuddered, quickly driving away these dangerous thoughts. It was not that he had suddenly become less fond of money, rather he valued his life more. He had not forgotten the intimidation that Eli had previously instilled in him. He believed that if he dared to commit any wrongdoing, Dumbledore would undoubtedly not protect him. Before long, several small fairies dressed in suits emerged from Gringotts. They were quite short, resembling house eels, but still had notable differences. At least they lacked the large ears and eyes. From their appearance, these fairies did not seem easy to deal with. Although such small creatures dressed in suits might appear comical, the surrounding wizards had no intention of mocking them. The fairy clan, though defeated in the war against human wizards and banned from using wands, had some unknown background that made humans seem to have spared them. In reality, it was a compromise. Wizards entrusted the management of the financial aspects of the wizarding world to the fairies. In fact, it was the right choice, for no race was more greedy for wealth than the fairies. However, today they seemed to have encountered an opponent. Count carefully, and do not even think about pocketing a single. Montangus stared intensely at the fairies, counting the coins like a vulture, fearing that they might miss even one. Due to the sheer volume of wealth, he had to request the fairies from Gringotts to come to the shop to count it. Initially, the fairies were reluctant and grumbled as they entered. Upon seeing the coins in the drawer, they nearly stripped off their clothes to dive in. Although they had managed Gringotts for many years and had seen many noble vaults, treasures like these were always welcome. They were quite adept at counting coins. Although the conversion rates in the wizarding world were absurdly disproportionate, they could quickly convert it into galleons. After several fairies counting for a while, Montangus had been watching for a while, and finally, all the wealth. There is a total of 334,000 galleons, said the fairy with a somewhat peculiar voice, coldly addressing Montangus. Upon hearing this number, Montangus nearly jumped up, trying to calm his emotions. Oh really? Is everything? You should trust Gringotts' reputation. The fairy's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. All right, fine, reputation. Then please store this money in the original vault. The fairy glanced at the money. By the way, we've launched some new financial products. If you purchase, we guarantee to manage your money well. Montangus rolled his eyes, showing disdain. No, just deposit it. I don't want anything. We also have a newly launched advanced vault. You. Montangus impatiently interrupted. No, just go and deposit it. Remember to send me the receipt with an owl. The fairy's expression darkened, and he left with the other fairies in frustration. As soon as the fairies left, Montangus immediately closed the shop door again. He had been hiding in the shop for several days to evade some forces chasing him, not going anywhere. While Gringotts was pleased to have more money in their vault, the mood of several pure-blood families was not so cheerful. The head of the Shafik family, Penos Shafik, had a rather grim expression upon receiving the letter from his shop. The Shafik family was a giant in the potion business, and the Phoenix Potion Shop directly harmed their interests. Then several letters were sent out. The source of the Phoenix Potion Shop is shrouded in mystery, and there may be significant issues with the Phoenix Potion. Elijah looked at the newspaper in his hands, and it seemed a potion master was also present to explain the dynamic images, showing that the master spoke with great authority. Elijah scoffed and tossed the newspaper aside, no longer interested. The Daily Prophet has become increasingly sensationalistic. They always have been, Draco remarked, glancing at the discarded newspaper with a hint of disdain in his eyes. My father's sources are more reliable than theirs. That reporter, named Rita, should really consider a career in fiction. Elijah remained non-committal. All the slander crumbled under the weight of reality. But with the Phoenix Potions shop being so aggressive, doesn't your family have any response? Our family has no stake in the potion industry, so even if the Phoenix Potion shop is extraordinary, we won't suffer any losses. Elijah glanced at the indifferent Draco. So what does your family do? Land rent collection and also some muggle finance. Lots of it, was the reply. Then don't you want to make some money in potions? How would we make money? In the potion industry, Shafik is the top dog. If the Malfoys tried to get involved, it would purely be a futile endeavor, Elijah pouted. I was just asking. The Phoenix Potion shop remained popular today, not as frenzied as yesterday, but still unmatched by other shops. Notably, other potion shops, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly started advertising today, slashing their prices and attracting a crowd. Although their products were not as good as those from the Phoenix Potion shop, their advantage lay in their long-standing business, a loyal customer base, and brand recognition. Today, wizards, seeing these once esteemed old shops suddenly offering discounts, flocked to join the profit margins in potions are extremely high, bordering on exorbitant. Even with a price drop, it hardly matters, as increased foot traffic often leads to greater profits. Elijah intended to dominate the potion market, so he would not allow them to gain any ground. He promptly wrote to Montangus, instructing him to lower the prices by 10%. Montangus was stunned upon receiving the letter, staring at the dazzling array of potions, all worth a fortune in galleons. However, despite his dismay, he dared not defy Elijah's orders and began to lower the prices. The shop owners, who had been profiting handsomely and thought they were on the verge of surpassing the Phoenix Potion shop, were suddenly left dazed today. They lowered prices again. They wrote to their families for guidance and received the response to follow suit. Back and forth, potion prices in the market plummeted to unprecedented lows. The potion shops were in agony, lamenting their losses, while the Phoenix Potion shop remained unfazed due to its exceptionally low costs. The happiest ones were the ordinary wizard families. They had never experienced such cheap potions before. Previously, they had to scrimp and save just to afford medicine when ill, and now at least they could afford to buy potions, and they rejoiced. The Daily Prophet also reported extensively on this potion price war, but much of it indirectly blamed the Phoenix Potion shop for disrupting market rules. Wizards scoffed at this, thinking it a joke. They only hoped the potions dropped to cabbage prices, disregarding any. Rita, that woman, fully utilized her editorial skills, and suddenly many secrets about the Phoenix Potion shop appeared in the newspaper. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Elijah naturally scoffed at these exposures, claiming that none of them were true. Rita had tried to dig for news, but if the Bach family couldn't do it, why should she? However, she had an unknown secret that helped her obtain a wealth of confidential news. She was an illegal animagus, and her animagus form was a small beetle. She often transformed into a beetle to infiltrate places and eavesdrop on news, and it had worked time and again. Now, seeing Montangus preparing to close the door, she hurriedly sped up to slip inside. Just as she was about to enter, she was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier that was imperceptible, and no matter how hard she tried to push against it, it was futile. Far away at Hogwarts, Elijah suddenly sensed a reaction from his wand. With a gentle wave, the scene at the shop's entrance projected onto a screen like a movie. Seeing the small beetle at the door, Elijah's lips curled into a mocking smile. You walked right into my trap. In a flash of fire, Elijah appeared in the Phoenix Potion shop. Mr. Hall, it's a pleasure to see you, Mr. Hall. Why have you come today? Montangus respectfully greeted Elijah, who had suddenly emerged from within the shop. He now felt both fear and admiration for Elijah. Elijah not only overpowered him in strength, but also brought him considerable wealth. Montangus, who was merely a petty thug in the lower ranks and happened to be well-informed, had now become a shop owner and was considered a wealthy man. Though Montangus was a petty person, he was perceptive enough to understand who had given him all this. I just came to have a look. You go ahead and open the door. Open the door. Oh, I'll do that right away. Montangus hurriedly walked to the door, opened it, and instinctively glanced outside. Rita, who had been waiting outside for an opportunity, was delighted when the door suddenly opened and hurriedly tried to enter. Finding that there was no barrier inside, she didn't hesitate and rushed right in. There were no other people, just the sleazy shopkeeper and a boy who appeared to be a Hogwarts student. Elijah waved his hand, and the door closed behind her. Watching Rita, who had barged in without realizing she had been discovered, a mocking expression deepened on Elijah's face. Montangus, unable to grasp Elijah's intent, stood obediently by the door. Without a word, Elijah pointed his wand at Rita, unleashing an intricately powerful, yet domineering magic. Rita felt as though she had lost control of her body. Her magic could not function at all. After a moment of transformation, a rather exaggeratedly dressed, overweight woman appeared in the shop. Montangus stared wide-eyed in surprise. Just a moment ago there was nothing unusual, and now suddenly such a large figure had appeared. Rita's expression mirrored Montangus. Her mind was blank, and upon looking up, she saw the mocking smile on the boy's face. Ms. Rita Skeeter, thank you for your enthusiastic promotion of my Phoenix Potions shop. Elijah said, his words sounding courteous, yet the cold tone pierced Rita's mind like a haunting melody. Trapped in such a predicament, Rita knew resistance was futile, her face paled with despair. Rita Skeeter, senior reporter of the Daily Prophet. How unexpected and unregistered animagus. That in itself would make quite the headline. Tisk TSK. I hear you've amassed secrets on half the wizarding elite. Tell me, if I were to leak this little revelation, what do you suppose they'd do to you? A flash of sharp wit and biting acuity suddenly lit Rita's eyes, the old razor-edged cunning reawakening as she lifted her gaze to meet Eli's directly. They won't touch me. Not unless they wish me to expose their secrets in return. Eli arched a brow, studying the woman who seemed utterly oblivious to her peril. So she truly believed he dared not lay a hand on her. Ms. Skeeter, do you genuinely believe I wouldn't kill you? Yes, you dare not. You'd be arrested by the ministry's sentence to Azkaban, devoured by dementors. Eli burst into laughter, cold, hollow, and resonant, and the chilling timbre sent tremors rippling through Rita's very soul. What are you laughing at? At your naivety. Me? Rita bristled with indignation. Precisely. You. Do you truly believe those people wouldn't dare move against you? True, they've left you untouched thus far, but only because they lacked both motive and reason to risk their influence on someone so insignificant. Consider this: what if someone now produced irrefutable evidence sufficient to land you behind bars under wizarding law? How then would they act? How? Her voice trembled. Confidence drained from her like water through sand. They would deploy every ounce of power at their command, swiftly, ruthlessly, to consign you to utter, irreversible ruin. They'd grant you no chance, not even to utter a single syllable. You know full well how the ministry operates. Blood fled Rita's face, her limbs began to shake uncontrollably. No, you can't. You mustn't speak of this. Rita shrieked. Eli watched amused and detached as the woman who had just stood defiant before him now unraveled into hysteria. Very well, I'll keep silent. But tell me, why should I? Rita had shattered completely. When a mind's defenses collapse, it becomes most pliable and easiest to control. Rita knew she had no recourse left. Before Eli, she was nothing more than a fish laid bare upon the butcher. What do you want? What can you offer? I'll tell you everything. Every secret without reserve. Eli scoffed. Do you imagine I crave such gossips? The Daily Prophet is your domain. From this moment onward, you speak only what I permit, and remain silent on all else. Not a word beyond my sanction. Rita's eyes widened in raw terror. No, they'll kill me. If I speak out of turn, they'll kill me. You slandered Dumbledore himself. What then is left you dare not say? Dumbledore is different. He's a good man. Eli barked a laugh, as if hearing the most absurd jest imaginable. Ah yes, a good man is easy prey. A gentleman may be deceived by principle. Truly an eternal truth. His mirth vanished instantly. His gaze hardened, piercing, incisive, as he fixed it upon Rita. Rita's eyes darted away. The sheer unnerving authority blazing in the eyes of this boy, barely 13, left her unable to meet his stare. Listen carefully, I don't require you to die for me, but you will secure my control over the Daily Prophet. Every fresh report must pass through me, and under no circumstances shall any unfavorable word about me appear in print, unless I expressly authorize it. Rita understood. This was her final desperate lifeline. Agreed. Very well. Eli gazed down upon her, powerless and broken. Excellent. Though, I confess, I fear you might betray me. Suddenly he raised his wand toward Rita, murmuring syllables low and arcane, like a dark ritual chant. Rita felt something invasive slither into her flesh. Panic seized her. What are you doing? What have you done? Fear not. If you obey without question, you'll suffer no harm. But should treachery cross your mind, you'll spend the rest of your days as nothing but a beetle. You broke your word. I did no such thing. Your survival, granted solely by my will, is mercy itself. Thus my favor is my punishment, and my punishment my favor. You have no choice. Utterly spent, Rita collapsed inward, her spirit extinguished. From this moment, she belonged wholly to Eli. Eli turned toward Mundungus, trembling by the door. Show her out. Mundungus jolted upright, startled back to awareness. Yes, sir. He hurried forward, steadying Rita's limp, sightless form. You promised. You must remember your promise. She whispered over and over. Eli watched her depart, smiling faintly. This day would become Rita's deepest dread, the demon behind that door, her lifelong nightmare. Once Rita was gone, Mundungus shuffled sheepishly back inside, too afraid even to glance at Eli. Witnessing Rita's fate filled him with profound relief. Rita had spoken only a few words before Eli cursed her. Mundungus, meanwhile, had secretly pilfered one of Eli's potions to sell, yet Eli merely scried his memory, then astonishingly allowed him to profit. Measured against Rita's fate, Mundungus could scarcely contain his gratitude, praising Eli's magnanimity as if it were imperial grace. Eli paid him no mind. After all, the man had served him loyally enough. Any unusual developments lately? None whatsoever. Nothing but thriving business, sir. Mundungus beamed, all teeth and flattery. Eli cast him a single appraising glance, no rebuke. Mundungus was after all a seasoned rogue impervious to discipline. And those hunting you, any leads? Mundungus's grin faltered slightly. I've stayed hidden in the shop, no intelligence gathered. But earlier I heard whispers, their backers are a powerful family. Eli snorted, as if I didn't already know they're pure bloods. Who else in European wizarding society commands the ministry, save the ancient pure blood houses? Mundungus bowed hastily. Yes, my failure, sir. I hold no grudge. Truth be told, this isn't the time for reconnaissance. Stay within the shop, nowhere else. So long as you do, your safety is assured. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I swear, I'll go nowhere, nowhere. Eli glanced once more at Mundungus, then dissolved into emerald flame and vanished. At the factory, Klein and Gwynder bowed deeply upon his arrival. Any developments recently? Master Hall, we were just preparing our report. Prices for magical herbs and ingredients are surging across the board. Eli raised a brow. Oh, is the increase severe? Indeed, it's nearing a 30% rise. Eli frowned. The potion trade, and its raw materials, was effectively monopolized by the great families. This price spike could only signal a targeted campaign against his own Phoenix apothecary. Klein, deploy the herb farm I entrusted to you. Begin sourcing exclusively from our own stock. With those instructions delivered, Eli departed. He knew their reserves would only last so long. As production continued, supplies would dwindle, until inevitably he faced the full wrath of those entrenched dynasties. The semester has reached its end, and even in the magical world, students must hustle for the upcoming final exam. Ira and his friends haven't seen Hermione for several days. They heard she's been holed up in the library frantically reviewing, determined to secure the top spot. Ira is also busy juggling the affairs of the potion factory while studying the Codex of the Mysteries assigned to him by Slytherin. This codex records a multitude of powerful ancient spells. There are distinct differences between the ancient wizards and the modern ones. In ancient times, wizards often engaged in large-scale wars with other magical races, including non-magical muggles. Thus where magic was born. The characteristics of these war spells are quite striking. They possess immense power, usually requiring multiple casters and lengthy incantations. Some of them even require the assistance of magical formations. Such formations have been lost to time, and few wizards are willing to study them, since they are rarely applicable. In modern times, due to the rise of muggles and the establishment of magical governance and laws, large-scale wars are no longer likely to occur. Consequently, wizards' spellcasting has shifted from lengthy chants to quick and compact incantations. Such spells have become very swift and convenient. Although they may lack some power, they are well suited for the modern. Thus, in the final battle of the movie Hogwarts, when Voldemort brought a group of followers to wreak havoc, they mainly hurled spells without employing any large formations. However, the ultimate protective spell used at Hogwarts was very close to ancient magic, requiring several professor-level wizards to cast it together, which allowed them to withstand the attacks of many Death Eaters. Though in the end it was shattered by the rampaging old Voldemort alone. Ira, of course, did not learn those large-scale spells, as he had no need to combat muggles. Nevertheless, there are many spells within that he can utilize. For instance, it records a very famous war. He once turned the tide of battle single-handedly, using his self-created war magic. His era predates Merlin, which illustrates the ancient history of the Codex of the Mysteries. At that time, human wizards had to fend off invasions from the elf and fairy races, resulting in numerous great battles where neither side could gain the upper hand. Eventually, a treacherous fairy approached the elf leader and said, "Let's team up to eliminate the human wizards. Once we succeed, we'll divide the world between our two races." The elf leader, however, was no fool. While agreeing, he secretly prepared to backstab, thinking, "Who wants to share the world with you? It's all mine." Thus, the two races formed a temporary alliance to attack the human wizards, leading to a crucial battle. If they lost, the wizards would suffer a massive loss of power. Just as the wizards were about to be defeated, a person stepped forward and claimed to possess war magic that could help. The desperate commander, hoping for a miracle, allowed him to take the field. As the great battle commenced, he stood alone atop a towering rock, his incantation never faltering, unleashing powerful war magic that inflicted heavy losses on the allied forces of the two races. In the direst moment of battle, he invoked his final spell at the cost of his life. As the spell was cast, all the fairies and elves present felt their souls wounded, their spirits immediately dampened. It is known that magic is deeply connected to the soul, and with that the fairies and elves instantly lost their combat effectiveness, allowing the humans to turn the tide. That wizard perished due to the exhaustion of his soul, but his magic has been handed down through the ages, preserved within the Codex of the Mysteries. The Codex names this spell the Laborious Charm, and the creator left only his name, Joseph. Had it not been for this, Joseph, wizards might have become slaves to the fairy and elf races. Ira has high hopes for this magic. It can be used as a large-scale spell or targeted in duels. Moreover, as a soul-activated spell, it doesn't even require a wand. If he could secretly cast one or two during a fight, the opponent might face dire consequences if they lose focus. The Codex also records many magical secrets which are extremely useful for enhancing IRA's understanding of magic. As for the final exams, Ira believes they are not important. Besides studying magic, he also has to manage the Phoenix Potion Shop, leaving him little time for final exams. According to news from Rita, the opponent may target Mundungus. Rita even handed over evidence provided by the opponent to Ira. After reviewing it, Ira noted that the opponent is indeed not to be underestimated. Mundungus' identity is easy to trace. He has been lurking in various black markets and his past is easily uncovered. The trouble lies here. Mundungus has committed numerous crimes. Aside from murder, he has engaged in all sorts of misdeeds. Theft and forgery are commonplace. The opponent has already uncovered evidence of Mundungus' past crimes and is waiting to reveal the tarnished history of the Phoenix Potion Shop's owner to the public. If the charges are substantiated, Ira will lose a helper managing his shop, and the product image of the Phoenix Potion Shop will be severely damaged. Your shop owner is a thief and a fraud. Why should we trust that your potions are clean? Thus Ira promptly notified Mundungus, instructing him to dispose of all his previous dirty dealings immediately. He must ensure that the Ministry of Magic finds nothing. Aside from that, their potion materials have also become suppliers are drastically raising prices, directly increasing the cost of Phoenix potions and undermining the price war strategy of the Phoenix Potion Shop. This move is like cutting off the fuel supply. It is urgent for Ira to quickly find new sources of materials, otherwise the prospect of dominating the market will be mere fantasy. The final exams are approaching quickly, and they are basically the same as last semester. Ira aced all the practical subjects with full marks. However, this time the exam includes defense against the dark arts. As the substitute professor, Ira is assessed personally by Dumbledore. The assessment is simple. He just needs to withstand one of Dumbledore's spells. Ira remarked, "Thank you so much. What a joke. To withstand a spell from old Dumbledore. He thinks I won't pass." Dumbledore's power is such that even the long-established professors in the school cannot guarantee they can reliably block one of his spells. Ira smiles on the surface, but inside he thinks, "Are you ready, Ira?" Dumbledore stands casually with his hands behind his back. Ira stands opposite him, sweating profusely. "Can I say no? Since you're ready, let's begin." Ira immediately cast his strongest shield charm, not daring to underestimate this treacherous old man. Seeing Ira's tense demeanor, Dumbledore smiled, slightly waved his wand without uttering a spell, and a red beam shot toward Ira. At least this old man has some conscience. He didn't use any strange spells. Boom. Ira was blasted back, his shield charm shattered, and his wand nearly slipped from his grasp. Feeling the power of the spell, Ira cursed inwardly. Once the exams were over, regardless of the results, one should immerse oneself in the joy of the holidays. Eli and his companions joyfully boarded the returning train, with the sole exception of the rather unhappy Harry. The thought of returning to that dreaded place and seeing those three annoying guys made Harry seriously consider applying to stay at school. However, Eli informed him that Professor Dumbledore would absolutely not agree. Ella's reasoning was that Hogwarts did not support students staying on campus. Yet in reality, there was always a diligent group of little eagles who remained at school during the holidays. Of course, Eli did not tell him the real situation. Harry was under a blood protection spell left by his mother, which required him to spend enough time with his blood relatives each year for the magic to take effect. Naturally, Eli also had this protection, so during their time at Hogwarts they had already spent enough time for the spell to work, meaning Harry could be fine without returning to the Dursleys. But if he told Harry this, it would be equivalent to directly revealing that Eli was the unfortunate brother who had gone missing all those years ago. Eli expressed that he had already established a friendship with Harry, and if he suddenly introduced a brotherly bond, he might not be able to handle it. So Harry, it would be best if you endured staying at the Dursleys for a while longer. When the train arrived at the platform, everyone returned to their respective homes, while the Dursleys were always late, clearly not wanting anyone to see them picking up Harry. After all, they did not want others to know they were involved with the strange world of magic, even though they themselves appeared quite peculiar to others. Eli, eat more. This is specially made for you by your mother, Mr. Hall advised Eli earnestly to eat more, although the corners of his mouth always hinted at mischief. This time Eli would spend a complete holiday at home, much to the delight of Mrs. Hall, who had not seen her son for Eli. Mom is so happy she made my favorite shishi. Eli looked at the large duck leg in front of him, patted his now rounded belly, and said, Mom, I'm full. How can you be full already? The food at school can't compare to home-cooked meals. You must have starved at school. Oh, look, you've lost weight. Eat more. Eli with a frown poked at the greasy duck leg with his fork, assuring that he had no appetite at all. I don't want to. No, you do want to. Eli glared at the duck leg on his plate with a face full of suffering before opening his mouth wide and pouncing on it. If I can roast a basilisk and take on Voldemort, why would I fear you? You little brat. Mr. Hall watched as the little rascal finally got his comeuppance, feeling immensely satisfied. If it weren't for this little brat, his savings from years would. It's all tears. By the way, Ernest, you should eat too. Eli is back today, so eat more. That. I'm not hungry. Mrs. Hall said nothing, merely watching him silently. Mr. Hall could hold out for less than 3 seconds. Finally, it is a family tradition of kicking someone when they are down. Eli cheerfully piled duck leg onto his father's plate, saying, "Come on, Dad, eat quickly, or it will get cold." Mr. Hall glared fiercely at Eli. Eli smiled, cheerfully, resembling a well-behaved son. After the meal, the most satisfied was Mrs. Hall, while the two big-bellied men lay weakly on the sofa. Eli also rarely ignored matters related to magic, temporarily setting aside factory issues. Those difficulties wouldn't be resolved in a day or two. It was better to enjoy the hard-earned holiday. These few days might be the most relaxed days for Eli. Hermione was also busy dragging Eli to the amusement park. Along the way, whenever Hermione saw snacks, she wanted to buy them, while Eli slowly followed behind, carrying the snacks Hermione just bought. I said, why don't we stop shopping and hurry up to play? Eli really couldn't stand Hermione's endless shopping stamina. Sometimes she wouldn't buy anything, just managing to browse from the first store to the last. Eli expressed that he was exhausted. Weren't we here to have fun at the amusement park? We should go play. Hermione noticed the many bags in Ella's hands and saw how exhausted he looked, yet her face still showed a lingering desire to shop. Fine then, she said. Actually, when at home, her parents, who were dentists, had always forbidden Hermione from eating snacks, but as a child, how could one avoid them? So finally getting out, wouldn't it be a great opportunity to indulge? Upon hearing that they were not shopping anymore, Eli instantly perked up. Great. Let's go play. Look over there, that one should be good. Eli pointed at a ride. Hermione looked at the carousel Eli was pointing at, which kept playing the tune. What is your grandfather called? Hermione. Can't we go on something thrilling? Thrilling? Eli scanned the area again. That one. I've wanted to ride it for ages. Hermione looked over and saw the words children's bumper cars written in big letters. Seeing Ella's eager expression, Hermione was speechless. She couldn't be bothered to ask further and directly pointed to the side. Let's go play that one, it looks fun. Eli looked over and saw a roller coaster whizzing by, followed by the screams of the tourists. Eli suddenly felt a tingle in his feet. This one. What's wrong? Are you afraid of heights? Upon hearing this, Eli thought, how could I say that in front of a girl? He patted his chest, saying, what is there to be afraid of? I could ride it without a safety belt. Oh, let's go. Seeing Eli like this, Hermione helplessly pouted. The roller coaster had a height restriction of 1.4 meters, and both of them exceeded that height. Once seated and the staff helped them secure their safety measures, Eli suddenly felt a bit anxious. Hermione noticed Ella's unusual behavior. What's wrong, Eli? Not feeling well? No, I'm perfectly fine. At times like this, how could he back down? Besides, my Animagus is a phoenix, the emperor of the skies. How could I be afraid? The roller coaster slowly started and soon reached high speed. Oh. Amidst the rapid speed, Ella's screams overshadowed Hermione's, sounding especially piercing in the desolate heights. Hermione had to turn her head, astonished at the boy's grimace. When the roller coaster gradually slowed down and came to a stop, everyone got off. Eli felt the solid ground beneath him, only to find his legs still trembling. Eli immediately stood straight, saying, I am fine. Haha, I could go again without a problem. Your posture looks cool, but your expression says otherwise. Hermione still held on to the somewhat shaken Eli as they headed to the dessert shop. Looking at the still shaken Eli, Hermione could only shake her head helplessly. Eli had spent the most relaxed few days, but the sudden change would not allow this tranquility to last long. He looked at the letter sent by Rita, his brow furrowed and his expression dark. He immediately wrote a letter demanding the house elves to cease their activities outside and return to the factory at once, instructing them not to go anywhere during this time and to strengthen their defenses. The content of the letter was quite simple, yet it struck like a thunderbolt. Monstrous had been captured by the Ministry of Magic. Eli swiftly sent a letter to Dumbledore. This matter must be handled by Dumbledore. Eli currently had no influence in the Ministry of Magic. If Dumbledore did not intervene, Monstrous would surely perish at their hands. The evidence they held left no room for Eli to extricate himself. Monstrous' capture was extremely serious. The Phoenix Potion Shop was left unattended, and he had no way to send the house elves to work. No one was assigned to manage the shop, as wizards had their ways of dealing with house elves. Consequently, the Phoenix Potion Shop ceased operations once again. Wizards were discussing amongst themselves, and soon the Daily Prophet started publishing an article titled "The Manager of the Phoenix Potion Shop is a Thief." The words were plain, but they were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. This was the maximum extent of what Eli could do. He could not silence Rita completely, as doing so might risk her falling into the hands of their adversaries. He could only make the language in the newspaper less sharp. Suddenly a wave of magical energy surged. Eli sensed it keenly. Then came a knock at the door. Eli grasped his wand and cautiously approached, asking, "Who is it?" "We are from the Legal Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Magic. Please open the door immediately." Eli's heart skipped a beat. Had the Ministry of Magic found him so quickly? But why would the Ministry be looking for him? Had Montangus revealed something? However, after careful consideration, Eli realized he had not done anything against wizarding law. The knocking grew more urgent. Since he had not committed any crimes, the Ministry of Magic would at least not target him without reason. Even if they did, he at least had the means to escape. With this thought, Eli went to open the door. Upon opening it, he found two individuals in black leather, standing solemnly at the entrance. Such attire was rare, especially in the Muggle world. They produced a badge. "We are from the Legal Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Magic." "Are you Eli Hall?" "I am." "What is the matter?" "You are suspected of illegally occupying private property, and you need to come with us for a hearing at the Ministry of Magic." "What?" Eli frowned in disbelief. "I illegally occupied private property. When did this happen?" "I wasn't." Eli had never considered such a thing. He neither stole nor robbed. How could he be accused of illegally occupying? Moreover, the Ministry of Magic was directly sending two people to arrest him for a hearing. When had the Ministry's efficiency become so high? Eli cautiously observed the two, feeling his magic begin to stir. He could not simply go with them. That would be akin to walking into a tiger's den, a perilous gamble. Sensing the fluctuation from Eli's wand, the two Ministry employees cautiously drew their wands. "I must warn you, underage wizards are not allowed to cast spells in the Muggle world. If discovered, you will face penalties." The man spoke with great seriousness. "But you cannot just take me away like this," Eli retorted, refusing to back down. Compromising under such conditions was dangerous. Suddenly a crackling sound was heard. "I am his professor. I will accompany him as his guardian to the hearing." Dumbledore's steady voice resonated through the air, and upon seeing him, the two Ministry employees trembled in their grip on their wands. He approached Eli, placing a hand on his shoulder and nodding at him. "Please lead the way." The group arrived at the Ministry of Magic, where a cold voice from the registration desk indicated the names and purposes of the visitors. The place was bustling with people, all dressed impeccably and bearing serious expressions. The entire Ministry of Magic presented a somber dark tone, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Riding the elevator, they navigated through various routes until finally stopping at an exit. The two Ministry employees flanked Eli and Dumbledore. It was Eli's first experience in such a scene. It was impossible not to feel nervous, but he at least managed to appear quite composed. Beside him, Dumbledore's gaze was sharp, his presence commanding, making the two Ministry employees appear as mere bodyguards. Suspect Eli Hall brought in. The courtroom was relatively spacious, with some Ministry employees in black robes seated in a tiered arrangement alongside members of Wizengamot in crimson robes. At the center, Minister Fudge loomed above, gazing down at the accused. When he saw Dumbledore, his pupils dilated. Albus Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic did not summon you. You cannot attend this trial." Dumbledore remained unhurried, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the room. "As Chief Wizard of Wizengamot, I have the right to attend every trial. According to the Wizengamot Charter of Powers, the accused has the right to appoint a defense counsel." Fudge's face stiffened, his eyes flickering with resentment, but quickly overshadowed by fear. "Fine, then let us proceed quickly." As the presiding judge, he feigned calmness. Seeing Dumbledore's imposing presence, Eli felt much more secure and calmly took his seat at the accused's bench, staring intently at those above scrutinizing him. "Ahem. Eli Hall, what do you have to say regarding your illegal occupation of private property?" Eli raised an eyebrow. "Apologies, sir, but I believe you need to inform me first of when and where I illegally occupied private property, as well as your evidence. We are fully aware of your crimes. You only need to confess what you have done." At this point, Dumbledore interjected, Mr. Hall is still merely a suspect and no charges have been established." Dumbledore's gaze made Fudge unable to meet his eyes, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "Respected Minister, I believe we should summon the suspect's parents to attend to verify his identity, should we not? He is still a minor." A sharp voice reminiscent of a man speaking with a constricted throat pierced through, nearly giving Eli goosebumps. He looked over to see a woman in pink clothing sitting among them, feigning a demure demeanor. Mr. Dumbledore, I believe our minister has this authority." Upon hearing them, Eli nearly lost his temper. His parents were Muggles. Summoning them would be nothing short of an overt threat. Sensing the fluctuations emanating from Eli, Dumbledore placed a hand on Eli's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Seeing the look Dumbledore cast his way, Eli felt a slight sense of relief, knowing that a legendary wizard was by his side, and at least his parents would not be harmed. "We respect the authority of your excellency, the minister," Dumbledore replied in a resonant voice. "The trial is temporarily adjourned." Before long, two more Ministry employees rushed in. "The guardian of the suspect, Eli Hall, has arrived." "Sir, I believe you should correct your wording. Until all charges are substantiated, Eli Hall cannot be referred to as a suspect." Mr. Hall's voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The halls dressed in formal attire stood out, showing no sign of being intimidated by this so-called magical world. Bang! Bang! Fudge rapped on the table, his tone stern, filled with ministerial authority. The ministry has gathered all the evidence. Are you questioning the ministry? Since your side has gathered all the evidence, please make it public according to the law, otherwise we reserve the right to question it. The so-called ministerial authority crumbled under the brilliance of the halls. Bold, Umbridge, clad in pink, gasped in shock, her eyes wide, then shouted. All her dignity stemmed from the ministry. How could she allow others to question her authority? The authority of the Ministry of Magic cannot be questioned, nor can the authority of the minister. Unfortunately, such intimidation was insignificant before the elite halls of the judicial realm. They had encountered far too many so-called authorities, and Umbridge was simply too cowardly beneath her fierce facade. We have no intention of provoking your authority. We merely believe that the magical world should also abide by the law, and you should at least respect our right to defend ourselves. Umbridge took a deep breath, her body trembling with indignation. Your Excellency, I believe you should indeed present the evidence you have gathered before the trial. Dumbledore's words were soft yet unwavering, and Fudge did not dare to ignore him. He had indeed miscalculated. He thought that by inviting the halls as muggles they would surely tremble before the ministry, but unexpectedly they stood their ground. Fudge tried to keep his voice calm. Very well, please present the evidence of Eli Hall's illegal occupation of private property to everyone here. He spoke to the ministry officials on his right, and soon someone brought forth a document. Opening the document, Fudge discreetly glanced down. He extracted the document. According to informants, Eli Hall illegally occupied a piece of land located in Godric's Hollow. According to ministry records, this land should belong to James Potter, and James Potter has a legal heir. Our investigation found no documents regarding the transfer of this land. Eli raised an eyebrow, not expecting this to be what they found. They had indeed connected the Floo network on a piece of land belonging to the Potter family, but it had long been abandoned. Legally, he was indeed the heir of the Potter family, making his use of the land entirely lawful. The key issue was that he was now Eli Hall. No one knew he was the missing youngest son of the Potter family. The transport department can now present evidence. A young man stood up on Fudge's right, appearing unassuming. He slightly bowed to Fudge. According to our records, that piece of land was indeed connected to the Floo network, and the applicant was Montague Flitch. Fudge nodded at him, then turned to Eli. This Montague Flitch has been tried and justly imprisoned for theft and fraud. Oh, according to his confession, it was indeed you, Eli Hall, who instructed him to connect the Floo network. Do you have any explanation for this? Eli looked at Dumbledore. Yes, I did ask him to apply for the Floo network. The expressions of the halls shifted, and a flicker of delight crossed Fudge's face. He raised the gavel, a symbol of wizarding law, in a high-spirited tone. Then I announce. Wait a moment, Dumbledore suddenly interrupted. What exactly are you trying to do? Fudge's face turned pale. He wanted to roar at Dumbledore, but he didn't dare. Please wait, Your Excellency, I believe there are still things left unsaid. Dumbledore looked at Eli. Eli gazed deeply at Dumbledore, then slowly nodded. Dumbledore sighed a little in relief and appeared as if holding a gem of wisdom. Your Excellency, if the identity of the heir allows for lawful use of the land, then what if Mr. Eli Hall is indeed the heir of the Potter family? A stir ran through the crowd. Fudge's expression turned to confusion, unable to grasp what Dumbledore was really aiming for. The Hall's gazes became incredibly complex, and Mr. Hall gently embraced his wife. The courtroom erupted into a noisy marketplace, with everyone whispering to one another. Bang! 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 The sound of someone banging on the table quickly quieted the scene. This is absurd. There can only be one legal heir of the Potter family, and that is their only son. But what if they had another son? Dumbledore's gaze became intriguing. Fudge opened his mouth slightly, then shook his head. Dumbledore, I don't think you can be joking. I certainly am not joking. The Potter family has only one son. Dumbledore did not continue to argue with him, but instead spoke in a storytelling tone. On the night Voldemort fell, we only found the one surviving Harry Potter amidst the ruins. He had a brother who... But he has already disappeared. Right. The Halls listened, somewhat shocked by Dumbledore's narrative. Over the years they had indeed looked into Eli's origins, but had found no clues. The Ministry still has files on Billy Potter, concluding that he is missing. Impossible, he was just a baby at that time, and after so many years of disappearance it would be impossible for him to be alive. Why can't he be alive? Who knows what happened back then? The members of Wizengamot and the Ministry were utterly dumbfounded. They had come to this trial with a mindset of gossip and curiosity. Even so, that still does not prove that Eli Hall is that Billy Potter. As Fudge remained speechless, Umbridge, we can provide adoption documents. Dumbledore suddenly looked at the Halls. Eli also turned to look, his eyes filled with complexity. Mr. Hall forced a smile, nodding at Eli. A sharp voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. Oh, is that so? I believe these two should provide a report on how they adopted Billy Potter. Otherwise, who knows if this was a deliberate kidnapping of a wizard? Umbridge wore a malicious smile. Umbridge's gaze was filled with malice, and she spared no effort in her attempts to persecute. If the Halls did not acknowledge Eli as their adopted child, he would face punishment from the Ministry of Magic. If the Halls acknowledged Eli as their adopted child, Umbridge demanded that they provide a report on how they discovered Eli, otherwise she would suspect that the Halls had kidnapped him years ago. In any case, Dumbledore and the others did not dare to provoke Eli. If he decided to rebel, they would have no way to handle him. Only the Muggle Halls were his Achilles heel. Directing the attack at them would certainly weaken Eli. Eli looked at Umbridge with murderous intent. That damned woman could not be spared. Mr. Hall adjusted his glasses, saying, "If you want us to provide a report, then you should first provide us with a report explaining why we need to supply that report." What? Umbridge paused, doubting whether she had heard correctly. A glint of sharpness flashed in Dumbledore's eye. "Madam, you certainly have the right to question the process by which we discovered this child, but authority stems from the law. I believe your laws do not permit relevant parties to be required to provide proof merely based on suspicion, do they, Mr. Hall's words prompted many of the attendees from the Wisengamot and the Ministry of Magic to nod in agreement. Dumbledore cast an admiring glance at Mr. Hall before turning to look at Umbridge, whose face was turning a deep shade of red. "Based on my understanding of the laws of our Ministry of Magic, there is indeed no law granting this lady the authority to demand a report from the Halls. If you request a report from them, you should first present relevant proof, otherwise it will only lead one to question the credibility of the Ministry of Magic." "You?" "Silence." Fudge immediately silenced Umbridge, who was about to continue speaking. He knew that they could not deal with them on this matter, and any further discussion would only put them in a passive position. "I'm sorry, Minister. Umbridge wilted. How could she dare to defy the Minister of Magic? After all, she had risen to power by clinging to the higher-ups. Now, having failed in her scheme, she feared that her reputation would suffer greatly in front of Fudge. "I believe we need not dwell on how the Halls discovered this child, but you should prove that he is indeed Harry Potter." Fudge's words made Dumbledore nod. Indeed, without evidence, one cannot gain belief. Why not summon Harry Potter for an in-court examination? "All right, please bring Mr. Harry Potter here." Several staff members left once more. Before long, a bewildered Harry was brought in. Eli couldn't help but marvel at how domineering the Ministry of Magic was bringing whoever they wanted. "Professor Eli." Harry recalled the gloating expression of the Dursleys when he was brought in, and he thought he had genuinely gotten himself into trouble. Upon entering, everyone turned to look at him, causing his heart to race until he saw Dumbledore and Eli. He was also curious why Ella's parents were there. Weren't they Muggles? Dumbledore nodded at Harry while Eli felt a bit shy to look at him. A dramatic sibling recognition was about to unfold, and he was feeling quite nervous. The Halls, initially surprised to learn that Ella's brother might be Harry Potter, stared at Harry intently as he arrived. Upon seeing the familiar features of Harry, both Halls felt a stirring in their hearts. "Since Harry Potter has arrived, let us begin," Fudge urged. "Harry, come over here." Dumbledore beckoned the confused Harry. "Extend your hand." Harry instinctively followed Dumbledore's instructions. Dumbledore gently brushed his hand over Harry's palm, and a small wound appeared on Harry's hand. A drop of blood slowly began to gather from the wound. Eli also extended his palm, and Dumbledore performed the same action, extracting a drop of fresh blood from Ella's hand. The 2 drops of crimson blood floated in midair. Dumbledore uttered an obscure incantation, and the 2 drops of blood began to glow with a golden light. Everyone present craned their necks, and no one spoke. The Halls also stared at the 2 drops of blood. 2 golden lights began to extend, resembling 2 golden threads that emitted a sacred glow. As the threads moved closer together, everyone leaned forward slowly, eager to see the final result. Little by little, the 2 threads drew nearer, and ultimately the crescent-shaped lenses of Dumbledore's glasses reflected the intertwining threads. Fudge gasped, his expression completely frozen on his face. Although the Halls did not understand this magic, seeing the 2 golden threads symbolizing blood ties intertwining closely, they understood something. Looking at Eli and Harry, they couldn't help but smile with a hint of tears in their eyes. At least their beloved child had found his family. Dumbledore also stared at the connecting threads, his eyes filled with both joy and envy. Harry, confused, asked, "Professor, what does this mean?" At that moment, Eli glanced at Harry, but hesitated to meet his gaze. He had hidden the truth from Harry for so long. He could have let Harry feel familial love much earlier, but he chose to conceal it. His soul did not belong to Harry Potter, yet his body was Harry Potter's. He bore the hopes of Harry Potter for life, willing to live on in place of Harry. Dumbledore patted Harry's shoulder, his gaze inscrutable. "Harry, this means you will no longer be alone." "Professor, this..." Harry's thoughts were in utter disarray. "Harry, I think I should call you brother now." Harry looked at Eli, who smiled at him, and their familiar green eyes. You. Tears welled up in Harry's eyes. He found it hard to believe, to accept. He was incredibly afraid that this was a fragile dream. He had waited many years, longed for many years, and felt lonely for many years. Now familial ties suddenly appeared before him, yet he was afraid to reach out, fearing loss once more. Children, you will both have a biological brother now. The Halls approached, gently patting Harry and Ella's shoulders. This scene felt so familiar to Harry, just like in that mirror deep within his consciousness. Though the people were not the same as years ago, the emotions remained genuine. Bang, 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 bang. Fudge banged on the table, and some of the attendees cast him subtle, displeased glances. Such a stunning familial revelation was interrupted by this fat fool. Fudge's face held a hint of disbelief. Even so, Harry Potter has been adopted as Eli Hall. He has lost his eligibility to inherit the Potter estate. The Hall's expressions changed. Indeed, Eli had been adopted, and he had lost the right to inherit the Potter family. I believe the matter is not yet clear, Dumbledore interjected, drowning out Fudge's voice. The Ministry of Magic still lists Harry Potter as missing, meaning there are no records of Harry Potter's adoption. Fudge's face suddenly froze, but he replied, "That is because we had not found Harry Potter before. Now that we have found him, the adoption is a fact. Therefore he has lost his inheritance rights and constitutes the crime of illegal acquisition of property." Wait. Harry's voice suddenly emerged, his face still streaked with tears. He glanced at Eli, then stared directly at the unfriendly Minister of Magic. Fudge, I don't know what has happened, but since there is a dispute over the inheritance of the Potter family assets, I, as the heir of the Potter family, completely transfer the ownership of the family assets to Eli. Harry Potter, are you really going to do this? Fudge asked, dramatically looking down at Harry Potter. He found it hard to believe that the wealth of the Potter family was not a small sum, and how could Harry Potter just give it away? Harry's gaze was unusually resolute, even in the face of the Minister of Magic's questioning. I am the heir of the Potter family, who I have the right to dispose of my own property. You. Fudge's eyes widened, but he could say no more. This slender boy seemed as if he could protect everyone behind him simply by spreading his arms. He leaned weakly against the back of the chair. Then, since this is the case, Eli Hall, not guilty. As he spoke the final word, it was as if he had lost all his strength, and his face, as the Minister of Magic, was utterly tarnished. Dismissed. He stood up and left. The other members of the Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic also rose to leave. Many people greeted Dumbledore on their way out. Ah, congratulations. The bond of brotherhood is truly precious. Congratulations to you both. Harry and Eli exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, stammering. Then the two extended their hands. Eli reached out with both hands while Harry extended one. A moment of awkwardness ensued, and the two quickly switched, resulting in Harry extending both hands while Eli assumed a handshake position. For a moment the awkwardness was extreme. Ahem. Dumbledore, watching from the side, could hardly bear it, and discreetly stirred his magical power. Eli and Harry seemed to be pushed together, embracing each other. Dumbledore and the Hall couple looked on with satisfaction. The group left the Ministry of Magic together with Dumbledore engaging in lively conversation with the Hall couple, while Harry and Eli awkwardly scratched their heads. Professor Dumbledore, thank you for defending Eli in court. Dumbledore smiled, saying, I am his teacher. Proving the innocence of my student is what a teacher should do. It deserves no praise. Rather, I admire your courage. As you said, proving the innocence of our child is also what we as parents should do. We must also thank you for your courage in speaking the truth at the end. The Hall couple looked at Eli and Harry, saying, we are also happy that our child can find his relatives, and we are willing to treat Harry as our own child. Dumbledore looked at the Hall couple, saying, you are the most outstanding muggles I have ever met. Muggles. It refers to ordinary people who cannot perform magic. Professor, you flatter us. With the day still young, Dumbledore took his leave. Harry, I heard that Mrs. Dursley is your aunt. Mrs. Hall asked. Yes, she is my mother's sister, and Vernon Dursley is my uncle. Harry glanced at Eli. So does that mean that the Dursleys are also Ella's aunt and uncle? I think we should let them talk to Eli. Eli scratched his head. He feared this might turn into another family reunion drama. The group drove to the Dursley house, and after about an hour they rang the doorbell at number 4 Privet Drive. Who is it? Oh, Ernest, Doris. I'm sorry, Vernon, our sudden visit is a bit abrupt, but it is indeed about an important matter. Important matter. Come in. Penny was busy and saw the Hall family. Oh my, we weren't prepared at all. This is still our fault for not notifying you in advance. The Dursleys and the Halls all sat in the living room with Harry and Eli sitting together. The atmosphere suddenly felt a bit strange. We came because there is indeed a rather sudden matter. Mr. Hall looked at Harry and Eli. Something happened today. The Ministry of Magic required Eli and Harry to undergo a blood test, which concluded that Harry and Eli are biological brothers, meaning Eli is your nephew. Mr. Hall struggled to organize his words. He could not say that he had taken someone else's nephew for a paternity test without permission. He could only shift the blame onto the unpopular Ministry of Magic. The expressions of the Dursleys froze instantly. They had never considered such a thing. Eli lifted the confusion charm he had cast on Mrs. Dursley. When Penny saw Ella's appearance, her buried memories were suddenly unlocked. Lily. A tear slipped down Penny's somewhat dazed face, and when the tear fell her emotions could no longer be suppressed. You are truly Lily's child. Penny had always been the housewife of the Deathly household centered around Vernon and had never truly expressed her emotions recklessly. Eli did not expect that Penny, who usually could be somewhat harsh, would react this way. He felt a bit awkward. Yes. You? Tears fell silently. Penny covered her face, but her eyes never left Ella's face. Vernon had rarely seen his wife so helpless. He was somewhat annoyed. Enough. You all should leave. Vernon, no. Penny stopped her husband. She stood up and walked towards Eli. Kneeling in front of Eli, she slowly reached out to touch his face. Eli did not want to reject this person who had lost her sister. So, really very similar. I'm very sorry, Vernon. Today we indeed imposed ourselves on you. No, thank you for coming. Penny stood up, trying her best to hold back her tears. All along I have also been searching for Billy, but I have never found him. Thank you for raising him all these years. Penny looked at Harry again, saying, my sister was a witch and our whole family was happy for her, but I am not. Perhaps it was out of jealousy. Harry, you were not the only one who lost your mother back, then I also lost my sister. I do not seek your forgiveness for my harshness all this time, but I will always cherish your mother, my sister. She looked at Eli, saying, Billy, you. She suddenly shook her head and turned to leave. Vernon looked at Harry with a complicated expression, saying, Harry Potter, if you want to leave, I will not stop you. After saying this, he poured himself a glass of water and no longer looked at Harry. Mr. Hall looked at Harry and nodded at him. Harry silently went upstairs and began to pack his belongings. Are you leaving? Harry turned around to see Dudley standing at the door. Harry said nothing, only nodded. He wanted to leave. He had thought about it for many years, as there were no happy memories here. Harry dragged his suitcase and carried Hedwig as he walked out the door. As he passed Dudley, he glanced up at him, saying goodbye, and then lowered his head to leave. Harry turned back. I never thought you were redundant. The Hall family took Harry out of number 4 Privet Drive, while the Dursleys showed no intention of sending them off. Remember to visit your aunt. The group turned back, and then bang. The door was slammed shut by Vernon. An ancient castle lies above the waters of the North Sea, its existence absent from both Muggle and wizard. According to investigations, the castle's master is a wizard named Ixtus, and it is commonly believed that the castle resides in a space magically opened by him. The master of the castle possesses immense magical power, yet he seems to be somewhat mentally unstable, always using magic to lure passing sailors, and then tormenting them. He took pleasure in this. Until later wizards discovered the castle, the master had been dead for many years and the castle was supposed to become a deserted place. However, a multitude of Dementors were born here, a group of monsters that feed on human souls and positive emotions. The Ministry of Magic dispatched numerous personnel to investigate, ultimately concluding that these Dementors could not be expelled and were inextricably linked to the castle in an unknown manner. Any attempt to damage the castle, even a single brick or tile, would provoke the frenzied wrath of the Dementors. These investigators were reluctant to divulge more, stating every wall of this castle is filled with torment and suffering. Later, the Ministry appropriated it as a magical prison known as Azkaban. Every wizard incarcerated here would gradually lose all positive emotions, leaving only endless pain and oppression. Thus, those imprisoned here would no longer be of sound mind. Almost no one visits here, as they are unwilling to see familiar faces in such a maddened state, nor can they bear the horrors of this place. Dementors generally cannot distinguish between criminals and bystanders. They unleash darkness and terror upon every living being that approaches them. Kid, I hope to see you again. Eli ignored the strange fellow. If it weren't for the 2 Aurors who brought him being so silent, he would have thought this odd character was an escaped convict from Azkaban. Eli was not imprisoned in Azkaban. He was there to visit. It was unclear how long it had been since anyone had come to visit, but judging by the unwilling demeanor of the 2 Aurors, it was understandable. As soon as they landed on the island, the 2 Aurors drew their wands. Seeing the colossal figure hidden in the darkness, Eli tightened his grip on his wand. Vague shadows of swirling black mist could be seen continuously writhing, reminiscent of maggots crawling on a decaying corpse. The faces of the Aurors looked grim. Let's go, one urged. The 3 of them approached the castle along. It seemed that the only color here was black, and Eli found it difficult to locate any signs of human life. Pushing open the heavy weathered door, it creaked with a sound that made one cringe. Inside, the lights flickered dimly, and aside from the faint echo of footsteps, no one responded to them. It appeared that the inhabitants here were all dead. Eli could see curled up figures in each compartment, and with a touch of cawing crows it would resemble a mass grave. Though this place drove one mad more than a graveyard. There were no heavy iron doors, nor towering sturdy walls. The facilities here did not resemble a prison. Perhaps with the presence of Dementors, everything else was superfluous. This is the place, one Auror said coldly, tossing Eli into a compartment and refusing to speak further. Montagues. Eli called softly to the figure curled in the corner. It bore some resemblance to Upon hearing Ellis' voice, the figure seemed to twitch slightly. Turning around, the gaunt face revealed left Eli momentarily unrecognizing. Sir. He widened his eyes, staring intensely at Eli, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Sir. Sir. He crawled to the compartment door, grabbing Ella's pant leg. The two Aurors remained unmoved. The inmates here had been stripped of their wands, and their minds had long since broken, making them no threat to guard. Eli crouched down, grasping Montega's hand. Just hold on to the professor, and I will bail you out as soon as possible, at least so you don't have to stay in this place. Suddenly a metal tag appeared in Montega's hand, and in an instant he felt warmth spreading through him, as if he had completely escaped Azkaban. He looked up to see Eli gazing at him, shaking his head. Montague immediately closed his mouth, refraining from asking, and tightened his grip on the metal tag. His appearance visibly improved. Eli patted his shoulder. Just hang in there. You two can leave now, the Auror said, leading Eli away. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. This was the only sound in the castle. Eli followed the two Aurors, scanning the surroundings, but he did not see the familiar figure. Or rather, the people here, now, all seemed alike, all devoid of life. Let alone finding someone he had never met face to face. Excuse me, gentlemen, how is the treatment for Aurors? In planning to take the Auror exam after graduation, Eli asked nonchalantly. Ella's question seemed to break the oppressive atmosphere. How good can it be? Every day we're ordered around, and we might as well work as clerks in Diagon Alley. One of my cousins failed to become an Auror and went to work as a guard at Gringotts. Now it seems he's better off than I, and the two exchanged complaints, indicating that this stifling environment indeed affects one's psyche. When did you become an Auror? I heard they were quite impressive when I was a child. Impressive? It's better now, but back then who knows when one might meet a tragic end. Oh, that must have been during the time of the Dark Lord. Come to think of it, we should thank Harry Potter for bringing him down. As soon as Eli mentioned the Dark Lord, both men went silent, and from a nearby compartment a figure resembling a ragged sack suddenly stirred. Harry! Harry! What happened to him? Tell me what happened to Harry Potter. A roar suddenly erupted, almost causing the two tense Aurors to reflexively cast several spells. What are you doing? Get back! A stooped figure appeared in the corridor, and the two Aurors waved their wands to drive him back. Eli squinted slightly. Despite the changed appearance, he could still faintly recognize some resemblance to the photo. The two Aurors kicked and shoved the inmate back, and Eli followed. The Dark Lord will return. The Master will return. He will kill you all. A frenzied female voice echoed from the other side, prompting the two Aurors to hurry over and reprimand her. Eli discreetly tossed a small cloth bag into the compartment of the previously emerged inmate, then walked away as if nothing had happened. Once the three left, the castle returned to silence. Only in one compartment, two faint eyes glimmered. Shocked, 2 years of being classmates, and now they have become brothers. A prison break has occurred at Azkaban. Is it a secret conspiracy, or just poor supervision? These news items hardly need further elaboration. Each event written down provokes tremendous reactions. The wizarding community is almost in an uproar, and the sales of the Daily Prophet have skyrocketed. Almost everyone is holding a newspaper, reading and rereading it, as if they could discern something from it. I think the Phoenix Potion Shop must have offended a pure-blood family. That might not be the case. Their shopkeeper is just a low-level person who can guarantee that their products are sourced clean. Harry Potter actually has a younger brother. Will they fight over the inheritance? I've heard the Potter family has quite a fortune. Who could argue with that? I suspect this suddenly appearing little Potter might be after that fortune. Bystanders' discussions are often more captivating than the events themselves. Perhaps it's due to their inscrutable malice or their yearning for a good show. Anyone can be an excellent director. In contrast, the prison break at Azkaban seems rather mundane. Yet most people will curse the Ministry of Magic a few more times after discussing it. Eli is not particularly concerned about these so-called scandals. In fact, he is currently in the Muggle world, where the stirrings of the magical world seldom impact this place. Except for the night many years ago when the Dark Lord fell. The ecstatic wizards completely ignored the international statute of wizarding secrecy, and the magical fireworks that night forced Muggle news stations to explain that these were just shooting stars. However, Eli did pay attention to the news of Sirius' escape. To say the least, his escape is related to Eli. That day, Eli not only visited Mundungus, but also tossed a concealed bag to Sirius, which contained a wand and some protective trinkets against Dementors. Eli knows that even without him, Sirius would have escaped. He simply wanted to spare his godfather a bit of suffering. Ron's family won the lottery and went on a trip to Egypt. Their family photo was even published in the newspaper. It was seeing Peter Pettigrew in that photo that drove Sirius mad and made him want to escape. Where is Peter Pettigrew? He is Ron's fat rat, Scabbers. He is an animagus and has been living in the Weasley household for many years in the form of an animagus rat. Back then, as the secret keeper for the Potters after leaking their location to Voldemort, he used magic to blow up an entire Muggle street and left a finger behind at the scene while he transformed into a rat and scurried into the sewers. The only one left at the scene, Sirius, was successfully framed as the traitor and the murderer of Muggles. The Ministry of Magic imprisoned him in Azkaban without much trial, and he remained there for over 10 years. Until he saw Peter in the photo, he wanted revenge, and he wanted to protect Harry from harm, so he successfully escaped in his animagus form. With no wand and no food, he drifted all the way from the sea. Eli knows he would inevitably make the same choice, so why not help him? Eli, your shop. Eli shrugged. It doesn't matter. I can find another shopkeeper later, but getting Mundungus out on bail is indeed a troublesome matter. Harry is not very clear about Eli and Dumbledore's plans. Is it because of the Ministry of Magic? You could say that, but they are just lackeys. Lackeys. Exactly. Fudge became Minister of Magic with Professor Dumbledore's support, but he has always wanted to escape this situation, so he will inevitably choose to cooperate with those big families. Harry nodded slightly. So you have offended those big families. Eli put down the dessert in his hand. This level of sweetness is unbearable for him. After living in England for so many years, he still cannot adapt to the local eating habits. Of course, my products have deprived them of income, pushing them to desperation. I still have money here. This can count as yours. Eli quickly cut him off. I am not just in it for the money. The current situation is not something money can solve. Then what is it? Harry asked in confusion. Eli waved his wand to shield the area, using alchemical tools to protect himself from surveillance. Voldemort will return. You believe that, right? Eli's tone turned somewhat serious. Eli believes that Harry is qualified and needs to know some of his plans. However, when mentioning Voldemort's name, he still took precautions to prevent Voldemort from tracking him through the magic applied to his name. Of course, he attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone in our first year, and last semester, he released the Basilisk. He will definitely return. Eli nodded, so we will inevitably face him in battle. He is not only powerful, but also has a group of followers. Death Eaters. Not just them, there may even be some magical creatures who join him. You know, Professor Dumbledore is getting old. We cannot rely on him alone to withstand these dangers. Of course we should stand up, but we can't rely solely on just a few of us. We need to ensure that those big families and the Ministry of Magic will not side with Voldemort at least. But what does that have to do with your shop? It matters a lot. You should realize the importance of potions. As long as we control the potion market, we hold their lifeblood. Even if we take a step back, those big families and the Ministry of Magic are merely pursuing profit. As long as we give them enough benefits, they won't hesitate to join us. Harry thought for a moment and felt Eli had a point, but you know Voldemort will use life as a threat. Then we need to have enough power. Eli looked intently at Harry. We still have Dumbledore, and we are still young. As long as we are given time, we can definitely acquire enough power to contend with Voldemort. In fact, Eli now has to face more than just one Voldemort. Compared to that omnipresent Grim Reaper who toys with countless lives, Voldemort is truly nothing. Harry's expression became somewhat complex. After 2 confrontations with Voldemort, he had always thought Voldemort might not be that terrifying. But after LA account, Voldemort's abilities far exceeded his imagination. He now had to be grateful that he and a few friends managed to survive against Voldemort not once, but twice. It was simply luck. Harry looked again at the newspaper. It's really astonishing that someone could escape from Azkaban. He pointed at the dynamically roaring photo of Sirius. Look, he looks like a mad dog. Eli looked at the photo with a complex expression, then turned to Harry. There's one thing I must tell you. This mad dog is our godfather. Harry stood frozen in place, deeply suspicious that Eli was deliberately mocking him. Though this may seem incredible, it is nonetheless true. Sirius Black, past, present, and future, is our godfather. This. Harry stared at the photograph of Sirius, who roared incessantly. Had he just compared him to a rabid dog? It took Harry a long while before he could even begin to absorb the revelation. He gazed fixedly at Eli, so intently that Eli grew uneasy. Eli pulled his robe tighter. What do you want? Harry nearly rolled his eyes. Eli, could you please stop keeping things from me all the time? Professor Dumbledore does it too, and so do you. I feel like a newborn infant perpetually shielded by you both. Harry's voice trembled with emotion. He had finally voiced what he'd long held inside. He wasn't foolish. He knew Eli had always helped him, intentionally or not, whether against Quirrell in first year or the Basilisk in second. Eli was invariably the first to shoulder the burden, while Harry walked behind like a child following adults, treading only paths already cleared for him. In truth, having endured scorn since childhood, Harry had grown far more independent than his peers. He possessed his own convictions, and thus time and again he charged forward bravely to do what he believed right. Such courage, the courage to choose one's own path, is rare, a virtue many never attain in their lifetimes. And so he resented Dumbledore and Eli for withholding the truth from him. Eli fell silent. Indeed, ever since he had truly awakened to life, he had devoted himself to opposing Voldemort and protecting those beloved characters he once watched on screen. He realized he was growing increasingly like Dumbledore, contemplating endlessly striving to control every variable. Once he pitied Dumbledore, would others someday pity him in turn? Regardless, Harry deserved to know something about his parents. Eli drew a slow breath, gathering his thoughts carefully. Harry, if that's how you feel, then I'll tell you everything I know. Harry looked at Eli expectantly. Professor Dumbledore revealed my origins to me very early. around first year after the incident with Quirrell. He also shared much about my parents and events from that time, but I withheld it from you believing the moment wasn't yet right. Back then Sirius Black and my father James Potter were inseparable friends, hence Sirius became our godfather. A rumor circulated then, one that prompted the Dark Lord to hunt our family down. Later Sirius betrayed our whereabouts to that man, and what followed you already know. Of course these words weren't entirely Dumbledore's, nor were they the full truth. Eli wasn't lying deliberately. These fragments were all he could uncover through his own means. The true facts of that night remained known to almost no one save Sirius himself. Logically Eli couldn't possibly know them either. So this was the only answer he could offer Harry. Hearing it, Harry suddenly surged with emotion. You mean, he killed my parents? No, don't panic yet. These are merely rumors passed down over years. The truth may be vastly different. There remain serious inconsistencies. Inconsistencies? But Dumbledore himself said so. Harry struggled to stay calm. The Ministry imprisoned Black in Azkaban without trial. At the scene of the crime no one was present except Sirius. No witness could confirm he was the murderer. Harry gasped, breath ragged. His hatred for his parents' killer burned fiercely, yet Eli's words gradually steadied him. Harry, I swear I will never let the true culprit escape justice. But we must first uncover the truth. How? Eli slowly turned his gaze toward the newspaper photograph of Sirius roaring defiantly. Harry now officially lived with the Hall family. Though formal adoption had not yet been finalized, the Halls had reached an agreement with the Dursleys permitting Harry to reside under their roof. At last Harry had escaped that wretched place, and never before had he felt so genuinely joyful. The Halls treated him as their own child, and Harry, ever thoughtful and considerate, quickly won their hearts. What delighted him most was acquiring a younger brother, and to his astonishment that brother was also his closest friend. Yet awkwardness soon followed. Until recently he'd always played the deferential junior to Eli. Now as elder brother, he found himself utterly lacking in authority. Take this moment, Eli was teaching him transfiguration. Upon learning Eli was an animagus, a bird. No, wait. A bird. No, Eli was an animagus. Harry's fascination with the subject ignited instantly. But transfiguration was no dueling art. It demanded precision and finesse. And Harry, a stubborn, headstrong novice, hardly cut out for such delicate work. Each session ended with Eli scolding him mercilessly, and Harry couldn't even protest given the sheer number of vases he'd already shattered. Still, progress had been made. Under Eli's rigorous hands-on tutelage, it would have been impossible not to improve, even slightly. Harry's transfiguration skills had at last begun to take shape. The start of term arrived swiftly, and the two were escorted to King's Cross Station. On the train, the infamous 5-point penalty squad reunited. I simply can't believe it. The Scarhead is actually Eli's elder brother. Blimey, Draco's gone and ditched the slicked-back hairstyle. Has his hairline finally surrendered? What? Harry bristled. Can't I be an older brother? Eli, Hermione asked solemnly. How do you feel about suddenly acquiring an utterly unreliable elder brother? Ahem. Eli cleared his throat with exaggerated gravity. As the central figure in this unexpected development, I must confess, I was profoundly stunned. While Mr. Potter is indeed highly unreliable, guided by the principle of compassion for neurodivergent youth, I've reluctantly accepted him. Harry's face darkened. He wanted nothing more than to strangle Eli, and perhaps a few of his gleefully inciting friends as well. I think it's splendid, Ron declared, cradling his plump rat with quiet satisfaction. Having 6 brothers himself, he understood the value of solid fraternal bonds, and was genuinely pleased for his best mate. Eli glanced sidelong at the rodent. Poor Peter, 12 years masquerading as a rat in the Weasley household. Had circumstances permitted, Eli wouldn't have hesitated to send him straight to the Reaper, though the Reaper himself might well decline the delivery. Who's that? In the corner a weary traveler leaned against the wall, fast asleep. Professor R. J. Lupin. Now several people were in a state of panic. Just think about it. They had just exited the train station enjoying hot pot and singing with friends when suddenly the train was hijacked. How could they not be anxious? It seems like something is moving outside. Ron's voice sounded somewhat fearful. He sat by the window straining to see what was outside, but the glass seemed to have developed a layer of frost, allowing only vague glimpses of dark shadows moving outside. The temperature plummeted suddenly, as if a cold wave from Siberia had struck, causing even the drinks on the table to begin freezing at a visibly rapid rate. Keep in mind it was only September. Where could such low temperatures come from? The lighting system in the train seemed to be damaged, plunging both the interior and exterior into a haunting darkness. Despite the sudden turn of events, Professor Lupin, who was sleeping in the corner, showed no signs of waking up. Eli wanted to poke him, thinking, he can't possibly be dead, can he? The atmosphere in the train became strangely tense, and no one dared to speak. It seems like someone is trying to get in. In response to Ron's words, the train suddenly jolted violently, causing the already tense group to turn pale. Eli had his wand firmly in hand, ready to confront the sudden intrusion of a Dementor. Indeed, it was a Dementor, only it could create such an effect at this moment. It was surely here to search for the fugitive Sirius Black. Some muffled gasps came from the train. The Dementors had boarded. The temperature continued to drop, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Slowly, a drifting black shadow appeared outside the compartment, resembling a large tattered black cloth, its specific shape indiscernible and its face obscured. At that moment, Eli refrained from launching an attack, fearing it would provoke the other Dementors. A claw resembling a withered branch soaked in water slowly extended, lightly moving, causing the compartment door lock to automatically turn and open. The few people in the compartment immediately felt a wave of sorrow arise from within. All the unpleasant memories of the past erupted simultaneously. The Dementor scanned the compartment and suddenly seemed to be drawn to Harry. It continuously advanced towards Harry, who felt an irresistible pull tearing at his soul. He was utterly powerless to resist, having completely succumbed to the painful memories of the past, with death drawing ever closer. Eli sensed that something was wrong. The Dementor was consuming Harry's soul. In a panic, Eli didn't even think to wave his wand, instinctively kicking towards the Dementor at the door. Bang! Eli felt that his kick had truly landed. The Dementor was sent crashing into the corner by his blow. It should be noted that Dementors have no physical form, meaning that ordinary means cannot harm them. Eli didn't think much of it. He just wanted to teach this blind creature a severe lesson. The moment he saw them, he thought of the inept Ministry of Magic. Thinking of the Ministry reminded him of that pink toad, which only made Eli angrier. Fueled by anger, Eli charged at the Dementor, unleashing a flurry of kicks. The Dementor that had just been kicked was still dazed, and Ella's powerful feet came crashing down. Not satisfied with just kicking, Eli yanked off the Dementor's cloak, revealing an incredibly ugly head. It looked like a scabbed ball with only a hollow mouth. What the hell? How can something so ugly dare to act as a guard? With a few slaps, an indescribable sensation washed over him. The Dementor, experiencing this kind of damage for the first time, showed no reaction, feeling as if it were in ecstasy under Ella's assault. Dementors are social creatures. If they cannot win unknown, they prefer to gang up. Sure enough, the other Dementors were rushing over like madmen. Shadows flitted through the narrow space of the train. In the midst of his fervent beating, Eli felt movement behind him. Turning around, he saw a Dementor, its foul mouth pursed, trying to suck at him. The Dementor was sucking vigorously, but found it seemed to absorb nothing. Looking at the creature with its large face, Eli felt a surge of inexplicable anger. As the Dementor attempted to continue sucking, Eli retaliated with a slap, stunning it. So you want to gang up on me? Back in my day, I fought from Urshian Bridge all the way to Changhua Avenue, striking without hesitation, not even blinking. Who do you think you are? Eli stowed away his wand, lifted his leg, and delivered a kick. The Dementor, caught in close combat for the first time, had no power to resist. Eli fought like a seasoned thug, cursing and striking simultaneously, almost as if he wanted to smoke a cigarette at the same time. The approaching Dementors had yet to react, receiving Ella's punches in rapid succession. Thus, a 13-year-old boy chased a swarm of Dementors in the Hogwarts Express, punching and kicking them, while cursing unintelligibly. Patronus. A beam of white light burst forth from behind, and Eli felt no discomfort. The surrounding students suddenly felt a wave of joy wash over them. Upon encountering the white light, the Dementors shrieked, as if they were cats confronted by a mouse, producing a piercing, screeching sound akin to nails scraping on a blackboard. They fled at an incredible speed. Come on, keep fighting. They'll rip your heads off. Eli paused, feeling somewhat This is truly unbelievable. Eli turned around, recognizing the newcomer. Professor Lupin. Lupin extended his hand to Eli, saying, Hello, I'm your new Professor Lupin. He appeared very gentle, though his clothes were tattered and his face somewhat haggard, yet he exuded a warm presence. Hello, Professor, I am a third-year student, Eli Hall. Lupin's eyes brightened as he looked at Ella's face, then he beamed with appreciation. You truly are an accomplished youth. Remembering his earlier performance, Eli felt a bit embarrassed and scratched. This isn't the right place to discuss matters, we can talk later. He handed Eli a piece of chocolate, saying, Have a bit, you must be quite tired after that. Eli obediently accepted the chocolate, replying, Thank you, Professor. All right, you should go take care of your brother. He'll have a word with the conductor. After patting Eli on the shoulder, Lupin turned toward the front of the train. Watching Lupin's retreating figure, Eli shook his head and returned to the compartment. Harry looked somewhat exhausted, leaning against his seat. Hermione and the others were attending to him. So how was it? Were you scared just now? I think those things were scared of you. Ron looked at Eli with a strange. Harry chuckled. They might be worse off than I am. Did you hear a woman scream earlier? Harry, no one was screaming, Hermione said, looking at Harry with a somewhat grave expression. Last semester, Harry heard a strange sound, and then things went downhill from there. Eli patted Harry on the back, handing him the chocolate. Those things are called Dementors. They specialize in evoking the most painful memories in your heart. Harry pursed his lips. Indeed, there was no memory more tragic than that fateful night. Is Sirius Black your godfather? The group was taken aback. Eli shrugged. Indeed, he always has been. They exchanged glances at a loss for words. Surely they couldn't congratulate someone on their godfather's escape from prison. I heard from my dad that he's quite a vicious murderer. Mr. Weasley, working at the Ministry of Magic, naturally had more inside information. Although he didn't know the truth from back then, he was quite well informed about certain news within the Ministry of Magic. Due to Sirius Black's escape, the Ministry of Magic had sent Aurors to patrol near Ella's home to prevent Sirius from finding Harry and Eli. To say they were overly concerned about Harry's safety would be false. They were simply unable to reverse the situation regarding Sirius' escape and could only try to prevent something worse from happening. Otherwise, Fudge would have to resign in shame. Since Azkaban was established as a wizarding prison, there had been almost no escapees. Now such an event had occurred during Fudge's tenure, and crucially, he had no immediate means to capture Sirius. This placed immense pressure on Fudge. He had already completely offended Dumbledore and failed to fulfill his promises to the pureblood families. A single misstep could lead to his position as Minister of Magic being taken from him. The thought of potentially losing his position terrified Fudge. He had worked tirelessly to reach this point, and he didn't fear criticism as long as he could remain comfortably in his ministerial seat. In fact, the circumstances back then are somewhat ambiguous. I heard from my dad that the incident caused such a stir that the Muggle government kept pressuring the ministry. At that time, Minister Millicent Bagnall directly sentenced Black with a heavy hand, and many people were skeptical about him being the murderer. Draco interjected, providing some context which was indeed factual. The then Minister of Magic Millicent Bagnall was quite adept at handling political matters. The incident had a massive impact, and she was not concerned with who the real murderer was. Her only goal was to swiftly find someone to take the fall. Many people at that time tacitly accepted such behavior, but questions always lingered, though few cared. Although Harry felt some animosity towards Sirius Black after Ella's explanation, he wasn't in a rush. Now that Draco had mentioned there were doubts about the matter, Harry felt somewhat relieved. Professor Flitwick led the choir in a rather good song, and the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Professor McGonagall appeared to be in good spirits, mainly because there were no flamboyant performances of the school song by the Weasley twins this time. Hogwarts school song has never had a fixed melody. Each time it is sung under Dumbledore's direction, everyone sings it to their favorite tune. This provided ample opportunity for the Weasley twins to showcase their talents. Ever since they joined the school, the song had never been sung properly. Professor McGonagall's expression grew worse year by year. Moreover, since Eli enrolled, the ensemble had gained another exceptionally talented member. Eli almost performed the school song, while playing the Eru, singing along to Reflections of the Moon on a Second Spring. This time, under Professor Flitwick's direction, they had a rather elegant choral performance. Professor McGonagall expressed, "Isn't this much better than what those guys sang?" Eli looked regretful, sighing that he had planned to sing a grand piece this time. This year's opening ceremony was quite eventful. Besides the annual new defense against the dark arts professor, our gamekeeper Rubius Hagrid was promoted to Professor of Magical Creatures. Hagrid's popularity at the school was high due to his kind nature. As soon as Dumbledore announced it, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Especially among Gryffindor, these mischievous little lions had interacted with Hagrid quite a bit. On the Slytherin side, Eli and Draco were the ones most excited. Draco had a good relationship with Hagrid because of his dragon-raising endeavors, and he greatly appreciated Hagrid's views on dragons. Hagrid, becoming a professor for the first time, was obliviously clapping along with everyone else. Professor McGonagall patted him to signal that he should stand up and greet everyone. As a result, this big fellow accidentally pushed the table quite far away, causing the applause to grow even more enthusiastic. Professor McGonagall had to tug at him several times to get the grinning Hagrid to sit down. Hagrid laughed like a half-done fat man. At the professor's table, Professor Lupin appeared very polite, and everyone regarded this new teacher as seemingly quite good. Eli remembered that Lupin had expressed a desire to talk to him. It was likely about the Dementors. Dementors are largely immune to physical attacks, and only the Patronus charm can harm them. Ella's performance on the train was truly like using a bandage to wipe away a mess. He had revealed a hand to Lupin. Eli was also puzzled. The Dementors' attacks seemed to have no effect on him. At that time, he felt only the cold temperature of the air, without any feelings of sadness. Moreover, he could even strike back at the Dementors, leaving them entirely powerless. This was simply beyond what a mere human could accomplish. Apart from the matter of the Dementors, Eli was also thinking about Sirius Black. With the Dementors making such a bold entrance to search the Hogwarts Express, it was likely that Black was hiding nearby, or even on the train. Eli wondered when Sirius would finally appear. He hoped to find him soon, capture Peter, and clear Sirius' name. However, several days passed without any sign of Black. The presence of Dementors at Hogwarts greatly displeased. The students were all apprehensive now, fearing encounters with the roaming Dementors. At present, there was one Dementor stationed at the entrance of Hogwarts. "What are you looking at? He'll blast your eyes out," Eli shouted at the Dementor. The Dementor was momentarily confused, not understanding what this little creature intended. "Come here, let me show you a treasure." Eli beckoned it over. It was unclear whether it responded to Ella's words or simply desired to consume souls, but the Dementor moved closer. As the Dementor drew near, Eli could see the extremely hideous mouth beneath its hood. Hand it over. Eli seized the Dementor's head and began to pummel it. After a while, the Dementor dared not resist. Bang! Eli took a box from his bag and placed it on the ground. Opening the box without caring about the struggling Dementor, Eli forcefully shoved the unfortunate creature. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, Eli quickly tucked the box away and fled. He had long wanted to study the Dementors, and this creature would be great for Harry and the others to practice the Patronus charm. After dinner, Hagrid invited them to his little hut. They strolled to Hagrid's modest dwelling, which, although simple, was always arranged warmly by Hagrid. "Oh, come in." The group looked at Hagrid inside the door in surprise, even questioning whether they had recognized him correctly. Hagrid was no longer wearing his somewhat tattered moleskin coat, but was instead dressed in a circus-like outfit. Hagrid wore an old-fashioned suit that looked rather out of date with a crooked bow tie around his neck. Eli immediately felt it was too tight. "Oh my, Hagrid, you haven't been wearing that thing all the time, have you?" Ron simply could not understand Hagrid's outfit. Hagrid felt a bit uncomfortable under their gazes, knowing that his attire might be somewhat awkward. "Coming quickly," Hagrid urged them on. "I'm just trying to cultivate a professor's aura." Hagrid was fiddling around as the others sat down comfortably with Ron and Draco fighting for the couch. "Come taste this, it's my freshly made rock cakes, they're quite tasty." Hagrid looked eager, but Eli and the others had somewhat frozen expressions. They had eaten this before. The first time Draco came, they had tricked him into trying it. It almost knocked out Draco. Eli always thought that Hagrid had a soft spot for cute little pets, always making little heart-shaped treats at home. Although these things were hard for others to enjoy, Harry remembered the butt-shaped cake Hagrid made, and Draco recalled his near-dental disaster. No, we just had dinner in the Great Hall. We're quite full." That's right. Hagrid reluctantly withdrew the rock cakes, saying, "Oh really, it seems I timed it poorly." "Hagrid, is there something you want to tell us?" Hermione keenly noticed Hagrid's expression, which was different from usual, as if he was hesitant to speak. Hagrid paused, appearing somewhat flustered, tugging at his bow tie. "No. Yes, I actually wanted to ask you for a little favor." Hagrid was a bit afraid to look at Hermione, as this clever little witch always seemed to know what he was thinking. "Go ahead, maybe we can come up with some ideas." Draco disdainfully pushed away the drooling Fong. Fong, being expelled, brightened up upon seeing Eli. Eli exclaimed, "What are you doing? Don't come over here." Hagrid plopped down on a chair which creaked ominously. His hands rubbed his thighs nervously. "Yes, there is indeed a little matter. You know I have become a professor now, but I'm not too. You want us to help you prepare your lessons." Before Hagrid could finish stammering, Hermione spoke the rest for him. Yes, that's it." Despite Hagrid's large, imposing figure, he actually had a soft heart. Upon learning that he had become the professor for the care of magical creatures class, Hagrid had been so excited that he hardly slept well for days. However, he worried that he would mess up the class, as he was quite aware of his own abilities, feeling a mix of hope. The group found Hagrid's bashfulness amusing. "Hagrid, you should have told us earlier. We will help you come up with ideas and make sure you become the most popular professor." Hagrid's small beetle-like eyes brightened instantly. "Oh, that's wonderful." Hagrid was quite aware of the abilities of the group. Eli had taught the defense against the dark arts class, albeit as a substitute, but no one had said anything bad about it. Hermione was the brightest little witch with extensive knowledge. Hagrid certainly couldn't match her in terms of textbooks. And then there was Harry and the others. Those three little troublemakers could also come up with some clever ideas and liven up the atmosphere. They all readily agreed to help Hagrid prepare his lessons, and Hagrid happily waved his hand, giving them all the rock cakes. With a large box of rock cakes in hand, they left Hagrid's little hut, while Eli was busy wiping Fang's drool off his face. In divination class, the classroom was filled with strange smells, and crystal balls were scattered everywhere. "Welcome, children. In my class you will learn the outstanding art of divination. Here you will discover whether you possess the gift of foresight." The divination professor spoke in an operatic voice in the classroom, resembling someone from a fortune-telling booth beneath a bridge. "Hello everyone, I am Professor Trelawney." She stood up, but almost knocked over the table, hurriedly stabilizing it, appearing somewhat flustered. Professor Trelawney wore thick glasses resembling beer bottles, which made her eyes look somewhat distorted. Her hair was a wild mess, reminding Eli of Hermione back in the day. Professor Trelawney looked quite disheveled, appearing somewhat eccentric. "Here we will learn how to predict the future together." She seemed very excited, while the surrounding students looked at her with cold indifference as she performed her antics. But the professor seemed oblivious to the awkward atmosphere. "This semester our focus will be on tea leaf reading, predicting the future through interpreting the remnants of tea leaves. Please exchange teacups with the student sitting opposite you." The students began fiddling with the teacups on the table, which indeed contained some tea leaves. The truth is hidden, just like sentences in a book waiting to be interpreted. Eli looked at the sludgy tea leaves in his cup, puzzled. What could this thing reveal? Eli leaned in to sniff it. Yuck! This thing was spoiled. Up until now this class left Eli somewhat bewildered. At first he was quite interested in this class that could predict the future, but after looking through the textbook he found it filled with vague terms without a single spell or symbol. Just flipping through a few pages made Eli suspect that this might be a scam. Even a fortune-telling blind man could string together a few scriptures and read some omens. First you must broaden your horizons. Professor Trelawney gestured over Seamus' head, which made Seamus hesitate. This is simply nonsense. What the hell, when did you appear? Eli jumped in surprise at Hermione beside him, who hadn't been there just moments ago. Me? I've been here all along. Eli and the others exchanged glances, even questioning their own eyesight. Eli suddenly caught sight of the time-turner necklace around Hermione's neck, and it dawned on him. It was a time-turner allowing one to go back to the past. Professor McGonagall had helped Hermione apply for it, so she could complete more courses. Later it also helped them a lot. Harry and the others had no idea about this, feeling quite baffled. Eli thought to himself, such a good thing, I want one too. Professor Trelawney suddenly asked Neville, "Oh child, how is your grandmother?" Her ghostly expression made Neville uneasy. Well, she's fine," Neville said, nodding, somewhat dazedly unsure of what this strange professor was trying to say. Trelawney pursed her lips. "I don't think so. Bring me the cup." Neville handed her his cup. After taking a glance inside, Trelawney sighed with a face full of sorrow, letting out a simple regret before sliding away. Confused by her cryptic behavior, and seeing that Trelawney had no intention of explaining, Neville picked up the cup to take a look himself. "There's nothing but tea leaves in here. Are you messing with me?" Trelawney behaved like a fortune-telling fraud, dropping vague, yet concerning phrases, and then falling silent. Most students from previous years considered Professor Trelawney to be a charlatan, and her methods were far too unreliable. Every year she predicted the death of one or several students, yet none of these predictions ever came true. It seemed this was her way of deceiving others. "Expand your thoughts," she muttered as if casting a spell. She approached Eli and the others, catching sight of Ron. "Oh, your aura is pulsating. Are you on the other side?" Her dramatic antics startled Ron, while Hermione rolled her eyes in annoyance. Even the universally acknowledged dullest class, history of magic, held Hermione's attention, but divination seemed to drain her patience. This divination class felt off for Hermione, as she despised anything that lacked rigor. Professor Trelawney's divination class was hardly rigorous, almost relying on guesswork, and after one lesson one could easily set up a stall under a bridge wearing sunglasses. "Quick look into the cup. What do you see?" she urged Ron, as if performing a ritual. "Oh, okay," he said while observing the tea leaves in the cup and flipping through the textbook, searching for corresponding. "Harry, there's a crooked cross here representing trials and tribulations." Ron continued looking while Trelawney nodded nervously. Hermione's lips curled disdainfully, while Eli watched with great interest. "This might represent the sun, symbolizing joy." Trelawney seemed to disagree with Ron's interpretation, laughing somewhat awkwardly. "So, you will suffer, but will also find joy in it." Eli furrowed his brows, wondering what nonsense, suffering and joy simultaneously. Trelawney shook her head. "Give me the cup." As soon as her gaze fell upon the cup, it was as if she had seen something terrifying. She screamed and tossed the cup back onto the table, fearful of contamination. The students in the classroom were startled by her sudden outbursts, leaving Draco wide awake. Hermione turned her head in annoyance, not wanting to watch any longer. Most frightened was Harry. "That was my cup. What does that reaction mean? Hurry up and tell me." Harry's breathing quickened as he stared at Trelawney, waiting for her to say something more. Trelawney, looking apprehensive, said to Harry, "Child, you have an ominous sign." "Ominous? What does that mean?" "Idiot, it's ominous. It takes the form of a spectral dog, the most terrible omen in the world, foretelling." A little chubby boy reading from the book remarked. Trelawney seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar, trembling all over. Harry was also greatly frightened, his heart racing. He studied the tea leaves in the cup closely. The shape indeed resembled a large black dog. "Professor, how about you do a reading for me?" "Oh, I mean predict something." Eli handed over his teacup. Trelawney took the cup and let out an even louder scream, hurriedly tossing it. "Ominous. Another ominous sign." Eli asked, confused, "Am I also ominous? With red hair?" Trelawney looked terrified. "Child, you will face death." Eli thought it was fine. "Oh, I'm already being targeted by death. Will I not encounter death? Besides, I've already died once. A death is nothing to worry about." This divination class felt like a farce, with students entering bewildered and leaving just as confused, having learned nothing but the ominous sign. "Do you think that omen is related to Sirius Black?" Ron asked on the way to care of magical creatures class. "To be honest, I think this divination class doesn't hold up to scrutiny." "But Eli, what did you mean by red hair?" Hermione asked. "Well, it refers to a guy who writes novels, has an ominous end, and is covered in hair." The group playfully bantered as they approached Hagrid's hut, surrounded by students. "Quick, gather around. Is everyone here? Good, follow me," Hagrid shouted, leading a large group of students. "How do you open this book?" Everyone was quite curious about this oddly shaped book, as it looked like a living creature. Before Hagrid could warn them, poor Neville had already unbuckled the strap on the book. The unrestrained book suddenly began to thrash like a ferocious beast, biting and tearing at Neville, leaving him in tatters. This book was titled The Monster Book of Monsters, and it could bite, behaving like a real monster. Seeing that Neville was struggling with it, Eli stepped in and kicked the frenzied book away. Eli prepared to pick it up, but the book snapped its mouth open to bite. "Hey, if I don't show you some discipline, you'll keep acting up, won't you?" Eli picked up a nearby brick and struck it several times, rendering the once vigorous monster book lifeless. Eli dusted off his hands and tossed the book back to Neville. "This is how you deal with this book." The surrounding students wore expressions of realization. Hagrid, looking at the very vigorous Eli, prepared to explain that by simply stroking the spine of the book, but it seemed Ellis' method worked quite well. Oh, perhaps they could use this tactic in the future. Eli opened his book, and seeing the fate of his companion, the monster book in his hands, was exceptionally docile. Of course, this was just a minor episode. They couldn't have a fool and brawl before class. Following Hagrid's instructions, everyone stroked the spine of the book, and indeed it quieted down immediately. Seeing that everyone was ready, Hagrid glanced at Eli and the others, clearing his throat. "Welcome to Care of Magical Creatures class. In this course, I will introduce you to various magical creatures and teach you how to coexist harmoniously with them." With the help of Eli and the others, Hagrid had practiced many times, and now he seemed to be doing quite well. All right. Everyone, please be quiet and don't startle them." "And what are they?" And Hagrid gestured for the students to settle down, who all were deeply intrigued by the mysterious them he had just mentioned. Hagrid tiptoed toward a tree and gently tapped its trunk. And the young wizards watched the branches with breathless anticipation. From behind the foliage, a tiny head suddenly emerged. Emerald green in hue, its slender body mimicking gnarled twigs so perfectly that it vanished seamlessly into the canopy. "It's a bowtruckle," and someone cried out, and the little creature instantly recoiled, vanishing back into the leaves. And those nearby shot him an irritated glance. Realizing his ill-timed exclamation, he flushed and fell silent. Hagrid raised a calming hand, then tapped the trunk once more. And this time the creature emerged with far greater caution, peering carefully before fully revealing itself. Recognizing Hagrid, it stepped boldly from the foliage. And Hagrid extended his palm, and the bowtruckle climbed gently onto it. Hagrid's gaze softened profoundly. He held his hand, utterly still, terrified of startling or harming the timid little being. And the students craned their necks, captivated by this rare, delicate creature, utterly unfamiliar to most of them. Most young wizards knew of bowtruckles in theory, yet even those born into wizarding families rarely encountered one in person. Bowtruckles are profoundly shy. Under ordinary circumstances, they never appear before wizards at all. And faced with so many curious onlookers, this one nestled shyly between Hagrid's fingers. Seeing that all remained hushed and posed no threat, the bowtruckle slowly reemerged. In watching its delicate movements, Hagrid's heart swelled with tenderness. Though Hagrid favored colossal creatures, and even those deemed fearsome by other wizards, his affection for magical beasts was boundless, extending warmly to gentle souls like this bowtruckle. It was Eli who suggested Hagrid introduce the bowtruckle to the class. Originally, Hagrid had intended to present a hippogriff, beasts so formidable that even seasoned wizards struggled to master them, capable of driving off werewolves. Eli pointed out that students might find it overwhelming to confront a Class 3 magical creature during their very first lesson. Though Hagrid insisted repeatedly that Buckbeak was a remarkably gentle giant who would never harm a student, Eli and the others firmly dissuaded him. After all, what Hagrid called adorable was often the precise antonym of everyone else's definition. He once referred to a fire-breathing dragon, one that incinerated wizards with a single blast, as his little baby. Eli could scarcely imagine any creature Hagrid wouldn't deem endearing. Eli half-joked that given enough time, Hagrid might even tame a basilisk, though of course only a Parselmouth could truly command one. Still, one couldn't entirely rule out the possibility that Hagrid might earnestly study Parseltongue, just to acquire another little baby. His devotion to magical creatures bordered on the fanatical. Eli knew of only one other person quite like Hagrid: Newt Scamander, their esteemed Hufflepuff alumnus. The venerable gentleman was no ordinary wizard. He had once captured Gellert Grindelwald, whose dark reign had swept across Europe. And indeed, Albus Dumbledore alone had ever defeated Grindelwald in combat. Granted, Newt had employed the aid of magical creatures in that endeavor, and a bowtruckle had long been his People like Hagrid and Newt seemed born with an extraordinary affinity, a rare innate resonance that allowed magical beasts to trust them instinctively. Equally vital was their profound, unwavering kindness, unmatched by any other. Not only once the bowtruckle grew accustomed to its surroundings did Hagrid begin introducing it to the students. His voice dropped to a hushed murmur, yet in the rapt silence every word carried clearly: "His name is Carter, a bowtruckle. He knows me well. I found him injured while patrolling. I'll never forget how pitiful he looked then." And Hagrid's voice caught thick with emotion. "I healed him, and ever since he's been devoted to me. Isn't that right, little Carter?" not tenderness utterly incongruous with his massive frame softened Hagrid's features. The students struggled to grasp the depth of Hagrid's bond with the bowtruckle, but undeniable curiosity now flickered in their eyes. They're exceedingly timid. You'll almost never spot them under normal circumstances. Gentle by nature, they rarely attack any living thing, yet never ever attempt to damage the trees they guard. Hagrid's tone turned grave as he warned the students, don't mistake their timidity for weakness. If you threaten their trees, they'll pluck your eyes from their sockets without hesitation. A collective shiver ran through the students. Their gaze shifted newly wary upon the diminutive creature, astonished that such a small being could inspire such dread. Of course, so long as you treat them with respect, they'll never harm you. They're utterly charming. As he spoke, Hagrid gently teased the little creature with a fingertip. The bowtruckle rolled playfully across Hagrid's palm, its antics irresistibly endearing. And instantly the students fell in love with this tiny, wondrous creature. They dwell exclusively in trees suitable for wand making, so wand makers often locate wandwood by observing where bowtruckles nest. Into harvest branches safely wand makers typically seek to earn the bowtruckle's goodwill. Offer them a woodlouse and they'll remain placid for hours, then gladly gift you a branch. And with that, Hagrid produced a large jar teeming with woodlice. The insects resembled pill bugs armored in glossy black carapaces. And Hagrid withdrew several and held them before the bowtruckle. The bowtruckle erupted in delight, dancing excitedly as it snatched one, devouring it in 3 swift bites, then curled contentedly into Hagrid's palm. They feed primarily on insects, but these woodlice are their absolute favorite. And Hagrid held up the squirming creatures for all to see. Now, let's play a little game. At the word game, the students burst into eager excitement. And when had lessons ever involved games? This class was absolutely brilliant. And over here, several trees shelter bowtruckles. Form a line, one at a time. Approach with the woodlice I've provided when the bowtruckles favor, and perhaps receive a branch as a gift. Any student who earns a bowtruckle's gift will receive a special prize. And the students surged forward, brimming with enthusiasm. The students present were eager to try, but only Eli and his friends were disinterested. Not for any other reason, but because they knew what Hagrid's prize was. At the suggestion of Eli and the others, Hagrid would present his personally made rock cakes. How could one complete their learning journey without tasting Hagrid's rock cakes? However, the little wizards who were completely unaware of this had already started to line up. Everyone was focused and calm as Hagrid had just mentioned that these little creatures, while timid, could be provoked to the point of attacking. Thus, the little wizards were very careful. It proved that Hagrid's teachings were correct. As long as they showed kindness to the bowtruckles, these little creatures could be easily tamed. The communication between the students and the bowtruckles went very smoothly. Although only a few could receive gifts from them, most of the students managed to lower these little creatures' defenses. Soon it was Eli and his friend's turn. They were among the last few. Eli stepped forward and took some little woodlice from the jar that Hagrid had brought, offering them to the tree. Eli was uncertain if they would still come out. After all, they had eaten quite a lot today, and these bowtruckles would definitely. But to Ella's surprise, small heads quickly poked out from behind the leaves. They did not seem as timid as he expected, and gently approached Eli's hand to take the woodlice. Some even sat down on Ella's palm, appearing quite affectionate. Oh, Eli, they really like you. Hagrid's eyes widened. It was the first time he had seen these shy little creatures being so clingy. Seeing that these little creatures wouldn't leave his hand, Eli had to grab another handful of woodlice and offer them. The now fully satisfied little creatures lazily crawled back into the tree. Just as Eli was about to slip away, a seemingly intact branch was handed over. This wasn't just a branch, it was clearly Hagrid's rock cake being offered to him. Unable to refuse the little creature's generous offer, Eli had no choice but to accept the branch under Hagrid's expectant gaze. Harry and the others were laughing happily. Eli glared at the few disloyal creatures, vowing that next time he would make them finish the rock cakes. However, in a little while, Ella's face brightened with joy as Harry and the others each received a branch. Eli was overjoyed. Finally, there was Draco left, and everyone eagerly watched his performance. If he also got one, they would feel. After all, as the old saying goes, happiness must be built on the misery of others. Draco frowned at the jar full of wriggling woodlice. He was the young master of the Malfoy family. How could he have played with such bugs? He delicately pinched one woodlice with his fingertips and disdainfully offered it to the bowtruckle. He wasn't really interested in such little things. The only magical creature he liked was dragons. He had no interest in anything else, let alone these bowtruckles that only knew how to hide in trees. Perhaps these little creatures were already full, as they didn't even glance at the woodlice Draco offered. This left Draco feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was worth noting that no one before him had failed. How could he be the first to fail? Goyle and Crabbe had both succeeded. Hagrid encouraged Draco from the side. Don't rush, they are quite shy, and you need patience to deal with them. Draco thus stretched out his hand, waiting there, his expression growing increasingly impatient. These little creatures were completely uninterested in him, hiding among the branches and leaves without coming out. When had the young master of the Malfoy family ever suffered such humiliation? Draco could no longer hold back and suddenly thrust his hand into the branches. This action immediately made Hagrid feel something was wrong. The Bowtruckles were startled by the sudden approaching hand and immediately began to bare their teeth and claws ready to attack this unwelcome guest. Oh no! Hagrid reacted, quickly stepping forward to pull Draco's hand away. But it was still a bit late. The Bowtruckles' sharp limbs had scratched Draco's hand, leaving a few cuts. Blood immediately began to flow. Hagrid looked at it, and his expression softened. Oh, after all, it was just a few cuts, superficial injuries that could be healed with a little ointment. But Draco was startled and exclaimed, "Don't break my hand, don't break my hand." His voice was already choked. Hagrid had previously mentioned that these Bowtruckles could easily pluck out an enemy's eyeballs, so the sight of a few Bowtruckles baring their teeth and claws was indeed a bit frightening. "Draco!" A girl rushed out from the crowd. It was Greengrass. "Draco, are you okay?" She held Draco's hand, looking quite worried. Suddenly receiving concern from a girl made Draco feel embarrassed. He had just acted so clumsily. Eli and the others immediately gathered around. Hagrid's expression just now indicated that there was nothing serious, so they were not worried at all. Looking at the shallow cuts on Draco's hand, they looked at him with disdain. Realizing his own loss of composure, Draco's face turned red. After class, he said he was fine, but Greengrass insisted on taking Draco to the nurse for a checkup. Eli and the others, being quite perceptive, did not stop them, and just watched as Greengrass dragged Draco away. Upon arriving at the nurse's office, Madame Pomfrey looked at Draco's wounds, which were almost healed, with a rather peculiar expression. Draco wished he could find a hole to hide in. Adhering to the principle of saving lives, Madame Pomfrey still applied some medicine to Draco's injuries. "Fortunately, you came in time, or if you had come a bit later, the wounds would have healed completely." Draco felt utterly humiliated. Now Eli and the others were not feeling great, either, looking at the big box of rock cakes in their hands. Hagrid expressed that this was a token of friendship, specifically giving Eli and his friends the most rock cakes. They replied, "Hagrid, I really thank you." Hagrid shyly smiled. What bad intentions could Hagrid possibly have? He just wanted to share his cooking. Eli tried to share these rock cakes with Goyle and Crabbe, but after tasting them they held their mouths and said they really couldn't eat any more. Eli had no choice but to leave the rock cakes in the dormitory. He couldn't throw them away, or after all, it was Hagrid's goodwill, wasn't it? In the Great Hall, today's owls had already come by, bringing some letters and newspapers. Someone saw it, someone saw it. Simon suddenly shouted. "Who?" "Sirius Black." The students immediately gathered around, and Harry dashed forward in a hurry. After reading the news in the newspaper, Hermione exclaimed, "Dervish Town. That's not far from here at all." Eli also noticed the news, finishing the last of his small cake in one bite. "You finally decided to show up, otherwise I wouldn't know how to find you." Sirius Black was drawing closer to Hogwarts, which made the students quite uneasy. Even the professors felt it. However, there were exceptions, such as Harry and Eli. These two were eagerly anticipating Sirius' arrival. Harry wanted to confront his father's best friend from back in the day to determine if he was the one responsible for the deaths of his parents. If so, Harry just wished he could kill him himself. Eli mainly wanted to quickly help Sirius clear his name so that he wouldn't have to wander around anymore. What if he encountered a Dementor one day? It wouldn't be good to run into a dog-catching squad either. However, news of Sirius had ceased and no one had seen him again, and the patrols of the Dementors had become even more stringent, which further oppressed the students. Dumbledore had voiced his dissatisfaction with the Dementors multiple times to the Ministry of Magic, but facing the resigning Fudge, he couldn't think too much about it. It's worth mentioning that Ron had been having some unpleasantness with Hermione recently. In fact, since the beginning of this semester, the two had been at odds. The main reason lay with Hermione's cat. Hermione had a large fat cat, whose face resembled a pancake. The cat was named Crookshanks and was deeply loved by Hermione. Every time Eli brought up Crookshanks' face, Hermione would prevent him from speaking, but Eli always took the opportunity to mock the cat's appearance behind Hermione's back. Crookshanks seemed to have a problem with Ron Scabbers, always trying to find ways to attack him. Ron had argued with Hermione more than once, and neither was willing to back down. It appeared to be a typical cat-and-mouse chase, but Eli knew that Crookshanks had some ancestry of a Kneazle and had a strong aversion to those with ill intentions. And Scabbers was actually Peter Pettigrew in disguise, a character who certainly could not be regarded as a good person. Hence Crookshanks wanted nothing more than to eliminate him at every moment. Eli felt no sympathy for Peter. He even encouraged Fong to bully Peter whenever possible. Fong would come and go without a trace, bullying Peter and then running off, leaving no one able to discover him. This left Peter in a miserable state, unable to complain. He could only swallow his grievances. Peter often lamented that the carefree days at the Weasley household were now a thing of the past. Ever since he followed Ron to Hogwarts, he had been living in fear every day. Eli once suggested whether they should get Scabbers neutered. He heard that neutered cats live longer, perhaps the same goes for rats. Ron thought this made a lot of sense, and nearly ran off to Madame Pomfrey to have Scabbers neutered. In the end, because Scabbers was quite troublesome and nearly ran away several times, Ron gave up on the idea. Peter breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at his little brother. He had just barely saved himself. No one paid attention to the Catan mouse story, as no one could change the habit of cats eating mice. They were finally about to welcome the first defense against the dark arts lesson with their new professor, which would be different from the usual classes. Professor Lupin had removed all the desks and chairs from the classroom, placing a large wardrobe in the center that occasionally shook, as if something wanted to come out. Can anyone guess what's inside this wardrobe? It's a boggart, Professor. Very good, Mr. Thomas. Now can anyone tell me what a boggart looks like? No one knows what it looks like. When does it come? Ron looked in surprise at Hermione, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Eli was envious of Hermione's time turner. If he had a time turner too, could he not turn back a few times, go back decades, find Voldemort as a child, and then? Of course that was impossible. The time turner could only take one back to the past, not change what had already happened. Like in the movies from his past life, when Hermione and Harry used the time turner to go back and release Buckbeak, saving Sirius, it was something they were destined to do, not a change of the past. A boggart can change shape, whatever it senses its viewer fears it becomes that. Thus people always think they are so. Terrifying indeed. Luckily there's a simple spell that can effectively deal with this creature. Come, let's practice a bit, no need for wands. Repeat after me, ridiculous. The classroom echoed with scattered voices. Very good, a bit louder now, enunciate clearly, pay attention, ridiculous. The students repeated it several times. The young wizards all found the spell itself very funny, some chuckling softly. Lupin's class had a very relaxed atmosphere, and the students felt no pressure attending his lessons. Good, let's wrap up this simple spell practice for now. However, relying solely on this spell isn't enough. What can truly harm a boggart is hearty laughter. Therefore we need to turn it into something funny. Let me explain how. Neville, please come up. Neville, who was called upon, hesitated, glancing around, unsure if he had heard it wrong. Don't be shy, Neville, come on up, let's go. Neville walked up slowly, appearing a bit awkward. Lupin spoke in a friendly tone. Hello, Neville, could you tell me what you are most afraid of? Professor Snape. Neville's voice was very soft, and no one could hear him clearly. What? Professor Snape. Upon hearing this name, laughter erupted in the classroom. Lupin playfully remarked, Professor Snape, indeed, everyone fears him. By the way, you live with your grandmother, right? If it turned into my grandmother, that would be frightening too. Laughter erupted again in the classroom, as Neville's grandmother was typically very strict with him, so No, you must start imagining your grandmother's usual attire. Remember, just the attire. When the boggart comes out, you just. Lupin whispered something in Neville's ear, and Neville looked at him in astonishment. Lupin patted his shoulder, pointed his wand, and the wardrobe slowly opened. From the darkness emerged a man with a gloomy expression. Seeing this familiar figure, Eli even thought that at any moment he would exclaim, Gryffindor loses 20 points. As soon as Snape appeared, Neville stepped back a few paces, and the classroom instantly fell silent. The headmaster was imposing a sight to behold. Neville, the spell. Neville desperately tried to imagine, and then waved his wand. Ridiculous. Snape suddenly transformed, donning a very outdated green dress, holding a red handbag with some sort of decoration atop his head. Snape in women's clothing, a rare sight indeed. Eli wished he could take a picture to capture this historic moment. The classroom erupted with uproarious laughter. Harry and Ron nearly dislocated their jaws from laughing so hard. Such laughter nearly killed the boggart on the spot. The atmosphere in the classroom became lively, and everyone eagerly wanted to give it a try. Lupin called out, and the students formed a line. Various hilarious scenes unfolded. Ron successfully dressed a giant spider in roller skates. When it was Eli's turn, he was curious about what his boggart would be. A grim, old Voldemort, or something else entirely. When he faced the boggart, he did not hide his thoughts, allowing the boggart to sense them. In a flash, a figure appeared on the classroom floor. Harry! Came Hermione's startled cry. On the ground lay Harry's corpse, pale and staring blankly. The corpse continued to change, gradually morphing into familiar faces. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, Snape. One by one the people around Eli transformed into cold, lifeless bodies lying before him. Eli seemed to have fallen into a trance, his eyes bloodshot, his mind racing with countless frantic. Lupin shouted loudly, pulling Eli back. Ridiculous. Eli swung his wand with all his might, desperately trying to dispel such a scene. Another transformation occurred, and the classroom suddenly fell silent. Lupin stared at the boggart, which had taken the form of Dumbledore, dumbfounded. Before them stood Dumbledore, dragging his long beard, dressed in a tight ballet dress, elegant white dance tights adorning his legs. Ha ha. The uproarious laughter nearly lifted the ceiling off. Lupin almost rolled on the ground from laughter. In an instant the classroom was filled with laughter. Under the overwhelming laughter, the boggart transformed into wisps of smoke and vanished. This defense against the dark arts lesson would be talked about throughout Hogwarts. Recently the students have been in a state of anxiety, not only because of the approaching Sirius Black, but also due to the Dementors that constantly roam around the castle. Although Dementors fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, how could such soulless, entirely unfeeling beings be entirely controlled by the Ministry? Once they sense your deep-seated fear, or if they cannot suppress their desire to devour in the face of positive emotions, they will dare to absorb you. They exude coldness and decay, and merely having a single Dementor approach can gradually rob one of their joy, let alone the dozens of Dementors currently wandering in Hogwarts. Wherever Dementors pass, grass withers and flowers fade, truly embodying the phrase closing the moon and shaming the flowers, and sinking fish and falling geese. Dumbledore looked at the greenery of his school turned into a pile of withered branches, already calculating a comprehensive compensation list to present to the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps next year they could charge a little less for textbooks, and the Whomping Willow could finally be pruned. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, a large number of students were gathered. This was not class time. The only reason these students were gathered on a weekend was for the dueling club. Upon learning that Eli had formed a dueling club, Lupin generously offered his classroom and even attended. As Lupin watched the lively students, he seemed to see his younger self, filled with nostalgia. Today is your stage. I am merely an audience member now. Eli wanted to invite Lupin to speak first, but he playfully declined. He stood at the side like other students, chatting and laughing with those around him, showing no airs of a professor. Lupin's student life was undoubtedly rich. Back then he formed a small group called the Marauders with Eli, Harry's father, James Potter, Sirius Black. Just from the name, it's clear that none of them were good influences. This was a standard bully group. Although they had never committed acts of arson, murder, or robbery, their deeds were hardly commendable. Sirius was beloved by girls for his striking looks and demeanor, while Lupin was relatively mild-mannered and at least liked by teachers. As for Peter and Harry's father, they were quite annoying. Even their mother Lily initially found that arrogant troublemaker quite intolerable. It's unclear how James eventually won Lily's heart. Their rivalry with Snape was also quite exciting. However, the most outrageous thing they did was almost killing Snape. They went to great lengths to hide Lupin's identity as a werewolf, and every full moon, he would transform into Shrieking Shack. The ghost stories surrounding the Shrieking Shack originated from this. Dumbledore also planted the Whomping Willow to cover for it. However, it seemed that Snape was aware of this. To protect Lupin from harm, they attempted to lure Snape to be killed by the Whomping Willow. If he hadn't ultimately chickened out, Snape might have died back then. This fully explains Snape's hatred for them. Such a student life was undoubtedly colorful. Lupin generously shared his past amusing anecdotes with the students, attracting many. As per usual, Eli demonstrated his abilities before preparing for everyone to spar with each other. This time Cedric was the one challenging Eli, still as composed as ever, and Eli could sense his significant progress. However, Eli was no slouch either, possessing unparalleled magical heritage. His strength was at least at the aura level, meaning that some professors at the school could no longer compete with him, except for old Dumbledore and the four house heads. Nonetheless, Ella's strength was close to that of the four house heads, and Dumbledore was lavish in his praise for Eli. Cedric naturally could not last more than a few moves against Eli. After a few exchanges, Cedric was predicted. Lupin watched Ella's strength with amazement. Alright, now according to tradition, let us begin free dueling. As Eli was about to step down from the platform, someone shouted, "Can you teach us how to deal with Dementors?" Eli looked surprised at the person, then glanced at Lupin. "I think Professor Lupin here would be better suited to explain this than I am. Why don't we give a round of applause to invite Professor Lupin to enlighten us?" As soon as Eli finished speaking, the surrounding students turned to Lupin, followed by a round of enthusiastic. Lupin shook his head helplessly and stepped onto the platform. "I never expected that I would come to watch a sparring session and end up being drafted by our esteemed president." He shrugged his shoulders, causing the students below to burst into laughter. Eli invited Lupin to teach, partly to give face to this elder and partly out of trust in Lupin's abilities. He had sensed the powerful magic emanating from Lupin on the train. Although he seemed a bit downcast at the time, his strength was evident. Despite the hardships of life, Lupin's magical prowess was exceptionally strong, making him one of the best in his generation. At the very least, he was on par with Snape. If Eli were to duel with Lupin, he would eventually lose if it went on for too long. Any wizard who earned Dumbledore's recognition was no simpleton. "Since everyone seems to dislike those drifting Dementors so much, allow me to take up some of your precious extracurricular time." The students listened attentively. Dementors are very dark creatures feeding on human souls and joyful emotions. Most attacks have no effect on them. To drive them away, or even kill them, one must use very pure positive energy. Here I will teach you a spell called the Patronus Charm. However, I do not expect everyone to master this spell, as it is quite difficult, and even some adult wizards struggle with it. I certainly do not want you to go out there with your wands and confront Dementors. That would be unwise. The Patronus Charm is indeed difficult. In the original text, Harry's ability to learn this spell in his third year was quite exceptional. Now begin to imagine your happiest memory. The happier the better. The Patronus Charm is based on the joy within us. The students began practicing, some smiling as they recalled happy moments while others struggled to think of anything due to impatience. However, the result was the same for everyone, and no one was able to cast it in the first lesson. Originally, Lupin wanted to use a boggart to simulate a Dementor, but during class he accidentally made the boggart laugh itself to death, so he had to abandon that idea. Eli did not bring out the one he had caught, as using a real one could cause a great deal of chaos. Regardless of whether it harmed anyone, he would still have to go to Azkaban. Isla led Harry and the others to the room of requirement. Isla, what exactly are we here for? Once the door closed, Isla replied to Hermione, I want to practice the Patronus charm with you all. The group exchanged glances, puzzled. But why so mysteriously? Isla, with a knowing expression, pulled out a box from the undetectable extension charm bag and placed it on the ground with a thud. What's inside? You'll find out soon enough. The box continued to tremble, and it was evident that there was a living creature inside. A distinct chill permeated through the box, making everyone take a few steps back. As soon as Isla unlocked the box, the lid was violently pushed open. A bone-chilling cold rapidly spread throughout the room, filling the air with a sense of despair. Dementor! Draco exclaimed, nearly falling over. Harry and the others were utterly dumbfounded. That chill, that atmosphere of despair, it was indeed a genuine Dementor. The creature, having been beaten and confined in a box for quite some time, was filled with furious rage. Upon seeing the little wizards around it, the Dementor opened its gaping mouth and began to suck in the despair. It was important to note that Harry and the others had not mastered the Patronus charm, yet leaving them utterly defenseless. If they allowed this enraged Dementor to continue sucking away, there was no doubt they would perish. However, with Isla present, what could a Dementor possibly stir up? Expecto Patronum. A torrent of pure white magic surged from the pale wand, instantly forming a barrier of light that tightly enveloped the Dementor. Harry and the others suddenly felt as if they had returned to the world of the living, letting out a sigh of relief. The powerful protective magic elicited a sharp screech from the Dementor, for such magic was a fatal blow to it. It was like the depths of winter colliding with erupting lava. The Dementor visibly weakened at an alarming rate. Isla certainly would not let Harry and the others face a full-fledged Dementor to practice their magic. If they couldn't perform the magic, they might end up with psychological issues. The Dementor initially tried to escape Isla's magical control, but curled up pitifully after being severely burned. Its once ethereal form had turned quite shabby, resembling a tattered rag. Sensing the Dementor's energy waning further, Isla withdrew his magic. If he continued, the Dementor would die. Then he would have to find another one, which would be troublesome. Once Isla's magic was retracted, the Dementor's body gradually unfurled, but it no longer posed a threat to the others. Feeling the Dementor's power nearly dissipate, the group expressed their astonishment. All right, let's use this creature for practice. According to Professor Lupin, if you have any questions, come find me later. Isla conjured a lounge chair and leisurely reclined on it. The others looked at Isla enviously. Hey, why are you looking at me? I'm not a Dementor, look at it instead. Facing the Dementor, the group no longer felt the fear they had earlier. Hermione was the first to step forward, tightening her grip on her wand, closing her eyes as she began to recall happy memories. Expecto Patronum. Nothing happened. You need to think of something happy. It doesn't have to be something you've experienced, as long as it brings you joy. Hermione glanced at Isla, bit her lip, and closed her eyes again, striving to conjure happy thoughts in her mind. Moments later, a faint smile appeared on Hermione's lips. Expecto Patronum. A hazy white mist emanated from Hermione's vinewood wand. Although far weaker than Isla's, it still made the extremely weakened Dementor tremble. Isla looked at Hermione in surprise. While he was aware of her talent, he hadn't expected her to cast the Patronus charm successfully on her second attempt. Despite its lack of strength and not fully materializing the Patronus, it was indeed quite an achievement for a young witch of her age, deserving of the title of genius. Amazing, Hermione. You were able to cast such magic so quickly. You're definitely the most talented witch. Isla's effusive praise made Hermione feel a bit shy. Still not as good as you, Isla shrugged. I'm a genius among geniuses. It's normal not to measure up to me. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. What were you thinking, Hermione? Harry asked. I won't tell you. Hermione turned away and moved to the side, casting a subtle glance at Isla. You're a genius among geniuses. Hermione is a genius, so what are we? Draco joked. Isla shot a glance at Draco's precarious hairline. You're a prodigy. The term left Draco somewhat perplexed, but Isla didn't elaborate. Let me try this time. Harry, wand in hand, stepped in front of the Dementor and took a deep breath. Having experienced great sorrow in his childhood, Harry was deeply afraid of a Dementor, which could easily evoke painful memories from within him. His memories were no easier than anyone else's. But when he stood before the Dementor, he felt an overwhelming sense of strength. Expecto Patronum. The radiant white light caused the Dementor to scream, and the others looked on in astonishment as the white glow emanated from Harry. When Harry retracted his wand, he seemed to still be basking in the joy of success. Harry, you succeeded on your first try? Hermione exclaimed in surprise. Ron and Draco looked at Harry with envy. Harry was so excited that he didn't know whether it was the memories that had surfaced or his success in casting the spell. Isla was not particularly surprised. In the original text of his past life, Harry had been the first to master the Patronus charm in his 3rd year, and had even driven away a multitude of Dementors single-handedly. He inherently possessed such magical talent. Although Harry had a tragic past, it was precisely because of that his spirit was tougher than others. Magic stems from a strong heart. Moreover, Harry was different from the version in the films of his past life, who not only had his magical prowess increased significantly, but he also had a twin brother by his side. The recognition during their time in the courtroom provided Harry with immense mental strength, filling in a gap in his shattered life. Isla looked at Harry, who was grinning like a fool, hoping that those around him would remain this happy forever. He held on to his obsession, which was his family and friends. The boggart from that time illustrated this point well, yet it also greatly stirred Isla's inner fears. It was not out of the question that it was a trap set by death itself, which was adept at using human emotions to lead them to their demise. At that time, Isla had nearly fallen into despair, fortunately saved by Lupin's reminder. Looking back now on the terrifying thoughts that had surfaced, Isla couldn't help but shiver. The practice continued, but it was clear that the Dementor was on the verge of collapse. Isla pointed his wand at it, and several specks of pure white light floated from his wand into the Dementor's mouth. In an instant, the Dementor seemed to be injected with a powerful stimulant, its strength gradually returning. This was the soul energy Isla had stored, perfectly suited to nourish the Dementor. The soul-sucking creature absorbed the soul, visibly regaining its strength. But Eli did not treat this thing as a pet. Its recovery meant it was time to continue the training. Ron stepped forward with his wand, having finally replaced it. Last semester, he had broken his wand, which not only resulted in a howler letter, but also earned him a scolding upon returning home. However, out with the old, and in with the new, the wand he now possessed was his brother Charlie's old wand. In the magical world, the choice of a wand for a wizard is already a recognized fact, and Charlie's wand was not suitable for Ron's use. Moreover, that wand was incredibly old, and the Weasley family had no energy to maintain it. It even revealed the unicorn hair inside. Fortunately, it had broken, allowing Ron to finally obtain a wand that truly belonged to him. 14 inches willow with unicorn hair. The entire Weasley family had wands with unicorn hair cores. This type of core is very stable and loyal, but entirely unsuitable for casting dark magic. Once Ron possessed his own wand, his talent for casting spells immediately manifested. After some attempts, Ron managed to emit some white light. Although it appeared somewhat awkward, it surpassed many wizards. Few could successfully cast a spell on the first day. However, this also related to Ron's vivid imagination. His thoughts were quite simple. Though slightly insecure, he was easily satisfied. Just the thought of becoming a prefect, the president of the male student council, and the captain of the Quidditch team made him smile. No matter what, Ron had at least taken the first step towards mastering the Patronus charm. Next up was Draco, hailing from the ancient Malfoy family, renowned for their magical talent. Generally speaking, half-blood wizards often possess greater gifts than pure-blood wizards. Figures like Dumbledore, Voldemort, Eli, and Snape were all half-bloods. Of course, there was also Harry, and there were even rumors that the founding ancestors of the wizarding world were also half-bloods. Apart from half-bloods, descendants of the sacred 28 families among pure-blood wizards are also exceptionally talented. Take Mr. Weasley, for instance, who, despite his gentle demeanor, the surging magical power within him is no joke. Eli had never seen Mr. Weasley in action, but judging by the fluctuations in magical energy, he was stronger than an Auror. Aurors are the elite among wizards. Anyone stronger than them surely has legends surrounding them. As a descendant of one of the sacred 28 families, Draco was always confident in his talents. However, when faced with the Patronus charm, he hesitated while trying to recall happy memories. "What's wrong, Draco?" Seeing Draco's lack of movement, Eli asked. Draco did not respond. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and desperately tried to remember or envision moments that brought him joy. A look of struggle appeared on his face, and his brows furrowed tighter. Suddenly he opened his eyes and weakly exclaimed, "I seem to can't find anything that makes me particularly happy." "How can you have nothing happy in your life? Your house is so grand, you must have seen plenty of fun toys as a child." "Think again." Draco shook his head. Ron found it hard to comprehend Draco's words. In his view, if one day his home could be like the Malfoys, he would be over the moon. Perhaps human sorrow and joy are never truly understood by one another. Draco had lived in a family of extreme material wealth since childhood, where nearly everything was within easy reach. He had no idea what he truly desired, as everything that could be bought with money posed no pressure on his family. Other families would hesitate for years over a Tuthasangalian broomstick. Meanwhile, his family generously provided each member of the Slytherin Quidditch team with a Nimbus 2001. Happiness always stems from satisfaction, and satisfaction arises from one's inner desires. Draco had nothing he truly desired, so naturally, he couldn't think of anything that could bring him to tears of joy. Thus the Draco who excelled at spellcasting found himself at a standstill before the Patronus charm. The group exchanged glances, unsure of what to say to Draco. Should they console him? He owned a vast estate, but what could they possibly say? Eli stepped forward and patted Draco on the shoulder, saying, "Don't lose heart, this has nothing to do with your talent." "Then who can I blame? Why can all of you do it, but I cannot?" Draco was somewhat agitated. If he lacked talent, it could be compensated for through hard work, but what he currently lacked was the perception of happiness and satisfaction. He was simply missing that one piece of flaw he found hard to accept. "No, Draco, look at Ron and me. Our potion skills are so poor, not even close to yours." Harry also stepped in to persuade him. All this time he and Draco had been competing in secret, but these were merely friendly comparisons. Neither wished for the other to fall into despair. Draco felt somewhat downcast and put on a nonchalant facade. "Fine, if I can't learn it, then I can't learn it. I don't need this spell anyway." Yet everyone present could see the forced smile in his eyes. Eli couldn't think of any words to comfort Draco at that moment. These were his inner demons, shaped by his upbringing, and no one could help him. If one day Draco could truly stand on his own, breaking free from the dependence on his family's wealth, everything would become clear. If he never recognizes this, he might never be able to cast the Patronus charm in his lifetime. Draco's wand was made of hawthorn, wood, a type of wand wood known for its contradictions. The leaves and flowers have healing properties, but the wood carries an air of death. Once made into a wand, it excels at casting healing magic, yet is also adept at casting curses. Such a wand mirrors its master Draco, possessing a complex inner world. Out of jealousy, he could become Harry Potter's arch-nemesis, and yet after becoming friends, he could help him fend off a rogue ball. Draco's inner turmoil can only be healed by himself. "Alright, you all keep practicing, we'll try some other spells. We have plenty of magical tomes at home." Draco feigned indifference and moved aside to practice on his own. "You all practice first, they'll go take a look." Eli called out and walked towards Draco. "Draco, I found a great spell earlier, do you want to give it a try?" Eli did not continue with comforting words to Draco, as they would be of no use. "What is it?" "An ancient spell called the Bewitching Curse, created by someone named Joseph." Saying this, Eli pulled out a jar containing a small spider. Eli aimed his wand at it and began to chant obscure syllables. The spider immediately became limp under Draco's gaze. "Interesting," Draco replied. "Of course, if I were to use this on you, I guarantee it would make you weak to the point where you couldn't even lift your wand." Draco became quite intrigued by this spell and began to learn some curse magic from Eli. Eli discovered that Draco indeed had a natural talent for curses. He was increasingly resembling the archetype of a villainous second male lad. Some time ago, Hogwarts organized a trip for third-year students to Hogsmeade, akin to how schools in the past organized spring outings. Initially, Harry might not have been able to go as it required a signature from a parent or guardian. In the past, the Dursleys would definitely not have signed for Harry. But now Harry was living with the Holmes, and though he was not adopted, he was at least recognized by the Dursleys, granting him the rights of a guardian. This place had more peculiar and odd things than Diagon Alley, as it was the only pure wizarding village, and the buildings here retained a medieval architectural style, appearing very rustic, yet rich with magical ambience. Harry, Eli, and Draco, the three wealthy students, were ready to buy whatever caught their eye. "Everyone, today's expenses are on me, young Master Ma. Get lost, minors aren't allowed in bars." A grumpy old man kicked out the boastful group. Although Ellis' goal of controlling the potion market had not been achieved, yet his previous business had brought him immense. Let's just say he could at least rank among the top few on Hogwarts' wealth list, with only the professors ahead of him. While the young wizards' families were wealthy, they still had to ask their families for pocket money. Unlike Eli, who had all his money in hand, making him quite the tycoon. The group returned to Hogwarts with bags full of purchases, making it look as if they had gone shopping. Eli especially sent a large pile of roaches and several candies to Dumbledore. The old man loved sweets, and Eli worried that one day old Dumble would find out he had diabetes. This could be considered compensation for old Dumble after all the ballet incident involving the century-old headmaster had spread throughout Hogwarts, with even newspapers outside reporting that Dumbledore was secretly dancing ballet at school. Out of consideration for the old man's emotional distress, Eli generously offered gifts. He had been anxious for several days, especially since Neville had already been docked 50 points by Snape, and there was no news from Dumbledore. Eli feared that one day Dumbledore would summon him to the office and raise his wand, shouting, "Avada Kedavra." He was still young and did not want to meet a tragic end at the hands of a legendary wizard. However, when delivering the candies, Dumbledore appeared to be in a good mood and praised Eli for his politeness, which eased Ellis' worries. Just as he was about to leave the headmaster's office, Dumbledore suddenly remarked from behind, "I'm too old to engage in such things." This caused Eli to break into a cold sweat, and upon returning to the dormitory, he felt goosebumps at the memory. Harry, Ron, and Hermione returned to Gryffindor Tower, waiting by the spiral staircase, when a commotion arose ahead. "What's happening up there? Is it blocked? Or did Neville forget the password again?" "Hey, I'm right here." Neville greeted the group with dissatisfaction, making his presence known. The noise ahead did not seem to indicate someone forgetting the password. Make way, I am the student council president, let me through." Percy shouted from the front. Percy arrived at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room saying, "Everyone step back, the dormitory needs to be searched thoroughly, no one is allowed inside." Ginny ran down from above to Harry and the others saying, "It's the fat lady, she's missing." The group looked at the entrance in surprise, and indeed the painting of the fat lady was vacant with several deep scratches marring the canvas. "It's better that she's gone, her singing sounds like a pig being slaughtered. This is no joke, Ron." The portraits on the wall were in an uproar unusually noisy today. The portraits closest to the fat lady began to cry as if they had witnessed something terrifying. "Everyone please calm down. Gryffindor students please return to the common room immediately. Make way, the headmaster is coming." A loud shout from Filch came from the back. "Quickly, didn't you hear? Make way." Filch followed Dumbledore, yelling rudely at the surrounding students. Dumbledore strode to the entrance of the common room, gazing at the deep scratches on the fat lad's portrait, his expression grave. Having learned about Sirius Black's presence around Hogwarts, Dumbledore had been on guard against unexpected incident. He was unaware of the truth from back, then having no knowledge that Sirius had replaced the secret keeper on his own. Therefore, when the evidence was irrefutable and Sirius himself made no defense, Dumbledore believed he was a Death Eater. Dumbledore was just but certainly not indecisive. He was a Gryffindor who hated evil, and when Snape agreed to act as his informant beside Voldemort, Dumbledore declared Snape innocent without trial. When he believed Sirius to be the murderer, Dumbledore could watch him being imprisoned in Azkaban without trial. Now Sirius was a dangerous murderer in Dumbledore's eyes. "Mr. Filch, summon all ghosts immediately. Tell them to search every portrait in the castle for the fat lady." "There is no need to summon the ghost, Professor, she is right there." Filch pointed to a nearby portrait. All the students looked over, and soon a few curious students rushed over. Dumbledore walked toward that direction. "Slow down. I am the student council president. Everyone come back." Percy shouted. "Keep moving forward." Dumbledore urged the students on clearing a path. He arrived at the portrait which seemed to be fat lady. "Who did this?" Dumbledore asked the portrait. The disheveled fat lady cautiously peeked out from behind a cowl. She was still sobbing. He had devilish eyes and his soul was as dark as his name. It was him, the headmaster, the one everyone speaks of. He is here. In the castle, it's Sirius Black. The fat lady appeared extremely frightened. Dumbledore's expression grew serious again. "Search the castle, Mr. Filch. Everyone else go to the Great Hall." Dumbledore directed everyone present to slowly disperse, leading them to the Great Hall under the guidance of the prefects. Eli, who was in the dormitory, was also summoned to the hall. "What happened?" "It's him. He has entered the castle and almost harmed the fat lady," Harry told Eli, appearing somewhat agitated. Ellis' heart sank, pressing Harry's shoulder. "Promise me don't go looking for him." Ellis' greatest fear was that Harry would impulsively run to confront Black. At that point, there was a madman tortured in Azkaban for 12 years, and a deranged one who could predict what kind of chaos would ensue. All the students were gathered in the auditorium for the night, and none of them had ever experienced such a large communal sleeping arrangement, leading to great excitement. "Oh my Weasley, you actually brought your rat. You can't possibly think that Black would be interested in it, right?" Draco looked at Ron's somewhat listless Scabbers with disdain. "Shut up, Malfoy. If it weren't for Hermione's stinky cat, I wouldn't have brought Scabbers here. Come on, Ron, Crookshanks wouldn't even bother with your fat rat." At that moment, Hermione passed by with her bedding, overhearing Ron and Draco's conversation, and she stomped her foot in dissatisfaction at Ron. "Yes, I wonder whose cat has been chasing Scabbers all day," Ron said, seemingly addressing Draco while holding Scabbers. Hermione turned back, saying, "It's a cat's nature to catch mice. You really should keep an eye on your rat. You should keep an eye on your cat." The two turned their heads away in anger, refusing to speak to each other. Draco pouted and walked away, indifferent, clutching his bedding. "I've never slept on the floor in my life, let alone." With so many people around, Draco reluctantly placed his bedding on the ground. "I think it's fine, and don't you find it refreshing?" "It's quite lively," Eli remarked, unfazed, recalling his childhood spent rolling around on the floor with his cousins in the countryside. "That's definitely a first for me." Draco crawled into his sleeping bag, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, as all he could see was people around him. "How about I tell you guys a story?" Eli said softly, noticing that those around him were unable to sleep. Upon hearing Eli was going to tell a story, Draco exclaimed, "If you're going to say that, then I'm definitely not sleeping. Go on, tell the monkey story. The one where that guy the monk punched the mountain and asked the monkey if it wanted to go to the west." The others perked up at the mention of a story. In these 10 miles and 8 townships, who doesn't know the storytelling king Eli Hall? His tales had spread throughout Hogwarts. Now, whenever new students arrived, the older students would regale them with stories of how the old master fought his way out of the Hangu Pass to the Thames, and how he battled through the 3-flavor bookstore to the 100-herb garden. "I think that guy the monk is more impressive than the monkey," said Dennis Goyle from Slytherin. "No way. That monkey could take on thousands of soldiers all by itself. It's way more impressive." "If he's so impressive, why was he choked?" Immediately the surroundings became a bit noisy. All right, what's there to argue about? Are we going to listen or not?" The area quickly quieted down, and everyone began to listen to Ella's story. Thus Eli began to tell them the story of Pan Jinglian punching Jingguanshi. I searched the astronomy tower and the Ollery but found nothing, Headmaster, Filch said, running into the auditorium with an oil lamp where Dumbledore was patrolling. I checked the basement and didn't find Black anywhere else in the castle either, came Snape's calm voice, his wand in hand, looking slightly disappointed. Thank you. Oh, I also believe he won't linger here. Dumbledore's tone was quite flat. The castle had been completely sealed off, and outside the Dementors were looming ominously. Everyone was on guard against Black. If a student were to be harmed in the school at this time, Hogwarts would be immediately closed and Fudge would have no choice but to resign. Thus the Ministry of Magic was even more proactive than Hogwarts in this matter. If it weren't for fear of Dumbledore, Fudge might even send Dementors directly into the castle to search. Hogwarts, plagued by misfortune, had Eli facing Voldemort in his first year, a 1,000-year-old basilisk released in his second year, and a murderer sneaking in shortly after the start of his third year. Eli also didn't know who said it. Hogwarts is the safest place. Hogwarts responded, please stop making flags. The headmaster, the house head, and the dormitory supervisor were all present, and the students sat quietly, unsure if they were pretending or truly asleep. In any case, Eli was still telling stories before Dumbledore walked in. He's quite capable, wouldn't you say? Snape's voice echoed in the quiet auditorium, resonating distinctly. To enter Hogwarts alone unnoticed is indeed quite a feat, Dumbledore replied, showing a hint of indifference. Have you ever considered how he got in? I've thought of quite a few ways, but none hold water. You should recall that at the beginning of the new term, I expressed concerns about your appointment of Lupin as the defense against the dark arts professor. Snape's words seemed to imply something more. There won't be any teachers in the castle helping Black. Suddenly a strange noise interrupted the conversation, and the auditorium fell silent. I think it should. The sound of flatulence repeatedly interrupted Dumbledore's words, and the students who had been sleeping burst into suppressed laughter. Harry Potter, what did you eat today? Snape slowly approached Harry, looking disdainful. Harry's face turned crimson as he scrambled up, saying, no, I didn't. A louder fart erupted from Harry's sleeping bag. The surrounding students could no longer hold back their laughter, chuckling merrily. A smile also appeared on Dumbledore. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, for lightening the mood, Dumbledore said, directly addressing the direction of the Weasley twins with a hearty laugh. Gryffindor loses points. Snape immediately seized the opportunity. No need. I think finding joy in such tense times is a wise thing to do, Dumbledore interrupted Snape, who was about to deduct points. Snape swallowed the 20 points he was about to blurt out, his expression darkening. I now feel I love studying. I wish every day was defense against the dark arts class. On the way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, Ron looked extremely excited. His words clearly gained the approval of the surrounding students, as everyone was unusually eager to attend a class for the first time. I wonder what well learned today the last one was. Hinkapunk and the Red Caps. Ron instantly recalled what they had learned in the last lesson. Good job, Ron, you're almost catching up to Hermione. Ernie from Gryffindor said with a laugh. Ron, who was initially proud of himself, instantly sulked at the mention of Hermione. No way, Ron, are you still arguing with Hermione? Harry asked. Ron huffed. I won't forgive her as long as she doesn't get rid of that cat of hers. It's not so bad, Ron. Hermione's cat is quite okay, right? Ella's voice chimed in from the side. Oh my, Eli, what happened to your taste? Ron exaggeratedly retorted to Eli. Eli shrugged, thinking Hermione's cat was rather cute. The students arrived early in the classroom, and the professor had not yet arrived, creating a lively atmosphere within. Outside it was already autumn, with falling leaves, and the wandering shadows made this season feel even more desolate. Hey Scarhead, Quidditch is coming, aren't you afraid? Draco had a mischievous look on his face. Malfoy, you might want to think again, we were the ones who won before. Ron jumped in before Harry could respond, eagerly retorting back. Draco sized Ron up, saying, is that so? It's a pity you can only watch me show off from the audience. Ron looked displeased. Wasn't this just mocking him for not being a Quidditch player? What's there to be proud of? You won't win anyway. Harry replied confidently. Just wait until the match, we'll meet on the field. The two immediately became competitive when it came to Quidditch. Bang! The door to the classroom was brutally pushed open, slamming against the wall with a mournful cry. The classroom instantly fell silent, and the young wizards felt that this entrance was somewhat familiar. Severus Snape, dressed in a black robe that seemed never to have been changed, entered with a stern expression, not glancing aside. As he walked, he waved his wand, and the classroom windows shut at his command. The classroom immediately darkened. The young wizards couldn't quite grasp the situation. How did Snape suddenly appear, creating a feeling akin to being in potions class? Neville's smile froze on his face as he looked at the fierce Snape, his complexion paling slightly. Snape strode in with a commanding presence, his steps more imposing than usual, reminiscent of someone who had returned from another realm. It seemed he was finally pleased to be teaching a defense against the dark arts class. He quickly approached the podium where a machine and a roll of cloth were placed, and the statue of Guan Yu that Eli had previously set up was still there. Snape pulled a rope and the curtain suddenly unfolded with a rustle. He turned, and with his unique, deep voice, slowly said, "Turn to page 394. Snape's way of speaking was always distinctive, as if he cherished every word, reading them, as if they were precious. However, his slow manner of speaking combined with his penetrating, deep voice certainly brought a sense of pressure. For instance, at this moment the students dared not even breathe. No one expected the originally amiable Professor Lupin to transform into the stern-faced Snape. The mood among the students quickly sank, even for the Slytherin ones. The sound of pages turning could be faintly heard in the classroom. Snape scanned the classroom with his sharp gaze like a venomous snake patrolling its territory. "Excuse me, Professor, where is Professor Lupin?" No one knew which foolish kid dared to ask this question at that moment. Upon hearing that voice, it was Harry, that thick-head boy, so all was well. Snape's gaze instantly fixed on Harry, and that look was certainly not friendly. Draco shot Harry a resentment. There was little change in Snape's expression. He was finally teaching defense against the dark arts as he wished, so how could he let an annoying Potter ruin his mood? "This is not your concern, is it, Potter?" He didn't want to waste valuable class time on Harry any longer. "In simple terms, your professor is currently unable to attend class." He strolled back to the podium, tapping the machine with his wand. "Turn to page 394, he repeated. Down below, a disinterested Ron flipped through the pages, slowly appearing quite indifferent. Snape immediately noticed this uncooperative fellow, and a flicker of disgust passed over his face as he pointed his wand. Ron's book instantly flipped to page 394, startling him. "Werewolf." Ron looked at the illustration in the book, questioning. "But Professor, we just learned about the red cap, and the nargle. It will take us a few weeks to learn about nocturnal creatures." Suddenly Hermione's voice rang out in the classroom, making Ron think Hermione had appeared out of thin air, nearly believing his eyes were deceiving him. "Be quiet." Snape's expression darkened. He was very displeased with being questioned. "When did she come in? Did you see her enter?" Ron, looking as if he had seen a ghost, turned to Eli next to Hermione and asked. Eli shrugged, and Hermione couldn't be bothered to respond. They were still in an argument. On the podium, some images were projected onto the curtain. Eli looked on in surprise. "How come I didn't think of this? I can't believe I wasn't the first to use a PowerPoint for class." Snape was not in the mood to waste time. "Can anyone among you tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf?" Before Snape could finish his question, Hermione raised her hand high. However, Snape was completely turned away from her, seemingly too lazy to look in that direction. "Is there no one?" What a disappointment. Hermione was used to being ignored by Snape. "I know, Professor. An animagus is a wizard who can choose to transform into an animal, while a werewolf does not have that choice. They transform on the night of the full moon. They forget who they are, and if anyone stands in their way, they might even kill their best friends. Moreover, werewolves only respond to calls from their kind." Hermione continued, oblivious to her surroundings. Draco, in a fitting manner, let out a wolf howl. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy." Snape turned to Hermione, his expression growing sour. "This is your second time speaking out of turn, Miss Granger." Snape wore unmistakable sarcasm on his face. "Do you lack self-control, or do you take pride in being an annoying know-it-all?" His tone reeked of disdain, as if he were continuously conjuring up various potential insults. "He does make a valid point," Ron whispered to Eli, only to earn a slap on the back of his head from Eli. 5 points from Gryffindor," Snape declared finally, seeming to vent some frustration. Gasps echoed from the little lions around. "To punish your ignorance, each of you will submit an essay on Monday morning focused on werewolves, specifically detailing how to identify them." 2 rolls of parchment. The classroom was instantly filled with the students' wails. Harry looked incredulous. "But Professor, there's a Quidditch match tomorrow." He was quite unwilling. Snape suddenly leaped in front of him, his bent form and sharp gaze imposing great. "Then I suggest you ensure, Mr. Potter, that even if you lose an arm or a leg, you still turn in your assignment." Looking at those green pupils reminiscent of memories, Snape's expression softened for a moment, but upon seeing Harry's face, it was as if he had bitten into an apple only to find half a worm inside. "Turn to page 394. He turned and walked up to the podium, casting a glance at Eli, immediately feeling a bit more at ease.